Chapter 1. The Fate of My World. The T0 level VRMC streamer has arrived. Global announcement. The exploration period for the 5th Minecraft dungeon Might Extreme Survival has concluded, with no global participant achieving success the highest. Exploration progress stands at 30. Resources are being redistributed or withheld based on the performances of contestants from various nations. A deep, resonant voice broke through the tranquility, rousing Qingzhen from his slumber. Awakened abruptly, I hear Notch clamoring in my ear about some dungeon. Rubbing his eyes and intending to return to sleep, he was suddenly struck by a chorus of anguished cries echoing from the streets below. Have the contestants from Panlong Nation perished? They returned with barely any food resources. Can we endure until the next dungeon opens? Oh heavens, please bless our Panlong Nation. Let our contestants return safely next time. What is the meaning of this? Qingzhen turned to gaze out the window, met by a desolate expanse of yellow earth. The familiar community and streets lay in ruin, buildings teetering on the brink of collapse, like phantoms amidst the yellow sands. This is my neighborhood? When did it become like this? As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded in. This is a parallel world, Blue Star. A mysterious force has ravaged the planet's resources. The land lies barren, forests have vanished, crops withered, and countless flora and fauna have perished furthermore. It seems as if an eerie power has deliberately sought to obliterate human civilization. Global firearms and certain advanced technologies evaporated overnight, causing a regression of over a century in technological progress. In just a month, Blue Star has transformed from a beautiful, bountiful planet into a realm of torment. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the Notch system has descended. Initially, it established air walls along the borders of each nation, preventing immigration and the possibility of real-world warfare. Subsequently, it selected a small number of contestants from each country to enter its dungeon game and face challenges. Based on the contestants' performances within the dungeons, corresponding resources would be returned to their nations. Vegetation, wetlands, freshwater resources, food, oil, minerals, and diverse species suitable for local environments. It'd be said that this dungeon game is the sole pathway to national revival. Moreover, the content of the dungeons consists of various adventure mods and special gameplay from Minecraft. For instance, The Legend of Ice and Fire, the Ether Realm, the Abyssal Kingdom, or Mycelium, Bed Wars, the Void World, Escape Parasite, Dimensional Interference, the Apocalypse Realm. To date, the Minecraft dungeons have descended 5 times. The first time, a standard exploration, with global participation. However, the problem lies in the fact that Minecraft does not exist on Blue Star. No one knows the rules here. Not even Notch provides hints for achievements or tutorials for beginners. All clues are inscribed on paper and hidden within treasure chests in various special structures. Fortunately, the first dungeon returned resources based on exploration levels within the stipulated time. Some nations, rich in resources but with low exploration rates, managed to survive on their dwindling supplies, and some unfortunate small nations faced utter annihilation. Such is the harsh reality that that's so. Qingzhen stared blankly at the crumbling wall, her eyes inexplicably moistening. Memories of past news flickered before her like shadows. In the rules of the first instance, original exploration, if the number of deaths exceeded 5, the game would declare failure, and the player would meet their irrevocable demise. The contestants from various nations, newly arrived, were gripped by an innate terror of this cubic world at that time. They had yet to grasp the concepts of nationality and fortune. Their sole desire was to survive within the instance. Thus, they banded together, forming alliances for mutual support. Among them, the representative from the Panlong Nation, possessing extraordinary courage and wisdom, not only uncovered several synthesis pathways, but also discovered numerous monster traits, leading the group to advance far ahead, ensuring their survival day by day. However, as the saying goes, wood that stands out will be felled by the wind. In the final moments, when life and death hung in the balance, those who had benefited from the Panlong Nation's generosity learned that players dropped items from their backpacks upon death, and their eyes glimmered with greed for the rare items within her possession, items that could aid their survival. Faced with a tide of monsters, instead of offering assistance, they conspired to betray her, pushing her to the forefront as a human shield. Thus, in the first instance, the contestant from the Panlong Nation perished. Yet, due to her unparalleled exploration achievements, the Panlong Nation garnered a significant amount of national fortune. As the audience could not see the contestants' item inventories, synthesis panels, or paper contents, all synthesis tables and notch prompts were reliant on the oral accounts of returning players. With no one from the Panlong Nation returning, they remained ignorant of the synthesis pathways. Meanwhile, the 9 nations that had amassed considerable synthesis knowledge and national fortune formed an alliance, rejecting any partnership with the Panlong Nation. They mockingly demanded vast resources and territories from the Panlong Nation, offering only a meager portion of the synthesis tables in return. This situation epitomized biting the hand that feeds you. Though the populace of the Panlong Nation seethed with indignation, they were powerless to retaliate in future instances. While the original survival format remained, the difficulty slightly escalated. The contestants from the Panlong Nation, devoid of any foundational synthesis pathways, could only navigate their way through the challenges blindly. Conversely, the 9 nations collaborated, their understanding of Minecraft growing exponentially. They not only dominated the leaderboards repeatedly, but also launched a relentless slaughter against contestants from other nations, determined to prevent their return to Blue Star. With the synthesis pathways in tow, this was a cruel monopoly. To this day, not a single contestant from the Panlong Nation has returned. But now, things are different, because I have arrived. Qingzhen lifted her head, gazing at the blue panel that had long appeared before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. The 6th Minecraft instance is about to descend. This instance will include all 150 remaining nations worldwide. Contestants are being drawn. Panlong Nation, Qingzhen, countdown, 60, 59, 58. In 2025, Notch Corporation unveiled the VR version of Minecraft. Qingzhen, a popular streamer in the Minecraft gaming community, eagerly acquired the equipment to experience it. With extraordinary talent and over 12 hours of diligent practice each day, he mastered the VR game flawlessly. His physical prowess was perfectly attuned to the game, and he wielded various weapons and tools with remarkable finesse. The execution of intricate maneuvers came effortlessly to him. Perhaps it was his relentless training that led to his untimely demise. His astonishment. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered that the world had transformed into an astonishing new reality. Here, the resemblance to his previous Earth reached an astounding 99, but the sole difference lay in the mysterious radiation that caused Earth's resources to dwindle, the arrival of the Notch system, and the unprecedented existence of the Minecraft. "Game, just wait for me," he declared. "This time, I shall erase all humiliation." Countdown, 3, 2, 1, 0. In the next instant, Qingzhen felt a weightlessness as he was transported to a pitch-black space, morphing into the form of a blocky character. Simultaneously, his visage was revealed to all the spectators. The National Fortune instance is about to commence again so soon. Please, let our Panlong Kingdom secure more national fortune this time. Otherwise, we might truly starve. Panlong Kingdom. Press on. Panlong Kingdom. Victory is ours. Naturally, there were foreign rationalists who came to analyze the situation. Foolish rodent brains. The crafting tables are state secrets. Your pitiful Panlong Kingdom players perished in the instance, returning neither to Blue Star nor leaving any useful information for posterity. What do you have to compete with us? They are still in a novice village. Ha ha ha. The audience from Panlong Kingdom retaliated. Show some respect. They are our martyrs. This time, the heavens will surely bless us. Go Qingzhen. Amidst the barrage of comments, Qingzhen remained oblivious. He gazed quietly at the virtual screen before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Instance name, original version Speedrun. To clarify, during the instance, Qingzhen would not engage in soliloquy. Such behavior would be rather foolish. To differentiate his inner thoughts from narration, readers should interpret any content within as psychological reflection, provided he is not conversing with others. Chapter 2, Original Speedrun. Opening the F3 panel, he discovered treasures beneath the sea. Instance name, original version Speedrun. As the name suggests, it involved competing to defeat the Ender Dragon the fastest on identical seed maps. 150 contestants, each in their own world map. This meant they would not encounter one another, effectively reducing the PvP element to 0. Otherwise, it would have turned into an alternative hunter game. To ensure relative fairness, all chests that appeared within the scene contained identical items. The spawn points were the same. The rest depended on the fortune of each contestant. After all, luck is also a form of strength, is it not? As the participants reviewed the various rules, the countdown commenced anew. Soon, the surroundings brightened, and the familiar pixelated world unfolded before their eyes. At that moment, every player was teleported into their respective maps. Game start countdown, 60, 59, 58. During this countdown phase, players were immobilized, their bodies fixed at the spawn point, allowing only for a panoramic gaze of their environment. Qingzhen found himself standing on a vast expanse of sand, bordered by the ocean on one side and a tapestry of grasslands and forests on the other. The grand village nestled within the prairie came into view. Turning to observe the ocean, Qingzhen noticed a faint column of bubbles rising. This indicated the presence of magma blocks in the canyon beneath the sea. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Game start countdown, 40, 39, 38. Having quickly reviewed the speedrun process in his mind, Qingzhen thought, to achieve a swift victory, the F3 panel is indispensable. I wonder if it can be accessed in this mode. It is well known that in Minecraft, the F3 panel displays coordinate data, biological data, building data, and more in the original speedrun challenges. Many world record-holding top players relied on the F3 panel for rapid navigation to special structures. With this thought, he silently intoned, "Notch system, summon the F3 panel." A sound, audible only to Qingzhen, resonated. To facilitate superior performance by international competitors in the speedrun instance, the F3 panel has been unlocked in this scenario. It must be summoned by uttering its exact name. Only in this instance could the F3 panel be accessed. Qingzhen felt a surge of joy. In this world, no one would be aware of the existence of the F3 panel. Thus, apart from Qingzhen, it was impossible for anyone else to know of this maneuver. As he pondered, he surveyed his surroundings while observing the F3 panel. Soon, he noticed a significant increase in the orange area of the pie chart in a particular direction. Over there, is there an underwater treasure? Suppressing his excitement, Qingzhen revisited the speedrun strategy in his mind. If luck is against me, it may take about half an hour to complete, but if fortune favors me, I could finish in just 15 minutes. In the upper echelons of the Lighthouse Nation, an advisor, clad in a sharp suit and exuding an air of cultured charm, eagerly presented a tablet. "Mr. President, the rules of this instance are exceedingly advantageous for our Lighthouse Nation. Our competitors are already intimately familiar with the known crafting paths, and the entire clearance process is well understood. Through extensive training simulations, our overall strength far surpasses that of other nations. The first place this time will undoubtedly belong to us. Returning competitors would be allowed to continue into subsequent instances for further competitions. The participants from the Lighthouse Nation, having undergone 5 instances, were seasoned veterans. The president, exuding an air of assuredness tinged with arrogance, inquired, "How soon can we breach the barriers?" The man in the suit displayed a confident expression, exclaiming excitedly, "In 2 days, countdown, 3, 2, 1, 0. The game officially commences." As the system's prompt resonated, a colossal timer materialized on Qingzhen's system panel. Without hesitation, Qingzhen surged towards the ocean. 1, 2, 3, he silently counted as he plunged into the depths below. 9. This is the spot. With urgency, Qingzhen began excavating a patch of gravel beneath him. Simultaneously, competitors from the 9 major nations dove into the nearby forest, commencing their tree-felling endeavors. The participant from the lesser nations, evidently treating the previous live-streamed gameplay of the major nations as a textbook, followed suit, entering the forest to chop wood. An experiment with crafting items. In stark contrast, Qingzhen's actions were remarkably unconventional. How the contestants from the Dragon Nation never truly observe the live broadcasts? Instead of mining the blocks on the ground, they choose to excavate underwater, and from the ineffective gray blocks, no less. This is hilarious. Within a minute, the foolish contestants from the Dragon Nation will surely drown. The audience from the Dragon Nation fell into silence, witnessing such actions. The speedrun of the dungeon commenced far too swiftly. The think tank of the Dragon Nation had yet to relay the basic information they had calculated to Qingzhen before he was drawn into the realm of Minecraft. How much could an ordinary individual, unfamiliar with Minecraft, gleaned from past broadcasts? Alas, this dungeon allocates one map per person, so there's no need to worry about being hunted by other nations. I originally thought we could gather more intelligence and fortune for our country, but now, as a young member of the think tank lamented, he received a sharp slap on the back of his head. A middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit stood behind him, stroking his beard with a grave expression, stating, "Qingzhen's decisive movement towards the ocean floor is quite remarkable that if he were truly oblivious to Minecraft, he would likely be frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Yet, he is so resolutely digging beneath the sea, he must have discerned something." The man's authority was evident, and his words served as a calming reassurance to the group, who now watched with a mixture of hope and anxiety. Due to the underwater environment, Qingzhen's digging speed was significantly hampered, and it took considerable time to remove the gravel block. Fortunately, this block yielded a flint. To his delight, beneath the gravel, he uncovered a glimmer of orange-yellow chest. With a soft click, Qingzhen opened the chest, swiftly collecting the 12 iron ingots, 3 TNT, 8 emeralds, 8 gold ingots, a heart of the sea, and 5 salmon into his inventory, his speed remarkably efficient. In the brief moment that the audience merely blinked, he had already extracted all the treasures from the chest and swam toward the sea. That distinct gala sound was heard by nearly all the viewers of the live broadcast from the perspective of the Panlong Kingdom. It was the sound of the chest being opened. What's happening? Is there treasure below? Why has a chest inexplicably appeared there? How did the contestant from the Panlong Kingdom know about this? Notch, I report. The contestant from the Panlong Kingdom is cheating. Soon, the notch system responded. The notch system is fair, and just that in this instance, no information has been disclosed to any contestant, nor has there been a system bug. All viewers are requested to refrain from questioning the notch system. These two statements promptly silenced the raucous audience. Many professional commentators from abroad wore ashen expressions, yet dared not voice their thoughts, feeling quite embarrassed. Recalling their previously arrogant and disdainful demeanor during earlier broadcasts, the viewers from the Panlong Kingdom could not help but feel a sense of vindication. They flooded the chat with comments. "Haha, I love how they can't stand us, but are unable to defeat us." Regardless of what Qingzhen retrieved from the chest, I sense his understanding of this game far surpasses that of others. Qingzhen, keep it up. The future of the Panlong Kingdom rests in your hands. Chapter 3. Crafting blocks by hand? The efficiency is too low. Better to detonate. As he swam toward the surface of the sea, Qingzhen cast iron ingots and flint into the crafting grid, resulting in a flint and steel. Emerging from the water, he swiftly dashed toward the plains village. This village stood proudly upon a verdant lawn, its houses primarily crafted from cobblestones and wooden planks, exuding an air of prosperity. Many competitors had previously visited this location in earlier quests, and thus the audience was well aware that it served as a resource-rich supply station, replete with warm homes, an abundance of chests, amiable villagers, and countless provisions. Just when everyone expected Qingzhen to rummage through chests or harvest crops, he placed a TNT block beside a small house nestled among the trees and ignited it, then rushed toward another nearby dwelling. After smashing a bed, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. One corner of the hut was utterly destroyed, and a nearby tree was reduced to mere stumps, leaves frozen mid-air. Logs, wooden planks, and dirt blocks transformed into floating debris within the crater. Qingzhen collected them one by one and subsequently crafted a workbench, from which he procured a bucket, iron shovel, iron axe, iron pickaxe, boat, shield, and more wooden planks. After swiftly organizing his inventory, he casually tossed an axe at a passing iron golem and sprinted toward the other huts. Furious, the iron golem swayed and pursued Qingzhen's departing figure. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the comments section erupted. "Wait, dude, are you kidding me? Where did he get that iron axe? Were there iron ingots in that chest? Why is he blowing up the village? Isn't this a safe haven for players? Where did he acquire that TNT? And how did he detonate it? This is unfair. Why was he the only one to find a chest?" Regardless, Qingzhen just recklessly attacked an iron golem. The invincible iron golem possesses tremendous attack power. If it catches up, the player from Panlong Nation will surely meet his demise. The comments swirled with confusion, marked by an overwhelming number of as no one could comprehend Qingzhen's actions. For instance, why did he dismantle so many villagers' beds and wooden doors? Was it to sleep? Could he even find rest amidst such chaos? In light of this, during a video conference of the Nine Nations Alliance, expressions among the higher-ups of various countries fluctuated between concern and uncertainty, especially when they observed Qingzhen brandishing an iron axe. The atmosphere plummeted to an all-time low. It was the suited man from Lighthouse Nation who first broke the silence, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, rest assured, Qingzhen has merely acquired an iron weapon. Without a diamond pickaxe, he cannot possibly obtain obsidian and access the Nether. Moreover, diamonds typically reside in the most perilous caves, lacking professional combat training. He could never escape from a horde of menacing monsters. Furthermore, only our alliance knows at which depths diamonds can be found." As he spoke, beads of sweat began to form densely on his forehead, and his once confident demeanor faltered significantly. Qingzhen exhibited an array of actions that were perplexing to him, instilling within him a rather ominous premonition. After excavating all the beds, he halted before a mound of hay blocks. This substantial heap on the ground often misled observers into believing it was merely decorative, yet it served as a vital source of sustenance, commonly referred to as compressed rations. Upon removing it all, the heavy sound of approaching footsteps resonated in his ears, drawing nearer with a rhythmic cadence. Without needing to glance upward, Qingzhen discerned that it was the slow-moving iron puppet, hauntingly pursuing him with a sense of vengeance. He promptly placed 2 earthen blocks and a workbench beneath his feet. During the wait for the iron puppet to come closer, Qingzhen cast the hay blocks he had just unearthed onto the workbench, yielding a substantial quantity of wheat, which he then combined to produce bread. Almost instantaneously upon shutting the workbench interface, the iron puppet entered within Qingzhen's range of attack. He leapt and struck downward. The iron puppet's gleaming body soon became battered and broken. With a resounding crash, it collapsed lifelessly. This time, it yielded a remarkable 5 iron ingots. What? He dispatched the iron puppet without sustaining a scratch? How did he conceive such a tactic? The cold-blooded individuals from the Panlong Kingdom. The iron puppet was undeniably our closest ally. Can iron puppets drop iron ingots? How many could they possibly yield? Surely not enough to craft a complete set of iron armor? In the prior dungeon, someone had treated it as a monster and struck it down. Could it be that the players from Panlong Kingdom remembered its drops? Yet, what could one do with such a meager quantity of iron ingots? At this juncture, the majority of players had felled trees, mined stones, and crafted basic stone tools. They all noticed a small cave nestled not far from the grassland village, shrouded in darkness, seemingly the entrance to a vast mine. The bold ventured forth with stone, swords in hand, while the timid chose to linger in the village a while longer, opening chests and gathering crops. Some even prepared to craft leather gear before descending. To be frank, Qingzhen had already fashioned both flint and an iron bucket, the 2 most essential items. For a speedrun of the original game, the iron ingot resources were more than sufficient. The primary motivation for battling the iron puppet was simply the principle of, since I'm here, I might as well take some iron ingots. As Qingzhen made his way towards a nearby grove, he retrieved the scissors he had just crafted. With a swift motion of his arm, he began to snip away, gathering a multitude of leaf blocks into his backpack. Using scissors on leaves allowed for an efficient collection of vast swathes of blocks. Before long, Qingzhen returned to the marine area near his spawn point. Why has he returned? Is he not going to mine for diamonds? Could there be treasure chests beneath the sea? What are those bubbles appearing on the water surface? I have never encountered anything like that before. They seem quite perilous. Upon diving into the depths of the sea, Qingzhen swam directly towards the column of bubbles. As expected, he soon beheld an abundance of magma blocks below. During the swift swimming, the oxygen level on his panel was rapidly depleting. The bubble icon was on the verge of emptying. Yet, Qingzhen showed no inclination to swim upwards. Staying submerged for an extended period would surely diminish his vitality, wouldn't it? Why would Qingzhen voluntarily descend to the ocean floor? IP Panlong Nation, surely. There must be a reason for Qingzhen's actions. Perhaps he is simply at a loss for what to do, thus exploring the underwater realm? With the oxygen level nearing depletion, and Qingzhen plunging deeper into the abyss. Returning to the surface seemed utterly impossible. Suffocation was merely a matter of time. Oomph. Upon nearing the ocean floor, Qingzhen swiftly placed a wooden door on the block below. What transpired next left everyone utterly astounded. Within one block behind the wooden door, all water vanished, replaced instead by air. Qingzhen stood behind the door, taking a deep breath. Simultaneously, the oxygen level on the panel rapidly restored itself before disappearing entirely. This signified that Qingzhen was now standing on solid ground. To the spectators, it appeared that Qingzhen had long surpassed the breath-holding limit. His body should have been turning red from injury. Yet, why was he untouched? How was this possible? It must be a trick, right? Is there a bug? This is the ocean floor. How can he breathe so freely? Notch, provide an explanation. Could be due to that door. Even if he can breathe, what does it matter? He traveled great distances to the ocean depths. What is his purpose? Surely, he is not merely isolating himself here. Could it be that he inadvertently discovered some crafting table? Observing the flustered expressions of the foreign audience, all the viewers from Panlong Nation let out a collective sigh of relief. They exclaimed, "Friends, Qingzhen knows what he is doing. He absolutely knows how to play. There is hope for Panlong Nation this time. Qingzhen, keep it up." The mocking comments directed at Qingzhen were from non-Panlong viewers, while the praise came from Panlong viewers, and this is understood by all. Only under special circumstances would Shuang specifically note IP Panlong Nation. In any case, there would be no scenario where Qingzhen would fight for the interests of his own nation while his compatriots remained discontented. Such a narrative would be out of place. Chapter 4. The creation of obsidian from magma, a nether portal constructed in just 8 seconds, shocking the world. After a brief moment of catching his breath, Qingzhen proceeded to place 2 additional doors to the side. As air surged in, he swiftly excavated the magma blocks in front of him, revealing the seething lava below. Once a 2-block deep cavity was exposed, torrents of seawater rushed in. Upon contact with the molten rock beneath, 2 blocks of obsidian were formed. After sealing the water flow above with soil, Qingzhen then struck the blocks to his side and in front of him, mirroring the previous action. He obtained 2 vertical blocks of obsidian and 2 base blocks of obsidian. During the waiting period for the pouring, Qingzhen quickly switched to an iron bucket, deftly collecting the suddenly exposed magma. Using soil, he meticulously drizzled it overhead. The lava met the water and instantly transformed into obsidian. Soon, 10 obsidian blocks were assembled into a portal frame to the Nether. The interior remained hollow, devoid of any water flow, with a flint prepared beforehand. Qingzhen ignited the Nether portal. In just 9 seconds, from the placement of the portal to its activation, the action was so swift that none of the onlookers could catch a glimpse. A purple teleportation medium materialized within the frame. After a brief distortion of reality, Qingzhen officially stepped into the fiery Nether. In an instant, the barrage of comments was inundated with signs. Had only a minute and a half passed? Was this a mistake? Qingzhen had opened the Nether portal. Even the most formidable competitors from the Lighthouse Nation were still mining for iron in caves, while Qingzhen had already ventured into the Nether. Constructing a Nether portal underwater? Absolutely astonishing. No, this is impossible. How did the foolish contestants from the Panlong Nation discover such a method? In fact, just a few days ago during a live stream, we witnessed that water meeting lava can sometimes yield cobblestone and at other times obsidian. Did Qingzhen truly recall such intricate details? Could he possibly have watched frame by frame? Panlong Nation, Qingzhen, you are my deity. Regardless of the outcries from foreign viewers labeling him as cheating or demanding thorough investigations, Qingzhen was undoubtedly the first contestant to enter the Nether. His audacious actions propelled his score directly to the top position. This marked the highest rank ever achieved by the Panlong Nation. It truly is unfathomable, a complete novice. A strategy that even the think tank of the Nine Nations Alliance failed to devise. Naturally, many spectators resorted to the absurdity of mental victory to soothe themselves. After all, previous contestants from the Panlong Nation did not leave behind any useful information for G. It was only natural for him to meticulously observe every detail of our live stream replay. He will soon realize the disparity in agility and crafting tables between himself and the top competitors. Qingzhen even entered the Nether without a full set of equipment. To venture into the Nether unarmed is akin to courting death. Such recklessness, although these words may not be particularly pleasing to the ear, they encapsulate the very concerns of the audience from Panlong Kingdom. Based on their previous experiences watching the live broadcasts, the Nether is a perilous realm fraught with molten lava, formidable pigmen beasts with high attack power, aggressive piglins prone to violence at the slightest provocation, distant malevolent souls, and withering skeletons that inflict debilitating debuffs. The last time, two members of the Nine Nations Alliance, clad in full iron armor, met with unfortunate demise in the Nether. Can Qingzhen succeed? As an eerie, almost mournful sound enveloped him. Qingzhen's surroundings transformed from chaos to clarity, with scorching waves of heat crashing against him, instilling a sense of imminent danger. While he awaited his fate, Qingzhen silently summoned the F3 panel. Among the myriad of data, the value represents entities. A sudden increase signifies the presence of a fortress relic in the vicinity. As Qingzhen slowly spun to survey his surroundings, he soon noted the value registering as 64,150. This was it. He sprinted towards that direction. True to his instincts, amidst the thick, deep crimson backdrop, the silhouette of a towering structure gradually materialized. However, a winding river of fractured lava lay between him and the floating island of nether rock where he stood. Unfazed by the searing lava, Qingzhen did not slow his pace. Instead, he leapt boldly, deftly maneuvering through the treacherous terrain of jagged nether rock, as if dancing upon the edge of a blade. Each landing left the audience breathless. Just as they feared he would plunge into the lava, Qingzhen consistently found footholds against the nether rock and nimbly leapt to the next point. Before long, he had reached the opposite bank. Panlong Kingdom, one incredible display of agility. Impossible. This cannot be real. How on earth is he managing this? Panlong Kingdom mine. Because 6 is flipped. Qingzhen soon approached the fortress relic, placing blocks to ascend to the highest point. From this vantage, he beheld an orange-yellow chest nestled within the sunken area below. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed a boat beneath him and hopped in, gliding smoothly forward. Can a boat really traverse land? At such a height, won't he fall to his death? What sort of sorcery is this? I simply cannot comprehend it. In midair, Qingzhen alternated between sitting in the boat and momentarily disembarking. He maneuvered in this manner, perfectly unscathed, until he reached the central treasure chest. Without the slightest hesitation, he brandished his iron axe and began to excavate the chest block. The contents cascaded into his inventory. The piglins wandering nearby, witnessing this scene, let out furious growls. Their eyes ignited with a crimson fury. Brandishing their weapons, they surged towards Qingzhen in a furious onslaught. This is it. So many well-equipped piglins? I've heard their strikes pack quite a punch. It appears that there are still piglin brutes nearby. Qingzhen has been completely surrounded by monsters. Upon witnessing this, some members of the think tank from the Nine Nations Alliance displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Mining gold and opening treasure chests in the presence of piglins would undoubtedly incite their wrath, prompting them to turn against the players. They naturally assumed that Qingzhen was unaware of this fact, hence his reckless actions. Little did they know, he was deliberately orchestrating this scenario, utilizing the rugged terrain to his advantage. Qingzhen constructed stepping blocks while deftly maneuvering over the enraged piglins' heads. This extreme display of skill momentarily elevated the tension in everyone's hearts. Upon entering the fortress, Qingzhen laid down some dirt blocks to completely obstruct the piglins' path. Due to their proximity, the visual barriers could not diminish the piglins' hatred. They swiftly converged upon Qingzhen from the opposite side of the fortress. During this process, Qingzhen quickly excavated nearby black stone bricks, skillfully navigating through the cracks in the walls he had created. His speed was remarkable. In the dimly lit live stream, the audience felt a wave of dizziness. Not only could they not discern his movements clearly, but they were also unable to comprehend where he had dashed off to. All they could hear were the furious grunts of the piglins and piglin brutes, gathering ominously nearby. It seemed as though they were standing atop the blocks directly over Qingzhen's head. Chapter 5. The Magma Sage of Extraordinary Transmission, a global sensation. As Qingzhen delved deeper, a glimmer of gold soon appeared in his line of sight. Gold blocks. How did he discern the presence of gold here? Do you recall the path he took? I am utterly bewildered. It seems he possesses an intimate familiarity with this terrain, as if he could navigate it with his eyes closed, knowing precisely where to unearth treasures. During his excavation, Qingzhen attentively listened to the myriad sounds above, the footsteps and the grunts of the piglins. As these complex noises converged into a singular direction, he swiftly mined a block beside him. In the next moment, the sight of a pig's foot came into view. A horde of piglins had descended from above, perfectly wedged in this 2-block-high space. The blackstone block beneath his feet was excavated by Qingzhen, creating a natural pedicure station. Without hesitation, he tossed all the gold ingots from his inventory towards them. As expected, the piglins fell silent, seemingly picking up the gold ingots and scrutinizing them with great care. While awaiting the exchange, Qingzhen opened his crafting panel, disassembling the gold blocks he had just mined into ingots and casting them forth once more. Some piglins readily accepted this barter, discarding treasures from their own inventories at Qingzhen's feet. Throughout this process, Qingzhen remained industrious, wielding his iron pickaxe to excavate more blackstone, revealing the buried gold blocks within. Thus, he continued to mine, disassemble, and offer gold to the piglins, while collecting the items they cast back at him. Before long, his inventory brimmed with 18 blocks of obsidian, a potion of fire resistance, 17 ender pearls, some iron nuggets, a plethora of string, and a pair of enchanted iron boots with soul speed enchantment. Indeed, rapid completion of dungeons significantly boosts the yield of ender pearls. How fortunate! As Qingzhen organized his inventory, he casually mined several chests along his journey, discovering gold carrots, a crossbow, a multitude of arrows, and a piece of gold chestplate, along with a number of inconsequential items. After donning the 2 pieces of equipment, he gained a modest increase in armor value. Insignificant, yet it might afford him a slight margin of error in the future. Now, with a sufficient stock of ender pearls in hand, it was time to seek the Nether fortress. As he departed from the stronghold ruins, Qingzhen opened the F3 panel and quickly spotted the area rendering option. Could it truly be played this way in this dungeon? A wave of excitement surged within him. By adjusting the rendering distance and analyzing the pie chart, he promptly discerned the precise location of the Nether fortress. Perhaps this was a deliberate design by Notch. In this seed, the fortress lay not far from the stronghold ruins, separated only by a vast sea of lava whose depths were unfathomable. From the perspective of Qingzhen, it is challenging to discern the boundaries on either side. In other words, it has become impossible to traverse the terrain as he once did, utilizing the advantage of the landscape to leap across using stepping blocks. The supply of leaf blocks, dirt blocks, and wooden planks in Qingzhen's backpack has dwindled to such an extent that they can no longer support his crossing over the sea of lava, unless he simultaneously excavates the nether rock behind him while laying down a path. The foreign spectators, with heartfelt hopes, wish for Qingzhen to buy a bit more time so that their nation's contestants could catch up. Little did they anticipate that after calmly consuming the fire resistance potion in his hand, Qingzhen would hurl an ender pearl directly towards the sea of lava. With a pop, as the pearl shattered, Qingzhen was teleported into the molten depths. The scene instantly transformed into a blaze of crimson. Yet, Qingzhen felt no discomfort, and his health barely diminished. At the moment of teleportation, he cast another ender pearl ahead. The angle and force of his throw were executed with remarkable precision. As the swish sound echoed once more, Qingzhen found himself at the edge of the Nether fortress. What? How could he teleport like an Enderman? He fell into the lava, yet was not incinerated? What kind of sorcery is this? Even the leaders of the Nine Nations Alliance had never employed items in such a manner. His understanding of this game surpassed that of all players combined. In the live stream of the Panlong Kingdom, a multitude of viewers flooded in. After all, compared to Qingzhen, the maneuvers of other contestants were painfully juvenile. Some cowered in the village, too afraid to move. Others hesitated in the mines, placing torches with trepidation and screaming at the sight of monsters. Digging and filling in panic, there was no excitement to be found, though Qingzhen's actions were dazzling, leaving many in confusion. The exhilarating and tense atmosphere he created significantly stimulated everyone's senses. It can be said that within these brief 3 minutes, Qingzhen offered all a spectacular visual feast. The audience from the Panlong Kingdom was electrified, experiencing a profound sense of pride. Amidst the astonishment, Qingzhen had already scaled the Nether fortress and accurately located the spawning chamber of the blazes. He still had 2 TNTs left from the treasure chest found under the sea. Almost the moment he spotted the spawner, he placed and ignited one. As the blaze was summoned, boom! The thunderous explosion resounded, shockwaves radiating outward, inflicting significant damage on the blazes that were perilously close to the epicenter. Having already leaped away, Qingzhen was not significantly harmed by the aftershock. He nimbly hopped on blocks, using his iron axe to dispatch a blaze hovering nearby. Then, he returned to deliver a finishing blow to the wounded blaze, harvesting it cleanly. Fortunately, the drop rate for blaze rods proved to be quite favorable. In essence, by vanquishing 4 blazes, one can obtain 3 blaze rods. Swish, swish, swish. Several fireballs, lacking precision in their trajectory, erupted from the remaining blazes, hurtling directly towards Qingzhen. Yet, Qingzhen neither dodged nor flinched, exuding an air of indomitable courage. This was not solely due to the blazes being masters of mid-range corporeal outlines, with a notably low accuracy in their fireballs, but also because he had recently consumed a potion of fire resistance, the fireproof buff still active. These fireballs posed no threat to him whatsoever. Of course, Qingzhen was prudent enough not to approach the blazes too closely. Otherwise, they would deal approximately 7 points of damage with a slap to any enemy within a 2-block radius. As he maneuvered, he constructed a nether portal from obsidian, provided by the piglins, while deftly eliminating the passing blazes with his axe. Thus, the nether portal was completed, and he had amassed sufficient blaze rods. Are you kidding me? Just moments ago, players from Sakura Nation were utterly overwhelmed by this creature. He doesn't even possess a complete set of armor, and yet he hasn't perished after all this time? Look closely. When players take damage, their bodies turn red, and they are briefly knocked back. However, Qingzhen has hardly exhibited such phenomena, indicating that the blazes have scarcely harmed him at all. What extraordinary agility is this? Could he be a martial arts master in Blue Star? During the teleportation process, Qingzhen discarded some unnecessary items from his inventory. Additionally, utilizing the crafting interface, he ground the blaze rods into blaze powder, which he then combined with ender pearls to create a number of eyes of ender. Now, he had reached the halfway mark of his speedrun, arriving at the most challenging segment, locating the stronghold. Chapter 6. The calculation of the in-city coordinates through linear equations and rigorous analysis. Upon his departure from the Nether, Qingzhen cast the Eye of Ender into the sky. This pale green eye floated momentarily before transforming into a dropped item, gently descending to the ground. After discreetly noting the coordinates of this location by opening the F3 panel, he hurried towards the direction where the eye had fallen. After memorizing the coordinates of both the throwing point and the landing point, Qingzhen proceeded to launch a second eye. Buzz crack. Unfortunately, this second eye shattered upon its descent. No matter, there were still plenty of eyes of Ender in hand. He reassured himself and once again committed these 2 coordinates to memory. 2 points define a line, and 2 non-parallel lines must intersect at a single point, which would indicate the location of a stronghold. After a brief estimation, Qingzhen concluded that the distance seemed to be beyond 1,000 blocks, but less than 2,000 blocks. This was already considered a relatively substantial distance. While throwing Eyes of Ender while running was indeed a viable method, it was nonetheless too time-consuming in a speedrun of the vanilla version. After arriving in this world, Qingzhen had no time to thoroughly understand the situation of the other competitors. Additionally, with information being tightly controlled across nations, he was uncertain of their level of understanding of Minecraft. Thus, he resolved to undertake a brute force calculation. With his eyes closed, Qingzhen mentally simulated a Cartesian coordinate system, substituting the 4 points he had just obtained, deriving 2 linear equations, and subsequently solving them. The final coordinates were achieved. After re-verifying his calculations, He confirmed the location once more. He then turned and stepped back through the portal to the Nether. What is this contestant from Panlong country doing? I can't comprehend his actions at all. Why has he returned to the Nether again? Was it too hot earlier and he needed to cool off? What monsters is he going to fight now? When will we see that dragon? According to an unwritten rule, 1 block traveled in the Nether equals 8 blocks in the overworld. Entering the Nether for travel is the most efficient method. Upon re-entering the Nether, Qingzhen opened the F3 panel and pinpointed the correct coordinates. A quick glance at his status bar revealed that his fire resistance buff was still active. The orange bubbles swirling around him provided a significant sense of security. After a brief calculation, Qingzhen took out an ender pearl and hurled it decisively before him. Moments later, the pearl shattered and the scene before him flickered, consumed by a vast expanse of fiery red. He found himself surrounded by lava. Everyone could clearly see that Qingzhen was engulfed in flames. Gasps of shock resonated among the spectators. Anyone knew the lethal power of lava. Falling into it would typically result in instant death. However, as before, after throwing the second ender pearl, nothing untoward occurred during the wait. Even the sound of blood loss from the burns did not resonate. He simply vanished from this place. Twice now, the contestant from the Panlong Kingdom has not perished in the magma. Could he truly be employing hacks? Immunity to burns? More pressing than that, could someone elucidate what he intends to do? Flitting about aimlessly? The Nine Nations Alliance prides itself on being the masters of Minecraft. Why has everyone suddenly become mute? Thud! The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him repeatedly. Fortunately, he possessed an ample supply of ender pearls, and it wasn't long before he reached his intended destination. Qingzhen, feeling uneasy, opened the F3 panel to examine his coordinates, discovering they were strikingly similar to his prior calculations. This was the spot. He remained submerged at the depths of the magma sea, a considerable distance from the magma sea surface. Moreover, his surroundings lacked any hellstone blocks that constituted the magma coast. What troubled him slightly was that the duration of his potion was nearing its end. Thankfully, he had accumulated a substantial amount of blackstone from his mining endeavors at the Piglin Bastion. Additionally, he had acquired obsidian through trades with the piglins. He promptly took out the obsidian, constructing a nether portal against the bottom of the magma sea, then stood within the 2x3 frame. Next, he retrieved blackstone blocks to seal off the sides, leaving just a single gap at his feet. He produced an iron bucket and collected the magma, pouring out through the opening. This process continued until the internal magma was entirely evacuated. He pulled out the flint and steel he had prepared earlier. Striking it against the ground, snap. The crisp sound of ignition filled the air, and in an instant, the nether portal was activated, enveloping his vision in a swirl of purple particles. In the next moment, the scene before him began to warp as the teleportation commenced. Phew! Once the dizziness subsided, the sights of the overworld came into view, eliciting a surge of joy within Qingzhen. It was stone bricks, the very stone bricks that formed the fortress. The seed designed by Notch had vividly showcased Qingzhen's fortune. Initially, he had presumed he would need to search for a while longer. After all, the coordinates were derived through brute force calculations and were still several hundred blocks away, so some error was to be expected. Yet unexpectedly, he was teleported directly inside. Qingzhen was intimately familiar with the terrain of the End Fortress. For others, it was a dark labyrinth teeming with perilous creatures. However, for Qingzhen, returning here felt as familiar as coming home. Using flint and steel, he ignited flames upon the ground to illuminate the vicinity, and he soon discerned his current position. He believed it was in this direction. Qingzhen began to navigate in a particular direction. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from other nations gazed at this scene in disbelief. How did he escape the Nether? He lacked a diamond pickaxe. From where did he acquire the obsidian? It seemed he constructed a portal within the magma, just as he had when he ventured into the Nether. Record. All this information must be documented. Let the think tank commence frame-by-frame analysis from this moment onward. Wait, is he currently at the End Fortress? They all know that the portal to the End lies within the fortress. However, the methods to locate the fortress are, to say the least, rather ambiguous, even for the highly knowledgeable Lighthouse Nation. After all, the Minecraft National Games are not open to all, with only a select few players from each nation permitted to participate at any given time. Furthermore, the requirements for the second, third, and fourth national games do not entail completion. Consequently, few contestants actively seek out the end fortress. Given the limited sample size, even the most advanced cognitive algorithms cannot fully grasp the intricacies of Minecraft's rules. Qingzhen's method of locating the end fortress shattered the preconceived notions of all the upper echelons. Such unique structures as the end fortress are typically generated at random, and even if there exists a certain pattern to their generation, the notion of face-to-face teleportation is simply unfathomable. We have trained our warriors through various means outside the game, and according to cognitive calculations, their speed in finding the end fortress could not possibly match this. Direct teleportation from hell? How could that even be possible? What have we overlooked? No players from the Panlong Nation have returned in the first 5 dungeons. Isn't the very essence of Minecraft's rules reliant on the narratives of returning players? Could it be that Notch has divulged some information to the players of the Panlong Nation? Days later, as Qingzhen reflected upon this scene, he remained grateful for having employed the method of teleportation via the Nether portal. This undoubtedly served as a significant misdirection for the Nine Nation Alliance, who were intent on discovering a rapid method to locate the end fortress. Of course, that is a matter for another time. At this moment, Qingzhen's vision was gradually illuminated by the glow emanating from the distant lava. The dark blue silverfish spawner emitted flickers of fire, while the continuously spawning silverfish writhed restlessly in the darkness. It was time. With just a few strides up the staircase, Qingzhen merely turned around, and all the eyes of Ender were swiftly placed upon the end portal with a resounding ding. The portal activated instantaneously, radiating resplendent colors akin to the cosmos within the 3x3 area. Qingzhen spread his arms wide and fell backward into the portal. In the second before his descent, he beheld swarms of zombies extending their claws, creepers lurking menacingly, and silverfish coiling together, poised to strike. Yet, as they surged forth, they became bewildered upon the disappearance of Qingzhen's figure. Now, the true shock was about to commence. Chapter 7. Have you ever heard of the zero-cycle dragon slaying? Qingzhen found himself transported to an obsidian platform in the end. Before him lay the sandy-hued Endstone Island, where elongated black shadows meandered, accompanied by a shimmering effect of purple particles, their forms constantly shifting. At the zenith of his vision, the Ender Dragon's violet-pink health bar was prominently displayed. Against the backdrop of an inky black sky, a colossal dragon silhouette could be discerned, soaring menacingly above. Qingzhen consumed some fish, quickly restoring his hunger to full capacity. The life points he had lost, due to a minor misstep, gradually began to recover. He still had a few leaf blocks in his inventory. Turning around, Qingzhen demonstrated the art of high-speed construction, skillfully crafting a staircase from the leaf blocks, creating a celestial pathway in mere moments. Before long, he successfully landed on the shore. At the center of the end island, there was a downward-sloping area composed of bedrock. At its core stood a towering bedrock pillar, surrounded by 4 torches. This was the return portal. Of course, it would not activate until the Ender Dragon was defeated. Surveying his surroundings, 10 robust obsidian pillars encircled the return portal, arranged in a pseudo-central formation. Above, purple Ender crystals floated, connected by white chains, continuously channeling energy capable of healing the Ender Dragon. As Qingzhen ran, he gazed upwards at the dragon's flight path. Truthfully, he had numerous strategies to swiftly vanquish the dragon. However, upon recognizing the dragon's trajectory, the arrangement of the 10 obsidian pillars, and their height, which was remarkably suited for a zero-cycle approach, a bold idea took shape in his mind. In an instant, he retrieved his scarce ender pearls and hurled one towards the highest obsidian pillar, situated in the northeast. The turquoise ender pearl gradually receded from his sight as he fixated on its descent, refusing to blink. Confident that he had thrown the pearl accurately, Qingzhen immediately looked down and began placing black stone blocks beneath his feet. A crisp sound of the ender pearl shattering reached his ears. It was evident that the pearl had struck the side of the obsidian pillar, The wall. Given Steve's strength, it would have been quite challenging to throw the pearl directly to the top of the pillar from Qingzhen's previous angle. Had he not been prepared at that moment, he might have been teleported to a dangerously high position, potentially leading to his demise. Yet, while he continued to place blocks beneath him, Qingzhen, in a moment of swift movement, skillfully positioned a landing block against the obsidian pillar's wall, leveraging the inertia of his arm. After sustaining a slight injury, he managed to stand firmly atop it, containing his exhilaration. Qingzhen continued to stack blocks until he reached the pinnacle of the obsidian pillar. A pink crystal is embedded within a glass-like shell, slowly rotating, while a white chain emerging from it signifies that the Ender Dragon is about to soar in this direction. After casting a glance at the y-axis value of his coordinates displayed on the F3 panel, Qingzhen utilized black stone blocks to elevate himself further, deliberately constructing a shape reminiscent of the letter Y. He positioned himself on one side of the Y, while the opposing side towered high above, composed of obsidian. Subsequently, beneath the apex of this pillar, he placed 2 additional obsidian blocks, creating a 1x2 area to accommodate a bed. Gratitude to the village, to the villagers, and to the bed, Qingzhen mused inwardly. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind swept in from the distance, accompanied by the increasingly near low growl of the Ender Dragon. As the dragon approached, Qingzhen detonated the bed. Boom! A grayish-white explosion wave surged forth, the deafening sound exploding in his ears, making him feel as though the very earth trembled. However, for him, this was merely a minor spectacle. The distance rendered the blast's damage within tolerable limits. The blocks near the explosion were shattered, yet the obsidian remained steadfast. The Ender Dragon, taken by surprise, found its health bar plummeting significantly after lingering in the vicinity for but a moment. Without granting it a moment to react, Qingzhen leaped once more, placing the bed atop the platform against the pillar, and then detonation. Boom, 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 boom. His speed in placing the beds was astonishingly swift, his hands moving so rapidly that they appeared as mere blurs, dazzling the onlookers. The Ender Dragon would hover above the Y-coordinate exceeding 100 at a fixed moment after the player entered the end, precisely where Qingzhen had just constructed his small platform. It lingered only for a brief moment, yet experienced the might of the 6th consecutive technique. End bed explosion. The pitch-black, resilient dragon scales disintegrated in an instant. From the pale explosion wave, beams of purple and pink light burst forth, as its body gradually dissipated into the air, ultimately leaving behind an exceedingly brilliant point of light. With countless shimmering experience orbs cascading down like rain. What a breathtaking spectacle it was. Perhaps due to the sheer shock of Qingzhen's series of maneuvers, the audience took a moment to comprehend the scene. Everyone was astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to them, the Ender Dragon's health bar had reached 0. At that moment, congratulations to the Panlong Kingdom contestant Qingzhen for completing the Minecraft National Fortune Game's 6th dungeon. Original completion speedrun. Completion time, 8 minutes 27 seconds, current ranking. And no, 1 huh? Hasn't the game just begun? No, my friend, I just watched a bit in another country's livestream. What happened in Panlong Kingdom? Completed? I stepped away for a moment, and it's already done? I was just taking a quick break, and it's over? Qingzhen, wow. Incredible. This is astonishing. Goodness, can someone pinch me? Am I dreaming? Can the kingdom of Panlong ever rise to the pinnacle? Or is it merely a fractured ascent? The disparity is astounding. Resources, the vast majority of them, are exclusively ours. Indeed, one could argue that we are the sole beneficiaries of this bounty. There are sinister undertones. What on earth is happening? At this moment, the sentiments of people globally oscillate like a roller coaster. Even the high-ranking officials of the Nine Nations Alliance, those situated in distant lands, were expressions of sheer astonishment, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In less than 9 minutes, the dominant position of the alliance was profoundly shaken. Moreover, in the foreseeable future, the kingdom of Panlong, under the leadership of Qingzhen, is destined to awaken into an unprecedentedly prosperous nation, surpassing the Nine Nations Alliance in resources and other realms. What they once took pride in has been ruthlessly shattered in such a brief span. Their dreams of monopolizing the MC have been utterly obliterated. The staggering contrast leaves them chilled to the bone, trembling uncontrollably. Some officials are so overwhelmed by this reality that they collapse to their knees. Indeed, while they reveled in their self-importance, considering the MC information of their national competitors as the highest secret and hoarding it with a miserly hand, only to auction off trivial clues at exorbitant prices. Qingzhen demonstrated through tangible actions that he holds their trivial possessions in utter disdain. Chapter 8 Apologies. But before you had the chance to depart from the novice village, I inadvertently completed the game. The scoreboard, which is updated in real time based on completion time, difficulty of operations, and the number of creatures slain, is as follows. And 1. Panlong Kingdom, Qingzhen, 9794 and 2. Not. The total score is 10,000 points, to be distributed globally. The notch system will allocate resources based on the points obtained by each country after the game concludes. Remaining game time. Blue Star, 6 days, 23 hours, 50 minutes, and 29 seconds. What on earth? There are only a total of 10,000 points, and the Panlong Kingdom has claimed 9,794? Are you implying that the rest of the world can only share a mere 200 points? Is this even livable? Panlong Kingdom, foreign friend above. Please try to see the brighter side. What if your player dies? National fortune can indeed be deducted. Panlong Kingdom. Goodness, my friend, have you poisoned your tongue? Be careful not to lick it dry. Don't end up poisoning yourself. INGI. Thus, the livestream room of the Panlong Kingdom was inundated with billions of comments. Amidst a cacophony of colors, it welcomed its own final ode. Subsequent exploration seemed to be prohibited by Notch. Qingzhen had originally intended to fetch some elytra, but before he could act, he was teleported back. Congratulations, you have become a Minecraft returning player. Minecraft returning players will continue to represent their country in all subsequent Minecraft games, unless there are time conflicts. Notch's rule: no country or individual may harm Minecraft returning players by any means. Should a returning player perish due to factors outside of Minecraft, and thereby be unable to continue participating in subsequent games, severe penalties will be imposed on the perpetrator, including masterminds and those involved in the act, and their respective nation. Qingzhen collapsed onto his bed, rubbing his aching temples, and exhaled wearily. In this serene environment, he could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. The rush of the speedrun through the original version had been both tense and exhilarating, leaving him in a state of heightened alertness, unwilling to let his guard down for even a moment. Now, the grand spectacle had concluded. The overwhelming sense of exhilaration had left him feeling somewhat hollow. This mental fatigue would require time to dissipate. Thus, he lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. He never could have imagined that just yesterday, he was an unremarkable VRMC streamer, awakening to a transformed world, with Minecraft vanished and an epoch of crisis upon them. He had become a hero of his homeland. Once he gathered his thoughts, Qingzhen took out his phone and scrolled through a social media platform, whether through short videos or forums. An overwhelming tide of information regarding him inundates every corner. Chat applications and text messages have erupted into a flurry of 999. Friends and acquaintances, previously added for reasons unknown and with whom he had never conversed, inundate him with inquiries, asking if the individual who shattered the world record is indeed him. After all, the name Qingzhen is not as common as Zhang Wei, making the probability of duplication relatively low. Qingzhen finds himself devoid of the energy to respond to every message. After engaging in conversation with those who had assisted him, he succumbs to a deep slumber upon his bed. Time elapses unmeasured until a sudden ring at the doorbell interrupts the stillness. Qingzhen surmises the identity of the visitor and, upon opening the door, is greeted by a throng of people assembled outside. Clad in uniform attire, they stand with impeccable posture, their expressions radiating a blend of solemnity and goodwill, evoking a sense of both respect and approachability. Leading the group is an elder dressed in a Zhongshan suit. Though the roots of his short black hair are already streaked with gray, he remains spirited and vigorous, his voice resonating like thunder, full of vigor as he excitedly grasps Qingzhen's hand. Mr. Qingzhen, on behalf of the citizens of Panlong Nation, its leadership, and the specialized MC Project forces, I extend our most heartfelt gratitude to you. The recent battle was indeed thrilling and astonishing. You have bestowed a magnificent miracle upon all of Panlong Nation, instilling immense hope and confidence in our people. Might you have the time to accompany us to the Longmen Bureau's courtyard? A hero of your caliber deserves the most generous accolades. Unable to refuse such earnest hospitality, Qingzhen readily agrees. Simultaneously, he harbors a keen desire to delve deeper into the political ramifications of the Nine Nations Alliance on the global landscape. The conclusion of the 6th Minecraft dungeon, original speedrun, is still some time away. During this interval, Qingzhen participates in various speaking engagements, instilling confidence in the populace. He also engages in multiple confidential discussions with high-ranking officials, uncovering elements of the Alliance's clandestine strategies unknown to the general public. Once all matters are concluded, he returns to the villa courtyard prepared especially for him. Its design exudes sophistication and elegance, utilizing materials of utmost luxury that preserve traditional aesthetics while seamlessly integrating technology and comfort. Equipped with every conceivable amenity, it is staffed by hundreds of elite butlers, attendants, guards, and housekeepers, all on standby to serve him. In this era of scarcity, Qingzhen enjoys the most exceptional material conditions, a lifestyle that would still be the privilege of those worth billions in his former life. In the courtyard, Qingzhen relaxes, entertains, and dines, engaging in meditation and contemplation of the intricate details and processes of various Minecraft mods, occasionally indulging in creative endeavors. Naturally, he also prioritizes physical training, not only to maintain his health, but to cultivate muscle memory, ensuring his movements within Minecraft are executed flawlessly. Having lived this way in his previous life, he finds no monotony in the routine. Thus, the 7th day swiftly passed. The 6th iteration of the Minecraft replica, the original speedrun, quietly drew to a close. All players, regardless of their progress, were teleported back to the blue star. The points were calculated based on each player's performance, with the leaderboard as follows. 1. Qingzhen from the Dragon Nation, 9,794-2. Green Miller from the Lighthouse Nation, 176-3. Ludovico Stewart from the Great Mound Nation, 24. Mimosa Jean from the Sakura Nation, 1-5. Park Suk-hyun from the Stick Nation, 1-6. Nala Tasiko for the Eagle Griffin Nation, 1-7. Indeed, only those who completed the game received point rewards. However, due to Qingzhen's remarkably swift completion without any fatal errors, he claimed nearly 98 of the total points. Consequently, some players who managed to finish the game were left with a mere point each. Notably, the notch system displayed a degree of leniency this time. Regardless of the number of deaths, players were safely returned home. Currently, the national fortunes are being redistributed based on the proportion of points obtained by each country. The Dragon Nation has received 1. 400 million cubic meters of clean freshwater. 2. 10 million acres of arable farmland. 3. 10 million acres of forests, wetlands, and grasslands. These resources have been evenly distributed across the Dragon Nation, including reservoirs, farmland, forests, wetlands, and grasslands. In the blink of an eye, the long-dried reservoir, once a cracked lakebed, now surged with crystalline freshwater. The previously barren land, now soft and fertile. And within the desolate forests, new sprouts flourished, turning lush once again. Residents living near the reservoirs, forests, and farmlands witnessed this spectacle, standing in awe, their faces illuminated with disbelief and joy. Some trembled as they pulled out their phones to record and upload the moment to short video platforms. Family, this is a miracle. A true miracle. I never thought I would see green waters and mountains again in my lifetime. May the National Fortune Game bestow us with more blessings. Catching up to the Alliance is merely a matter of time. However, this was not the end. All residents of a Dragon Nation will receive a conceptual storage space containing 40 pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables, 20 pounds of fresh meat, 90 pounds of rice and flour, 1 can of multivitamins, 1 barrel of healthy cooking oil, and 200 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. It is especially noteworthy that all kitchens in the Dragon Nation will receive Notch's blessing. Even under modest conditions with insufficient gas or electrical resources, they can still cook. Goodness, this should last at least over a month. I eat lightly. I can make it 2 to 3 months without issue. Grateful for Qingzhen. I never imagined I would one day be able to eat my fill. This storage space is incredible. The food inside feels like time has frozen. No worries of spoilage. Even capable of preserving food at the pinnacle of its flavor. However, it seems only the provisions bestowed by the system can be retained. I have recorded an unboxing video and planned a 2-month menu before tonight. You may join my live stream for a cooking tutorial. Meanwhile, some non-citizens of the Panlong Kingdom began to engage in sarcastic analyses, attempting to placate the populace's sentiments. Apart from a few individuals completely oblivious to the situation who believe their fallacies, anyone with a modicum of intellect understood that Qingzhen would ultimately reshape the dynamics of the national fortune game. The alliance of the 9 nations would no longer be a monopolistic behemoth. Amidst the despair, jealousy, unease, and revelry of the crowd, a cold yet familiar voice resonated in everyone's ears once more. The 7th Minecraft dungeon is about to descend. Dungeon name: 100 Days of Turmoil. Qingzhen, lost in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. So soon. It has come again? Chapter 9. Witness the unprecedented speedrun techniques of the fault line. Game countdown: 47, 59, 100 days of astonishing change. It remains uncertain whether it is the standard version or an amalgamation of various integration packs. For instance, maps may include cities, trains, or towns. Qingzhen discovered more introductions on the virtual screen. It became clear that the maps were not as extravagant as anticipated. This instance is rooted in the original survival concept. This was rather straightforward. In the previous life, various bloggers, including Qingzhen, had already explored a myriad of approaches. Naturally, he did not allow himself to become complacent or dismissive. Instead, he attentively reviewed the introduction. Mission objectives with national luck points calculation standards: build a shelter and survive for 100 days in this apocalyptic world. The allocation of national luck points will be based on the following criteria: day survive quality and defense rating of the shelter total monsters slain, the stronger the monster. The more points awarded, quantity and rarity of acquired equipment, items, weapons, and mods. Survival rules. 1. This adventure module has removed most of the original Minecraft world monsters. Creatures from other dimensions will gradually disappear as days pass, and this module introduces a new hostile entity: the zombie. Special note: the drops from original monsters can be obtained from relevant building chests or by slaying monsters. 2. Initially, the zombie possesses an unarmed attack power of 8 points and a health of 30 points, is immune to sunlight, and spawns only in darkness. 3. Every 10 days, zombies will mutate with unpredictable transformations that may include increases in attack power, health, attack range, and movement speed, learning to use special items, tools, and weapons, acquiring the ability to place and destroy blocks like a player, gaining random potion effects, developing intelligence, mastering ambush, stealth, evasion, and concealment, learning abilities from other monsters such as climbing, flying, teleportation, and fire breathing. Changes in physical form. 4. Extreme weather events may occur with a certain probability: blood moons, fog, cold waves, and the soil will gradually acidify, becoming inhospitable for animals and crops. 5. This adventure module introduces a plethora of new weapons, unique structures, minerals, items, enchantments, potions, and tools. Please refer to the chest for relevant crafting paths. A conventional gameplay experience. However, the degree of zombie evolution is not explicitly detailed. To what extent will their statistics enhance? Just how intelligent will they become? What types of blocks will they manipulate? Will they acquire the abilities of the Ender Dragon or the Wither? Qingzhen merely furrowed his brow. In his previous life, the monsters in Minecraft were merely a small fraction of the data stream. Even at their most intelligent, they remained nothing more than artificial beings. However, now, under the enigmatic influence of the Notch system, to what extent will their intelligence evolve? It is noteworthy that the latest Go AI from the previous life had decisively triumphed over the industry's finest players. After all, this is a game of national significance. And given the insufficient skill levels of players from other nations, Notch will not immediately escalate the difficulty to its peak. The rhythm of Qingzhen's life remains undisturbed. After absorbing some analyses from the Longmen Bureau regarding the MC forces on the political landscape, Qingzhen has formulated a preliminary plan in his mind. Thus, 2 days passed. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Qingzhen opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar blocky world, his heart racing slightly. The long-awaited cataclysmic 100 Days instance has finally commenced. Special notice. A total of 150 players from the Blue Star have been teleported to various coordinates, with a considerable distance between them. Players are urged to develop swiftly to prepare for the impending horde of zombies and the Blood Moon. Qingzhen attempted to summon the F3 panel in his mind, and this time he succeeded once more. Although the functionality of the F3 panel in the multitude of the cataclysmic 100 Days is largely ornamental, it is sufficient for Qingzhen to gain an advantage in the early stages. Regrettably, there are no reward chests or treasures this time. In the first 10 days of the cataclysmic 100 Days, no, the first 30 days, zombies pose virtually no threat. One must gather resources as extensively as possible. I hope my rhythm will not be disrupted. While pondering, Qingzhen completed his preliminary preparations. His inventory now contained a considerable amount of logs, flowers, dirt, and stones. Along the way, he also harvested some sugarcane, sand, and gravel near small ponds. Fortunately, he acquired a flint. All tools and weapons have been upgraded to stone. Moreover, whenever he spotted animals along his path, Qingzhen would charge at them with his axe, vowing that no chicken, pig, cow, or sheep would escape his sight. At this moment, he found himself standing before a deep mine. Due to its intricate and winding structure, Qingzhen could not discern the bottom. He could only faintly see some exposed coal at the boundary of light and dark. Qingzhen pulled out 4 furnaces he had prepared earlier and placed them against the mine's walls as makeshift steps. Subsequently, using wooden pickaxes and sticks as fuel, he began roasting chicken and pork. The 4 furnaces ignited instantly, their flames illuminating the vicinity. Once he landed securely, the wood and sticks within the furnaces had burned away, leaving the slots vacant. He crafted some wooden planks to place inside, estimating that the quantity would suffice to cook all the raw meat. Seizing this opportunity, he took up his stone pickaxe and began mining the coal. Coal typically appears in clusters, and by the time Qingzhen had exhausted it all, he found himself deeply ensconced in a vast pit. At this moment, the 4 furnaces had extinguished, plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. Tap, tap. As Qingzhen climbed out, he keenly discerned, aside from the sound of his own movements, the mingling of hurried yet rhythmic footsteps. Had he encountered zombies already? As Qingzhen contemplated this, he gazed deeper into the cave and soon found himself locked in a gaze with several pairs of eyes glowing with an eerie white light. He took a few steps back, and upon reaching the workbench, he fashioned all the coal into torches, raising them high in his offhand. In his primary hand, he drew forth a stone sword. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, the true forms of the zombies came into view. Their skin bore a ghastly, bluish-white hue. Intricately detailed, pixelated bloodstains were visible, and the decayed flesh, grotesquely peeling away, clung to their tattered garments, exuding a nauseating stench. How terrifying! I feel like vomiting. Didn't they say that Minecraft monsters were supposed to be cute pixelated blocks? Though it was quite challenging, I managed to come out. The upstairs is in disarray. Why have the players from Panlong Kingdom suddenly gone still? Could they be paralyzed with fear by the zombies? The zombies emitted a piercing and mournful howl as they stumbled closer, their movements distorted and unnatural. It was evident that Notch had invested considerable effort into their modeling and motion capture. Qingzhen stood still for a moment, observing their speed. They were certainly swifter than ordinary monsters, yet not quite as fast as the baby zombies. Furthermore, they lacked any sophisticated evasion techniques. With this understanding in mind, Qingzhen elevated his stance and swiftly dispatched them with ease. To his surprise, the zombies dropped not only rotten flesh, but also gunpowder, bones, spider silk, and spider eyes. It appeared that the drops from creepers, zombies, skeletons, and spiders had all been consolidated into the zombies. After collecting these drops, Qingzhen retrieved his stone pickaxe and shattered the 2 furnaces he had positioned behind him. The leftover wooden planks and cooked meat, along with the furnace's drops, all found their way into Qingzhen's inventory. Once he had dismantled the workbench, he pressed on deeper into the cave. While mining, cooking meat, smelting ores, and crafting, he deftly dispatched the eager zombies with elbow strikes. In no time, he reached the bottom of the mine. One must admit, this cavern was abundant in resources. Utilizing the method of marking his path with torches, Qingzhen thoroughly scoured the area. Now, he had upgraded all his tools and weapons to iron, except for the hoe, and had crafted flint, a bucket, a shield, scissors, a fishing rod, and TNT, among other items. Additionally, his inventory contained 64 plus 14 iron ingots, 64 times 2 coal, 30 gold ingots, several raw copper, 64 times 2 redstone, 32 lapis lazuli, 4 emeralds, and 4 diamonds. The reason he had not crafted iron armor was that in subsequent special scenarios, chests would be plentiful with equipment. Crafting for oneself was less appealing than acquiring it freely. At this moment, he paused before a lake of lava, clutching a bucket in hand. This water was what he had collected while passing by the underground spring. Finally, he was about to embark on the correct path. Grasping the bucket, Qingzhen created a small waterfall and then approached the lava pool with the empty bucket. Accompanied by a hissing sound, obsidian began to form, taking the shape of a doorway. Tap. Chapter 10. Once I embraced my ender pearls, I became invincible. A resounding hum echoed as an obsidian doorway materialized in the lush oak forest. From the viscous, purple, twisted medium, a figure emerged, a blocky humanoid, who inhaled deeply, savoring the coolness of the overworld and the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flowers, which instantly lifted his spirits. All the spoils from my time in the Nether were indeed plentiful. Not only had I acquired numerous enchanted golden weapons, tools, and armament from chests, but I had also engaged in trade with piglins and vanquished endermen, amassing an abundance of ender pearls. It appears that, aside from the creatures of the overworld being transformed into zombies, the monsters from other dimensions remain intact. After crafting the Eyes of Ender, I found myself with an astonishing 30 remaining. It is reasonable to suspect that Notch has altered the drop rate of my ender pearls. The stronghold must be in close proximity. Indeed, upon exiting the Nether, I employed the Eyes of Ender to ascertain the location of the end stronghold. Utilizing the same method of obsidian portal teleportation as in my previous speedrun original quest, I swiftly made my way to the calculated coordinates. At this moment, I had arrived near the designated spot. Just as I was about to diligently search the area, a sudden crunching of footsteps echoed from behind me. I cast my gaze over the Nether portal and looked back. In the distance, a low-lying terrain revealed a gaping chasm, reminiscent of an impassable divide. It was evident that this area was rich in mineral resources. The crunching footsteps were unmistakably from another blocky individual, who appeared to have just emerged from a fierce battle with zombies. His form still splattered with fresh blood. The diamond pickaxe, diamond leggings, and iron armor he bore clearly indicated the treasures he had harvested from the chasm's depths. Narrowing my eyes, I silently mused. It is Ludovico's steward, a contender from the Bear Country. He, too, had noticed the portal radiating a purple glow and my presence standing behind it. Upon realizing that I bore no significant equipment, Ludovico hesitated for a moment before sneering disdainfully. What fool of a player is this? After so many days, they possess not even a semblance of decent gear. Surely, they must be a coward, terrified of blocky zombies. Indeed, I had not crafted any equipment, possessing only a pair of enchanted golden boots acquired from a chest in the Nether stronghold. Originally, I had intended to scavenge for gear from the end ship's chest. After all, in my last speedrun original adventure, I had completed the quest without crafting iron gear, relying solely on resources gleaned from chests. In stark contrast to Ludovico's opulent armor, my own attire was undeniably rudimentary. At this moment, I reflected, according to the intelligence provided by the Council of the Dragon Kingdom, this individual's combat prowess should not be underestimated, and his arrogance is as pronounced as his contempt for all. Before being chosen as a player, one could describe him as a brawny fool with a simplistic mind, almost incapable of remembering the treaties bestowed upon him by the Alliance. Rumor has it that he rarely, if ever, watches replays of other players' matches or conducts any reviews. Moreover, When given directives by the lion staff, he displays an unmistakable impatience, almost recklessly so. Alas, I am grateful for his presence, as it adds a modicum of margin for error to my journey in the end. As Ludovico gradually approached Qingzhen, an unmistakable tension filled the air, signaling that a grand battle was imminent. Ah, a clash on a narrow path. It's coming. Something big is about to happen. Wait, did Qingzhen only wear boots? Not even any pants? What on earth? Those are greaves, not pants. He looks utterly ridiculous. If I were Qingzhen, I would quickly go into stealth mode and hide. The disparity in equipment and weaponry is far too vast. It's akin to a primitive melee battle against modern firearms. Qingzhen stands no chance. Ludovico halted at a short distance from Qingzhen, lifting his chin arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at him while surveying the name hovering above Qingzhen's head. Suddenly, he recalled the order from the Nine Nations Alliance, instructing them to unite against this very player. And here he was, standing before him, utterly defenseless? What a farce. Clearly, he posed no threat whatsoever. I know you, the player from the Panlong Kingdom. Qingzhen slowly typed a question mark. Knowing me, yet you do not flee? Ludovico, is this even human language? LMAO, you've left your opponent utterly bewildered. Ludovico, I'm here to kill you. You expect me to run? Me? As for Qingzhen's words, who is the prey and who is the hunter, it remains uncertain. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Ludovico sneered, Panlong person, if you have watched my live replays, you should be well aware of my PvP prowess. Qingzhen nodded, I know. Quite impressive. Ludovico, I strangely feel as if I am being complimented by someone of higher status. Yet I am here to kill him. How? Is this any different from provocation? Why didn't Qingzhen craft any equipment after obtaining numerous valuable items in the mine? Perhaps he felt complacent after finishing first in the last speedrun original dungeon without crafting any gear. Even before the fight has commenced, the outcome is far from certain. Indeed, even if Qingzhen realizes he cannot win, he is quite adept at retreating swiftly. In the midst of their banter, Qingzhen had already positioned all his useful items within reach. Then, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he drew out a flint. Ludovico chuckled. Foolish, do you really believe you could defeat me with such a rudimentary tool? A chilling howl pierced the air, echoing the presence of the undead. In the fading light, Qingzhen caught sight of several pairs of ghastly white eyes. It seemed our adversaries were not merely one another. A faint smile graced his lips as he shifted his shield to his offhand. Just as Ludovico was unprepared, a swift motion occurred. Thud. A bluish-green apparition streaked past him. The ender pearl shattered beside Ludovico, followed by the unmistakable sound of an enderman's teleportation. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he instinctively pivoted, thrusting his diamond sword with fervor. Yet, Qingzhen had already retreated a few steps, slipping into his blind spot. As Ludovico turned in a frenzy, ready to mount a counterattack, an unparalleled, searing pain surged from beneath his feet. Sizzle. A sticky resistance emerged from the ground. And when Ludovico finally comprehended the situation, a pool of lava had spread beneath him, forming a small, mountainous X. A chill gripped his heart as he frantically attempted to place blocks at the center, hoping to fill the molten mass. However, Qingzhen was swift, launching an axe at him with precision. The interruption caused Ludovico to stagger back half a step, misplacing the blocks in the process. Seizing the moment, Qingzhen retrieved the lava with an empty bucket. The events transpired with alarming rapidity. In mere moments, Ludovico found himself significantly burned, losing a considerable amount of health. Yet fortune smiled upon him, as a bucket of water lay within his inventory, allowing him to extinguish the flames. Thanks to his ample saturation and hunger levels, the health he had lost began to regenerate swiftly. In this fleeting instant, a barrage of comments flooded in. Goodness, Qingzhen is utterly ruthless. Using lava? This is called wisdom. Do you understand? When weapon damage falls short, summon the lava buff. Is that even a tactic? I can barely perceive his movements. Qingzhen is too quick. Ludovico stumbled back a few paces, his expression one of disbelief. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a substantial portion of his health had been depleted. Meanwhile, his opponent stood unscathed. At that moment, he felt his heart constricting in panic, a wave of dread enveloping him. What manner of monster faced him? Chapter 11. Duel Thunder Gods. To defeat you, there is no need for weapons. Naturally, Qingzhen would not let this golden opportunity slip by. As Ludovico clumsily turned around, Qingzhen leapt forward once more, axe in hand. In that fleeting moment of ascent, he gathered his strength and swung the axe, ensuring each strike was as critical as possible. In his frantic state, Ludovico barely had time to raise his shield. Like a frenzied brown bear, he roared and swung his sword at Qingzhen. Yet, Qingzhen was a player well-versed in distance control. He consistently maintained his position at Ludovico's flank, dodging and weaving. This not only caused Ludovico's furious strikes to repeatedly miss, but also allowed Qingzhen's attacks to land with precision. Seriously, man, are you kidding me? You can't land a single hit in close-range PvP? If it were ranged attacks, I wouldn't even mock you, but in melee... What a master of human outlines. No matter how powerful your gear is, if every strike misses, it's all for naught. The barrage of comments questioned, why was it that at the same distance, Ludovico could not hit Qingzhen, yet Qingzhen could strike Ludovico, while outsiders might fabricate various explanations? Only Qingzhen understood the truth. The player's attack range was merely about 3 squares. Moreover, each sword swing had its own cooldown period. It was within these intervals that Qingzhen swiftly approached Ludovico's side and leapt to deliver a critical blow. By the time Ludovico's arm descended, ready to strike again, Qingzhen had already evaded his attack range. Thus, Ludovico hardly managed to land a hit on Qingzhen. New players who had only played a few matches should perhaps refrain from challenging the national server streamers. They didn't even understand distance control. Qingzhen mused to himself. However, Ludovico was not without wit. Realizing that a head-on confrontation was futile, he quickly thought of the shield in his backpack. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to retreat, trying to create a relatively safe distance from Qingzhen, while frantically rummaging through his backpack. Finally, after donning the shield on his offhand, Ludovico managed to block Qingzhen's heavy blow. Oh, finally wised up, have you? Qingzhen felt a sense of satisfaction. As a competitor from the esteemed Alliance of the Nine Nations, if he could not think of such a basic strategy in a critical moment, he would truly have reason to doubt the overall strength of the Nine Nations Alliance. Upon hearing the axe clash against the shield, resonating with a dull thud, one side of the barrage erupted into cheers. Now Qingzhen can't land a hit. I refuse to believe that in a war of attrition, Qingzhen can outlast Ludovico. Let's not pop the champagne just yet. Curious face, shouldn't Qingzhen dump another bucket of lava? But it seems Ludovico has already prepared a water bucket. Watching his opponent raise both shield and sword, readying for defense, the tension in the air thickened. Qingzhen naturally could not employ the same strategy a second time. In player versus player combat, the essence lies in the element of surprise. After rummaging through his quick item bar, he produced the TNT he had previously crafted. This was a serendipitous creation, discovered while he was in the mines. Intending to discard some useless items, he had stumbled upon the combination of sand and gunpowder that allowed him to synthesize it. Little did he know how swiftly it would come into play. With a smile, he placed a piece of TNT on the ground and swiftly ignited it with a flint and steel. The TNT blazed white, and, as it hissed ominously, a shadow of confusion crossed Ludovico's face. Instinctively stepping back, a thought raced through his mind. Such a cumbersome method could never strike me. It would only harm him instead. Qingzhen seemed to peer into his thoughts, merely smiling. In the next moment, he deftly drew his fishing rod, casting the hook onto the TNT, and then produced an ender pearl once more. Threw 2 in a row. The instant the first ender pearl shattered, Qingzhen, tethered to the fishing rod, blinked behind Ludovico. The line of the rod tightened, swiftly drawing the imminent explosion of the TNT toward him. Boom! The shockwave erupted directly behind Ludovico, sending him staggering forward in disarray. Meanwhile, Qingzhen had already teleported away the moment the second ender pearl hit the ground, just before the TNT detonated. His landing, by a fortunate coincidence, placed him precisely where Ludovico had barely regained his footing. Once again, he unleashed a torrent of lava. What the hell? Is this even humanly possible? I could barely catch a glimpse. Only in slow motion could I comprehend how he achieved this. An external mechanical brain, perhaps? Is it really possible to play like this? Using TNT as if it were a grenade. The visual effects are stunning. Folks, this is the true essence of PvP. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Well done. Caught the opponent completely off guard. Make high air do. Yet Ludovico was quick-witted. He swiftly drew out a water bucket, dousing the area, causing the still-spreading lava to solidify in an instant. Furthermore, due to being submerged in water, the burning debuff on him swiftly dissipated. Ludovico wore a triumphant grin. The only weapon you had against me has vanished. Now, it is my domain. Ah yes, with a shield in hand, all damage can be negated. Qingzhen's most potent weapon, the lava, has also been extinguished. The tide of battle is about to turn. No sooner had the words left his lips than Qingzhen, with remarkable lightness, leaped over the edge of the solidified cobblestone. Accompanying his footsteps was the all-too-familiar hissing sound of igniting TNT. The sound of Qingzhen's light laughter almost concealed the gravity of the moment. Are you certain? Ludovico's pupils suddenly constricted. In the depths of his shock, Qingzhen once again drew TNT to his presence with his fishing rod. At a loss, he instinctively crouched down, raising his shield as if retreating into his shell like a tortoise. However, the unease dissipated in an instant. He suddenly recalled that as long as his shield was positioned correctly, it could indeed withstand the explosive force of the TNT. Indeed, what was there to fear? His health points were still plentiful. In mere moments, numerous projectiles streaked across. No, look closely at the positions of the two. When did Qingzhen force him to the edge of the chasm? He never intended to let Ludovico escape from the very beginning. The function of TNT goes beyond merely inflicting damage. It is not solely about the explosive shockwave that sends enemies flying. There is also intimidation. During the dramatic expansion of the TNT, Ludovico felt as if time had slowed for a brief moment. Amidst Qingzhen's light laughter, he suddenly grasped everything. Although neither party had uttered a word, he seemed to hear Qingzhen's voice echoing in his ears. This TNT is not meant to obliterate your health points. Are you familiar with the concept of cognitive inertia? When everyone sees the TNT about to explode before them, their first instinct is to raise their shields and retreat, right? But take a good look. Is there still a path behind you? Chapter 12. The MVP items are conceptual deities. With a resounding bang, the TNT detonated, shattering the block beneath Ludovico's feet. Standing precariously at the cliff's edge, he lost the support of the block and plummeted into the depths of the abyss of Baigu. In that moment of utter bewilderment, Ludovico's mind was blank, reflecting only the image of Qingzhen gracefully descending. At the instant of his leap, Qingzhen too had been affected by the shockwave of the TNT explosion. However, due to the distance, his health points remained largely intact. Yet, he was propelled in the same direction as Ludovico. The two of them fell towards the canyon floor, but on Qingzhen's face, there was no trace of panic. Instead, he calmly stated, "This was meant to be a game where our paths did not cross. If your alliance continues to trouble me, everyone will meet the same fate as you." Before Ludovico could regain his senses, a violent pain surged from his back, engulfing his entire being. Before he could even catch his breath, his consciousness faded away. "You have died. Ludovico's steward has fallen from height. Revive. Confirm cancel. Remaining revives. For special note, a deceased player will be resurrected near the spawn point. A relatively safe area." As for Ludovico's demise, Qingzhen could only shake his head internally. So, the players of the Alliance have yet to train themselves to swiftly deploy water buckets or boats in critical moments to mitigate fall damage. Having jumped off the cliff right after Ludovico, Qingzhen reached the ground approximately a second after his fall. He landed gracefully in water, stabilizing himself effortlessly. Qingzhen mused to himself about how new players should practice more. Since Qingzhen had retracted the water promptly after landing, the items dropped by Ludovico remained undisturbed. Squatting down, he began to sift through the floating and spinning items on the ground, muttering, "I should have let you escape. Alas, I shall reluctantly accept these pieces of equipment. Wow, this is incredible. Absolutely thrilling. Unbelievable PvP skills. What just happened? Was that a dream? How did Qingzhen emerge victorious? What happened to the expected reversal of fortune? Qingzhen is the first person I've seen to utilize these items to their fullest potential. Indeed, the previous players were like turn-based clowns, trading blows back and forth. That was astounding. A counterattack despite being vastly outmatched in equipment and weaponry. This is the fate of those who oppose the players from the Panlong Kingdom. Truly remarkable. Do not provoke Qingzhen. Did you hear that? If you didn't, I shall repeat it. Do not provoke Qingzhen. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the Nine Nation Alliance remained silent in their VR conference while watching the live broadcast. Ludovico, a formidable player in PvP, donned exquisite gear and wielded top-tier weapons. Yet he was single-handedly defeated by a player clad only in golden boots and holding an ender pearl. Remarkably, it appeared that Qingzhen sustained no damage whatsoever. A flawless victory? With minimal equipment and weaponry, he demonstrated an extraordinary disparity in performance. If he were to acquire even more powerful items to compensate for his lacking attributes, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, Qingzhen's non-PvP prowess had already been vividly showcased in the Speedrun original. Discovering stronger items that others were oblivious to posed no challenge for him. With maximum skill and attributes, how would they contend with him? This would disrupt gameplay balance significantly. In the midst of the silence, a timid voice broke through. "Sir, shall we continue with the plan?" The leader, wearing a grim expression, responded. "The players within the game cannot hear our directives, and given the distance between them, unless they encounter the resurrected Ludovico Stewart, they will remain unaware of Qingzhen's current circumstances. According to the design, they would proceed with the plan as intended." This statement darkened the faces of the others. The earlier scene had unveiled a truth they were reluctant to acknowledge. Opposing Qingzhen could only lead to one outcome: death. Another portly, balding man optimistically remarked, "Indeed, there's no use in our anxiousness. The plan was agreed upon by all, and now we can only watch it unfold." Perhaps attempting to comfort everyone, he continued, "Besides, encountering a player from the Panlong Kingdom right at the start was merely an unforeseen circumstance. Although his solo performance has been commendable, what if his opponents comprise the entire alliance?" His tone remained lighthearted and cheerful, occasionally making jest. Yet, despite his demeanor, the atmosphere in the VR conference room remained heavy. With every face tense, the leader continued, "The plan will proceed as usual, whether now or in future instances. No one should monopolize all the points in a single game. Such a situation must not recur." He nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable in the shadows cast by the VR display. "We must not emerge from the National Fortune game empty-handed." In the end, amidst the successive explosions of the bed, the Ender Dragon's body once again disintegrated in the sky, releasing hundreds of experience orbs that spiraled into Qingzhen's being. He collected some dragon breath and subsequently traversed through the End Gateway to reach the outer islands of the End. At this moment, the live broadcast room of the Panlong Kingdom was once again inundated with a flurry of question marks. The speedrunning master is terrifying indeed. Leading by a wide margin, the Panlong Kingdom is truly far ahead. Meme, oh dear, where did you come from? Is this still the end? Originally, defeating the Ender Dragon does not result in being transported back to the overworld, allowing for further exploration. How do you discover this place? The End City is naturally generated on the outer islands of the End. Qingzhen spent quite some time utilizing the F3 panel before he finally caught sight of a majestic structure's outline, faintly sketched in the distance. The End lacks the concept of day and night, and the pitch-black sky results in a low level of brightness, rendering everything in the vicinity shrouded in a hazy gloom. In stark contrast, the distant building, illuminated by end rods and adorned in a ghostly purple hue, appeared remarkably radiant, evoking a sense of divine solemnity. The probability of an End City generating with an End City bridge is merely 50. Furthermore, the likelihood of finding an End ship on that bridge is only 12. 5. Thus, discovering an End ship in the nearest End City to the End portal is a rather rare occurrence. Only about 6. One wonders if Qingzhen was simply fortunate or if it was by design of Notch. Opposite the dock of this End City, Qingzhen truly beheld the stern of an End ship. How delightful! A surge of joy filled Qingzhen's heart as he boldly stepped inside. Chapter 13. In this end realm, I have claimed it. Amidst the buildings woven with soft yellow and delicate lavender hues, several endermites, cloaked in similar shades, concealed themselves within crevices. Sensing the intrusion of an outsider, they cautiously unfurled their lavender shells, revealing their petite, square heads, peering furtively from the shadows. Goodness, is this creature alive? How many peculiar entities remain undiscovered in Minecraft? How endearing. As Qingzhen approached, one endermite fully opened its amethyst-colored shell, launching a tracking missile. The faint sound of pop reached Qingzhen's ears. Yet, he neither flinched nor dodged, allowing the missile to strike him. Consequently, he lost 2 hearts of health, but gained a 10-second levitation effect. I'm floating? What an unusual way to ascend. The angle of thought is quite ingenious, truly. Qingzhen can conceive such maneuvers. Before long, Qingzhen floated to the summit. After securing a foothold against the wall, he constructed blocks to reach the end ship. He first extracted the brewing stand from the cabin, along with 2 instant health 2 potions contained within. Subsequently, he ventured to the main chamber, dismantling the display case to retrieve the elytra. Along the way, he encountered numerous chests, each brimming with bountiful treasures, gold ingots, iron ingots, diamonds, an abundance of beetroot seeds, as well as golden horse armor and saddles. Yet, this was merely a fraction of what he sought. He aspired to become the master of plunder. To completely ravage the resources shortly thereafter, Qingzhen had thoroughly scavenged all the chests, unearthing enchanted weapons, armor, and tools. Sharpness V sweeping edge 3 diamond sword, and efficiency 4 unbreaking 2 diamond pickaxe, unbreaking 3 feather falling I diamond boots, protection 4 mending I diamond chestplate, and a protection 2 diamond helmet. It was enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Perhaps Notch was rewarding the first player to reach this place from the shadows. Coupled with the damaged fire protection I unbreaking 2 diamond leggings Qingzhen had previously discovered in the fortress ruins, he now radiated an enchanting violet hue. At that moment, even viewers unable to discern the contents of the chests understood what Qingzhen had procured upon donning his new attire. Goodness, a diamond set? An enchanted? I've grown weary of envy blasted. The players from the Pengu Kingdom have surged ahead once more with skill and equipment in place. Other contestants quickly diverted their paths. They are simply no match. Indeed, the disparity between individuals is far greater than that between a player and a creeper. It is worth noting that even the fastest progressing player at that moment had merely unearthed 2 diamonds underground. Crafting a diamond pickaxe was an impossibility. Moreover, the extravagant diamond equipment is truly remarkable. Qingzhen, it seems, has not only acquired a complete set of diamond gear, but also enchanted ones. It is infuriating, isn't it? Furthermore, in this round of the Minecraft National Fortune game, all contestants are gathered on a single map. The more resources Qingzhen finds, the fewer resources others will uncover. Watching the players from Panlong Nation amass a plethora of valuable items, while their own contestants remain empty-handed, especially when juxtaposed with their cowardly and inept demeanor against zombies, has left many international viewers feeling utterly exasperated. After venting their frustrations in Panlong's livestream, they returned to their own chat rooms to express their indignation further. This reaction brought great satisfaction to the audience of Panlong Nation, who exclaimed, "Qingzhen has truly brought us honor, although we are merely spectators of his actions. Our emotions are inexplicably stirred. How vexing! Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming urge to gloat in the live streams of other nations." Having scavenged all available resources, Qingzhen felt exceedingly pleased and thought to himself, "I told you, there was no need to rush into crafting tools or equipment from diamonds. There are so many readily available. Previously, I found some crafting templates, netherite scraps, and golden apples in chests at the fortress ruins. Once I leave this place, I shall craft netherite gear." Opening the crafting table, Qingzhen ground the flowers he had collected along the way into dyes. He then combined these with the gunpowder dropped by zombies to create firework stars. Subsequently, he transformed sugar cane into paper, added it along with the gunpowder into the crafting table, and produced several firework rockets. Donning his elytra, Qingzhen soared from the bow of the end ship with a whoosh. What is he doing? Flying? Is it possible to fly in Minecraft? Huh. Then where do those moth-like wings come from? As Qingzhen made his way back, he contemplated the construction of a shelter. Initially, he could build a relatively small and simple refuge, which could also serve as a monster spawn tower. Meanwhile, he would gather resources and scout for the ideal location for the final shelter. The best material, without a doubt, would be obsidian, as it is currently the hardest block available. However, where could he find such an abundance of obsidian? Just as he pondered this, fate smiled upon him as he flew back to the main island of the end, passing by the circular arrangement of obsidian pillars. Qingzhen's eyes lit up. These pillars are indeed formidable. He felt fortunate to have discovered an enchanted diamond pickaxe with efficiency 4 and unbreaking 2 on the end ship. Compared to a non-enchanted pickaxe, the efficiency 4 pickaxe increased the mining speed from 100 to 286, significantly reducing the time needed for excavation. Obsidian, renowned for its remarkable hardness within the realm of Minecraft, is abundant in quantity. Yet, Qingzhen dedicated a considerable amount of time to its excavation. Upon returning to the overworld, it was already the afternoon of the 4th day, a pace that Qingzhen found quite satisfactory. Thus far, the zombies had not exhibited any particularly terrifying evolution. Compared to the first day, their only change was an increase in numbers. Through swift techniques, Qingzhen had amassed equipment and weapons in the Nether in the end, items that would take over 10 days of mining in the overworld to assemble. However, not only had he acquired them, but they were also enchanted. Is this not a form of expediency in itself? Chapter 14. Constructing the ultimate enchantment table, upgrading enchanted equipment. The 10th day arrives, and the zombies evolve. As he pondered, Qingzhen found himself upon a small plain adjacent to a forest, an ideal location for erecting a temporary shelter. At this stage, the zombies were incapable of climbing, constructing blocks, or flying, allowing for a roofless haven. After estimating the dimensions, he enclosed a 7 by 7 area with fences. Having spent the previous days in the end, his stock of wooden blocks was rather meager. Thus, he resorted to chopping trees, crafting, and building simultaneously. Upon completing these tasks, the sun had already set. Qingzhen positioned the crafting table, furnace, and chest at the heart of his temporary refuge, subsequently illuminating the interior with torches to ensure sufficient brightness, preventing any zombie spawns. Despite his efforts, a twinge of concern lingered within him. The most effective method would be to cover the ground with half slabs or buttons to genuinely deter monsters from appearing. However, with nightfall upon him, venturing out to chop would be perilous. Thus, Qingzhen resigned himself to awaiting the dawn. The square sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, while the light on the grasslands outside the fence visibly dimmed, until all became mere shadows of ink. Trees, mountains, streams, caves, and low hills in the distance were shrouded in indistinct darkness, transforming into a breeding ground for monsters. Before long, pairs of glowing eyes emerged from the darkness, multiplying in density. The zombies, initially confused in the shadows, were soon drawn towards Qingzhen, pushing and shoving as they approached. Their aggro range far exceeded that of ordinary creatures. Qingzhen retrieved a perfectly roasted lamb chop from the furnace, consuming it while squinting to observe his surroundings. He noted with clarity that some zombies, generated at the edge of his vision, had accurately zeroed in on his location, crossing mountains and streams with determined purpose. Nearby zombies quickly approached the temporary shelter, yet they were thwarted by the fence. They shrieked in anguish, their decaying heads bobbing, extending their arms with fervent and excited gazes fixated upon Qingzhen. Standing centrally within the enclosure, he leisurely savored his succulent roasted meat, calmly gazing back at the throng of the undead. For reasons unknown, he felt an uncanny sensation of being displayed in an exhibition, surrounded by eager onlookers. As his hunger and saturation increased, the health he had inadvertently lost earlier began to gradually recover. The fullness in his belly elevated his spirits considerably. He first dug a small water channel nearby, then planted sugarcane on one side, while tilling the other side to sow wheat seeds, which he had fortuitously acquired while exploring the valley at the beginning of his journey. After completing these tasks, Qingzhen grasped his sharp V, sweeping edge 3, diamond sword, and approached the fence with cautious intent. Qingzhen brandished the diamond sword, which shimmered with a faint violet glow under the moonlight, executing swift and precise slashes. The dazzling display of blade and light exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Swish, 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 swish. The sharp gusts of wind and the sound of slicing air could not suppress the anguished wails of the zombies. Vivid brown blood gushed forth, and soon, the entire horde of undead lay lifeless on the ground. Their dismembered limbs, grotesquely swollen, formed small mounds exuding a foul, putrid odor. However, before long, they melded into the earth, vanishing without a trace. With a crisp sound, countless small orbs of experience were drawn to Qingzhen, encircling his form. Alas, a twinge of regret washed over him. Having recently vanquished the Ender Dragon, his enchanting level had soared. Absorbing equivalent experience points now yielded a significantly diminished rate of progress. The most cost-effective strategy would be to maintain his enchanting level around 30. Exceeding this threshold would necessitate a trip to the enchanting table for a surge of enchantments. Yet, he found himself lacking in sugarcane, unable to construct an adequate number of bookshelves to access higher-tier enchantments. No matter, he consoled himself. There would be plenty of zombies in the future. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden pain erupted at the crown of his head. Something had struck him. Looking up, he beheld a swarm of deep blue, bat-like creatures circling above. It was the phantom wings. A spark of excitement lit up Qingzhen's eyes. These creatures appeared in droves when players remained awake for 3 nights, spawning at nightfall. Qingzhen had refrained from sleep, not only to farm monsters, but also to await this little creature. Armed with his diamond sword, he leapt and dispatched them all, acquiring 2 phantom wing membranes. With these membranes, he could repair his elytra, a rare treasure. He had yet to find an experienced mending enchantment book, and as durability waned, the membranes would serve as a means of restoration. During this process, a new wave of zombies encroached upon him. Qingzhen had no choice but to continue his cleansing efforts. Fortunately, one of the zombies' drops was bone. After clearing a portion of the encroaching undead, he collected some bones near the fence. He then placed them in the crafting table, grinding them into bone meal, which he sprinkled on the sugarcane. Before long, the stunted sugar canes grew to their maximum height. After harvesting them one by one, he placed them in the crafting table to obtain paper. He then combined this with the leather acquired from the earlier cow, slaying to create numerous books. The sheer volume of zombies was overwhelming, making it impossible to collect all the drops. Qingzhen calculated in his mind. Upgrading the enchanting table to the maximum level of 30 required 15 bookshelves, which in turn necessitated a total of 90 wooden planks, 45 pieces of leather, and 135 sheets of paper. 3 sugarcanes could be crafted into 3 sheets of paper, meaning he would need 135 sugarcanes. Given the current quantity of zombies, he anticipated that this goal would be swiftly attainable. As the night passed, the predominant drops from the zombies were rotten flesh and bones, yet rarer items, such as iron ingots and potatoes, exclusive to zombies, were also not absent. After Qingzhen plowed more arable land, he proceeded to plant potatoes. Subsequently, he continued to use bone meal to hasten their growth. Before long, he reaped an abundant harvest of potatoes and continued sowing. As time progressed, the soil began to acidify, making the cultivation of crops increasingly challenging. In the early stages, it was imperative to stockpile food. Thus, he toiled until dawn, at which point the emergence of zombies began to wane. According to the rules set forth by Notch, zombies would not spawn during the day. This meant that as long as the nearby zombies were cleared away, daytime would be safe and serene. Days passed. Qingzhen explored 3 neighboring mines. Utilizing the bones dropped by the zombies, he ground them into bone meal to expedite the growth of sugarcane, which he subsequently crafted into paper, resulting in a plethora of books. Upon crafting 15 bookshelves, he found himself with a surplus. Qingzhen first arranged the bookshelves around the enchanting table, elevating it to its highest level. He then placed the books and lapis lazuli into the interface, yielding the following enchantments: Feather Falling 2, 2 copies of Protection 2, Unbreaking 2, unbreaking eye, luck 2, efficiency eye, and sharpness 2. The lapis lazuli in his inventory was soon depleted. At that moment, dusk had fallen. Outside the fence, a horde of zombies gathered, which to Qingzhen appeared to be a ready source of experience orbs. When using the anvil to forge enchantments, if his enchantment levels fell short, he would simply farm another wave. After a night had passed, Qingzhen's gear had been successfully enchanted and upgraded. Anvil. Sharpness V, cleaving 3 diamond sword, sharpness V. Cleaving 3, unbreaking 2, diamond sword. Anvil. Efficiency 4, unbreaking 2, diamond pickaxe. Efficiency 4, unbreaking 2, luck 2, diamond pickaxe. Anvil. Unbreaking 3. Feather falling eye, diamond boots. Unbreaking 3, feather falling 2, protection 2, diamond boots. Anvil. Diamond helmet, protection 2, enchantment book. Unbreaking 2, enchantment book, protection 3. Unbreaking 2, diamond helmet. Anvil. Iron pickaxe, efficiency eye. Iron pickaxe. Anvil. Diamond axe, sharpness 2, unbreaking eye, diamond axe. The diamond axe boasted a high damage output, with a base damage of 10, 5, and a critical hit damage of 15, surpassing the sharpness V diamond sword by an additional 1. 5 points. Furthermore, it could shatter shields and armor, rendering it a true solo weapon. After using 1 diamond to repair the fire protection 3 leggings, the heavily cracked anvil shattered with a dull thud. Alas, 31 iron ingots were lost. Fortunately, Qingzhen had ample iron ingots in his inventory, so he felt no regret. He quickly crafted another anvil. Amidst the fervent chaos, suddenly, current survival days, to zombie evolution, the emergence of a mutated zombie, the creeper, which crawls upon the ground and advances with a serpentine motion, capable of traversing elevated terrain by 1 block. The creeper's velocity may be likened to that of the original creature, the small zombie. The creeper will seize the corpses of fallen zombies that have yet to vanish, assimilating them into its own form, thereby increasing its attack damage with the length of its body. The creeper can drag targets within a 1-block radius, with a pulling distance of 5 blocks. Players cannot escape from this grasp unless the creeper is slain. The creeper is impervious to being repelled, unless the player's weapon is enchanted with any level of knockback or impact. Have such formidable creatures evolved right from the outset? Chapter 15, Section 14. The Creeper, acquiring an ancient relic treasure map, upgrading to nether alloy equipment. The Creeper, a type of undead that crawls on the ground. Qingzhen furrowed his brow slightly, recalling certain images. In his previous life, when he was still a novice, he had overlooked these zombies that lay low to the ground, merely 1 block high, resulting in his foot repair station monster tower being besieged, leading to a severe loss. They would cling tightly, rendering escape nearly impossible, and possessed an exceptionally strong dragging ability. The fact that they consumed the corpses of their kind to extend their own existence was something Qingzhen had never encountered before. A corpse centipede, perhaps? Based on Qingzhen's recent experiences with monster farming, he had already discerned that the hordes of zombies did not instantly vanish upon being slain by players. Instead, their bodies would lie on the ground for a while before gradually disappearing. This afforded the creepers an opportunity to act. Logically, the longer the creeper, the more perilous it should be. If it remained a mere entity, it would only pose a threat when mingling among the undead. It was advisable not to approach the tide of corpses too closely. As he pondered this, dawn began to break. The sun rose above the horizon, gradually illuminating the surroundings. It was then that Qingzhen noticed an overwhelming number of zombie drops scattered across the lawn beyond the fence. Rotting flesh, gunpowder, bones, spider silk, spider eyes, iron ingots, potatoes. He ventured outside to collect the items, sorting and tossing them into a large chest within the enclosure. Before long, the chest was filled to capacity. He then retrieved an ender chest and deposited the iron ingots inside. In the original version, the likelihood of iron ingots dropping from zombies was not particularly high, yet the sheer number of zombies made up for it. Coupled with the loot that Qingzhen had acquired from players and what he had mined from caves, he possessed just over 2.5 stacks of iron ingots. This ender chest was crafted in the end dimension, using the shells obtained from defeating ender mollusks along with the chest. Each ender chest provided 27 inventory slots. In comparison to ordinary chests, the remarkable advantage of the ender chest was that even if it were destroyed, the contents would not spill out chaotically. They would remain preserved within. This effectively allowed players to expand their inventory space. In any case, Qingzhen kept rare items such as ores, potions, equipment, and special artifacts on his person, storing frequently used items in his backpack and less commonly used ones in the ender chest. Meanwhile, items like rotting flesh and spider silk, although useful, were not needed in excess, so he placed them in the large chest at the shelter. Even when he ventured away from the shelter to explore other areas, he need not worry about being robbed. Just as Qingzhen was placing the ender chest on the ground to transfer the loot, he caught a glimpse of something slender darting past in his peripheral vision. It appeared to slyly hide within his blind spot, and then, taking advantage of his momentary inattention, it stealthily crept closer. Qingzhen promptly closed the shadow box, drew forth the enchanted diamond sword, and turned to gaze into the depths of the forest. As anticipated, amidst the foliage lay a grotesque, bloodied humanoid entity, its eyes aglow with a piercing white light. Qingzhen squinted, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 14. In the shadows cast by the leaves and obscured by the tree trunks, the indistinct forms of 14 zombies emerged. They were linked together, appearing as a long, serpentine entity. Upon closer inspection, Qingzhen noticed that each individual zombie in this macabre chain had its mouth grotesquely agape, as if its jaw had been torn asunder, with a new zombie body sprouting from its throat. The latter, too, held another zombie in the same manner, creating a bizarre, centipede-like composite of corpses. Is this the creeping walker? ISNT at only the 10th day? The news of zombie mutations just surfaced. How could Qingzhen encounter one so soon? It's likely that one was spawned last night. Given Qingzhen's swift zombie-slaying prowess, with corpses piling up, the creeping walker could easily find several bodies to connect with. Wow, targeted for being too efficient at monster farming. Impressive. The creeping walker soon realized its concealment had been compromised. In the brief standoff, it coiled its body, charging up, while its zombie arm formed centipede legs twisted grotesquely. Could it be a Naga from the Twilight Forest? Just as this thought crossed Qingzhen's mind, the creature leapt forward with a powerful thrust. Qingzhen raised his shield to defend, and the force of the impact caused both to stagger. However, unlike the Nagas in the Twilight Forest, which would be stunned momentarily upon colliding with a shield, this creature quickly distanced itself, recalibrating its angle for another assault. Qingzhen's shield had entered a state of broken shield, requiring a cooldown period before it could be raised again. It did not employ the inexorable drag but rather launched a direct assault on me. Why? Could it be that during its dragging process, it is incapable of inflicting harm? Qingzhen estimated, based on the creeping walker's length and his own armor and resilience values, the potential damage it could inflict upon him. Just 14 segments, perhaps I should first test its mechanics. Qingzhen positioned the Ender Pearl within easy reach and deliberately began to kite the creature. In a calculated moment of feigned vulnerability, the creeping walker fell for the ruse. The crawling zombie that composed its head suddenly extended its arms and seized Qingzhen's foot. It then retracted its elongated body, coiling around him like a measuring tape, entwining him like a serpent. Indeed, the drag could not inflict damage upon me. Only the constriction could. Yet, its length was rather insufficient to fully suffocate me. It would require a length of at least 25 segments. Moreover, the adversary can only drag me within a 1-block radius, while my attack range extends to approximately 3 blocks. The crawler possesses a hint of cunning. If there are no nearby hordes of corpses, it poses little threat. Meanwhile, as Qingzhen pondered this, a small portion of the audience mistakenly believed that he was finally being targeted by divine justice, erupting into cheers. After all, should Qingzhen perish in this instance, the point allocation for competitors from other nations would increase. We certainly do not wish for a repeat of the Speedrun original, where other contenders participated in vain. However, unexpectedly, after the crawler's dragging duration reached 5 seconds, its long, bamboo-like arms drooped down, allowing Qingzhen to break free. With an enchanted diamond armor set, Qingzhen was assuredly not destined for demise. Furthermore, due to his high saturation level, his health quickly regenerated by more than half. Qingzhen had meticulously calculated the time intervals for the crawler's charged attacks. He could either defend with his shield or leaped to evade. Moreover, he took advantage of the moment when it collided with other environmental objects, leaping fiercely to deliver a crushing blow with his diamond axe. Before long, the crawler emitted a piercing wail, its body turning red before collapsing lifelessly. To Qingzhen's astonishment, its drops included not only the usual gunpowder and rotten flesh, but also a map. This was the Ancient Relic Treasure Map. As the name suggests, this map marked 20 locations where ancient relics could be found. Once Qingzhen entered the Nether, an arrow cursor would indicate his position on the map, providing real-time tracking. Qingzhen's eyes lit up. It is essential to note that a single spawn point does not merely generate one relic. If he excavated all the ancient relics marked on a map, he might be able to fully upgrade his entire gear and weaponry to netherite. Compared to a complete set of diamond armor, netherite armor grants an additional 4 points of toughness, for a total of 12. This means it can more effectively defend against high explosive damage. Additionally, it offers a cumulative 40 knockback resistance, significantly aiding in PvP and intricate terrain navigation. Naturally, the enhancement from diamond to netherite armor is not as pronounced as the upgrade from iron to diamond, as the latter represents a qualitative leap. What Qingzhen truly valued was not merely this embellishment, but rather the singular achievement challenge noted in Notch's initial rules, the Draped in Relics. This challenge can only be deemed accomplished by donning a complete set of netherite armor. Upon completion, one would be rewarded with 5 advanced enchantment books bestowed by Notch. Little did Qingzhen know that while he mused, this game holds no difficulty whatsoever in the neighboring alliance of the 9 nations. 2 competitors struggled in unison and failed to defeat a single 7-segment crawler. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have nearly been counterkilled. What a pair of useless beings. Just look at the competitor from the neighboring Panlong nation. Without comparison, there can be no harm. During this process, Qingzhen has harvested all the sugarcane and potatoes within the shelter, uprooted the enchanting table, furnace, crafting table, and bookshelves, and transferred all useful items from the chests into the shulker box. Upon completing these tasks, he constructed a portal to the Nether. Once ignited and activated, his form vanished from the overworld. Chapter 16. Embraced by Remains. Achievement unlocked. Rare enchanted books acquired. Current day. 14. Upon returning from the searing depths of hell, the refreshing breezes wafting through the forest invigorated Qingzhen, lifting his spirits considerably. Indeed, the inferno was no place for mortals. This time, with the aid of the Ancient Remains treasure map, Qingzhen excavated 43 fragments of ancient relics. He traversed 3 fortress ruins and unearthed 3 forging templates and 4 nether alloy fragments from the treasure room chests. Additionally, he discovered 2 more forging templates in chests from other chambers, including those found in the treasure rooms of the fortresses along the path to the end. Qingzhen now possessed a total of 6 forging templates. Ordinarily, acquiring even a single forging template suffices, as it possesses a remarkable synthesis pathway. Crafting table, 1 forging template, 7 diamonds, 1 nether rock, 2 forging templates. This implies that, as long as diamonds are plentiful, the forging templates can continuously divide. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, and so forth ad infinitum. Upon teleporting back to the overworld, night had fallen. The distant moans of zombies echoed, and the sounds of erratic footsteps grew nearer. Qingzhen promptly excavated a small cave in a nearby mountain, camouflaging the entrance with dirt. Before entering a state of stealth, the ruse was so convincing that even if a player were to pass by, they would remain oblivious to the presence of someone within. Qingzhen affixed a torch to the wall and arranged his furnace and crafting table. Furnace, ancient remains, smelting, nether alloy fragments, crafting table, 2 iron ingots, 4 wooden planks, forging table, crafting table, for nether alloy fragments, 4 gold ingots, nether alloy ingots, as legend has it. The essence derived from the remains of nether creatures, when combined with gold through the process of smelting, manifested in Qingzhen's hands. It felt weighty and cold, imbued with a peculiar texture, reflecting a stunning dark light in the glow of the torch. Forging table, enchanted diamond chestplate, 1 forging template, 1 nether alloy ingots, enchanted nether alloy chestplate. As night passed, Qingzhen expended 5 forging templates and 5 nether alloy ingots. upgrading his sharp V-sweeping edge 3 diamond sword and the complete set of diamond armor to nether alloy. Wait, why has the armor on Qingzhen turned black? Is their armor superior to diamonds? Clearly, this is both more stylish and stronger. Other competitors can't even assemble a full set of diamond armor. How can they compete? How did Qingzhen conceive this synthesis table? Soon, Qingzhen heard the system's prompt. Congratulations to player Qingzhen for achieving the Embraced by Remains achievement. Reward: Enchanted Book X5. In the next moment, 5 enchanted books materialized in Qingzhen's inventory. Upon opening, a treasure trove revealed itself. 2 enchanted books of Experience Mending Eye, 2 enchanted books of Protection 6, and 1 enchanted book of Depth Strider 6. Aside from the Experience Mending Eye, the enchantment levels of the others far exceeded their natural limits. Is this what one would call a superior enchanted book? Qingzhen felt a surge of delight within. It is known that the pinnacle of protection enchantments is level 4, culminating in a total of 16 levels for full body protection 4 armor. The maximum damage reduction permitted in Minecraft is a staggering 80. This implies that to achieve such a reduction, one requires a total protection level of 20 across their entire armor set. With 2 books of Protection 6 in his possession and a chest plate boasting Protection 4, Qingzhen realized that if he were to acquire just one more Protection 4 book, he would attain the ultimate damage mitigation. A sense of joy enveloped him, for there would be no need to seek out villagers to exchange for higher-level protection enchantments. He promptly opened the anvil. Protection 2, Unbreaking 2, Netherite Helmet. Protection 6, Unbreaking 2, Netherite Helmet. Unbreaking 3, Feather Falling 2, Protection 2, Netherite Boots. Unbreaking 3, Feather Falling 2, Protection 6, Depth Strider 6, Netherite Boots. The enchantment level of Depth Strider should ideally peak at 3, allowing the wearer to run underwater at the same speed as on land. Now, Qingzhen had secured a Depth Strider 6, which, in the original version of Minecraft, would not bestow any additional functions if the Depth Strider level exceeded 3 through commands. However, in this iteration of the game, Notch permitted its speed to double that of land movement and significantly diminished the force of water currents acting upon the player. Alas, he had truly transformed into a mermaid. Sharpness V, Cleaving 3, Netherite Sword. Sharpness V, Cleaving 3, Experience Mending Eye, Netherite Sword. After all, this weapon was intended for dispatching zombies, and its durability would deplete swiftly over time. With Experience Mending now bestowed upon it, Qingzhen would no longer need to expend diamonds, now netherite ingots, for repairs. He also enchanted another Experience Mending Eye book on his elytra. As the days progressed, the spawn rate of phantom wings diminished. With Experience Mending, there was no longer a need for constant vigilance over the elytra's durability. Before long, daylight emerged. It was time to select a new location for the shelter. The sound of the wind whistled in his ears as, before Qingzhen's eyes, the mountains were gradually painted into view. Soon, a village nestled on a plain came into sight. The neat arrangement of its houses and farmlands was distinctly unlike anything other players had encountered. Qingzhen immediately adjusted his trajectory, gliding straight downwards. However, something felt amiss. If this truly were an untouched land, then why were there so many zombies lurking nearby? Qingzhen was uncertain whether the concept of chunk loading had been incorporated into the Minecraft National Fortune game. If it had, then this area should have remained in an unloaded state prior to Qingzhen's arrival, making the presence of such a densely packed horde of zombies implausible. Conversely, if it had not been implemented, one could ponder why, in this realm where zombies possess such heightened levels of aggression that they could track nearby players from miles away, they would consistently linger in this vicinity. After surveying his surroundings, Qingzhen discerned that these zombies were not fervently approaching him. Rather, some were swiftly advancing towards other directions. Could it be that other players were present? Despite soaring through the skies for an extended period, he had yet to encounter any player names. How peculiar. They neither gathered resources nor harvested crops, opting instead to hide within buildings and move stealthily. What could their intent possibly be? The answer seemed to emerge clearly. Had they anticipated his arrival and set a trap for him? Or perhaps their motives extended beyond targeting just him? Casting a glance in the direction from which the zombies were surging, Qingzhen began to piece together the situation. The blacksmith shop was likely the most bountiful location. Could they be lying in wait there? After circling above the blacksmiths for a moment, Qingzhen steeled himself mentally and dove directly towards that location. Chapter 17. Unable to even construct a simple redstone mechanism, yet they dare to speak of ambushes? The spectators, observing from a divine perspective, have already discerned the cunning strategies of the four deceitful players below. It's over, it's over. This time it's the end for Qingzhen. For a moment, one cannot tell whether to be concerned for the four or for Qingzhen. What a clever idea to build the shelter underground in the village, simultaneously developing while ambushing passing players. How cowardly! They've already ensnared 3 players. Yet this time, their opponent is none other than Qingzhen. I feel that the trap they devised is truly unsolvable. Even if Qingzhen arrives, wouldn't it mean? Eating melon, let the battle commence. Let the battle commence. Indeed, as Qingzhen had anticipated, there lay an ambush beneath. It was not specifically targeting him. Rather, the placement of the shelter beneath the village had inadvertently created a rudimentary trap. The moment they heard or saw anyone approaching, they would leap out and strike while their targets were caught off guard. However, since Qingzhen was approaching from the sky, his name was barely visible due to the great distance, leaving the 4 players utterly unaware of his identity. Otherwise, they would surely be filled with regret. As Qingzhen neared the roof of the blacksmith's shop, he merely flicked his wings upward, and the buoyancy from the wind allowed his body to perform a graceful flip in the air, perfectly evading the damage from the heavy fall. He then landed steadily on the low eaves and immediately entered a stealth state. In his hand, he had already drawn forth an efficiency 4 diamond pickaxe, and almost before he touched the ground, he shattered the block above him. Thus, he nimbly descended through the opening into the blacksmith's shop. It can be said that even before he stepped onto the roof block, he had already broken it and landed safely inside. During the brief descent, Qingzhen surveyed the vicinity and found nothing out of the ordinary. Before reaching the ground, he promptly struck the floor block in front of the chest. Tap! One must say, Qingzhen possesses an astute understanding of the Minecraft skills of his fellow players. Almost the moment he set foot in the blacksmith's shop, he envisioned the possible ambush tactics of those foolish block-shaped beings. Lowering his gaze, he fortuitously spotted 2 players with their backs turned beneath the floor. They evidently had not yet grasped what was happening, merely feeling a sudden illumination above them. When they lifted their heads, their expressions were both foolish and innocent. Qingzhen clearly observed that beside these 2 stealthy players lay a profound abyss. Taking advantage of the other players who were about to open the chest and inspect its contents, he could shatter the block beneath their feet, causing them to plunge into the abyssal trap below. Would he not gain kill rewards by dispatching them through a combination of finishing blows and fall damage, while also collecting their dropped items? Such a primitive approach. I had anticipated the presence of trap boxes, pressure plates, or tripwires. Alas, given the current player's proficiency, they likely wouldn't even comprehend the crafting recipes for such devices. A myriad of thoughts flitted through Qingzhen's mind, but merely for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, he swiftly retrieved TNT. Igniting it, he cast it directly down the freshly pried opening. Whoosh! The 2 had not anticipated Qingzhen's rapid excavation, nor could they fathom the astonishing speed at which he wielded his tools. Almost as soon as the sound of his digging echoed, they abruptly lifted their heads. They hardly caught sight of Qingzhen's name before their vision was dominated by a swiftly descending white block. His goodness! It's TNT. What on earth is happening? Where did the TNT come from? Just as they glanced upward, the ignited TNT was thrust into their faces. Who wouldn't be bewildered? Boom! As the grayish-white explosion smoke billowed and dissipated, Qingzhen had already descended to the side of the blacksmith shop, smashing through the wall and plunging inside. The 2 blocky figures, having been blasted by the massive TNT, were left dazed. Fortunately, clad in full iron armor, they had sustained considerable damage to their health. Upon leaping into the underground trench where the 2 were located, Qingzhen executed a jump strike. With a brief moment of charging, he delivered 1 axe to each of them. The high critical damage cleaved through. The blocky figure closest to the TNT blast zone collapsed lifelessly. Alas, Qingzhen felt a twinge of disappointment. Not only was their ambush method so rudimentary, but their reaction time was astonishingly slow. Did they not realize they should flee from the TNT explosion? Were they simply standing there in a daze? With these thoughts in mind, he casually leaped into the attack blind spot of the remaining player. Another charged jump strike followed, and with a few swift blows, he eliminated him. Wow, Qingzhen is formidable. Is he using wall hacks? How did he know there were people below? All of them were in stealth. Their names and bodies were concealed. Did I miss something? I merely blinked, and those two were dead? I can't stop laughing. I initially thought the ones below would ambush Qingzhen, yet he was even more cunning. He started with ignited TNT. 666. Qingzhen furrowed his brow slightly. They can't possibly be foolish enough to remain crouched below, can they? If I were in their position, I would certainly have one lying in wait while another blocked the exit. Otherwise, what if a player didn't fall directly into the pit? A coordinated front and back assault would be essential. But now, why are there only these two here? Could it be that their numbers exceed two? Just as he was pondering this, a sharp arrow whizzed forth. It flew directly toward Qingzhen. Thud! At the moment Qingzhen heard the footsteps above. He raised his shield to deflect the impending blow. Whoosh thud! The rebounding arrow struck forcefully to the side, its fletching producing a resonant sound. Indeed, they had accomplices. Squinting, he discerned the names of the two approaching figures. His suspicion was confirmed. They were indeed allies. Qingzhen recalled the myriad details from the live stream replay he had watched earlier. In the previous National Fortune game, they had exhibited acts of collaboration and solidarity. However, due to their origins from a lesser nation and their failure to garner support for the alliance, many had overlooked them. A coalition of four. The commendable spirit of teamwork. Perhaps this was precisely what Notch had aspired to witness in the National Fortune game. Yet, how unfortunate it is. You have chosen to stand against me. Chapter 18. You are astute. The only mistake you have made is to stand against me. At this moment, Qingzhen stood within a hollow, dim chamber beneath the blacksmith shop. The floor tiles above, shattered by Qingzhen's TNT, revealed a small aperture. Through this opening, he locked eyes with two players positioned above at an angle. One wielded a bow, still drawn in preparation to release. Their expressions were tumultuous, for they had suffered losses and were determined to eliminate Qingzhen at any cost. Just as the bowstring was about to be let loose, the captain behind him stepped forward. Interrupting the action, he swallowed hard, feigning trepidation, and said, "Sir, the explosion was triggered by you, wasn't it?" Qingzhen narrowed his eyes, silently acknowledging that he had been recognized. When he remained silent, the captain continued, "We thought it was a zombie. We were terrified and attacked you in panic. You know how many of those wretched creatures there are. We couldn't help but be on edge. Please don't hold it against us." Qingzhen regarded them with calm composure. Suddenly, he recalled that this captain was a seasoned player with considerable experience in the National Fortune game. Before becoming a contestant, he was the second in command in a dark underworld. Not only was he formidable in strength, but also ruthless and cunning, a truly shrewd individual. Was he feigning submission due to an inability to defeat me? Seeing that Qingzhen remained silent, the captain began to sweat nervously and forced a smile, saying, "Haha, I truly didn't expect such a large pit beneath the blacksmith shop. Are you unable to come up? I have plenty of blocks. I could help you build a ladder." Qingzhen noted that the weapon in the captain's hand had transformed into dirt, but chose not to advance. Those familiar with bed wars understood that this position was exceedingly vulnerable to ambush. After all, the deep pit dug by this team was perilously close to Qingzhen. If he attempted to ascend, they could very well execute a combined attack and send him plummeting back down. Naturally, Qingzhen's contemplation of remaining stationary was not due to indecision about climbing up, but rather sparked by a daring hypothesis. Could they be plotting to counterattack him? Although the scale of this village was vast, it would be foolish to remain hidden below indefinitely, unless their refuge was established right beneath him, with their malevolent intentions merely a secondary concern. If that were the case, the two players he had just eliminated had respawn points alarmingly nearby. Were they truly under the impression that a 4v1 confrontation could lead them to victory? As Qingzhen pondered this, the captain's incessant prattling finally ceased, and the atmosphere grew quieter. It was then that Qingzhen's keen senses detected a faint hissing sound in his ears. It was magma. How could there possibly be magma here? Could this be yet another one of their traps? As Qingzhen contemplated this, he suddenly cast a glance at the arrow that had been shot at him. Having been deflected, it was now embedded in the ground beside him. The faint glow at the tip of the arrow just extinguished. Enchanted with fire, arrow eye. Could it be that he, just as this thought crossed Qingzhen's mind, the captain abruptly sidestepped, and the player behind him, bow drawn, loosed another arrow. However, this time, it was not aimed at Qingzhen. Instead, it was directed towards the side. Without needing to turn, Qingzhen could surmise that a pile of TNT lay concealed there. He had merely overlooked it due to his positioning. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Qingzhen's eyes sharpened as he leapt onto a block beneath his feet, swiftly retrieving his fishing rod to ensnare the archer. With a forceful tug, he drew out his netherite sword. Not back to. The player, now pulled down, was sent hurtling towards the ignited TNT. Qingzhen even deemed it unnecessary to use an ender pearl. A quick build sufficed for him to vault over the gap and enter the blacksmith shop. The captain had evidently not yet grasped the unfolding events. Qingzhen had already reached his side. Another sweeping strike erupted forth. The opponent, momentarily off balance, staggered a few steps. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, avoiding being knocked into the abyss below. He quickly crouched down, regaining his composure. Below, an ear-splitting explosion erupted. Boom! Followed by the sound of igniting TNT. A chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Qingzhen didn't even need to look to know the fate of the individual dragged down into the hidden chamber. He only heard the wretched cries of a death met in the lava. How did Qingzhen deduce that? 666. I told you not to go against Qingzhen. You're just asking for your head. One plays the villain while the other feigns innocence, lulling Qingzhen into a false sense of security before triggering the traps below. That old fox is quite cunning. Truly, the wolf feigns slumber to lure the enemy. If it weren't for Notch's assurance that no one was cheating, I would genuinely suspect that Qingzhen could see the bullet screen or share other players' perspectives. What a contemporary detective. Indeed, only with a profound familiarity with Minecraft can one maneuver so adeptly. Within the hidden chamber, the sound of something ablaze echoed. Qingzhen smiled and remarked, very clever, to devise a method for igniting TNT from afar. The captain's expression fluctuated between shadow and light as he distanced himself from Qingzhen while feigning a smile, saying this. This person is inexperienced. Please don't hold it against him. Qingzhen replied, that individual has only participated in the National Fortune game twice. If it were not for your prompting, how could he possibly know how to enchant? How could one possibly know that arrows enchanted with fire arrow eye could ignite TNT? The captain's smile had completely frozen. Even in his blocky form, the embarrassment and panic were palpable on his face. Do not masquerade as a good person in my presence. Once you have played the fool, do not erect a facade of virtue. Realizing that his facade had been completely shattered, the captain dropped the pretense. Gripping his iron sword, he scrutinized Qingzhen from head to toe, as if calculating his chances of victory. However, he soon realized such a prospect was rather bleak. The oppressive aura emanating from Qingzhen's entirely black armor was far more formidable than that of Diamond. How could he possibly triumph? Just as the captain found himself at a loss, he suddenly noticed Qingzhen's gaze shifting towards the blacksmith shop door. A sound, sharper and more piercing than a zombie's wail, echoed in their ears. In a peculiar light, a long, distorted shadow first crept in, its limbs grotesquely twisting like those of a centipede. What came into view next was a long, gray-brown creature. It seemed to have gorged itself on too many zombie corpses. The body of this crawler had grown sufficiently to support its forepart, which now nearly grazed the ceiling, exerting itself as it slowly advanced. Qingzhen stole a glance outside the window. There its tail was concealed. Estimating the curled length based on the half circumference of the blacksmith shop, Qingzhen calculated roughly. Its length measured an astonishing 40 segments. Chapter 19. The Chronicles of a Shield Axe Hero, PvP, and the unrelenting assault on the 40-node crawlers. Isn't it at least dozens by now? How on earth do we combat this? Given its characteristics, A single blow must be excruciating, and its movement speed is likely no less impressive, is it? This truly marks a Waterloo for Qingzhen. Let us pop the champagne. After all, he would surely hesitate to confront it head-on. He ought to scurry away with his tail between his legs. By the way, do you recall that before venturing into the abyss, Qingzhen had entirely forsaken his previous sanctuary? He even demolished his bed. Goodness, if he perishes now, he will be teleported back to his spawn point utterly defenseless, becoming a feast for the zombies. At this moment, Qingzhen is acutely aware of what the audience from the non-Panlong kingdom, along with the captain, are pondering. They presume that Qingzhen is about to face the righteous retribution of the 40-node crawlers, believing he is destined to experience the bitter taste of losing all his belongings. How naive! Qingzhen understands that many foreign spectators are eagerly anticipating his downfall and demise. After all, nothing incites a frenzied delight among those despicable individuals more than watching a god topple from his pedestal. And what he wishes to convey is, do not celebrate prematurely. Previously, when Qingzhen descended, he had breached the roof of the blacksmith shop. Now, armed with a firework rocket, he deftly donned his wing sheath and surged forth through that very opening. To his surprise, the crawler's target appeared to be him. Instead of launching an assault on the captain inside, it immediately coiled its form and lunged at the freshly emerged Qingzhen. Its speed was remarkable. Alas, not as swift as my firework rocket. Qingzhen merely adjusted his trajectory slightly and brushed past it. Having previously vanquished a crawler, he had acquired a mapping device for ancient relics. He wondered what rewards awaited him this time. Sensing the opponent's speed, Qingzhen understood that engaging in land combat would be ill-advised. Based on his experience, the more agile the creature, the more prudent it is to retreat to the water. Moreover, he now possessed the Deep-Sea Explorer 6 boots, which, thanks to Notch's specially modified extraordinary traits, allowed him to move at twice the speed in water as on land. It could be said that the advantage was his. Without hesitation, Qingzhen soared towards the adjacent expansive lake marsh. On his way, he fortuitously encountered the captain, who was also in flight. It seemed he had been driven mad by the crawler, and, upon witnessing it retreat from the blacksmith shop, had frantically chosen a random direction to flee. Naturally, Qingzhen could not let such an opponent, who sought to secretly undermine him, escape. He first hurled an ender pearl into the sky. Though it appeared to be a random toss, Qingzhen had faith in his muscle memory. The arc of its descent would lead directly to the nearby large lake. Subsequently, he folded his wings and landed steadily beside the captain, swiftly producing a fishing rod to shorten the distance between them. Captain was nearly driven insane upon seeing the relentless specter of Qingzhen, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? That creature is pursuing you, not me. How dare you return? A mere brush from it spells death. Are you willing to sacrifice your life to kill me?" Qingzhen merely smiled. "I shall not let that thing escape either. As for you, it is a trivial matter. Given Qingzhen's elevated position in the sky and the upward trajectory of the ender pearl, coupled with the depth of the lake, there was a delay as it descended, touched the bottom, and initiated the teleportation. In that fleeting moment, dispatching the captain was effortless. The captain was nearly overcome with rage, but before he could utter a word, Qingzhen's sweeping strike came crashing down. As he turned to flee, Qingzhen seemed to predict his movements with uncanny precision, landing another downward slash that obstructed his escape route. Simultaneously, he raised his shield to deflect the charging attack from the Enderman. After a few exchanges, the captain staggered and fell lifelessly to the ground, dropping a plethora of items. At that moment, Qingzhen found himself confined within a 2x2 area by the Enderman's elongated form. As the creature's front half sealed off Qingzhen's ascent, it began to converge. Suddenly, the Ender Pearl successfully reached the lake's bottom, teleporting Qingzhen away. Wow, that was close. I was genuinely terrified just now. How did he manage to teleport? I didn't catch that. Upon reaching what he thought was the bottom of the lake, Qingzhen realized it was in fact the ocean. No wonder the Ender Pearl took so long to reach the bottom. As he swam towards the surface, he noticed the Enderman swiftly plunging into the water with a splash. Indeed, its swimming speed in the water resembled that of ordinary creatures like sheep or zombies. Clumsy and ineffective, It was akin to a land-dwelling duck flopping about in the water, utterly unable to catch Qingzhen. Due to its elongated body, it had a large surface area vulnerable to attacks. Thus, as Qingzhen emerged from the water, he effortlessly led the Enderman on a merry chase, while occasionally delivering brutal strikes with his diamond axe. Even if he could not withstand the creature's assault, he could always evade with the Ender Pearl. Soon, amidst a deafening roar, the 40-length Enderman turned crimson and perished. Wait, it died at 40? Just like that? No way. My friend, that is a full 40. Is this even humanly possible? How is Qingzhen swimming so fast in the water? I initially thought he was seeking his demise by entering the water, but it appears he has found the advantageous terrain. 1v4, even with a 40-length Enderman. And he emerged victorious? This is truly extraordinary. Laughing out loud, one should take a moment to appreciate the impressive equipment and weaponry adorning Qingzhen. If one cannot triumph in battle, resorting to desperate measures is hardly commendable. The ability to acquire such formidable gear at the onset of the game is indicative of one's prowess. A little less envy would be appreciated. Upon emerging from the water, the damp sensation quickly dissipated. He reached out and retrieved a blueprint. Unlocked crafting recipe. RE Weapon Expansion Workbench acquired. RE Weapon Expansion Blueprint Whip. This augments the existing weaponry with an array of intricately designed melee armaments. Workbench. 3 emerald blocks, 3 iron blocks, 2 gold blocks, 1 workbench. RE Weapon Expansion Workbench. Qingzhen's emeralds were sourced from player loot and caverns, totaling a mere 9 at present. Fortunately, a large village lies nearby. He resolved to explore the villagers' trading listings. Thus, the bandit leader, Qingzhen, set forth to devise a plan for plundering, turning towards the village. Village, danger, 758, 799, 061. Chapter 20. A majestic upgrade of the fishing rod weapon, balancing area attack and range control upon returning to the village. Qingzhen took the time to inspect the player's sanctuary beneath the blacksmith shop. Inside, the 4 players had all fled after their resurrection, taking with them every valuable item within the sanctuary. This outcome was anticipated by Qingzhen. Fortunately, the village above was still quite expansive. The fields, bordered by logs, were lush with thriving crops of wheat, potatoes, and carrots. Outside the small courtyard, stacks of hay bales lay in abundance, while cattle and horses mooed within the yard, and diligent farmer villagers busied themselves with their labors. All the items in the chest had been taken. However, the hay bales and bookshelves remained. Bread could still be made, and enchanting books could be crafted. The crops were likely newly planted by the villagers, intended to encourage their continuous improvement and to deter laziness. In front of the villagers, Qingzhen collected all the harvested crops. Farmer villager, once the soil becomes acidic, nothing can be grown. While we can still experience the joy of farming, we should cultivate as much as we can. Qingzhen patted the farmer villager on the shoulder. In truth, he was displeased upon seeing the villager's trade offerings and playfully slapped him a few times. Subsequently, Qingzhen moved among the various villagers to initiate trading. Armorer novice, 15 coal, 1 emerald. Priest novice, 32 rotten flesh, 1 emerald. Farmer novice, 22 carrots, 1 emerald. Fisherman novice, 20 spider silk, 1 emerald. Fisherman novice, 10 coal, 1 emerald. Arrow maker novice, 32 sticks, 1 emerald. In a bustling city, opportunities abound. In this large village, Qingzhen encountered numerous villagers of various professions, thus acquiring a considerable number of emeralds through trading. Earlier, the notch system had indicated that special mod components and crafting recipes might be incorporated into the villagers' trading panels. These villagers still held value for Qingzhen. With this in mind, he used fences and other tools to confine and protect them near their respective workstations. Day by day, he would visit them to refresh their trade offerings, thereby enhancing his trading level. Days passed. After gathering sufficient emeralds, Qingzhen successfully crafted the RE Enhanced Weapon Workbench. With the aid of the RE Weapon Expansion Blueprint Whip, Qingzhen illuminated a weapon slot. Expanded weapon name: Black Gold Whip, Enhancement Forging Path, Fishing Rod, Sweeping Blade, Nether Alloy, Sword. Black Gold Whip. Materials required for enhancement: 1 Nether Alloy Ingot, 10 Iron Ingots, 3 Diamonds, 64 Spider Silk, Required enemy kills for enhancement. 300. Attack power, 10-15. Retaining sharpness V, 13-18. Note: the numbers in parentheses indicate critical damage. Attack power does not diminish due to differences between primary and secondary targets. Attack range. Radius of 5 blocks. Attack speed. Slightly faster than Sweeping Blade 3. Nether Alloy Sword. Maximum number of targets hit in one strike. All enemy targets within radius, compared to the Sharpness V Nether. Alloy Swords 11-15. The damage has increased by 2-3, and the attack range has expanded from approximately 3 blocks to around 5 blocks. The attack speed has also seen a modest enhancement. Furthermore, due to the enchantment from the Sweeping Blade Sword, damage to secondary targets will diminish by 2 points. However, upon evolving into the Black Gold Whip, this damage will no longer decline. Thus, it can be said that once the enhancement is complete, it represents a significant and comprehensive advancement. Additionally, special function, retaining all functions of the fishing rod except fishing within the attack range. It can swiftly reel in targets closer to oneself, and can also grasp certain blocks. It has effectively evolved from a fishing rod into a grappling hook gun. After leaving the village, Qingzhen began constructing a shelter and gathering materials to enchant a bow and upgrade a sword. Days passed. Current day, 20 zombie evolution occurs. A small portion of zombies will don equipment and wield weapons, with a chance of encountering the king zombie. Important notes regarding king zombie. The king zombie will wear a golden crown atop its head and hold a golden scepter, possessing 100 health points. The king zombie has the ability to command other zombies and possesses intelligence, the level of which is correlated to the size of its crown, within the domain of the king zombie. Various attributes of all zombies will undergo qualitative enhancement. All king zombies generated on the map will share each other's memories and possess the capacity for continuous learning and iteration. If the king zombie dies, all zombies that it has empowered within its domain will perish. During this time, Qingzhen undertook repairs on his shelter. He first delineated an area for cultivation and then extracted the golden hoe found in the Nether to till the lush green lawn. In the central region of the farmland, he dug down 1 block and poured in a bucket of water. Thus, the soil would be moistened, allowing crops to flourish upon it. Qingzhen planted potatoes, wheat, and carrots in the farmland. Additionally, he established a zone for cultivating sugarcane, ensuring a continuous supply of paper and sugar. Now it was time to seek out some animals. In the event that the weather proves inhospitable for outdoor activities, there remains a modicum of tasks to engage in within the sanctuary, such as slaughtering chickens and milking cows. Within Qingzhen's backpack lie seeds, wheat, and carrots. After placing these items in the quick access inventory, he departed the shelter, heading towards a nearby cluster of animals. Bamu. The cows and sheep were soon captivated by the wheat in Qingzhen's hands, their expressions turning blissfully vacant as they followed him, eyes fixed intently upon his every move. To prevent their foolishness from leading them into a ditch, Qingzhen thoughtfully constructed a bridge for them. Next, he spotted a flock of snow-white chickens nearby and promptly switched his item to seeds. Their gazes immediately ignited with fervor, and they eagerly approached him with a joyful clucking. After gently coaxing them into the shelter, he deftly kicked them into the fenced farm area. With these tasks completed, Qingzhen set about enhancing the sanctuary's defenses. Beyond the fence, he excavated a trench 2 blocks wide and 3 blocks deep, laying magma at the bottom and covering it with a trapdoor. Though the magma pool was not far, the repetitive task of gathering magma consumed a fair bit of time. It was now time to cultivate the living area. After consuming a golden apple, Qingzhen wielded a torch and began digging a downward passage within the confines of the fence. He then covered the entrance with a trapdoor and affixed a ladder to the wall. Continuing to dig, he ultimately shaped the tunnel into an configuration. At the end of this passage, he used TNT to create a vast cavity, lining the 4 walls, ceiling, and floor with neatly arranged obsidian. Thus, even if zombies were to evolve the ability to break blocks, they would be compelled to labor for a considerable time against the obsidian. For decoration, insulation, and to utilize the surplus of superfluous blocks in his backpack, Qingzhen encircled the obsidian with white wool. This rendered the sanctuary's walls aesthetically pleasing. The interior illumination emanated from torches and campfires. He then retrieved the bookshelves from his backpack and arranged them around the enchanting table, thereby elevating its enchanting level back to 15. In recent days, he had unearthed a substantial amount of lapis lazuli in the nearby caves, and battling zombies had significantly enhanced his enchanting level. It was time to bestow enchantments upon his bow. Crafting table, 3 sticks, 3 spider silk bow. The materials for the bow were more common than books. So Qingzhen simply cast the bow and lapis lazuli onto the enchanting table, embarking on a journey of random enchantments. Should his enchanting level fall short midway, he could always venture out to confront more zombies. Days passed, and at last, Qingzhen succeeded in acquiring the Infinity Eye Bow, the Flame Eye Bow, and the Power 3 Bow. Utilizing an anvil, he combined them into one, resulting in the formidable Infinity Eye Flame Eye Power 3 Bow. Moreover, the lower-tier alloy sword has achieved a formidable kill count of 300, successfully enhanced and forged into the black gold whip. As a weapon characterized by its long-range capabilities, high damage output, swift attack speed, and extensive area of effect, Qingzhen eagerly anticipates its performance. With matters reaching this juncture, it is time to venture forth and vanquish some zombies. Chapter 21. The 20th day of zombie evolution. The King Zombie, who commands thousands. Current survival days. 25. Qingzhen was still outside, capturing pigs, herding sheep, and slaughtering chickens and cattle, further expanding his food reserves. As he noticed the day beginning to wane, he prepared to return when the names of 2 players suddenly materialized not far from him. It was evident they were also heading toward their shelter. Surprised to encounter fellow players in such a desolate area, Qingzhen observed them as they passed by. The player clad in a hoodie introduced herself as Ash, saying, "Hello. May I ask if you're lost? It's getting dark outside, and it can be quite dangerous. Would you like to accompany us back to our shelter?" Qingzhen glanced at their names, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. In the fiercely competitive world of a national fortune game, it was unexpected for novice players to extend an invitation to him. This prompted a sense of caution within him. He then recalled their backgrounds, newcomers, utterly unacquainted with the nuances of Minecraft prior to the game, and thus oblivious to his identity. Seeing no hostility from them, Qingzhen waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need to worry about me. You should hurry back." He figured the 2 were likely quite fearful of zombies. Catching a glimpse of the pale, glowing eyes in the distance, he forwent further pleasantries and hastily made his way toward his own shelter. Upon returning, the temporary alliance of about 10 members finally gathered. "Why did you return so late? Did you find the person you were looking for?" inquired the girl seated at the head of the group, raising an eyebrow. Her name was Nalita Seiko, hailing from the Eagle Griffin Kingdom and affiliated with the Alliance. Before entering the National Fortune game, she was a junior princess of the royal family, having undergone rigorous training. Throughout her upbringing, she had often been overshadowed by her legitimate siblings, leading to a sense of inferiority that was easily clouded by jealousy. After being chosen for the National Fortune game, she had, through a stroke of immense luck and her audacious spirit, carved a path through challenges to her current status, being hailed by her subjects as a genius and savior of the nation. The vast disparity in her identity had bred a long-suppressed arrogance within her. Now, faced with Nalita's inquiry, Ash hesitated. "I did encounter a player today, but his name does not belong to the Alliance." Being a pure novice, Ash was genuinely unfamiliar with the roster of players in the National Fortune game. It was only under Nalita's insistence that she had memorized the names of the Alliance members, and Qingzhen was clearly not among them. Nalita had been passively searching for other members of the Alliance, for the chief strategists of their nations had devised an initial plan during the Supreme Council meeting, with the primary objective being unification. However, Nalita maintained an indifferent view on whether that unification occurred, believing that she could achieve victory on her own. She inquired, "Has he ever pleaded for our organization to take him in?" "No," he declined. The atmosphere within the small group fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Nalita scoffed, saying he declined? "It sounds as though you were eager to invite him. How pathetic. You may have no shame, but I still have some." She rolled her eyes, and the others dared not breathe. After a pause, she continued, "He still refuses? He is not even a member of the Alliance. What is he pretending for? Everyone else is begging to enter our sanctuary. What does he think he is? Ash found himself momentarily speechless. The small group sank into an awkward silence. Enough, Nalita waved her hand dismissively and addressed the others. Today, you will descend into the mine. How did it go? Listening to the reports from the few blocky individuals, a flicker of disdain crossed Nalita's eyes. How did you only manage to find such a meager amount of lapis lazuli? Not long ago, Nalita had fortuitously stumbled upon a crawling creature on the edge of a lava lake. Due to the peculiar terrain, it was trapped there, unable to move, having consumed several fallen or burnt zombies to sustain itself. After she killed it, she unexpectedly acquired a cursed enchantment book, Overload V. When the bow is drawn to its full extent, continuing to draw will consume a portion of her life force to enhance the arrow's damage. Of course, the damage increase from Overload V is not merely additive but multiplicative. Therefore, once other enchantments such as Power or Flame Arrow are applied to the bow, the damage will escalate exponentially. This urgency in Nalita's quest for lapis lazuli or zombies to enhance her enchantment level stemmed from her desire to affix other spells to her bow and combine them at the anvil. While the others were reporting, Ash repeatedly hesitated, seemingly wishing to say something but continually failing to find the opportunity. It was not until everyone had listened to Nalita's devised plan and prepared to continue their search for supplies that Ash cautiously remarked, did you not notice? Last night, we did not hear the sound of any zombies at all. Clearly, when I returned, there were quite a few nearby. Nalita, somewhat impatient, retorted, Are you not listening to my words? Your attention is entirely on the outside. Ash, another person added, perhaps it has something to do with the cold wave that just passed last night. Nalita gestured with her chin towards the ladder's position, instructing him, Go up and check the situation outside. The individual climbed up and returned shortly, saying, Miss, something is indeed amiss. There's not a single zombie outside our sanctuary. Nalita furrowed her brow and, along with the others, ascended the watchtower one after another. Although it was daytime, with the cold wave just receding, the world was shrouded in a misty haze, and some areas were blanketed in snow, resulting in a desolate brownish-gray landscape. In such an eerie atmosphere, there was not even a shadow of a zombie surrounding the sanctuary. Nalita paused momentarily, reflecting that time should not be squandered in the early stages. This time, we shall proceed together, but exercise caution in the mine, she advised. Not far ahead lay a natural cavern, the very route her temporary ally was destined to traverse. At the entrance, a massive protrusion crowned the top, resembling a small hill, which rendered the area below an exceedingly concealed refuge. Peering into the depths of the cave, one would discern, amidst the darkness, the undulating grayish-brown heads resembling waves, their crystalline white eyes gleaming with intensity. They bore expressions of fervor, yet they restrained themselves, daring not to utter a single sound, cautiously observing the farthest reaches of the cavern. There, seated with a crown upon its head and a scepter in hand, was a zombie of 2'5" stature. Its gaze was calm, directed towards the rising sun on the horizon, as if it awaited something significant. Chapter 22. The reign of Emperor Qingzhen. As the dawn broke, the heavy clouds obscured the sun, casting a dreary grayness over the surroundings and diminishing visibility. Only the distorted shadows of the undead could be faintly discerned, instilling a palpable sense of dread regarding the unknown. Qingzhen, appearing fatigued, emerged from the fishbone-shaped artificial mine beneath the residential area. He lamented the inefficiency of manual excavation, for the ores he sought most urgently were lapis lazuli and diamonds. Yet his haul had been disappointingly meager. It was time to search for larger mines in the vicinity. Approaching the edge of the barricade, the heat emanating from the molten lava in the moat invigorated him. A low growl escaped his lips as he unsheathed his black gold whip, a frown creasing his brow. Why does it seem that the number of zombies has diminished recently? Is it merely an illusion? Perhaps the fog is too dense? He suppressed his doubts and began to lash at the zombies beyond the trench. With a swift motion, he struck out, the sound of his whip slicing through the air. The moat, 2 blocks wide, was no match for the 5-block range of his black gold whip, which retained its full damage potential. This meant he could safely clear the undead from a distance without sustaining harm. Moreover, the whip's attack speed and accuracy surpassed that of a sword, coupled with its formidable damage output. Without expending much effort, he had eradicated all the zombies on the periphery. Logically, in such extreme weather, Qingzhen should have remained safely within the shelter. Yet, in the distance before him, a slender, shadowy figure flickered past. Could it be a slither? Recalling the substantial rewards from his previous encounter with one, he decided to pursue it. The creature appeared intermittently, teasing him like a fish on a line. Qingzhen remained vigilant, equipping a firework rocket in his offhand and swapping his chest armor for wings, gripping his black gold whip in his primary hand for better control. As the fog dispersed and visibility gradually improved, the temperature began to rise. After running for what felt like an eternity, Qingzhen arrived at the periphery of a sunken pit. With the mist lifting, the landscape became clearer. He squinted, scanning the area, and in the depths of the mine, he discerned shadows of wooden boards and tracks. This was undoubtedly a minecart cavern, likely rich in lapis lazuli. However, he abruptly halted. Strangely, he had encountered not a single zombie along his path, which struck him as odd. Cautiously, he descended into the basin of the mine, entering a stealth mode, and peered over the cliff's edge into the depths. Just as he pondered whether to delve further into the cave, a sudden, muffled sound of footsteps reached his ears. The noise was subtle and nearly imperceptible. Had he not remained still, he might have missed it entirely. The sound was both alarmingly close and yet hauntingly distant. Could it be that the excessive number of living beings, all crowded in one place, is the cause? Qingzhen recalled the significant reduction in the number of zombies this morning, and a bold thought emerged. Have they all been drawn here? What could possibly be the reason? Before Qingzhen could continue along this line of thought, numerous player names appeared in the distance, followed by the sound of their footsteps, hidden beneath the rugged terrain and the lingering veil of mist. Naliada and her companions failed to notice Qingzhen. After all, in stealth mode, Qingzhen's name remained concealed. A few individuals took the lead as scouts, creating steps on the rock face with blocks, gradually descending deeper, while those behind followed cautiously. Ash, feeling timid, hesitated at the back and happened to catch sight of Qingzhen, who seemed intent on retreating. She assumed Qingzhen was heading down the mine and remarked, "Are you coming to mine as well?" Originally, she intended to convey that Naliada and her group had claimed this mine, suggesting Qingzhen should leave to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to conflict. However, Qingzhen interrupted, stating, "I want to be going down. You all should refrain from descending as well." Ash stood there, taken aback by Qingzhen's words. Just as she was about to respond, an impatient voice from behind called out, "Are you coming or not? What are you doing there?" Frustration bubbled within Ash as she swallowed hard, ultimately choosing to follow silently. Watching her silhouette fade into the darkness of the cave, Qingzhen sighed. "I had offered you a chance." In truth, Qingzhen's intention was merely to suggest they explore the path ahead. Having voiced her concern, she felt she had done her part. If they chose to ignore her, then it was merely fate determining their paths. Finding an open area, Qingzhen decided to dig a vertical mine shaft, not through the brute force mining method, but rather by standing at the edge and excavating the blocks directly below until she exceeded the reach of her pickaxe, at which point she would jump down, create a 2-block-high tunnel, and continue to dig straight down. Throughout this process, Qingzhen's gaze remained fixed on the names of those blocky figures. By observing their movements, she gained insight into what they might have discovered. Should there be no danger below, she could ambush them at the exit and compel them to hand over there, or sparing herself the trouble of mining directly. Ah, how lazily I have grown. Wait, something feels amiss. Why have they suddenly? Time rewound to a short while earlier. After Ash rejoined the main group, Naliada, with a hint of annoyance, inquired, "What were you dawdling about up there? Were we all just waiting for you?" Ash stammered, "I encountered other players up there." "Other players? What? Did they foolishly come to steal from us? Have you told them to leave?" Ash shook his head, then nodded slightly. "No, he never intended to come down, and even suggested that we shouldn't descend." With a chuckle, he mused, "Has he become timid? It's merely a mine. What is there to fear? If he is cowardly, he should not impose his fears upon us. Does he think he has the authority to dictate our actions?" Ash refrained from speaking further. Trailing behind, she collected the leftover, less valuable coal and copper. The words of Qingzhen echoed in her mind, providing a semblance of comfort. It's all right. Even extracting a bit of coal is quite impressive. Perhaps if Nelia was in good spirits, she might reward her with some iron ingots. Even in the presence of zombies, there was no need for trepidation. Simply close your eyes and strike. As long as she remained courageous, her nation would not fall, her friends would not perish, and perhaps her family would return. Yes, that it. Whoosh. What was that sound? Who? Hee. Ash felt a surge of goosebumps erupt across her skin. Gripping her pickaxe tightly and curling up, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. At that moment, they had reached the location of the great underground chasm, where the dark river surged, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. The other team members also heard this eerie noise, halting their movements and mining activities. The atmosphere turned eerily silent, interrupted only by sporadic, high-pitched laughter echoing in their ears. Soon, on the rugged cliffside of the chasm, countless bright, white stars flickered to life. Naturally, these were not the twinkling stars of the night sky. They were the eyes of zombies. Chapter 23. A horde of zombies is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is their cultured nature. In the fleeting moment of witnessing this scene, cold sweat cascaded down the backs of everyone below. It was not solely due to their overwhelming numbers, but rather their eerie stillness as they crouched, exuding a malevolent intelligence that suggested a spark of awareness. At this moment, the enemy lurked in the shadows while the group remained oblivious to their peril. The inhospitable terrain compounded their misfortune, as this small assembly found themselves ensnared within the zombies' encirclement. Run, Nelita commanded, dashing instinctively in a particular direction. The zombies, awaiting their king's order, surged forth like a tide of darkness, crashing down from the cliff towards the beleaguered individuals below. Oh no, they are biting me. It hurts. Help. The path is blocked. No, there are too many of them. I can't even place a block beneath my feet. They've obstructed my pickaxe. I can't dig through the ground. This densely packed horde of zombies descended like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained untrampled. Almost all players in this temporary alliance succumbed to terror, collapsing lifelessly before they could comprehend their fate. Help! Save me! Ash was hastily shoved by a panicked teammate, who intended to use her as a stepping stone to divert the zombies and secure their own escape. Unintentionally, this action propelled her into the dark river. The river was of a significant depth, and the zombies appeared not to have evolved the ability to swim. They flailed helplessly on the surface, fixated on Ash, who sank beneath the water. Aware that emerging meant certain death, she frantically began to excavate the blocks beneath the dark river. Just as her health dwindled to a mere 4 hearts, she finally broke through to a space large enough to escape, gasping for air. Trembling, she murmured to herself, "How terrifying. Is everyone dead?" The debacle of this temporary alliance brought amusement to many onlookers. "Oh my, I'm dying of laughter. I told you all to rein in your royal princess's arrogance. But you wouldn't listen. Now look where it has led you. Seriously, how can such a pathetic lot even think they could challenge us? Have they looked in the mirror or even considered their own worth? Qingzhen, I did warn you beforehand. It was your hubris that led to this disaster. Those who ignore wise counsel will inevitably face dire consequences. Indeed, don't come crying to our livestream later, complaining that we Haven T displayed the grandeur of a great nation. Although Qingzhen did not hear Nelita's taunts, the viewers in the Eagle Griffin Kingdom's livestream did. Moreover, as a member of the Alliance, she had frequently leveraged her status to dominate others. This time, however, the emergence of the King of Zombies provided a much-needed release of pent-up frustration for all. However, despite this, many spectators expressed their concerns, regardless of the circumstances. This King Zombie is exceedingly terrifying. It even knows how to set ambushes. It feels like it's going to end poorly if it recruits more zombie soldiers. Won't all the contestants be at a disadvantage? Wait, ISN Qingzhen nearby as well. SOS. Come forth and deliver justice. We must not allow the King Zombie to develop. Exactly. Qingzhen, hurry up. Eliminate it. At this moment, Qingzhen was crouched in the vertical mine he had excavated. He carefully tunneled forward, inching closer to the vast underground chasm, and then created a small opening in the cliff face, cautiously peering out. Ah, there it is. Thanks to the numerous torches set up by the temporary alliance members in the vicinity, Qingzhen could clearly see the position of the king zombie. It was nestled within a small cave in the inward indentation of the opposite cliff, flanked by zombie guardians. It wielded a scepter, directing its minions. A wise zombie. I must find a way to strike it down instantly, without giving it a moment to react. Otherwise, this horde of zombies will surely converge and unleash their fury upon me. Qingzhen consumed a golden apple, contemplated briefly, and then drew forth his enchanted bow. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, delivering a direct blow to the king's zombie's head. With a fully drawn strength 3 bow, the critical damage amounted to 20 points. It startled, not bothering to ascertain the source of the arrow, but instead commanded the surrounding zombies to block its path. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a sound thud beside him. Glancing to the side, amidst a spray of purple particles, Qingzhen's figure materialized right in front of it. The ender pearl struck the cave wall, leaving Qingzhen suspended in midair. At the top of his fishing rod, there dangled an inflated TNT. In the next moment, with a slight flick of his wrist, he hurled the TNT directly at the king zombie's face. Swiftly, he switched his main weapon to the black gold whip, ensnaring a protruding block above him. Then, with a vigorous pull, he propelled himself into the air, swinging about. This is the exquisite advantage of the black gold whip over the fishing rod. Like a grappling hook gun, it can not only pull others, but also draw oneself within a 5-block radius. Qingzhen released his grip and landed. The recent TNT explosion had sent the surrounding guardian zombies reeling. Seizing this opportunity, Qingzhen lashed out with his whip. Crack! 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 After gaining some distance from the king zombie, he poured a bucket of lava down upon it. During this process, Qingzhen, who had not adequately prepared for defense, was inevitably jostled and scratched by other zombies, suffering significant damage to his health. Fortunately, with his protection enchantment reaching a total level of 16 and clad in netherite armor, Qingzhen was able to endure. The king of zombies, struck by a long whip, emitted a wretched wail that summoned more of its kind to its side, seemingly in a bid for escape. However, Qingzhen would never grant it such an opportunity. Fortunately, at this moment, the zombies possessed no capacity to construct or destroy blocks. Thus, the substantial number of zombies that had leapt from the cliff into the chasm had no chance of returning to their king. They could only watch helplessly as their leader met its demise at Qingzhen's hands. A chorus of anguished cries resounded. The zombies blessed by the king's scepter succumbed to death alongside their master. Standing beside the fallen king, Qingzhen observed the surrounding zombies collapsing in waves, radiating outward from the center, evoking an overwhelming sense of reverence akin to a multitude of corpses bowing before him. Goodness, Qingzhen is utterly magnificent. The countless army of zombies that has just been annihilated now kneels at my feet. It is said that one must capture the king to defeat the thieves. Surely, only Qingzhen truly deserves the title of savior. If this king were left unchecked, it would undoubtedly summon even more zombies, and the inherent numerical advantage would spell doom for the other contenders. Indeed, let us quickly express our gratitude to Qingzhen on the public screen. Chapter 24. After I become a deity, there will be scholars to debate for me. The ordinary zombies that followed the king did not drop any items upon their demise. They vanished silently, leaving no trace behind. This was for the best. Qingzhen had already eliminated countless zombies, collecting a plethora of their spoils, to the point that the storage box in the shelter was on the verge of bursting. Conveniently, the locations where those individuals perished were nearby, and their dropped items should not be far off. They had excavated this mine so thoroughly. Indeed, many hands make light work, saving me the trouble of exploring bit by bit. As Qingzhen muttered to himself, he scurried about collecting the items they had dropped. How utterly infuriating. So, Qingzhen initially refrained from entering that cave solely to sacrifice these individuals. Do you have no shame, Qingzhen? Is there any difference between your actions and ascending to power over the corpses of others? Casting others forth as shields while you bask in the comforts of the shadows. Reaping the rewards is truly despicable. Let us refrain from such harsh words. Qingzhen even took the time to warn against descending. Did you see if those few listened? They strutted about with an arrogance that was almost laughable, truly believing themselves to be invincible. Aren't you the ones who are panicking? Our nation's premier contender was. After all, perished by your so-called alliance in the first instance. What is this called? This is called retribution. You, who feast upon the blood-soaked buns of our people to form your alliance. Now await your turn. Not a single one shall escape. Though some foreigners hurled the most scathing insults, and others fervently defended Qingzhen, it must be acknowledged that his true intention was indeed to sacrifice them. After all, why would he personally toil in such a vast mine when he could effectively utilize his teammates? Oh, pardon me, his opponents. As the saying goes, a gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. There are no perfect hearts among men. Qingzhen demonstrated through his actions what it means to say, after I become a deity, there will be great scholars to debate for me. 12 diamonds, 1 set of lapis lazuli, a total of 2 sets of rough iron ingots, and a considerable amount of other ores were collected. Only 8 individuals perished? I recall there being 10 in total. Remarkably, 2 managed to escape, not too shabby. Qingzhen took stock of the resources. Besides these minerals and spoils, he discovered 2 familiar items. Acquired mod component, exquisite backpack, acquired RE expansion weapon workbench, expansion weapon blueprint, void rift bow. The traveler's backpack originated from the 7-segment creeper, assimilated under the influence of the staff, and perished due to the death of the king zombie. It seems only the ordinary zombies failed to drop items. Fortunately, the creeper does not fall under the category of ordinary zombies. The weapon blueprint came from the king zombie. Much like the black gold long whip, it is also a brand new weapon. A bow indeed. Qingzhen currently lacks long-range weaponry. If he could enhance and upgrade the bow, one could hardly fathom the strength he would attain. Qingzhen conducted another sweep of the area, ensuring that there were no remnants or abandoned ores in the vicinity. He departed along the trajectory of the mine. Naturally, he did not overlook the chests, tracks, mine carts, and the resources within the amethyst caves and monster spawning rooms. Diligently gathering them all, hidden beneath the aquatic cavern, Ash patiently awaited the abrupt cessation of the zombies' sounds before cautiously emerging. By chance, she caught a glimpse of his departing figure. Had he vanquished all those zombies? How impressive. No wonder he always appeared so composed. She blinked, gazing longingly in the direction he had gone, her eyes sparkling with hope. If only I could be that strong. Then, perhaps no one would have to perish. Upon returning to the shelter, he immediately accessed the workbench, meticulously inserting the materials required for the ingenious backpack mod. Workbench for leather 4 spider silk 1 chest backpack. Workbench 8 iron ingots 1 backpack iron backpack. Workbench 8 gold ingots 1 iron backpack gold backpack. Workbench 8 diamonds 1 gold backpack diamond backpack. The diamond backpack provided an additional 108 slots and 5 upgrade slots. Coupled with the 2 extra slots from shulker boxes and the existing slots in his backpack, there was ample space to accommodate all his useful items. Should he choose to upgrade further, he could create the Nether alloy backpack, which required 1 Nether alloy ingot and 7 diamonds for the forging template. He felt the current slots and upgrade capacity were sufficiently adequate and refrained from further embellishments. In addition to providing backpack slots, the ingenious backpack also offered some extra functionalities, namely the expansion of upgrade slots 05. He first synthesized blank upgrade and subsequently selected 5 evolution paths. Feeding upgrade automatically feeds when hunger falls below a certain threshold. Tank upgrade consumes 1 row of backpack slots to obtain a storage tank for liquids, which can store experience when fitted with an experience pump. Experience pump upgrade. Once enchantment levels exceed 30, it will store absorbed experience orbs in the tank, with no upper limit. The synthesis path for the experience pump upgrade was quite intricate, beginning with the liquid pump upgrade. Ultimately, one of the required materials was an enchanting bottle, which he had fortuitously acquired from a loot chest not long ago. It was fortunate he had not shattered it. Stacking upgrade T2 quadruples the stacking limit of all items. Naturally, the expansion upgrade slots could be removed and replaced at any time. Should he require other expansion upgrades in the future, he could synthesize and swap them as needed. Having completed the ingenious backpack mod, he then tossed the blueprint for the Void Ender Bow into the RE expanded weapon workbench. Weapon name, Rift Shadow Bow. Enhancement path, Bow Crossbow Rift Shadow Bow. Materials required for enhancement. 1 Nether Alloy Ingot. 1 Eye Vendor. Required kills for enhancement. 300 attack power. Charge critical hit 15 points. Charge non-critical hit 13. 5 points. Special ability 1. The user may opt to expend 1 Ender Pearl to swap positions with the targeted enemy upon being struck. Special ability 2. All enchantments pertaining to bows and crossbows can be applied to the Rift Shadow Bow, and they will coexist without conflict. Special ability 3. Consuming copper blocks permanently increases critical hit rate. Once maxed, all arrows shot while drawing the bow will critically hit. Arrow slot. None. Total 64 5 slots. In comparison to the ordinary bow, which inflicts 9-10 damage. In the crossbow, with damage ranging from 6 to 11, the Rift Shadow Bow's damage of 13. 15 represents a significant enhancement. Once enchantments are acquired in the future, this will further elevate its prowess. Moreover, what astonished Qingzhen the most was the realization that both bow and crossbow enchantments could coexist on a single weapon. Even if some enchantments are inherently contradictory, it remains to be seen what delightful surprises await Qingzhen upon achieving the requisite 300 kills to complete its evolution. Having reached this point, Qingzhen shifted his gaze towards his cultivation area. Due to a slight delay outside, the sugarcane, potatoes, and other crops had matured, and the cows and chickens in the farm were making their characteristic sounds. Thus, it was time to tend to the vegetables. Chapter 25. The heavily stricken little princess. The following day, within the temporary alliance, Nalata's countenance was clouded with an ominous gloom, instilling a palpable fear among the others who averted their gazes, their heads bowed in trepidation. The leader spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. 2 square individuals have returned, weary and anxious, reporting that they scoured the great chasm of the mine, but found none of our lost possessions. Nalata regarded them in silence. Her transformation into a blocky form did not diminish the oppressive aura that enveloped her, leaving the air thick with tension. Rising from her seat, she approached the two with deliberate steps. The fully enchanted iron armor, iron weapons, food supplies, and the basic materials, wood, stone, torches, coal, iron ingots, allocated to you. Not to mention the minerals we painstakingly unearthed over 2 days and nights in the chasm. All gone? The others dared not breathe, the atmosphere fraught with anxiety. Their vulnerability was compounded by the sight of their adversaries, armed with weapons of exceptional quality. Moreover, Nalata was a member of the Griffin Kingdom, one of the 9 nations within the Alliance. To provoke the Alliance would spell doom, both in the realm of Minecraft and beyond. The consequences could range from inhumane torment to complete annihilation, with entire nations facing ruin. After all, these players hailed from relatively insignificant territories, their lands dwarfed by even a single province or city of the Panlong Kingdom. In that moment, they resembled meek chicks silenced by fear. Nalata's voice cut through the silence, harsh and accusatory. Have you considered whose fault this truly is? Why were only you 8 affected while I remained unscathed? Have you diligently committed the skills and strategies imparted by the Alliance to memory? It was merely a horde of zombies. How could you not devise even the simplest means of self-defense? The debts you owe me, the Griffin Kingdom, and the Alliance are ones you shall never repay in this lifetime. With a menacing gait, Nalata paced before them, her tone dripping with disdain. After a diatribe of vicious insults, she inhaled deeply, her voice steadying. Where could our lost items have gone? One individual, cautious and trembling, ventured. We observed signs of an explosion beneath the chasm. Perhaps they were obliterated. Nalata shot him a scathing glare. In the overworld, there are no creepers, nor zombies wielding TNT. How could a crater appear without reason? The answer was all too evident. Another player had ventured into the chasm after us and claimed all our lost items. A vein throbbed on Nalata's forehead as she gritted her teeth, articulating each word with chilling precision. Not a single item was left for us. As she spoke, a sudden thought seemed to strike her, and she pivoted toward Ash. The hearts of those nearby raced in palpable dread as she approached. Nalida halted before Ash and promptly delivered a resounding slap across her face. You mentioned encountering other players at the mine, did you not? Ash trembled in fear, tears glistening in her eyes as she nodded. Another slap followed swiftly. Why did you not eliminate him? Or at least inform me beforehand? Ash sobbed, yes, I'm sorry. I truly had no knowledge that he would take our belongings. Moreover, I did inform everyone, yet no one heeded my words. He claimed he would not descend. Nalida crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Do you believe everything he says? Would you leap to your demise if he commanded it? I'm sorry. Despite the multiple slaps, Nalida remained unsatisfied. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she coldly inquired, did you remember his name and appearance? Ash, weeping, was at a loss for words, nodding and shaking her head in turn. Useless, Nalida scoffed. Do not let me encounter him. Otherwise, I shall ensure he pays 100-fold for yesterday's transgressions. In the comments section, the spectators from the small nation remained silent in fear. Conversely, the audience from the Panlong Kingdom was emboldened, laughing heartily. Wait, do they genuinely not recognize that it's Qingzhen? Qingzhen's sanctuary is far from her. I wager she won't find it. Let them fight, let them fight. I've long been displeased with that arrogant one. I'm dying of laughter. She struts around like a peacock, yet when trouble arises, she's the first to flee and still dares to shout. Who gave her such audacity? I adore watching her flustered demeanor, as if she's unearthed a delectable nugget of treasure, yet it's merely a tiny morsel. I wonder if Qingzhen will have the chance to tease her again in the future. Days passed. Qingzhen busied himself gathering brewing materials, concocting potions, battling monsters, enchanting items, and constructing an underground passage for the sanctuary. At last, he had finally acquired a useful enchantment book. With his savings upgrade, the efficiency of his enchanting level's advancement had markedly improved. Now, he had successfully generated numerous beneficial enchantments at the enchanting table. Grindstone, Fire Protection Eye, Durability 2, Nether Alloy Leggings, Nether Alloy Leggings, Anvil, Nether Alloy Leggings Protection 4, Durability 3, Nether Alloy Leggings as a result. Qingzhen's total level of protection enchantments reached a remarkable 20, achieving the theoretical cap within the game, granting him an impressive 80 damage reduction. Iron Anvil, Nether Alloy Boots, Durability 3, Feather Falling 4, Protection 6, Deep Sea Explorer 6, Nether Alloy Helmet, Protection 6, Durability 2, Water Breathing 2, Black Gold Whip, Sharpness V, Sweeping Edge 3, Mending Eye, Knockback 2, Flame Eye, Elytra, Durability 3, Mending Bow, Power 4, Infinity Eye, Fire Arrow Eye, Impact Eye, Enchanting Table, Crossbow, Piercing 2, Crossbow, Multi-Shot Eye, Crossbow, Quick Charge 2. It is heartening to note that during these days, Qingzhen has not encountered any king zombies. Current bow crossbow, cumulative kill count, 145. It appears that some time is still needed before upgrading to the Void Rift and bow. Days have passed. Current survival days, 30. Zombie evolution occurs. A small probability of encountering zombies of varying sizes, with a minimum size of 0. 25 blocks. Small zombies, measuring less than 2 blocks in height, move at 3 times the speed of regular zombies, inflicting damage equivalent to that of ordinary 2-block high zombies. Zombies exceeding 2 blocks in height increase in attack damage with their height and gradually acquire the ability to destroy blocks. The map has a chance to spawn Wandering Lich. Important notes regarding Wandering Lich. The Wandering Lich is a living malevolent entity wielding a bow crossbow. Compared to the original monster skeleton, its attack power is higher, range farther, and hiding places more concealed. The arrows of the Wandering Lich carry random debuffs. Chapter 26. The zombie with a tiny nose, good heavens. Now, even a half-brick cannot provide sufficient protection. Qingzhen felt fortunate that his sanctuary was fortified by a lava moat, and additionally secured with fences to effectively separate the living quarters from the spawning zones. One could only wonder if anyone would be foolish enough to attempt to excavate a footrest atop the sanctuary. Now, the tiny zombies could easily slink through the gaps of the door. Standing atop the watchtower, Qingzhen gazed into the abyss of darkness. In the inky blackness, The pale eyes flickering in the distance indeed revealed a transformation, stacking upon one another with varying heights. It appeared that the majority of zombies were approximately 2 blocks tall. Notch had not imposed an upper limit on the height of the zombies. However, the probability of encountering larger specimens diminished with increased stature. Thus far, Qingzhen had not encountered any particularly colossal zombies. If a large one were to spawn, it would likely be no match for even a single hair of a titan. Moreover, if the large zombie retained the characteristics of an ordinary one, there were certainly ways to handle it. In contrast to Qingzhen's calm demeanor, the competitors from other nations were not so fortunate. It's over. The players from the Black Banana Nation failed to seal their sanctuary, lacking even a trapdoor, leading to their swift demise. What on earth are the competitors from Cold Island doing? Upon spotting a tiny zombie from afar, why didn't they quickly seek refuge at a higher elevation? The setting of a 25 block tall zombie allows it to enter through any trapdoor. A half brick is useless. Sealing off is essential. The issue lies in its remarkable jumping ability. A creature of such diminutive height can leap 1 block, identical to an ordinary zombie, which defies the laws of physics. Are you discussing physics in Minecraft? Yet, Qingzhen and the Alliance are astute, having the foresight to dig a moat or use fences for fortification. As the night passed, countless players had undoubtedly accumulated additional death counts due to the appearance of the tiny zombies. Current survival days, 33, while pursuing cattle and sheep outside. Qingzhen felt a sudden nip at his rear, as if something had leapt up to bite him. Encased in a complete set of netherite armor and bolstered by cumulative level 20 protection enchantment, the minor injury felt akin to a mere tickle, barely affecting his health. Turning to look back, he caught a fleeting glimpse of 3 minuscule figures darting past his line of sight. Were they tiny zombies, or 3 of them? As a creature with a movement speed 3 times that of a small zombie, their agility was akin to a blur. I'm eager to see how Qingzhen will deal with the tiny zombies. For the other competitors, they are essentially an insurmountable boss monster. Other competitors would meet their demise upon encountering just one. Yet Qingzhen faced 3. At such a close distance, being targeted was tantamount to having 1 foot already in the grave, for the only feasible solution appeared to be rapidly elevating himself with 2 blocks before they drew near. Otherwise, their swift movement would leave no time for a player to gain footing. In Qingzhen's quick access inventory, there lay an array of weapons, food, and stepping blocks. Yet he had forgotten to bring a boat. The suddenness of this encounter was quite overwhelming. Thus, he swiftly drew his black gold whip and lashed it through the air. The elongated whip swirled around him and struck outward, sending the small zombie reeling several blocks away with its area of effect repulsion damage. Isn't this more effective than a shield? Qingzhen seemed to have discovered a novel application for the black gold whip as a weapon with area damage. As long as 3 small zombies attacked from the same direction, no matter how swiftly they maneuvered, they could not escape the reach of the black gold whip. Even with their numerical advantage, they struggled to approach Qingzhen. However, lacking additional health points, it wasn't too long before one of them turned red and collapsed. The other 2 had already adjusted their positions mid-battle, lunging towards Qingzhen from both the front and back. The black gold whip found it challenging to manage attacks from both directions simultaneously. Gradually, he realized that enduring a few bites was tolerable. It hardly seemed to diminish his health at all. Merely a tickle. Qingzhen viewed this skirmish as a valuable lesson, familiarizing himself with their movement speed, pursuit paths, and damage. He continued to wield the black gold whip, claiming the life of the small zombie before him and absorbing the loot it dropped. The 2 deceased zombies yielded enchanted books, though he had no time to ascertain the nature of their enchantments. Swish! In a moment of contemplation, the black gold whip lashed around him once more. The final small zombie, intent on launching another assault on Qingzhen, fell lifeless to the ground. Loot. Experience repair I enchanted book. Loot. Experience repair I enchanted book. Experience repair excellent. Repairing a piece of nether alloy armor requires 1 nether alloy ingot, making it quite costly. Experience repair I, as a treasure type enchantment unattainable through the enchanting table, can only be acquired from various special chests. Being able to obtain it so swiftly brought a sense of satisfaction to Qingzhen. as it saved him considerable time in exploring the map. Loot. Wing Expansion I. Enchanted Book, a special enchantment. This is an enchanted book from the More Dark Enchantments mod. Akin to Overload, the enchantment targets Elytra, bestowing the wearer with a circular gust of wind upon landing, resulting in a 3-block repulsion effect. This mechanism prevents the wearer from meeting an untimely end when landing in monster-infested areas. To everyone's astonishment, he remains unscathed. With a light-hearted demeanor, Qingzhen effortlessly dispatched 3 small zombies, emerging without a scratch. Observing the other competitors, the contrast was stark. Some lay lifeless while others bore wounds. Are you referring to a certain individual who, terrified by a tiny zombie, fled in panic, only to find their escape route coinciding with that of the enemy? They couldn't even outrun them. In such a comparison, the disparity is immense. Truly, the strong remain ever strong. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Qingzhen utilized an anvil to enchant his netherite helmet and netherite boots with a mending enchantment. Subsequently, he enchanted his Elytra with the Winged Expansion I. Qingzhen then reviewed the enchantments on all his gear and weapons. Although many were enchanted, some had yet to reach their maximum levels. The quantities of leather and sugarcane were barely sufficient, yet there was no need to worry about the books. The exquisite backpack could also store experience orbs, alleviating concerns regarding enchantment levels. However, the quantity of lapis lazuli was once again inadequate. Qingzhen revitalized the crops in the farm, hastening the growth of watermelons, potatoes, carrots, wheat, sugarcane, and pumpkins. With a firework rocket in hand, he set off in a new direction. Before long, the desolate and dilapidated desert came into view. Chapter 27. Fear not the malicious, but the foolish who strike with sudden insight. Breathing heavily, Nalita, armed with her enchanted longbow, had just dispatched a mini-zombie that had intruded upon their sanctuary. Having undergone decades of rigorous training within the royal ranks, her archery skills were impeccable. She adapted swiftly to the mechanics of Minecraft, achieving near-perfect accuracy with each shot. Her teammates, hidden behind her, marveled at her prowess, exclaiming, "Captain, you are truly remarkable. That little zombie was so swift, weaving like a serpent, yet you felled it in an instant. If only I possessed your skill." The flattery was music to Nalita's ears, though she maintained a fade of indifference, snorting dismissively. "Another casualty among our temporary allies. They are utterly useless. When you have a moment, tally up who remains unscathed. Those who have not faced death must surrender their equipment and weapons. This alliance does not harbor the inept." The two, feeling a mix of trepidation and resentment, replied, "Yes." As Nalita turned away, her mind churned with strategies to rid herself of these burdensome companions. Her objective was to locate her alliance allies, rather than unconditionally support this ineffectual group. Thus, while she was irked by the loss of so many weapons and gear in the Great Rift, her anger was tempered. In her view, iron ingots, copper ingots, and gold ingots became worthless scrap when amassed beyond a certain point. If it weren't for the exorbitant health costs of Overload I would. Mere offerings in the grand scheme. After enduring a relentless wave of zombie evolution for several days, Nalita had come to a profound realization. It was not the formidable adversaries that instilled fear, but rather the foolish allies who could hinder her progress. Bearing the weight of her mission for the Eagle and Vulture Kingdom, she was resolute in her ambition to prove herself to the royal court. Thus, she could not afford to be delayed by the incompetence of her companions. The immediate priority was to regroup with the alliance. With that in mind, she gathered 3 teammates and, under the pretense of mining, they set forth in a specific direction. As fate would have it, soaring through the skies, Qingzhen passed over a vast desert and beheld a desert temple. He sensed the presence of zombies nearby, likely converging upon the structure. Are there players hiding within? He pondered. It would be fortuitous to search for enchanted golden apples and diamonds. Any survivors would surely have explored numerous caves to endure thus far. He was particularly in need of lapis lazuli. Perhaps he could procure some from them. Qing, the bandit leader, descended gracefully upon the apex of the pyramid. What manner of edifice is this? I have never before laid eyes upon it. I have sealed my mouth. Surely no zombies shall infiltrate. two blocky figures huddled behind the columns of the desert temple. They are indeed members of the temporary alliance led by Nalida. Previously, an incident occurred when someone inadvertently planted a torch in the desert, causing the suspended sands to collapse. Nalida and another teammate were buried alive, and it remains uncertain whether they have managed to escape. Fearing the approaching zombies, the two fled in haste. They spotted a pyramid structure from a distance and decided to take refuge within. It is rather amusing. After enduring numerous trials and tribulations, one would not expect Nalida to fall victim to her own teammate. It is not the malicious adversaries that instill fear, but rather the foolishness of others that can lead to unforeseen circumstances. One must acknowledge that Nalida possesses considerable overall strength, even amidst a horde of zombies. She can hold her ground effectively, likely ranking among the top 5 in combat prowess. However, let us not rush to conclusions. I must inform you that both Qingzhen and Nalida have simultaneously laid eyes on that desert temple and are hastening towards this location from different directions. Let us hope for the best. You sycophants should fervently pray that the two do not cross paths. Otherwise, Nalida may truly find herself in dire straits. These two blocky figures, one named Jinsbo, hail from the nation of Bobo and can be regarded as one of the most loyal sycophants of the Alliance. Adept at navigating the currents of circumstance, instilling fear in those who observe. After a moment of contemplation, the two players began to examine the structure of this edifice. Jinsbo remarked, "I believe I heard Nalida mention a special temple in the desert, claiming there are chests within. But what were the specifics?" Player B blinked in confusion. "I've forgotten as well." Jinsbo continued, "But where are the chests? Do you remember?" Player B responded, "I don't recall." This place clearly appears to be rigged with traps. Perhaps we should refrain from acting recklessly and wait for Nalida to arrive. Jinsbo, growing impatient, clicked his tongue and activated a secure communication channel, ensuring their conversation would not be overheard by the livestream audience. He lowered his voice. "Are you foolish? It was our blunder that left her stranded in the sand abyss. It's a miracle if she manages to escape. Moreover, how can you be certain she will even find this place?" Player B nodded slowly, indeed. Jinsbo flashed a malicious grin. "We have benefited greatly from Nalida's equipment and weapons, as well as her sanctuary. During critical moments, a little flattery will ensure her protection over us. At worst, we may lose some health, but we can easily restore it with food. One cannot deny the value of this arrangement. I wonder how much national fortune we have amassed. Haha. The only downside is that she insists we surrender all found items for her distribution. However, I have come to realize that in times of dire straits, such as when we encountered the king zombie in that mine, we cannot rely on her. We must retain some means of self-preservation." As Jinsbo concluded, an increasingly greedy and wicked smile spread across his face. The insidious and cunning nature of his demeanor could not be concealed, even in his current form as a blocky figure. Player B, evidently a naive soul lacking in resolve, was seized by trepidation at the prospect of Jinsbo's scheme. Yet he dare not openly defy him, murmuring instead, "Are you suggesting? Yes, there must be treasures within. It's clearly the kind that hasn't been discovered by anyone before. Let South quickly scour the place while she is absent. If she inquires later, we can simply claim we never set foot here. After all, this location has likely been claimed by others already. With so many players in this dungeon, how would she know who is who?" As the encrypted communication concluded, entering a cool-down phase, Jinsbo refrained from further discourse, wary of being overheard by discerning onlookers. Should the fierce Nalida become irate, they, as minor players, would inevitably face her wrath. The two meandered around the pyramid chamber, soon captivated by the pattern displayed centrally on the floor. Why is it that the ceramic tile in the center is purple? One mused. Could it be that something lies beneath? Chapter 28. Your ambush techniques are what I left over 800 years ago as Qingzhen soared to the apex of the desert temple. He peered quietly through the gap above and chanced upon two foolish blocky figures, engrossed in chiseling the purple ceramic tiles beneath them. What on earth are you doing? An avalanche of frustration surged within him. Initially, he had intended to scour the chest for enchanted golden apples or diamonds. Yet now, before even opening the chest, his resources were on the verge of being obliterated. The fate of the two players was a secondary concern. With so much TNT below, igniting even one would trigger a chain reaction. At that point, not only the loot within the chest would be lost, even the items in these two players' inventories would likely be annihilated by the explosion. Qingzhen had been hoping to seize some lapis lazuli as well. Fortunately, his reflexes were lightning quick, and he leapt down, landing firmly between the two. His wings unfurled, creating a gust of wind in their wake. The moment he touched down, he interrupted their excavation, causing them to stagger back in shock, their hearts racing. Who is this? The sudden appearance of Qingzhen startled them. Upon recognizing him, they exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. It's not Nalita. Wait, clad in black armor, could he be the player our leader is seeking? The one more terrifying than a zombie? Their initial relief quickly morphed back into trepidation. Why is he looking at me like that? I just saved your lives, Qingzhen remarked. However, his words did nothing to assuage their wariness. Instead, the two anxiously retrieved their weapons from their bags. Given the escalating tension, Qingzhen saw no reason to let them off the hook. After all, if he were to clear the TNT below, what if they turned against him? Eliminating them was the quickest and most efficient solution. Just as he donned his nether alloy chestplate and tidied his quick-access inventory, a sudden smack echoed. Qingzhen sidestepped, glancing back nonchalantly. More company? Yet, in reality, only Nalita, bow in hand, was present. Qingzhen smiled and slowly raised his head. The player, who had been stealthily building blocks to the summit of the pyramid, cautiously peeked out, intending to launch a surprise attack. However, as soon as she lowered her gaze, she locked eyes with the smiling Qingzhen below, sending a shiver down her spine. Nalita narrowed her eyes. How did you figure it out? Qingzhen gradually retreated to the edge of the pillar, ensuring all were in his line of sight, and replied with a smile, Your aim is impressive, and your arrows pack quite a punch. You must have drawn your bow to its full extent. This requires time. Even if your pickaxe excavates at lightning speed, it is impossible to shoot a fully drawn arrow the instant I hear blocks being destroyed. Therefore, you must have an accomplice. One shatters the blocks, while the other draws the bow. I did not see his name, which indicated his intention to launch a surprise attack. The most effective method for such an ambush is to circle behind me and strike, or to leap down from above. As it turned out, my deduction was accurate. Nalita felt a vain throb on her forehead. The revelation of the situation left her feeling somewhat vexed. Yet, amidst this vexation, a tide of emotions surged within her, rendering her state of mind quite complex. The player clad in black armor, according to Ash's description, this individual before her was the one who had seized all their drops and mineral resources in the Great Rift. However, it was only when Nalita drew closer that she finally glimpsed his name. Qingzhen, the illustrious player from the Dragon Country, who had made an astounding entrance. The prodigy who single-handedly monopolized the fortunes of the entire Blue Star S-Notch nation. The monster that had compelled the Alliance to hastily formulate a counter-strategy. At this very moment, he stood right before her. Damn! Nalita's eyes blazed with fury. Surrounding Qingzhen was indeed a part of their plan, but certainly not at this moment. She had yet to rendezvous with the other members of the Alliance. How could she have encountered Qingzhen alone? In the midst of this standoff, Qingzhen spoke first. The arrow you shot is quite extraordinary. He cast a glance at the arrow embedded in the wall, its tip enveloped in flames, emanating a faint aura of curses. If you insist on putting me to death, do not blame me for being merciless. As he spoke, Qingzhen had already loaded 3 crossbows, each enchanted with multi-shot eye. The reason for having so many was that these were actually failed products from the enchanting table, forgotten rather than discarded. Qingzhen had initially intended to enchant 4, piercing 4. For some unknown reason, multi-shot eye kept appearing in succession. Yet at this moment, Qingzhen suddenly considered their potential use. Thud. Player C leaped in through an opening above, attempting to execute a jumping slash to ambush Qingzhen. Without hesitation, Qingzhen drew his black gold whip, unleashing an area damage effect. Knockback 2. Player C staggered back several steps, while Qingzhen had already maneuvered out of range of his attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the others could react, Qingzhen swiftly drew his crossbow and released 3 firework rockets, soaring towards Nalita. Indeed, What Qingzhen had loaded was not arrows, but firework rockets. Everyone present, including the viewers beyond the screen, was momentarily stunned. What is this? Can be played this way? Forgive my ignorance, but do firework rockets have high damage potential? Nalia's reflexes were remarkably swift. Upon seeing Qingzhen draw his crossbow, she instinctively raised her shield. The black firework rockets exploded upon contact with the solid barrier. The dense particles of fireworks obscured her vision. Nalia could only hear a rapid thundering of footsteps approaching. As the particle effects of the fireworks dissipated, a figure suddenly leaped from behind the shield. In that fleeting moment of ascension, the weapon was swiftly switched to a diamond axe. Nalita's pupils constricted sharply. Under the extreme tension, Qingzhen's downward strike appeared to freeze frame by frame. Crack! The shield shattered. Nalita felt a tingle in her hands. What ensued was all too predictable. A deluge of damage was imminent. She could scarcely afford to discern from which blind spot Qingzhen had circled around her. In a panic, she hurled an ender pearl. Thud! At the instant of shifting her perspective, she caught sight of Qingzhen's position. Coincidentally, his hand was reaching for a splash potion of damage from his quick access inventory. Instant damage I. This debuff inflicted 6 points of magical damage upon players, bypassing their armor. Smash! The sound of the splash potion bottle shattering echoed. The sudden pain caused Qingzhen to momentarily falter. However, it was but a fleeting moment. After all, the level 20 protection enchantment was no trifling matter. His health barely diminished. Throughout this turmoil, the other 3 competitors brandished their ranged weapons. TNT, arrows, and damage arrows soared through the air, all converging upon the spot where Qingzhen was about to land. At this moment, Qingzhen retreated to the top of the orange terracotta block. With such an abundance of TNT, were they intent on obliterating this place? Chapter 29. Qingzhen. A true man never looks back at explosions confronted with such a dense array of TNT. Qingzhen swiftly retrieved a stone block from his quick access inventory, erecting a formidable L-shaped stone wall of 3+1 blocks before him. With a decisive leap, he ascended and raised his shield, adopting a defensive stance. The ensuing explosion sent a shockwave that caused Qingzhen to stagger slightly backward. However, due to the considerable distance, the blast failed to shatter the stone block beneath his feet. Instead, it obliterated the floor blocks ahead, revealing the chamber below to all present. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the residual force of the explosion, Qingzhen deftly leapt to a position 4 blocks away from player B. With a swift crack of his whip, he struck true, causing player B to momentarily flush red. Almost immediately, the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air followed, unmistakably the support of Nalita. At that moment, she crouched concealed behind a large pillar, stealthily targeting Qingzhen. Her aim was indeed formidable. Was this the result of over a decade of royal archery training? Intriguing. Qingzhen stealthily retreated behind the pillar, slipping out of Nalita's line of sight. After consuming a golden apple, he cautiously approached player B once more. Another crack of the whip echoed, betraying his position, just as a cursed arrow came hurtling toward him. With a swift motion, Qingzhen ensnared a pillar on the side of the Grand Hall with his long whip, propelling himself away from danger. Player C, sensing Qingzhen's location, slowly aimed his loaded crossbow in his direction, his gaze fixated on the targeting reticle. Without hesitation, Qingzhen launched a downward strike at player B. The thunderous sound of shattering resonated, accompanied by the insignificant death sound effect from his opponent. As the explosion's visual effects dissipated, the sight of scattered loot on the ground tugged at their hearts. Initially believing Qingzhen had fallen, only to discover it was their own teammate who had perished. Panic surged through Jansbo and player C, their pupils dilating in shock. Their eyes darted back and forth between Nalita and Qingzhen, an overwhelming dread swelling within them. Nalita, one of the Apex players in PvP, appeared to have coordinated a focused assault with little harm befalling Qingzhen, who had also eliminated one of their own. How could they possibly counter this? Flee. Run swiftly if they wish to survive. A sudden thought pierced through Jansbo's mind. He turned to glimpse a small breach created by the TNT explosion on the side of the temple. Yes, that was the escape route. If he could slip away through there amidst the chaos, perhaps he could survive. As this notion crystallized, he hastily acted upon it. Player C, however, was utterly consumed by fear. Drawing his bow, he shot blindly, heedless of whom he might hit, relying solely on instinct. The arrows, imbued with the enchantment of impact, struck with considerable force. And in a tragic turn, one of them found its mark on the fleeing Jan's bow. The slightest miscalculation caused him to momentarily lose his footing. Plunging directly towards the pressure plate below, this entire scenario had long been observed by Qingzhen. Indeed, creatures as foolish as this pig, whether as adversaries or allies, present considerable challenges. Should the explosive aftermath reach the TNT below, the contents of that chest would undoubtedly be obliterated. Qingzhen remained uncertain whether the desired items lay beneath, feeling it would be a pity to destroy them. A TNT explosion takes 5 seconds from ignition to detonation. This interval would eject dropped items, yet not eradicate them entirely. 10 seconds. I have 10 seconds to act. Suddenly, Qingzhen conceived a daring plan. Relying on his full set of netherite armor and a level 20 protection enchantment. Almost instantaneously, he drew forth the rift ender bow, blind firing it towards the player C nestled in the corner. Swish! As the bowstring was not fully drawn, the damage was not substantial. Yet, Qingzhen's objective was accomplished. Would you like to expend 1 ender pearl to swap positions with the struck location? Confirm cancel. Countdown 5, 4. In the instant of impact, Qingzhen leaped forward, diving into the subterranean chamber before him. Crack! Hiss! There was no need to guess. It was evident that Jan's bow had stepped onto the pressure plate. Click! In a nearly suspended state, Qingzhen swiftly opened the chest, scanning its contents and finding nothing of use. Promptly closing it and opening another. Hiss! The compressive explosion of TNT echoed ominously. Countdown 3, 2. Qingzhen quickly switched hands to open the second chest. An enchanted golden apple. Boom! The explosion of TNT shattered the third chest entirely. I told you. It seemed like an explosion was imminent. I don't understand why Qingzhen insisted on going down. It's just a few chests. Does he really need to risk it? Surely he'll be blown up. Is this finally the moment Qingzhen faces defeat? He can't possibly teleport back up, can he? Many had long harbored disdain for Qingzhen, eagerly anticipating his demise. However, they were unprepared for the brilliance of his maneuvers. As the chest was obliterated, all the dropped items soared into Qingzhen's exquisite backpack. Meanwhile, Jan's bow, already low on health, suffered damage from the arrow, the fall, and the unexpected TNT blast. With a flash of red, he succumbed to death. The dropped items likewise flew into Qingzhen's exquisite backpack, without the luxury of time to examine what treasures he had acquired. He hesitated not a moment before opening the fourth chest. Diamonds, enchanted golden apples. Would you like to expend 1 ender pearl to swap positions with the struck location? After quietly reciting his determination, a sudden wave of vertigo engulfed Qingzhen. The scene before him was enveloped in a cascade of ender particles. In that brief moment, when no one realized what had transpired, Qingzhen found himself exchanging places with Player C. In an instant, he was back on solid ground, while Player C was transported into the chamber. Countless ignited TNT blocks erupted with a thunderous blast. The exhilaration of the moment left Qingzhen breathless, his heart racing with adrenaline. As the particle effects dissipated, he caught sight of Nalita's terrified expression nearby. A smile broke across his face as he took a few steps in her direction. Next, it would be your turn. Chapter 30. In the name of the Rock Dragon, I heed the wishes of the masses and boldly declare war against the Alliance. Fury surged within Nalita as she gripped her longbow tightly, her other hand pulling the string, uncertain of where to direct her aim. Just moments ago, her comrades stood resolute by her side. How had the tide of battle turned so swiftly? The situation that had seemed so favorable mere seconds ago had abruptly shifted. She felt a wave of weakness wash over her, her fingers turning cold and trembling involuntarily. Behind Qingzhen, explosions erupted in the chamber below. The activated TNT detonated with relentless force, scattering debris and shattering the floor into a myriad of fragments. Yet Qingzhen maintained his distance with remarkable precision. With each step he took forward, a block behind him exploded, yet none of the chaos reached him. Emerging from the blast waves, he strode through the shafts of sunlight cascading from above, his expression a blend of weariness and lethal intent, rendering him particularly menacing in that interplay of light and shadow. What the hell? He can climb up here. Doghead, the eerie sensation of the blocky specter pursuing me for my life. Real men never look back at explosions. I'm utterly captivated. This will surely be new material for the editor. Wait, just like that, those three are gone. The little princess of the Eagle Griffin kingdom blinked, and the sky fell. Were my teammates. You. Nalita bit her tongue fiercely, forcing herself to regain composure as she raised her bow. Aiming directly at Qingzhen, do not approach. A smile lingered on Qingzhen's lips as he tilted his head slightly, amusement dancing in his gaze as he observed her expression. Are you afraid now? With a swift motion, an arrow, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, shot forth, but Qingzhen deftly evaded it. In quick succession, he switched to his multi-shot crossbow, launching 3 firework rockets once more. Nalita leapt to evade, attempting to escape through the very opening she had entered. Yet, as if he had anticipated her every move, Qingzhen lashed out with his black gold whip, pulling her back with unyielding force. Another downward strike followed, shattering Nalita's shield into fragments. Left defenseless, she faced the onslaught of high damage raining down upon her. Overwhelmed, she stumbled backward, desperate to turn the tide and launch a counterattack. However, Qingzhen maintained impeccable control over the distance, making it nearly impossible for her to land a hit with her ordinary melee weapon. Even if she managed to strike, the damage was negligible against his level 20 protection alloy armor. Prideful of her archery skills, Nalita drew her ultimate equipment, the Overload V Infinite I-Power 3 Impact I-Bow. Yet, Qingzhen deliberately closed the distance between them. Consequently, her speed in turning could not match his movement, ensuring that, regardless of the power and accuracy of her arrows, they would never find their mark. It seemed her opponent's health was nearing its limit. Qingzhen deliberately slowed the pace of the battle, gradually cornering his opponent. Nalita, huddled in place, was forced to look up at Qingzhen, who stood against the light. Her health and hunger levels were so low that the icons trembled, and the courage she had mustered dissipated in the face of such a stark power disparity. Qingzhen slowly spoke. Tell me, what is the true purpose of your alliance? Why do you persistently interfere with me? Admittedly, Qingzhen acknowledged that it was not always the case that they came to deliver themselves as easy prey. Sometimes, encounters were simply a matter of fate. When fate beckoned, he could not help but seek fortune. As for the spoils of war, that depended entirely on strength. However, according to the calculations of the Panlong Nation's Special Task Force on the MC project, it was evident that the Alliance was secretly scheming something. Such a prime opportunity should not be overlooked. Damn it, Nalita glared at him, her teeth clenched in indignation. Under such humiliation, she yearned to rend the man before her into 1,000 pieces. Yet, she lacked the capability to challenge Qingzhen. Having missed the opportune moment, she found herself at his mercy, akin to fish on a chopping block. Besides betraying the alliance and waiting for her demise, did she have a third choice? Tell me, and I may spare your life. However, you must relinquish your possessions. You know well that death incurs a significant loss of points. She glanced at her nearly depleted health and hunger levels, realizing that there was no turning back. With a cold scoff, she looked defiantly and hatefully at Qingzhen, her lips quivering, tears brimming in her eyes as she tremulously declared, "The Alliance will not let you go. The diminutive Panlong Nation merely gained fortune from a few instances. Do not presume to shake the profound foundation of the Alliance. One day, you will all comprehend how insignificant individual efforts are against the collective might of thousands." Qingzhen's gaze remained icy, and hearing her words, the smile that had graced his lips faded. Was this a declaration of war? As for that so-called foundation, was it not something you pilfered? In the first national fortune game, You triumphed over the corpses of our Panlong Nation as contestants, only to forget your gratitude and invert the truth. Now you dare to call it your foundation? Your foundation is built upon such despicable and sordid acts? Qingzhen's expression turned frigid as he drew his diamond axe, its sharp tip aimed directly at her neck, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Originally, in this instance, we would have kept our affairs separate. Yet now, in my quest for self-preservation and to avenge past indignities, I formally declare war upon you. From this moment forth, whether in the great change of 100 days or any future instances, should I encounter any member of the Alliance or their supporters, I shall slay them, one by one. As Qingzhen spoke, despite the volume remaining relatively unchanged, Nelita could not fathom why her entire body trembled violently with fear. Within the exceedingly diminished pupils of her eyes, Qingzhen's figure seemed to meld with the shadows of many past figures, becoming an indelible part of her eternal nightmare. No, I cannot possibly lose. In a desperate struggle for survival, she frantically grasped at nearby objects, intending to launch an assault against Qingzhen. Yet, his gaze was infused with pity, disdain, and indifference. In the next moment, the hand fell like a blade. The multitude of falling objects erupted like fireworks, swiftly swooshing into Qingzhen's backpack. The audience from the Panlong Kingdom went wild in the live chat. Oh my, this is exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Finally, we can hold our heads high. I've long taken issue with the players from the Eagle Griffin Kingdom. The opening move was an overwhelming defeat of 2 Alliance players. This was unimaginable in the past. Could I dare to dream that Qingzhen would vanquish all 9 members of the Alliance? With Qingzhen, we can stand tall and proud. Qingzhen possesses that confidence. From this moment forth, our Panlong Kingdom shall rise. Chapter 31. Who shall bear the heavy cost of arrogance? Amidst the overwhelming barrage of comments flooding the screen from the audiences of the Dragonstone Kingdom, discontent voices from the citizens of the Alliance nations emerged. Wait, only the Eagle Crest Nation declared war, right? Why are we all being implicated? Foolishness. Knowing they cannot win, why provoke further? I cannot fathom what the Alliance is thinking. Clearly, collaborating with Qingzhen would be the optimal solution, yet they insist on creating enemies. What a formidable adversary we face. Why not take a step back? The Alliance should cease its targeting of the Dragonstone Kingdom and seek peace. Exactly. Cooperation is the best resolution. IP, Dragonstone Kingdom. To hell with you. Who wants to cooperate? IP, Dragonstone Kingdom. You never showed sympathy for us when you were feasting, did you? IP, Dragonstone Kingdom. Do you still not grasp the situation? Whether we can cooperate depends primarily on our will, not your Alliance whims. IP, Dragonstone Kingdom. Your monopoly on Minecraft knowledge and isolation of our kingdom has long shown signs of collapse since the 6th Speedrun original. Thinking of bullying us again? Not a chance. FUCK, we Eagle Crest people are inherently peaceful. Why must Qingzhen escalate tensions? IP, Dragonstone Kingdom. Spare us the moral high ground. When the Dragonstone Kingdom was weak, did you offer any assistance? Not a word. Now that calamity befalls you, to call for help? IP, Hoey's voice at change is imminent. Dragonstone Kingdom. Within the MC Project Special Group, Qingzhen's resounding reply echoed through the ears of every staff member, firm and unwavering. His impassioned speech brought tears to many eyes. As reflections of past humiliation surfaced, it can be said that Qingzhen avenged the grievances of all. In former times, thieves from 9 nations trampled upon the corpses of Dragonstone Kingdom's competitors, claiming victory as the fruit of their labor. They twisted the truth, repaying kindness with malice. Unabashed, they formed the Alliance, continually expanding their influence while forbidding the Dragonstone Kingdom from participating. What was it that made them so insecure? Amidst the era of great cataclysm, nations that did not receive the blessings of Notch's national fortune have largely perished. After merely 5 rounds of the national fortune game, over 400 nations of Blue Star dwindled to just above 150. The Dragonstone Kingdom, sustained by the legacies of its ancestors and an indomitable spirit, persevered to witness the arrival of the 6th national fortune game. The journey can be aptly described as one of mere survival. Countless farmlands and forests lay desolate. Countless individuals are ensnared in the throes of affliction. Many have been displaced, and many have perished. Such a sea of blood and profound enmity shall undoubtedly not spare the alliance. Amidst the fervor, there are those who express trepidation. Previously, we endeavored to sidestep the acute issues between the Dragon Kingdom and the Nine Nations Alliance. Yet, Qingzhen has boldly pierced through this veil of ambiguity. Moving forward, will we? Alas, before the thought could fully form, an elder clad in a Zhongshan suit, standing at the center, interrupted with a smile, stating, "The Notch system has decreed that no nation may engage in warfare outside of Minecraft, meaning our sole battlefield lies within that cubic realm." The others, who had been engaged in a cacophony of discussion, instantly adopted a posture of rapt attention upon hearing the elder's words. Within Minecraft, we have Qingzhen. He gazed at the live broadcast screen, his smile unwavering, his eyes gleaming with fervor, a manifestation of assured victory and confidence. And the source of this confidence is none other than Qingzhen. With Qingzhen, what do we have to fear? As for the matters concerning international public opinion, those are what we ought to ponder. He slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over all present, his voice resonating like thunder. Since the Chosen One was selected to represent the Dragon Kingdom in battle, our mission is to serve as their formidable support, is it not? Within the Alliance VR conference, the expressions of the virtual officials fluctuated between shadow and light. Throughout the entire Blue Star, no player from a non-Alliance nation has dared to be so audacious. Had this been in the past, they would have already employed public opinion to exert pressure on their adversaries. But now, be it Qingzhen or the Dragon Kingdom backing him, they have all assumed a stance ready for battle. Whether you are from the Alliance or merely its lackey, we harbor no fear. Why does the Almighty continue to safeguard the remnants of a bygone era that ought to have been eradicated? Is our faith not sufficiently devout? One among them caressed the cross pendant adorning his chest. Others began to murmur in agreement. Accustomed to a life of privilege, their pride was unmistakably ruffled by the provocation. Were it not for the Notch system's prohibition against initiating any form of war outside of Minecraft, the absurd Dragon Kingdom would have. Silence. Do not let him hear such thoughts. Do you wish to invite the calamity of national extinction? Amidst the clamor, the individual seated at the forefront cleared his throat a few times. The others immediately fell silent. The suited man beside him swiftly grasped the leader's intent and, with a smile, reassured, "Fear not, everyone. There are 9 players representing the Alliance in battle. It is merely that coordination has yet to be established. The intention to strike against the monopolistic ambitions of the Panlong Kingdom was an agreement we established from the outset. However, it has now been brought to the forefront by Qingzhen. According to our AI calculations, there will inevitably come a day when our champions will confront one another. The 9 warriors, having undergone rigorous training, each possess the capability to compel even the smallest nations to submit. Can they not unite to contend with Qingzhen alone?" The man in the suit smiled slightly. "When that time arrives, the Panlong Kingdom shall undoubtedly pay a heavy price for their arrogance and pride." Chapter 32, Overload V. Despite the utmost effort, one cannot prevail, ultimately succumbing to. Qingzhen stood still, gazing intently at the direction of Nalata's demise for quite some time, before gradually approaching and collecting the scattered debris that had been propelled far away. He then opened his backpack and conducted a thorough inspection. Producing a flint, he pointed it towards the air, igniting a fierce flame that blazed forth. Qingzhen cast aside all the useless items into the fire. In the warm, orange glow, his expression gradually transformed into one of determination and gravity. Just moments ago, it could be considered a declaration of war. No, it was a response to challenge. It was high time for such a stance. The enemies of the Panshanlong would certainly pay a price. Taking a deep breath, Qingzhen endeavored to restore his emotions to a state of calm. There should be no other players in the vicinity. First, he would search for any remaining loot. Qingzhen wandered around the area. Ultimately, he was captivated by the sand within the Grand Hall. Logically, the desert temple, composed of light yellow sandstones, should not contain sand. Yet, the distinctly unusual texture suggested that something lay hidden beneath. Qingzhen began to excavate, revealing a small passageway. Ah, Is there suspicious sand here? How was it not destroyed earlier? Despite the ferocity of the prior explosion, the dubious sand beneath the cellar remained remarkably intact, causing Qingzhen, wielding a torch, to feel a surge of excitement. Workbench, 1 feather, 1 copper ingot, 1 stick brush. Holding the brush, Qingzhen commenced sweeping away the oddly textured sand. Swish, swish, swish as he brushed. The loot concealed within the center gradually took shape. Clink. Due to the fragility of the suspicious sand, even the slightest mishap could compromise the structure of the ordinary sand, causing it to vanish as well. Thus, Qingzhen had to maintain an utmost level of focus. Fortunately, Qingzhen was both bold and meticulous with steady hands. Ultimately, he amassed 1 emerald, 1 diamond, and several shards of pottery. After ensuring no loot was overlooked, Qingzhen set off towards his sanctuary. Following this endeavor, Qingzhen experienced a bountiful harvest. He collected 4 diamonds, 7 emeralds, 32 lapis lazuli, 64 15 copper ingots, 64 5 redstone, and 8 gold ingots. Given that the Rift Ender Bow requires copper blocks to permanently enhance its critical strike rate, copper ingots had thus become a valuable item in Qingzhen's eyes. In addition, he also acquired food, blocks, equipment, tools, and weaponry. Most delightfully, however, was the longbow that Nalita cherished so dearly. It was enchanted with a brand new spell. Overload V. For every point of health consumed, it increased attack power by 10. Fortunately, the Rift Ender Bow was compatible with all enchantments related to bows and crossbows, allowing previously conflicting enchantments to coexist harmoniously. Qingzhen used an anvil to directly merge the Overload V bow into his own. Weapon name, Rift Shadow Bow, attack power, full draw critical hit 15 points, full draw non-critical hit 13. 5 points, current enhanced critical hit rate, 15 current enchantments, power 4 Infinity Eye, Flame Eye, Impact Eye, Multi-Shot Eye, Piercing 2, Overload V, Quick Charge 2, Arrow Slots, Healing Arrow 8, Damage Arrow 8, Firework Rocket 8, Empty 0, Note. Due to the enchantment of Infinity Eye, each shot will not consume arrows. If every arrow were to deliver a critical hit, with the aid of Power V, Overload V, sacrificing 19 health points would elevate the attack power to 15, 19, 10, 1, 150, 109. The highest level of piercing is 4. The highest level of power is V. The highest level of impact is 2, and the highest level of quick charge is 3. These are the enhancements that Qingzhen still needs to pursue. Furthermore, if Mending Eye and Unbreaking 3 were to be added, it would be perfect. Several days have passed. Current survival days, 40 zombies holding special items and tools will spawn. For example, ignited TNT, ender pearls, splash potions, fire charges, totems of undying, wind charges, etc. The land will gradually begin to acidify. As the days progress, the growth time of crops will lengthen, yields will diminish, and the population of animals will decrease, potentially leading to mutations and madness. I knew this day would come. As a true-blooded dragonborn, hearing that my gardening and cattle-rearing endeavors are approaching a Waterloo, Qingzhen felt a pang of sorrow. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that various crops and animal resources have been adequately prepared in advance. Current survival days, 45. A cold wave approaches. The temperature bar system has been added. Players are advised to enter enclosed structures and utilize warming items to fend off the cold wave. A cold wave? At this very moment, Qingzhen is finalizing the repairs on his shelter. As the system notifications sounded, he indeed felt a chill sweeping over him. Yet, standing on the banks of the lava moat, his body temperature had not dropped significantly. Is it akin to stepping into light snow? Due to the fact that the lava in his moat has not yet completely filled, leaving some voids, Qingzhen planned to undertake the final repairs. Without the ingenious backpack, he would have to carry 3 iron buckets, making numerous trips between the underground lava lake and his shelter. Now, with the aid of tank upgrade, a long liquid storage tank has been added to the right side of the ingenious backpack at the cost of losing 1 item slot. For each item slot lost, tank upgrade gains a capacity of 2 buckets of liquid. Naturally, this capacity can also be expanded through stack upgrade. Thus, Qingzhen did not expend much time and soon gathered sufficient magma to return to the sanctuary. Initially, he paid little heed to the dangers posed by the cold wave, merely sensing that his vision was enveloped by a shroud of gray mist, which rendered visibility increasingly poor. The glowing eyes of the zombies lurked within the fog, forcing him to rely on auditory cues to anticipate their movements. However, it did not take long for Qingzhen to realize that his body was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Status bar. Hypothermia, frozen. This. Qingzhen hurriedly flew back into the sanctuary, drawing near to the magma moat outside the fence, allowing the debuffs to gradually dissipate. Was Notch beginning to assess the players who had failed to construct their sanctuaries properly? While contemplating this, suddenly, swish, almost at the instant this sound sliced through the air, Qingzhen felt a sharp sting in his back, and his vision faded to darkness. Debuff. Hypothermia, blindness, weakness, slowness 3, TSK. The hypothermic debuff induced by the cold wave rendered it challenging for him to control his body, which explained why he had been unable to evade that arrow. Now, beset by multiple debuffs, he felt as though he were pinned to the ground, his entire being weighed down as if by leaden weights. Reflecting on the direction from which the arrow had been shot, he hastily erected a makeshift shelter using leaf blocks beside him. After completing this task, he rummaged through his backpack and produced a bucket of milk. Gulp, gulp. Qingzhen had long anticipated that subsequent soil acidification would lead to the gradual disappearance of animals. Hence, prior to slaying cattle, he had diligently extracted their milk, entirely filling a shulker box. Faced with multiple debuffs, he felt no fear whatsoever. After acquiring the exquisite backpack, with stack upgrade T2, the stacking capacity of all items within his backpack had quadrupled, significantly conserving space. Qingzhen's vision soon became clear again. Through the gaps in the leaves, he glimpsed a skeleton wielding a bow. It was a withered undead. Chapter 33. A dense fog and cold wave descends. The hidden long-range, sniping monster Lu Du wailing spirit. Clearly, it exhibits far more intelligence than mere zombies, adept at concealing its form and providing support from a distance. After all, its damage is so negligible that it merely tickles Qingzhen. The only real threat lies in the debuffs from its arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, as Qingzhen concealed himself behind the leaves. The Lu Du wailing spirit continuously adjusted its sniping position, attempting to strike the concealed Qingzhen. A clever foe indeed. Taking a deep breath, Qingzhen drew the rift void bow, sacrificing a small portion of his life force. Then, with a swift motion, he released the bowstring, executing a blind shot. Whoosh! The Lu Du wailing spirit crumbled with a crack, disintegrating into a pile of bones. Qingzhen retrieved his telescope, crafted earlier while passing through the amethyst cave. He meticulously examined the loot dropped by the Lu Du wailing spirit. A sky blue gem caught his eye. Was that a diamond? Within his field of vision, numerous zombies wielding peculiar items appeared. Yet, no one knew the extent to which they had developed their possessions. Qingzhen felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at the thought of having to traverse mountains of corpses to reach the diamond. How he wished for a long-range item to collect drops. Within the temporary alliance, everyone held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension and awkwardness. The previous laughter abruptly ceased the moment Nalida stepped out of the lounge. Upon her return from gathering supplies, she did not enter through the front door, but rather materialized directly within the sanctuary. It required no speculation to deduce that she had encountered misfortune outside and had respawned at the checkpoint. The irony was palpable, for mere moments ago. She had been viciously berating everyone, her sharp words still ringing in their ears. How can anyone die at such a difficulty? Truly pathetic. The gap between you and the Alliance players is greater than that between humans and beasts. What is so difficult? It has always been this level of challenge for years. Stop spouting nonsense with your eyes wide open. Reflect on your own shortcomings. Throughout this extensive training, have you truly exerted yourself? If you cannot win, can you not at least flee? Have you left no room for remedial actions? Is your mind clouded by taboos? Essentially, every player who had met an untimely demise due to a misstep was subjected to Nalida's public humiliation. The wheel of fate turned unexpectedly swiftly, and it was now her turn to face the consequences, a swift slap in the face. "Boss, be quiet." The voice was barely audible. Her expression was cold. Lips pressed into a thin line, a hint of anger etched upon her brow as she strode purposefully toward the storage room. The few individuals in the small room could only watch her retreating figure in silence. Yet within their hearts, a multitude of past memories began to surface. Nalita, who had always adhered to the motto of practice makes perfect and had not permanently occupied an invincible position, was not without her own vulnerabilities. Upon encountering Qingzhen, she too became merely vegetable. What of the routine self-reflection, the collective humiliation, the kneeling apologies? Naturally, Nalita would not lead by example. Instead, she wore a dark expression as she ventured into the warehouse to seek weapons, tools, and equipment. It was laughable. Witnessing her plight brought an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. A double standard indeed. When others lose their gear, they must weep and wail, yet she simply commands silence. One should not impose upon others what they themselves cannot abide. In her own domain, she may act with bravado, but before the other members of the Alliance, she likely wouldn't dare utter a word. Nalita closed the storage room door, leaning her head against the box as a heavy sigh escaped her lips. The temporary Alliance's refuge was primarily constructed of wooden planks and round stones. Orange-yellow crates lined the walls, their contents meticulously organized. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, this cramped basement exuded a sense of warmth. Enveloped in this comforting ambience, she could not shake the chilling sensation that surged from her core, a current that spread throughout her being. Although she had been reborn, the memory of pain lingered, causing her fingertips to tremble uncontrollably. Years had passed. Within the national fortune game, she had discovered her sanctuary. Only by hiding in this blocky world could she evade the treacherous machinations of the royal court and escape the shadows of her legitimate peers. She was the great hero of the Eagle and Vulture Kingdom, hailed as a savior, recognized as one of the 9 strongest players in all of Blue Star. Yet why? Why, when her genuine suffering had finally subsided and the facade of happiness had graced her life, did that one person suddenly emerge? With ruthless precision, he severed the very pride she held dear. This sense of powerlessness, this suffocating feeling, was all too familiar. Perhaps it was merely his stroke of luck this time, obtaining a superior item. Yes, his armor was peculiar, something she had never encountered before. It must be so. Fear and unease began to swell within her, especially in light of Qingzhen's final words. Was this an open declaration of war? I see one, I kill one. Her hand rested numbly on the box's clasp as she mechanically opened and closed it, repeatedly reassuring herself. Even if it were not for me, Qingzhen would still be the enemy of the Alliance. It merely clarified the relationship. Yes, that must be it. It is certainly not because of me. I have not botched anything. A bone-chilling cold emanated from all directions, and her vision began to blur. No, I am not crying. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, suddenly realizing that the haze clouding her sight stemmed from a thin layer of mist that had arisen in the room. Current weather, misty cold wave. The others fell silent, listening to Nalita as she opened boxes and changed equipment. They were caught in a dilemma of whether to watch or look away. They lowered their heads, waiting for Nalita to issue new commands. At that moment, Ash suddenly whispered, "Do you hear that sound?" "Hood, hood, hood." "Don't speak," someone murmured. "She's in a foul mood. Don't provoke her." Ash anxiously swallowed hard, yet could not resist the urge to take a few steps forward to peer out the window. The frigid cold wave swept through and outside. It seemed as if snowflakes were drifting down, the visibility exceedingly low, shrouded in a veil of mist. In this grayish-white expanse, Ash felt, whether due to her own imagination or not, that in the distant horizon, an enormous shadow was slowly taking shape, its hue deepening. Thud, thud. Ash ceased to speak further, as the small room fell into a silence where even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. At that moment, everyone heard it. Thud, thud. The dull, booming footsteps, accompanied by explosive sounds, echoed from afar. Thud, thud. Standing by the window, Ash began to tremble uncontrollably. What could that be? Chapter 34. On that fateful day, humanity was once again gripped by the terror imposed by the armed behemoths of siege. As the thin mist dissipated, Ash beheld that colossal and fearsome silhouette once more vanish into the gray haze. Yet the sound of footsteps continued to draw near. Thud, thud. Accompanying this were numerous horrifying and thunderous explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Was it TNT? Or perhaps some monstrous entity poised to explode? An explosion? Where had it occurred? Our sanctuary could scarcely withstand TNT. No, it was the evolution of the zombies. On the 40th day, the undead underwent a transformation. Many zombies brandished peculiar weaponry. Some posed minimal threat, such as shards of pottery, vinyl records, or seeds. After all, common drops lacked functionality and would not augment damage. However, others were exceedingly troublesome. Take, for instance, this armed giant zombie wielding activated TNT. Wherever it traversed, upon detecting any living creature, it would hurl the activated TNT. In its wake, nothing would survive. The cooldown was brief. It was akin to a massive meat shield TNT cannon. With such a large physique, its health must be considerable, and its armor likely not lacking either. How could they possibly defeat it? It seemed insurmountable. In their minds, they could conjure no means of escape from this formidable giant, armed with devastating weapons, which had locked onto their location. Thus, chaos ensued as panic enveloped them. What to do? Should we flee? Can we even escape? Where would we go? There are zombies aplenty outside, and darkness approaches. Though the temporary alliance within the sanctuary could not discern the situation outside, the viewers in the live stream saw everything clearly through the mist. Terrifying, a zombie towering at 60 blocks high. Enchanted gear is one thing. But what is this madness of holding activated TNT? With sufficient toughness, frightening attack power, nearly uninterrupted assault frequency, high health, and swift speed, it truly defies comprehension. It is utterly overpowered. Essentially, once it sets its sights on you, it's game over. Quite terrifying indeed. Armed giant zombie. 17 kills confirmed. A record to behold. This armed giant zombie spawned from a considerable distance. Due to its high threat level, it had locked onto numerous players' positions. It is worth noting that when Notch designed the armed giant zombie, although its size, armor, and health were augmented, its speed remained unaltered. Its movement speed was still comparable to that of ordinary zombies. In essence, it was faster than standard zombies or skeletons. With its long legs, it could traverse several blocks in a single stride, effectively achieving the notion that wherever players dwell, they shall be hunted down. As the dense fog lifted, visibility continued to dwindle. Even within the confines of the narrow sanctuary where the masses find themselves, the faces of those around have begun to blur, evoking a sense of surrealism. The ominous sound of the armed giant zombie's footsteps resonates like the grim soundtrack of death itself. A faint scent of gunpowder wafts through the air, accompanied by the approaching sounds of explosions. The path it traverses can only be described as barren, marked by countless craters where it treads. Neither fleeing players, nor animals, nor the zombies themselves, can withstand the relentless barrage of high-frequency, high-damage attacks, all succumbing to the ground in death. The carnage is overwhelming. Its towering stature instills no fear of the destruction it causes to the terrain. It remains unrestrained. In summary, there is no solution. The collective strength of those in the sanctuary is utterly insufficient to contend with it. Cold sweat erupted from Jansbo, who, in a state of panic, urged run. We must flee. First, grab some supplies from the storage room, and then escape. We must abandon this sanctuary. His words ignited the anxious and fearful emotions of the crowd. We have bows and arrows. Perhaps we can unite to slay it. Do you know how much health it has? You do not. If it approaches and we fail to kill it, we will be the ones who perish. But, no buts. Do you wish to die? Indeed, the choices lay before them were stark. Flee or perish. Should they opt for a desperate last stand, the outcome would inevitably be the triumph of the victor and the demise of the vanquished. For if the armed giant zombie were to seize control of this sanctuary, every bed within would be destroyed. Even if they had multiple lives, they would merely be transported back to the respawn point, unarmed and isolated. They would face the horde of zombies alone. At that point, their disadvantage would snowball, ultimately leading to the loss of all their lives. The annihilation of their flesh would herald catastrophic consequences for their nation. In this life-or-death scenario, the temporary alliance had already disintegrated into disarray, rendering it impossible to confront the zombies with any semblance of unity. They would choose to flee when danger loomed. If you choose to stay here and await your demise, that is your prerogative. After uttering this, Jansbo hurried towards the storage room. However, upon reaching a corner, he suddenly halted, slowly retreating, his expression a mixture of despair and forced smiles. Miss Nalita, with a cold demeanor, she entered wielding an enchanted iron sword, surveying the gathering with a steely gaze as she declared, "Leave? Who intends to leave? You are all quite comfortable taking my resources and residing in my sanctuary. Now, when faced with a minor difficulty, you wish to turn and flee. Have you sought my permission?" The imposing presence of Nalita silenced the crowd, leaving them with no words to utter. Yet, the increasingly violent tremors of the earth, paired with the encroaching footsteps and the sounds of explosions, heightened their already complex feelings of tension and anxiety to a breaking point. Nalita furrowed her brow and lightly counted the individuals, selecting a few. You, and you. Go retrieve the enchanted iron pickaxe and shovel, and commence excavating the trapezoidal mine shaft underground. You, gather all the bows, crossbows, and arrows from the chest, and come join me in facing the enemy. You, take all the remaining items from the chest. Before she could finish her instructions, Player B, who stood in the corner, suddenly erupted in a fit of hysteria. He muttered frantically, "I cannot die. I cannot die. I have not lived enough yet. I cannot die." Prior to entering the national game, Player B was a newly affluent individual, with an intellect slightly below average. He had only begun to enjoy a few days of prosperity when the great cataclysm struck. Subsequently, he was woefully chosen as the chosen one to represent the marginal nation B in battle. Upon entering the world of Minecraft, he embarked on a tumultuous adventure. His mental fortitude was insufficient to withstand such drastic upheaval. Coupled with Jansbo's constant provocation at his side, he was now on the brink of complete breakdown. With a loud cry, Nalita pushed past the command initiation and dashed outside, repeatedly chanting, "Run, I must run. As long as I run swiftly, that creature cannot possibly catch me. Moreover, with that group covering our rear, it will not be me who perishes." Ha ha! It was evident that under immense pressure, Player B had succumbed to madness, stumbling out of the shelter and racing in a singular direction. Chapter 35. Qingzhen. So you dare to call it a giant zombie? Hey, you. Nalita was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for someone to defy her so boldly. Little did she know, Player B's actions merely served as a spark. Soon, several other players, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, screamed and leapt out of the window. "I'm going insane. Everyone's lost their minds." This is the oppressive aura of the armed giant zombie. Those who ran outside are likely to face a grim fate, while those who stay may not survive either. The feast is about to begin. For those who are unaware, when do we confront Qingzhen? That fellow needs to be dealt with. Laughable. If we go after Qingzhen, it's the giant zombie that will be targeted. Thank you. Everyone calm down. If you do not wish to be targeted by the Alliance, follow my instructions. Nalita's words weighed heavily on the hearts of those present. They had no intention of rebelling and promptly complied with her directives. Before long, a downward-sloping, trapezoidal mine had been excavated, serving as an underground shelter for the few present, their only escape route. Meanwhile, another group stripped the sanctuary of all boxes, beds, and anything of value. The remaining individuals, under Nalita's leadership, raised their bows and aimed at the armed giant zombie. Swish, swish, swish. However, due to the heavy losses incurred from the earlier ambush by Qingzhen in the desert temple, Nalita's side could only muster 2 or 3 enchanted bows. This meager offensive capability was utterly insufficient to inflict significant damage upon the armed giant zombie. Thud! Thud! The footsteps grew increasingly closer, accompanied by the ominous sound of explosions. Boom! Boom! In the midst of several TNT detonations, a corner of the temporary Alliance's sanctuary was blown apart. Through the breach, Everyone could clearly see the silhouette of the armed giant zombie slowly emerging from the dense fog, revealing itself before them. Based on Steve's height in Minecraft, one block is approximately equivalent to 1 meter. Thus, a zombie standing 60 blocks tall would visually appear to be as high as a 20-story building. Perhaps due to its colossal size, its features were more pronounced compared to other zombies, showcasing filthy blood, gaping wounds, exposed bones, and oozing pus. At this moment, in such close proximity, the terror emanating from the behemoth surged into the hearts of all present. Roar! A sneeze. Qingzhen, who was in his sanctuary's planting area, hastening the growth of crops, harvesting, and planting, suddenly sneezed. He had the distinct feeling that many were speaking of him in the ether. The cold wave brought frigid temperatures, and the thick fog obscured all sight and sound. Holding a torch, he could only rely on its dim glow to warm himself. Truth be told, in such harsh weather, the most prudent course of action would be to return to the living quarters for rest, gathering around the campfire, indulging in roasted delicacies, and then drifting into slumber evokes a sense of bliss. However, as a diligent master of the craft, Qingzhen is acutely aware that under such favorable conditions, mining and battling are futile pursuits. Time must not be squandered. Thus, he resolutely resumes his toil, diligently cultivating sugarcane, milking cows, and tending to livestock. Recently, the number of zombies has dwindled. Is it due to the fog? Not only has it obscured visibility, but it has also muffled their sounds within the mist. The surroundings are eerily quiet. How peculiar. I am firmly grounded. Is the earth trembling? Could it be merely an illusion? After a moment of heightened awareness, Qingzhen's brow furrows, realizing the situation is far from simple. Considering the recent peculiar evolution of the zombies, he cannot afford to remain idle. Let me ascertain the matter at hand. Empowered by the lineage of the ever-curious Panlong people, Qingzhen swiftly dons his wings and, with a whoosh, propels himself towards the epicenter of the tremors. Run! At Neliada's command, the remaining members of the temporary alliance abandon their sanctuary, swiftly turning towards the pre-dug tunnel. Ash lags behind, trembling as he retrieves stone blocks, sealing off their escape route as they descend. Neliada believes that such barriers may diminish the aggro of the armed giant zombies. In no time, the path to the surface is entirely obstructed. The distant sounds of explosions seem to fade. The group, now nearing the depths of the earth, finds themselves surrounded by the oppressive darkness of deep slate, instilling a sense of claustrophobia. Stop! Neliada gestures for the two miners at the forefront to cease their excavation. Let us rest here. Neliada has proven to be quite clever, successfully evading the armed giant zombies. The players who fled earlier must be in dire straits. Regardless, Neliada's losses are indeed grievous. Indeed, after Qingzhen sent her back to the respawn point, she returned only to find her home obliterated. Now, she has nowhere to turn. With so many zombies outside, constructing a new sanctuary seems implausible. They will likely have to remain hidden underground for the foreseeable future. Honestly, if Neliada's belongings were still intact, perhaps her predicament wouldn't be so dire. Why did she feel the need to provoke Qingzhen? Current weather, cold wave retreating, fog dissipating. Following the sound of explosions, Qingzhen soon catches a whiff of gunpowder in the air, its scent growing more potent. He quickly dismisses the notion of zombies casually enjoying fireworks. Gliding close to the ground, he soon encounters a series of deep craters, and his suspicions crystallize. Indeed, they're zombies wielding activated TNT. Those who have played the Day of the Dead are well aware that such siege zombies typically manifest only in the later stages of the game. Encountering one now, Qingzhen could only attribute it to sheer luck. However, the series of explosive craters appeared remarkably systematic. Could it be that more than one had spawned? It is worth noting that zombies can also be affected by the TNT they wield. Unless they are in pursuit of a player, it is improbable that such a neat, elongated line of explosive pits could be left behind. Might this particular zombie possess an exceedingly high health pool? Qingzhen suddenly recalled the evolution of zombies on the 30th day. The larger the size, the greater the health. Could it be? An answer began to form in Qingzhen's mind as he launched a flurry of fireworks rockets, soaring forward along the trail of craters. With the fog having dissipated, visibility was gradually improving. Before long, an immensely colossal figure emerged from the mist. Naturally, Qingzhen refrained from approaching, opting instead to change direction and perch upon a nearby hilltop. As the fog completely cleared, he retrieved a telescope from his backpack, adopting a vigilant stance, and clearly discerned the true form of the creature. With a blank expression, he remarked, "Wow, what a gigantic zombie. It is as immense as a colossal undead. It evokes an overwhelming sense of enormity." After observing its movements for a brief period, Qingzhen deduced nearly all of its offensive capabilities and potential threats. After a moment of reflection, he concluded it's rather unremarkable, not nearly as formidable as a Titan. Chapter 36, Have you ever heard of the infinite power redstone spaceship? Huff, huff. Amidst the rugged hills, Jansbo ran breathlessly, muttering to himself, "A bunch of fools. I told you to run long ago, but you refused to listen. Now look, you can't escape, can you? Haha, I wonder if Nalida will still care for you now." Jansbo felt a surge of pride thinking about how he had seized some healing potions and golden apples during the chaos of his escape. That wretched Nalida was utterly useless. She couldn't even defeat such monsters, yet flaunted her prowess daily. What utter nonsense about national fortune and the so-called alliance. If I hadn't run faster, I would have been the one to perish on spot. I must survive. Surviving is my priority. What happens next is of no concern. Jansbo was already losing his sanity, feeling a rush of adrenaline clouding his thoughts. The dense fog obscured his path, causing him to stumble and look back, unaware that he had strayed from his course. As dusk approached, some players' names gradually appeared in his line of sight. Were they members of the Alliance? How wonderful! They surely had no idea what had transpired and could provide him with protection. Jansbo, like a man grasping at a lifeline, hurried towards them, planning to feign a tragic tale. However, the closer he got, the more he sensed something was amiss. Huff! A trembling sound resonated from not far away. Qingzhen was drawn by a cluster of names and descended directly in front of a group of players, surveying them with curiosity. "What are you all doing so leisurely?" A flicker of confusion crossed Qingzhen's eyes. The armed giant zombies were approaching, and yet they were here indulging in a roller coaster ride. On the lawn before him lay scattered iron tracks, upon which several minecarts were installed. A few players sat helplessly inside, crying out in despair. Qingzhen, Great One, help us. Save us. We don't want to die." Qingzhen slowly typed a question mark. "You can't get out?" Upon closer inspection, current item, minecart, bound curse pro. Qingzhen, where on earth did this BYD curse come from? Can it even be attached to a minecart? Has Notch come up with yet another innovation? Is the original enchantment and more dark enchantments not enough for him to toy with? From the trembling narratives of Jansbo, Player B, and the remaining two, Qingzhen grasped the course of events. Not long ago, amidst their frantic escape, they had encountered members of the Alliance. Originally seeking refuge, they were promptly unmasked by the keen eyes of the Alliance. With some interrogation techniques, the Alliance uncovered the fact that they had abandoned Nalida's sanctuary as deserters. Consequently, these individuals found themselves imprisoned in the enchanted Bound Curse Pro minecart, rendered immobile unless an external force intervened to break the cart. The reason is quite simple. The armed giant zombies are fast approaching. These creatures have betrayed their comrades and are now in hot pursuit. It seems that Nadalita is in grave danger. With the loss of their target for vengeance, the armed giant zombies have redirected their focus onto the nearest players, setting their sights on a few unfortunate souls who are now racing towards them from afar. Clearly, these hapless individuals are merely being used as bait by the Alliance. Upon hearing this, Qingzhen pondered. The enchanted minecart with the cursed binding pro can forcibly compel players to board. According to the rules, a player must actively click ride to mount it. Otherwise, they would remain on the ground. This cursed binding pro is indeed quite troublesome. He attempted to strike the minecart. The silver cart shook violently, and logically, it should have shattered into debris soon. However, the players inside screamed in agony. "Please, don't hit me. It hurts." Qingzhen furrowed his brows, contemplating. Has the minecart already locked its vitality with the players? To thoroughly examine this curse and guard against future treachery from the Alliance, Qingzhen conducted a brief experiment. Tap. Tap, how much health did you lose? 9 points. Typically, it takes 4 rapid strikes for the minecart to break apart. That would amount to a total of 36 points of damage. Qingzhen then turned to strike another armored individual. What about you? 6 points. Qingzhen understood. It seems that this damage is absorbed by armor points. Listening to the increasingly imminent footsteps of the armed giant zombies, the group was on the verge of tears. Great One, please, we beg you to stop. We do not wish to perish. We shall remember your great kindness for a lifetime. We are willing to serve you like beasts in the future. Qingzhen shook his head. Do you think I require such servitude? Moreover, your leader has repeatedly provoked me. We have already exchanged declarations of war. Jean Sibyl, in a panic, exclaimed, No, Great One, let us not do this as a collective punishment. He located the mute button and mentally activated it. Thus, whatever he said would no longer be heard by the livestream audience. That wretched Nadalita is nothing but a complete fool. I have long distanced myself from her. Great One, I now understand that they are all utterly useless. I would be far better off as your subordinate. I swear to serve you faithfully, willing to traverse mountains of knives and seas of fire. Qingzhen felt somewhat perturbed. However, upon hearing the earth-shaking footsteps and the increasingly loud explosions drawing near, he contemplated briefly. Engaging in close combat with that creature would surely be unwise, as its TNT far exceeds my attack range. The best approach would be to use a bow. Yet, drawing the bow requires time, unless I shoot an arrow and then swiftly move aside. According to the current trajectory of the armed giant zombie, it is certain to approach the vicinity of my sanctuary. Is there any means to redirect its course? Qingzhen's gaze fell upon the few individuals ensnared within their predicament. Suddenly, a bold notion struck him. Since they had initially resolved to act as the Alliance's sycophants, having reaped the benefits, it was time they faced some retribution. Qingzhen, what do you intend to do? Realizing the peculiar glint in Qingzhen's eyes, the individuals were momentarily seized by panic. Qingzhen opened the synthesis upgrade within his backpack, methodically placing the necessary items inside. 2 redstone, 1 quartz, 6 cobblestones detector, 9 slime ball slime block, the slime balls being one of the zombies' drops, and the quartz, which Qingzhen had mined in the Nether, were both readily available. In essence, all required materials were at hand. 3 wooden planks, 1 iron ingot, 4 cobblestones, 1 redstone active piston, 1 slime ball, 1 active piston sticky piston, 9 redstone block. With this, the fundamental components were prepared. Qingzhen cleared the blocks surrounding the minecart where the individuals were located, and then commenced the construction of a redstone spacecraft. Chapter 37. Do not discuss physics in MC. Remember to crush Newton's coffin. The principle of the rudimentary redstone spacecraft lies in the interaction between detectors, sticky pistons, and slime blocks. When the detector senses a change in the block before it, it disseminates a redstone signal. This signal, upon being received by a piston or sticky piston, triggers the command to push and retract. Due to the layer of sticky medium on the piston, the sticky piston adheres to the block in front of it during movement. This action of pushing and retracting the block contributes to the transformation of the block itself. By forming a closed-loop system, the push-pull motion of the pistons can perpetually continue, thereby creating the effect of infinite propulsion forward. Qingzhen successfully established the power component of the rudimentary redstone spacecraft, subsequently using the most common dirt blocks to construct the body beneath a few individuals. Shortly thereafter, he dismantled the grass block upon which their minecart rested. The group felt a sudden drop, plummeting onto the body of the rudimentary redstone spacecraft along with the minecart. Bewildered and unaware of the unfolding events, they could only whimper in surrender. In the distance, the armed giant zombie had already broken through the clouds, parting the layers of mist to reveal its true form before the crowd. Help! Don't come any closer. Qingzhen placed a block and then removed it, swiftly activating the detector. The redstone signal cycled continuously on the spacecraft, and the sticky pistons began their click-clack motion, propelling the vessel in a certain direction. As the group found themselves on a rugged hillside, With the foot of the mountain before them, they realized that with the elevation they possessed, a slight advance would eliminate any height obstruction ahead. What is happening? What kind of contraption is this? I've never seen anything like it. I only know of one man device, which is the minecart, and it requires tracks to operate. How is this moving without them? This defies the law of conservation of energy. Are you insane? Discussing physics in Minecraft? Physics has long since ceased to exist. Wait, could this be the legendary redstone circuit? The game-changing mechanism that the Alliance top think tank has struggled with for months without any progress? Perhaps even the Alliance is unaware of the crafting recipes for so many devices. Even if they managed to craft them, they wouldn't know how to use them. How could Qingzhen have figured it out? A genius. He is a true genius. As the armed giant zombie advanced directly towards Qingzhen, the rudimentary redstone spacecraft he had just developed began to shift towards his right hand. The giant zombie soon became captivated by these smaller spacecraft, which were closer and had more players aboard, fixating its gaze and pursuing them relentlessly. Naturally, there exists a certain distance between them. Qingzhen firmly believes that they will not be apprehended swiftly. This grants him ample time to eliminate the formidable adversary while minimizing his own losses. He wonders about his health points. Drawing the Rift Void Shadow Bow, Qingzhen swiftly releases an arrow. Thanks to the enchantment of Multi-Shot Eye, a single arrow swiftly splits into 3, arranged vertically, with a trajectory that deviates 10 from the horizontal plane. Given that 10 equals 0, 17,633. As long as Qingzhen maintains a distance of within 170 blocks from the armored giant zombie, all 3 arrows will simultaneously strike the target, inflicting cumulative damage thrice. Of course, this is contingent upon Qingzhen being positioned at least 30 blocks higher than the armored giant zombie. The Rift Void Shadow Bow's single fully drawn critical damage amounts to 15 points, which, under the enchantment of Strength 4, escalates to 33. 75. When all 3 arrows concurrently hit a single target, the damage multiplies by 3, resulting in a staggering 101. 25 points. Even without a critical hit, the damage would still be a substantial 91. 125 points. After a few attempts, Qingzhen furrows his brow slightly. This creature is exceedingly resilient. Generally, the larger the zombie, the greater its health points. Moreover, the armored giant zombie before him is clad in enchanted iron armor. He wonders about the level of its enchantments. Could it possibly be equipped with Protection V? 4 pieces of Protection V would elevate the overall protection enchantment to level 20, thereby granting an 80 damage reduction. Subsequently, due to the absurdity of such damage mitigation, Notch directly removed Protection V, capping the maximum level of protection at 4. However, Qingzhen recalls the level 6 protection spell bestowed upon him by Notch. He genuinely believes that whenever that old man is in a good mood, anything is possible. It is unlikely that a creature with a 100 damage reduction will emerge as a bug-level monstrosity. Once more, Qingzhen draws back the bowstring, deliberately pausing to take aim. Before long, a stinging sensation spreads from his grip throughout his body, and his health points begin to diminish. Clearly, the effect of Overload V has activated. Qingzhen has sacrificed a fraction of his health to enhance the arrow's damage. With Feeding Upgrade, in effect, food placed in the corresponding slot is swiftly supplied to him, replenishing his hunger and saturation levels, returning his health to full capacity. It appears I have discerned Qingzhen's strategy. He has devised a mechanism to use those unfortunate souls as live bait, drawing the attention of the giant while he himself remains at a distance, acting as a sniper, poised to reap the rewards of this cunning plan. The armed giant zombie moved seamlessly from the left side of Qingzhen to the right, maintaining an unwavering distance between them. Qingzhen need not worry about missing a shot or being caught in the explosion of TNT. This control of distance was truly remarkable. It is frustrating that other competitors lack strategies and combat prowess, unable to construct devices as effectively as Qingzhen, rendering them incapable of defeating him. Due to the impeccable life cycle on Qingzhen's side, his firepower cycle kept pace. Even when the armed giant zombie pursued the makeshift redstone spaceship and vanished from sight, he could still soar forth and keep up. With a swift motion after countless draws of the bow, the armed giant zombie suddenly flashed crimson. Its colossal form began to disintegrate, crashing to the ground and transforming into a multitude of experience orbs, meeting its demise. 9, because 6 has flipped, someone remarked. Is it truly dead, just like that? Exclaimed another. Wow, Qingzhen is amazing. I thought it would be a back-and-forth battle, but Qingzhen has achieved a steady victory once again. Were it not for Qingzhen vanquishing this boss-like creature, the other competitors would likely have fallen one after another. Indeed, Qingzhen is indirectly assisting everyone in ascending to greater heights. Qingzhen fixed his gaze upon the direction of the foe's demise, grasping a firework rocket, equipping his elytra, and soaring towards the direction of its disappearance. Given the oppressive aura of this creature, there were no surviving players along the way. A sea of experience orbs surrounded the undulating loot, quietly awaiting Qingzhen's arrival. I cannot post images, perhaps due to a decline in rank from not writing for too long. I kindly request everyone's support in the form of gifts. Once my rank recovers, I will be able to share images. Thank you all. Chapter 38, The Fall of a Giant. Supporting thousands of shelters on the verge of collapse. The experience orb circled around Qingzhen, swirling for a moment before it seamlessly descended into the exquisite backpack behind him, subsequently stored in the tank through the experience pump upgrade. The enchantment process deducts from the enchantment level, and as the level increases, a greater number of experience orbs is required for upgrades. Thus, once the enchantment level reaches 30, the most effective method is to utilize the enchanting table to expend enchantment levels. This way, once the enchantment level is reduced to 0, absorbing an equivalent amount of experience orbs significantly accelerates the upgrading process. The rationale for the 30-level threshold lies in the fact that the maximum consumption of the enchanting table is capped at that level. In summary, with this mechanism in place, the efficiency of enhancing enchantment levels has been greatly improved. Aside from the conventional experience orbs, what excites Qingzhen the most are the dropped items. It is worth noting that the mini-zombie drops rare enchanted books. And what of the armed giant zombie? In addition to the equipment it dropped and a piece of TNT, Qingzhen also discovered 3 enchanted books. 1. Pocket 2, enchanted book, and 2. Transparency, enchanted books, all derived from the More Dark Enchantments mod. Qingzhen retrieved an anvil, removed his nether alloy armor, and placed the enchanted books within. As he donned his gear once more, he noticed an additional slot beside the dedicated armor section in his equipment bar and attempted to place the elytra there. Success! Qingzhen was pleasantly surprised, for in the original version, the elytra and nether alloy armor could not be equipped simultaneously. By sacrificing one piece, he would have lost some resilience, armor value, and protection enchantment level. Now, without relinquishing any of those protective measures, he could soar through the skies with the elytra, an unparalleled convenience. After experimenting with the 2 transparency enchanted books on the anvil, Qingzhen discovered that virtually all items could be enchanted by them. The enchantment effect was straightforward, rendering items invisible. Apart from Qingzhen himself, no one else would be able to perceive them. The thought struck him. After consuming an invisibility potion, he would no longer need a strip. Otherwise, under the invisibility buff, other players would undoubtedly see a flurry of armor pieces moving about, instantly revealing the presence of something. In Minecraft, the invisibility buff allows creatures to detect a player's presence only from a considerably closer distance. Without armor, the detection range for creatures becomes a mere 7 of the original distance. As the number of armor pieces increases, so too does this range. With a sense of hope, Qingzhen proceeded to the anvil and enchanted his chestplate and leggings with this spell. From a distance, it appeared as if he were merely adorned with a helmet and boots. The visibility of his body and legs, along with the enchanting glow, vanished completely. Subsequently, Qingzhen collected the remaining drops, which turned out to be a map indicating the location of lapis lazuli. The location is not far from my shelter, just right. As I return to excavate the escape tunnel, I will unearth these lapis lazuli. Qingzhen carefully stored the lapis lazuli positioning map and picked up the final spoils. Acquired. RE weapon expansion blueprint boomerang. Materials required to craft ironwood boomerang. 2 sticks, 1 log. 3 iron ingots, attack power. 4 special ability 1, flight distance of 30 blocks, then it returns to the player's hand, allowing the collection of items dropped along its path. Evolution path. Ironwood boomerang, platinum boomerang, diamond boomerang, obsidian boomerang. Special ability 2, can evolve the boomerang using gold ingots, redstone, emeralds, diamonds, nether alloy ingots, obsidian, etc., gradually acquiring the ability to break blocks, with the type of block destructible depending on its hardness. It is a functional tool. At last, I can remotely collect dropped items. After crafting it, Qingzhen played with it for a moment, occasionally tossing it to test its flight distance and arc. Soon, he noticed something snagged on the returning boomerang. A golden apple? He tossed it again. A healing potion? As an experienced player well-versed in the nuances of Minecraft, Qingzhen understood that this could not be a gift from Notch. The only possibility was, had a player perished nearby? His thoughts immediately turned to the unfortunate players trapped in a makeshift redstone spaceship. Thus, he proceeded in the direction where he had thrown the boomerang. Before long, he spotted a solitary active entity floating nearby, surrounded by a plethora of dropped items. A flicker of understanding crossed Qingzhen's gaze. It seemed they had met their end at the hands of the armed giant zombie, STNT. This, indeed, was the price of disloyalty. Netizens from the Panlong Kingdom's IP promptly chimed in to observe. Alas, they have perished. Qingzhen's small spaceship could not save them. Truly a case of benevolence exhausted. Let us hope that the foreign flower-haired fellows comprehend that it was the Alliance members who trapped them there, using them as live bait to attract the bulky foes, allowing their own escape. At least Qingzhen provided them a sliver of hope. It was merely that the active entity was not as swift as the armed giant zombie. Indeed, what fault could Qingzhen have? It was their own doing, reaping the benefits from the Alliance, yet failing to serve them properly. When disaster struck, they fled without thought of sacrifice. Quickly, express gratitude to Qingzhen. Otherwise, other shelters will suffer the consequences. Qingzhen meticulously gathered the dropped items, placing them into his backpack. Among them was, of course, the enchanted minecart Cursed Binding Pro. When it materialized as a dropped item in Qingzhen's hands, he felt a slight thrill. The next time he encounters members of the Alliance, he could let them experience the sensation of being trapped. One must utilize the strengths of others to counteract their own adversaries. After meticulously organizing his backpack, Qingzhen discovered an assortment of floral specimens within. He typically would not possess the leisure to collect such items. The only plausible explanation was that the boomerang could shatter certain blocks, transforming them into collectible drops. Upon inspection, Qingzhen noted current destructible block types, hardness less than 0, 4, such as leaves and plants. However, an audacious thought crossed his mind. What about bedrock? With a hardness of -1, bedrock cannot be excavated using any tool. No matter how long one strikes it, the effort would be in vain. Yet, within this seemingly imprecise description, Qingzhen felt as though he had uncovered a glitch. As he made his way back to the shelter, he planned to expand the escape route and mine for lapis lazuli. Perhaps he could also carve out a tunnel closer to the Earth's core. Should he test it out when the time comes? Chapter 39, Bedrock Hardness. 1 Qingzhen, what bug? It's merely a characteristic. In a room brimming with technological sophistication, over a dozen screens of varying sizes looped footage of Qingzhen's myriad operations, accompanied by an array of analytical instruments that ticked rhythmically. A man, clad in heavy spectacles and seated in a wheelchair, was fervently sketching something. In a fit of frustration, he raked his fingers through his hair and suddenly tore his recent work into shreds, exclaiming in utter exasperation, "What on earth is that? Why have I never heard my players mention anything about it? Redstone circuits. ISNT, it's something that, according to my concept, would require at least 10 explorations to comprehend. How did Qingzhen come to know the crafting recipes for such things? An infinitely powered piston train? How could something so contrary to logic even exist? Why has no one ever mentioned these within the known characteristics of Minecraft? His name is Brian Hilrow, one of the chief members of the think tank. He earns more than any player for the blocky world dubbed the Land of Death. Fragments of paper fluttered down onto his emaciated legs, further aggravating his irritation. He gripped his own arms tightly, leaving behind white marks that nearly drew blood. I still couldn't make sense of the previous livestream replay, and now he has come up with new tricks. Damn it. If only I could enter Minecraft myself. That bunch of players are utterly useless, refusing to follow my instructions, with minds duller than pigs, unable to retain anything. Fuck. His eyes burned with rage, the whites reddening as he glared at all the screens. Notch. Notch. So much time has passed. Why have you never chosen me? Clearly, I am the one destined to be the strongest player, the one to save everything. Current survival days, 47. Tap, tap, tap. Qingzhen continued to dig down the staircase, his Y coordinate nearly at its limit. Ah, another cluster of lapis lazuli. Qingzhen produced an iron pickaxe with fortune 3 and unbreaking 3. Its purpose is to potentially double the yield of various ores like emeralds, diamonds, and lapis lazuli when mined, with the highest level 3 providing a 20 chance to multiply the drops by 2, 3, or even 4. According to expectations, it ensures that the quantity of or drops is at least doubled. Tap, tap, tap. Qingzhen gathered the nearby lapis lazuli, along with the unexpectedly encountered redstone and emeralds. He then took out a lapis lazuli locator map and marked an X at a certain node. This was the only location relatively close to the shelter that remained, distanced yet elevated. Qingzhen found himself digging deeper, almost reaching the core of the earth, and thought it prudent to test the power of his boomerang. Thus, he continued to excavate downward. Before long, the stratum of black, gray, and white rock lay before him. He retrieved the boomerang, now elevated to a platinum tier, capable of shattering a greater variety of blocks. With a gentle toss, thud, the platinum boomerang, upon striking an obstacle, returned to Qingzhen's hand in a graceful arc. To his astonishment, an unexpected event unfolded before his very eyes. The bedrock vanished. This was utterly absurd. Qingzhen couldn't help but voice his frustration before reconsidering. No, this is a feature. If one must apportion blame, it should be directed at the weapon's insufficiently rigorous design. There was no stipulation for a negative minimum value or anything of the sort. However, upon shattering the bedrock, it would not drop as an item to return to his inventory. This was likely the sole distinction between bedrock and other blocks. After all, if Qingzhen were to exploit a bug to obtain bedrock and use it to construct a shelter, it would indeed be an outrageous turn of events. After several more attempts, Qingzhen pondered some cunning maneuvers involving shadows and specters. This time, the margin for error increased. Reflecting on the many days spent in the dim, narrow tunnel, he deemed his haul substantial enough. It was time to return and enchant his gear thoroughly. Qingzhen hoisted his pickaxe and ascended to the surface. Upon entering the enchanting chamber, he placed the book and lapis lazuli on the central enchanting table. Power 4. Qingzhen's eyes sparkled. Finally, it had appeared. It is well known that Power V cannot be directly acquired from fishing, enchanting tables, or chests. The only means of obtaining it is by combining 2 Power 4 books at an anvil. The ender bow in Qingzhen's possession, which bore the Power enchantment, was precisely at level 4. This meant that by merging this Power 4 book at the anvil, he could elevate its level to V. The damage enhancement would rise from 125 to 150, effectively becoming 5 times the original. Coupled with the life sacrifice effect of overload, the damage multiplier could increase even further. Expanded weapon name, Void Rend Ender Bow, current critical hit rate, 25, current enchantments, Power V, Infinity Eye, Flame Eye, Impulse 2, Multi-Shot Eye, Piercing 3, Overload V, Quick Charge 3. Virtually every enchantment tier had reached its maximum level. In a relatively distant location, a group of people approached a seemingly prosperous farm, panting heavily. This farm was not unguarded. 5 individuals were stationed at various points, rendering it nearly impervious to intrusion. Clad in iron armor, their enchanted gear radiated an aura of authority. At that moment, upon witnessing the weary figures of the disheartened soldiers drawing near, they brandished their weapons. Stand firm. Do not approach. Nalida merely lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and simmering anger. Recognize who I am. The cold sweat of the guard cascaded down his brow, his demeanor visibly weakened. Lord Green has decreed that anyone wishing to enter must obtain his and Lord Ludovico's consent. We have already dispatched someone to deliver the message. Nalida fixed her stare upon him, muttering a few bitter curses under her breath. Shortly thereafter, the names of the group emerged from below. As the sound of the trapdoor creaking open resonated, there appeared Tazawa Jean, clad in enchanted diamond armor, along with Park Hyunseok and Ludovico. It turned out that beneath this estate lay a sanctuary constructed by the core members of the Alliance. Throughout this unfolding, Nalida's gaze remained steadfastly focused on the ground, avoiding any eye contact with the leader. Behind her, the members of the temporary alliance stood in fearful silence, too intimidated to speak. Ludovico chuckled directly. Your armor is hardly complete, and the enchantments are non-existent. It has been nearly 50 days, little princess. What have you been doing all this time? Playing babysitter to a few oversized infants? Park Hyunseok wore a mocking expression, surveying the group with an air of haughty superiority. Nalida, incensed by his taunts, clenched her fists so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her skin. Yet, she dared not act out in front of Green. With gritted teeth, she remarked, "We have encountered an insurmountable foe. A player? Or perhaps a monster? Are you truly unable to overcome such a multitude? Ha ha ha! Nalida, what kind of worthless companions have you gathered?" Ludovico shrugged. "I believe that even after 50 days, the monster's level of evolution is quite unimpressive. It is Qingzhen." Nalida's voice was barely a whisper, causing Ludovico to pause. The earlier bravado in his demeanor abruptly faded. His eyes narrowed, as if he were contemplating something with a hint of unease. Tazawa Jean, catching sight of this, offered him a sweet smile, exuding an innocent demeanor as she softly inquired, "What is wrong? Could it be that Mr. Stewart, you two have been bested by him?" Silence. Before he could finish, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted him. The three suddenly fell silent, their expressions tense as they turned to face the newcomer. The Alliance had always functioned as a cohesive unit. There was no need to create such a charged atmosphere. Green Miller gradually emerged from the shadows, his features becoming clearer. "We share a common ideal and a shared enemy. For so long, we have fought tirelessly for the purpose of reaching that, our mutual utopia." He smiled at Nalida, arms outstretched in a welcoming embrace. "Welcome home, my dear ally." Chapter 40, Defying Fate. The undying totem in the grasp of a little zombie approaches. Ash followed closely behind the Guardian, descending into the staircase-shaped tunnel through the trapdoor. She pressed herself against one side, moving downward, hardly daring to breathe. The torches intermittently placed along the walls flickered in her vision, occasionally blinding her with their harsh light. Current survival days, 50. Zombie evolution occurs. 1. The king zombie, wielding a scepter, will seize the player's corpse for its own use. 2. The player's corpse retains all abilities possessed during life. Yet the intelligence of the player zombie is dictated by the king zombie. 3. The probability of weapons and tools in the zombie's possession being enchanted is significantly increased. 4. Random potion effects will manifest on the zombies. 5. The zombie's health is elevated to 25 hearts, totaling 50 points. A chilling prompt resonated, indicating that the progress of 100 days of catastrophe had surpassed the halfway mark. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere buzzed with tension as several individuals breathlessly debated. Something has gone awry at the F-coordinate mine. What? The boss dispatched so many people, and they were nearly annihilated there? This is impossible. Everyone was so well equipped. How could this happen? Absolutely true. Within, an undying creature has emerged. Undying? What do you mean? I can't say for certain, but I do know that those who laid eyes on that monster are all dead. How can we defeat such an invincible and insurmountable foe? It is utterly unbeatable. The worst part is, it moves with incredible speed, making it impossible to evade. What shall we do? I hear there are valuable resources at the F-coordinate mine. The boss cannot simply abandon the endeavor. Oh no. Are they really going to send us to reinforce? Upon hearing this, Ash trembled and averted her gaze. No, I must go too. In the pitch-black depths of the mine, two blocky figures wielded pickaxes, carving out a narrow and constricted space. Beneath the dim glow of their meager light, their faces twitched in terror. This is horrifying. That little zombie is a bug-level anomaly, standing at a mere 0.25 blocks tall. The little zombie possessed a minuscule collision box and moved at 3 times the speed of a regular zombie. Before one could even discern its location, it would have already sunk its teeth into their backside. What on earth is that golden object resembling a banana? Why can the little zombie wielding it revive infinitely? No matter how many times it dies, it comes back to life without exhausting the item in its hand. The recollection of that dreadful scene sent shivers down their spines. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. After all, it cannot destroy blocks. As long as we chip away at the tunnel bit by bit, we are bound to find our way out. In a frenzy, they began to carve upwards, shaping the tunnel into a staircase. As they observed the cracks in the stone widening, a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. Immediately, with a sharp crack, Player D halted his grip on the pickaxe, for he could no longer feel the presence of a solid block before him. Instead, an infinite void of darkness loomed. This is bad. I've breached it. Could there be something extraordinary hidden within? Surely, it must connect to the cavern below. In the fleeting span of less than 3 seconds, before Player D could remedy the breach, a diminutive figure appeared at the opening, tilting its head and scrutinizing them. No, please. Help. With the demise of the 2 players, the entire mining contingent dispatched by the Alliance faced utter annihilation. All the ores, along with the armor they wore, transformed into scattered loot, drifting aimlessly upon the ground. The magnitude of the loss was unfathomable. Indeed, with the fall of the armored giant zombie, the tally of the undead little zombies has now reached 11. This one is far more formidable than its larger counterpart. At least it cannot perish. And its speed is remarkable. The players scarcely had time to place 2 blocks beneath their feet before the little zombie had already stepped onto their blocks. In such circumstances, constructing a height was utterly impossible. There seemed to be no solution. At this rate, even Qingzhen may find it beyond his capabilities to manage it. Meanwhile, gripping the Fortune 3 iron pickaxe, Qingzhen shattered the last diamond or nearby. It transformed into 3 diamonds, cascading into his backpack. Qingzhen retrieved his lapis lazuli to mark the map, inscribing and zat the final circle, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now, it seemed he had gathered all the minerals from this area. Along the way, he had encountered various or clusters. Upon his return, he could upgrade his diamond axe to nether alloy material. The forging template required 7 diamonds to split into 2. With his newfound abundance of diamonds, he would not feel the pinch as acutely. Now he possessed a high-damage melee weapon. When would he acquire an advanced weapon related to axes? With such a tool, he could engage in mindless automatic combat, whether to break shields or to face individual bosses in solitude. Qingzhen opened his exquisite backpack, retrieving the crafting table and the forge. After a series of synthesizing, he obtained the nether alloy axe. Just as he prepared to journey back home, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby vicinity. The sound was so sharp and jarring that it made the very air tremble. Are there players nearby? Qingzhen pondered, glancing at his Y coordinate. He was already at a notably low position, making it difficult to imagine anyone existing at this level. Given the intensity of the earlier scream, it was likely someone had perished. Let me go investigate. With that thought, Qingzhen swapped his pickaxe for the efficiency 4 diamond pickaxe. Striking the stones felt akin to wielding creative powers. Before long, he sensed an emptiness before him, leading him into a vast chamber. In the darkness, a multitude of zombie eyes flickered to life, creating an unsettling rhythm. With a casual motion, Qingzhen planted a torch at his feet and surveyed his surroundings. As the illumination intensified, an unusual object in the distance caught his eye. After effortlessly dispatching the encroaching zombies, Qingzhen approached while inserting torches, diligently collecting the scattered items that had fallen to the ground. It appeared that a player had met their demise in this vicinity. Qingzhen glanced around and noticed some solitary minerals embedded in the walls. Curiously, there were neither torches nor any signs of activity around the minerals. How peculiar. Had they simply materialized here out of thin air? An audacious hypothesis formed in Qingzhen's mind. Unless they were evading something terrifying and inadvertently stumbled into this place. dying before they could even light a torch. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a chilling scream echoed from afar. "Ah! Help! What is that?" Instantly alert, Qingzhen gripped his shield in one hand and the ebony whip in the other, frowning as he directed his gaze toward the source of the sound. The atmosphere, compounded by the players' agonizing cries, imbued Qingzhen with the sensation of being ensnared in a horror game. Stealthily, he made his way toward the sound, soon spotting an incongruous circular stone block protruding from the ground. With a sense of suspicion, he struck it, and warm torchlight emanated from below, revealing a stairway-like tunnel. Enlightened, Qingzhen speculated. Had a player become lost within the tunnel? Or had they emerged from below in a frantic attempt to escape something dreadful, only to encounter an even more terrifying presence, ultimately sealing the exit with the stone in a moment of panic, yet failing to escape? As this hypothesis solidified, faint but rapid footsteps resonated from afar, approaching with alarming speed. The instant Qingzhen lifted his gaze, he caught sight of something darting through the shadows. Before his mind could fully process it, he swiftly extracted a stepping block, leaping into the air to elevate himself by 3 blocks. Almost in the very moment of his ascent, a minuscule zombie creature appeared within the illuminated area of the torchlight. This was a tiny zombie, clutching an undead totem. Chapter 41. Consume my wooden vessel. Consume my wooden vessel. Consume my wooden vessel. At long last, the undying little zombie has encountered the MC, the living king of hell, Qingzhen. Let the battle commence. Regardless of who perishes, I shall find joy. I am most curious as to what methods Qingzhen possesses to deal with it. The players from the Alliance are utterly helpless against it, each competing to see who can escape the quickest. The little zombie's jump height is identical to that of an ordinary zombie, measuring 2 blocks. It could traverse areas as low as 25 blocks. Moments ago, it must have squeezed through a shattered 1 by 1 by 1 space. Had it not been for Qingzhen's quick reflexes, it likely would have commenced a buffet at his expense. At this very moment, the undying little zombie raised its head high, standing motionless beside Qingzhen's pedestal, gazing at him with eager anticipation. What astonished Qingzhen the most was the item clutched in its hands. The undying totem, based on Qingzhen's experiences over the past few days. When a zombie clutches any item, it is generally assumed that the quantity of that item is infinite. Notably, TNT. This implies that no matter how it is utilized, it will not be consumed. In the original version of Minecraft, a zombie wielding an undying totem will only revive once before consuming the item in its possession. Could it be that this little zombie, unable to withstand its fervent gaze, Qingzhen drew forth the rift void bow, intending to reward it with a healing arrow to restore its composure? Swish, swish, swish. Evidently, this little zombie still retained the rigid AI of its kind. It stood foolishly in place, awaiting Qingzhen's arrows to rain upon it. Under the influence of Impact 2, even when struck far away, it would obediently approach once more to endure the blows. In any case, it was certainly not as cunning as the king zombie and its minions. They appear to have gained sentience, unable to withstand the substantial damage. The little zombie should have perished instantly. Yet before it, an undying totem floated into view, spinning a few times before emitting a soft green particle effect, revitalizing the little zombie once more. This must be the legendary endurance of the king. Qingzhen marveled in astonishment. Subsequently, he accessed the exquisite backpack and initiated synthesis upgrade, crafting a stone sword. It is well known that in Minecraft, when encountering hostile creatures wielding certain items, simply offering them a weapon can result in a chance for a trade. However, it seems this mechanic has been removed by Notch. In any case, it clung tightly to the undying totem in its grasp, utterly refusing to relinquish it, rendering any attempts to exploit this bug for its revival futile. Audiences from other nations began to experience a cerebral climax. I'm dying of laughter. Qingzhen has no solution. Wow, it's the first time I've seen Qingzhen at a loss. Could it be that Qingzhen is trapped here? Let us pop the champagne. Can we swiftly summon a wandering undead spirit, or perhaps a zombie wielding a ranged weapon? Even a crawler would suffice. Let Qingzhen and the little undead zombie engage in a close encounter. Qingzhen relinquished the notion of seizing the undead totem from the little zombie, opting instead to devise a method to trap it. As fate would have it, in a nearby shadowy corner, the wandering undead spirit accurately pinpointed Qingzhen's location. It found a concealed hiding place and slowly drew its bowstring, aiming at Qingzhen. Upon hearing the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, Qingzhen raised his shield to deflect the shot. Aware of the labyrinthine terrain of the cave, he realized there was no time to waste. He swiftly retrieved a wooden boat from his backpack and leaped forward. The little zombie, perched on the side of a stepping pillar, anticipated Qingzhen's landing spot and dashed towards him with eager excitement, perhaps believing its speed would allow it to nip at Qingzhen's heels. Yet, it was unaware that Qingzhen had anticipated its anticipation, given that its trajectory was a straight line. Qingzhen landed without looking back and placed a wooden boat behind him. Thud. The little zombie found itself ensnared within the wooden boat, unable to move. Qingzhen gave the boat a kick, causing it to wobble, and the little zombie felt as if it were on a teeter-totter, oozing with mockery. Wait a minute, my friend. Why is this easier than defeating that armed giant zombie? Our little undead lord is also the overlord of this cave. Qingzhen mused, tossing aside the boat as if it were nothing, leaving the creature immobilized. By comparison, those players it previously dispatched seemed like fools. That day, the little tyrant of the cave finally faced just retribution. Having accomplished this, Qingzhen remained vigilant. He drew back his bow, aiming an arrow at the location where the wandering undead spirit had emerged. Listening to the sound of it crumbling into a heap of bones, he noticed it drop the diamond as loot. With a swift motion, he used a boomerang to retrieve it, yet his gaze remained fixed on the little zombie before him. In the realm of Minecraft, encountering such a rare monster was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Qingzhen felt a compelling desire to collect it. Simply discarding it or slaying it would be an immense waste. Perhaps he could bring it back to the shelter as a trap? With that thought, Qingzhen extracted a tether from his backpack, a prized possession obtained from the spoils of a fallen player. Perhaps in a fit of rage, he had eliminated a certain blue-cloaked merchant and its accompanying pet. With a flick of his wrist, the limp tether ensnared the wooden boat. As Qingzhen moved, the boat, tethered to him, obediently followed at a distance, much like a loyal pet. What kind of maneuver is this? The actions of Qingzhen have truly elevated everyone's imagination to a new level, surpassing what the members of the Alliance could have ever conceived. Where does Qingzhen intend to lead this? The Alliance has suffered losses in this cavern and has already dispatched individuals to collect the dropped items. It is unlikely they will encounter Qingzhen. With one hand gripping the tether and the other wielding a torch, Qingzhen wandered through the subterranean world, pondering aloud, "Where's my tunnel?" This reflects the sorrow of having excavated a tunnel only to reach a cavern. The variety of blocks here is quite monotonous, predominantly composed of deep slate, within the nearly pitch-black hues of dark gray. Even with the torch illuminating the surroundings, it is challenging to discern the layers of rock. Furthermore, the entrances to tunnels are typically concealed in shadows. As Qingzhen contemplated the prospect of forging a new tunnel upwards, faint inscriptions began to materialize nearby. It was the names of players. Instantly, Qingzhen entered a state of stealth, cautiously breaking apart the blocks of the wall before ascending further. Before long, a grander cavern revealed itself before him. Had many players met their demise here? Such an abundance of dropped items lay scattered about. Upon entering, Qingzhen encountered a delightful surprise. He eagerly collected the floating ores, potions, tools, and equipment. While organizing his haul, he stumbled upon a bottle of 3 minutes bottled night vision potion. Considering the imminent possibility of engaging in a fierce conflict with those players, he mused, rather than a battle. It would be more accurate to say it is a one-sided heist. Without hesitation, he consumed the potion. In an instant, as the night vision buff coursed through him, Qingzhen's surroundings illuminated brilliantly, allowing even the textures of the rocks to become distinctly visible. After acquiring another dropped item from a player, he noticed a group of names gradually approaching within his line of sight. They brandished torches, occasionally thrusting them forward, seemingly oblivious to the benefits of the night vision potion. Naturally, they remained unaware of Qingzhen, who was stealthily concealed in the darkness. Peering closer, he observed that they were currently perched on a small cliff, where a crack in the side of the rock released a stream of magma, creating a pool of molten rock at their landing spot. At that moment, they stood precariously at the edge, constructing blocks in an attempt to traverse the gap. Qingzhen retrieved his boomerang. RE, weapon name. Platinum Boomerang, current destructible block hardness. Less than 2 swish. Chapter 42. As fellow defeated subordinates, why mock one another's misfortune? With a swift motion, the boomerang traced a graceful arc within the vast expanse of the cavern. Along its path, several gray stones were shattered by its sharp edges, producing a delicate tapping sound. By the time the 5 players recognized this unusual noise, it was already too late. The blocky figure leading the way was utilizing dirt as stepping blocks, attempting to construct a bridge over a small pool of lava. The sound of crunching dirt echoed as it was struck. The hardness of stone was 1.5, while that of dirt was merely 0.5, both easily within the shattering capabilities of the platinum boomerang. In the next instant, he felt the ground beneath him give way. Suddenly, the searing heat of the lava engulfed him. Overwhelmed by a violent sense of weightlessness, his body plummeted into the molten depths. His health points plummeted at an alarming rate. He screamed in agony, desperately clawing his way back to safety. Fortunately, since this was a small elevated area formed by a lava spring, devoid of a riverbed enclosure, escape was relatively feasible. Who? Ludovico raised his head, brandishing his shield, and leapt across the dirt path, landing securely beyond the lava pool. Swish. At the moment of his landing, another sharp sound sliced through the air. It almost grazed Ludovico's ear, circling around behind him. What was that? In astonishment, he turned back, but could not discern what it was. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a teammate who had barely extricated himself from the lava pool, collapsing instantaneously. Countless items burst forth. However, they did not rain down to the ground. Instead, they were ensnared by that rapidly spinning object. It traced another elegant arc in the air, vanishing into the distant shadows. Damn! The 2 teammates, trailing Ludovico, stood frozen in shock. Their comrade, who had just clawed his way back from the brink of death, had inexplicably perished in the blink of an eye. Could this be the cave's boss monster that had decimated an entire expedition team? With the haunting memory of the terrifying cave legend fresh in their minds, the 2 began to tremble uncontrollably. In the darkness, a man's light laughter echoed. Accompanying it were the tapping footsteps drawing nearer. We meet again. Having drawn his blade and seized the initiative, there was no longer a need for concealment. Qingzhen had long since dispelled his stealth, his name exposed as he stepped gradually into the light, standing at the boundary of shadow and illumination, gazing down at the disheveled group with a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Have you not yet encountered Nalita? Did she not deliver my message? Nalita? Ludovico was momentarily taken aback. You mean that useless one? She had indeed just joined the Alliance shelter, and her pitiable appearance made him utterly disinterested in engaging her in any conversation. No, there is no need for such elaborate descriptions of her. It is merely a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Of course, as you know, I do not intend to affirm her prowess, for, in a certain sense, you both share a similar fate. Qingzhen chuckled. Both are my defeated foes. Upon hearing those 4 words, Ludovico nearly ground his molars in rage. That was his humiliation. Contemplating this, Qingzhen suddenly delivered another jab. No, you are not the same. He methodically drew back the void shadow bow to its full tautness, sacrificing a fraction of his own health, and remarked with a smile, "For you are to be slain by me for a second time." Ludovico's pupils dilated in shock as he watched Qingzhen execute a backward motion. If his conjecture was correct, behind Qingzhen lay a low cliff. Falling would incur a loss of 1 to 2 health points. What trickery is this? At the very moment this thought ignited, another arrow's phantom whizzed past his peripheral vision. It appeared that Qingzhen had loosed the arrow as he fell backward. Would you like to spend an ender pearl to swap positions with the struck target? Confirm cancel. No one could decipher Qingzhen's maneuver. Thus no one could anticipate what was about to unfold. In the next instant, the player standing behind him was struck by the arrow, seemingly thrown off balance by an immense force, teetering forward. The sound of the Ender Pearl's teleportation echoed. No, that cannot be right. If he were struck with such force, why did he not topple backward, but instead lean forward in the direction of the arrow's trajectory? Just as Ludovico turned to assess the situation of that player, Qingzhen's black axe came swinging in. Instinctively, Ludovico raised his shield to defend, only to feel a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. The figure he had glimpsed in his peripheral vision was not his teammates stumbling, but rather Qingzhen having instantaneously swapped places with him and surged forward, recalling that Qingzhen had performed a backward motion before drawing the bow. Could it be that he had calculated the position swap perfectly? Thus, he had shot the teammate to near death, and then utilized the fall damage from the position swap to finish him off? How is this even possible? How does he consistently execute such beyond human comprehension maneuvers? What kind of gifts has he received from this game? Clang! Clang! With a single charged axe strike, Ludovico's shield was shattered, followed by another devastating blow directly impacting his enchanted diamond armor. After all this time, have you truly not made a single iota of progress? Qingzhen could not help but inquire. In truth, it was not merely to mock or provoke his opponent. This was a genuine question that stemmed from Qingzhen's heart. Although the 100 Days of Cataclysm introduced many unexpectedly formidable foes, yet there exists a means of overcoming this challenge. Vanquishing the swift-moving little zombies yields a greater variety of enchanted tomes. Defeating the king zombie or the elongated crawler grants weapons of diverse forms, and overcoming the spectral undead rewards one with substantial mineral riches. Among the 9 illustrious players of the Alliance, it is inconceivable that none have ever attained such bountiful rewards. Enchantments akin to Overload V are bound to emerge. Ludovico, shall you surprise me? Heh. Ha! It seems that at the very moment of Qingzhen's words, Ludovico suddenly erupted into boisterous laughter. You underestimate the profound depth of our alliance. Over this extensive period, we have continually strengthened ourselves and welcomed players from various nations, harnessing their skills for our advantage. With the collaboration of multiple factions, do you truly believe our capabilities remain as simplistic as when you first encountered me? At this juncture, Ludovico swiftly transitioned his weapon to an enchanted diamond sword, and, as Qingzhen approached, thrust it with fervor. Clang! A look of greedy triumph spread across Ludovico's face. Yet, the unwavering stance of Qingzhen caused that expression to vanish in an instant. You know, how is this possible? That strike could inflict a staggering 40 points of damage. With just a few blows, a player could be obliterated. Why does Qingzhen remain so sprightly? Could that peculiar black armor he wears possess such formidable protective prowess? Damn it. What kind of monster are you? Chapter 43. Is it not? TNT does not ignite instantaneously? Is this truly not the case? Qingzhen could distinctly sense that Ludovico, at this moment, seemed intent on creating distance between them. Yet, seizing the advantage, Qingzhen was resolute in not allowing him any respite. Just as he attempted to draw closer to Ludovico with the black gold whip, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A mere glance revealed that not far away, Ludovico's 2 companions had stealthily taken refuge behind a protruding rock. Inner thoughts. There were supposed to be 5 in total, right? One has been slain by me. Where has the remaining 1 vanished? Moreover, Ludovico is fighting fiercely at the forefront, while the 2 behind are brazenly attempting to flee. Qingzhen recalled the 3 who betrayed Nalida. When the other members of the Alliance learned of this betrayal, they had ensnared them with such malice, turning them into stepping stones for their own gain. Something is amiss. Qingzhen furrowed his brow slightly. With such high damage dealt, counting back, the enemy's health points must be nearly exhausted. Yet how are they still alive? After several more strikes, Qingzhen calculated based on the diamond armor's value, resilience, and the level of protection. His brow knitted further. Could it be that their health points exceed 20? He cast another glance at his 2 foes, noticing them occasionally holding food, golden apples, and intermittently consuming a vial of pink healing potion. Inner thoughts. They are not injured. Why the frequent consumption of healing potions? Inner thoughts. Could it be that? Qingzhen suddenly formulated a bold hypothesis and inquired, "What enchantment have you obtained?" Ha 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 ha! Upon hearing Qingzhen's words, Ludovico erupted into a maniacal laugh, his expression twisting into something grotesque. Qingzhen, even one as formidable as you can feel astonishment and dread. Qingzhen, fending off the surging attacks, responded with a contemptuous smile. Astonishment? Dread? Huh, you think too much. It is merely a blocky world. Nothing here instills fear in me. As for surprise, it is simply due to the unexpected nature of your newly acquired enchantment. If I am not mistaken, you and the other three have entered some form of damage, sharing or shared health state. Am I correct? Ludovico's pupils constricted. Inner thoughts. How could he have deduced that? Life-sharing eye. Upon enchanting any equipment, it allows the player to share health points with 3 other players who possess the same enchantment. In other words, when one player takes damage, the 4 players with life-sharing eye share the damage equally. The maximum enchantment level is I. Observing his expression at this moment, Qingzhen realized he had guessed correctly. Ludovico was engaged in battle at the front line, while his 2 teammates frantically replenished their health in the reserve zone. Inner thoughts. Is this the kind of teamwork that Notch envisioned? Indeed, the Alliance has bestowed upon me an abundance of surprises. In a typical turn-based team game, configurations usually consist of 1 damage dealer, 2 support roles, and 1 survival position. So, where has that support teammate gone? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qingzhen shifted his perspective and caught a glimpse of a bow floating not far away. Below it lay a pair of iron boots shimmering with a purple enchantment. The sudden appearance of this bow and boots left no doubt that someone had consumed an invisibility potion and was hiding there. The arrows atop the bow glimmered with an eerie hue, clearly soaked in some peculiar elixir. Swish, swish, swish. A few arrows grazed Qingzhen's body before embedding themselves into the adjacent wall, their fletchings buzzing. Inner thoughts. Is this what a support role looks like? I must admit, their coordination is quite impressive. At last, a semblance of challenge has emerged. Qingzhen understood that the immediate priority was to target those 3 players. It seemed that Ludovico had been fully replenished by his teammates. He had regained his vigor, bursting with the bubbles of enhancement buffs, and was launching attacks with remarkable speed. Moreover, Qingzhen could sense that Ludovico was intentionally blocking his leap towards the back. On a few occasions, he even took Qingzhen's charged jump strike head-on, unwilling to yield an inch. Inner thoughts. I must strike decisively. Yet at this moment, Ludovico's speed was evidently superior to Qingzhen's, and he wielded an enchanted diamond sword with a knockback attribute. Even if Qingzhen employed an ender pearl, Ludovico could return before Qingzhen eliminated those players, despite the distance being relatively short. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted inner thoughts. The 2 survival teammates must have already sneaked into the cave they had excavated. That spot blocked by 2 cobblestone blocks should be their refuge. Could it be they were unaware of how to convert cobblestone into stone? TSK. Such a lack of innovative thinking. Why not retreat further? Could it be that the spell, Life-Sharing Eye, has a distance limitation? After just a few maneuvers, Qingzhen had surmised the opponent's secret to a considerable extent. Inner thoughts. Regardless, I must create some distance. With that thought, Qingzhen promptly placed a rail on the block before him. This grounded entity surprised Ludovico slightly, as he had anticipated Qingzhen would use another block for defense. In the next moment, in the blink of an eye, Ludovico felt a flash of red light before him. That hue was TNT. In that fleeting moment, Ludovico recalled the battle he had faced at the outset. Qingzhen, unarmed and without armor, had vanquished him using merely a fishing rod and TNT. No, it cannot be. I shall not falter a second time with the same trick. Just as Ludovico believed that the 5 seconds during which the TNT was activated would afford him ample time to react, at that critical juncture, a violent explosion erupted before his eyes. The tremendous blast damage surged forth like a roaring tide. No, how is this possible? Not only Ludovico, but even the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. What was that just now? Qingzhen's hands moved far too swiftly. I could hardly discern his actions. I only saw a red blur flash before my eyes. Judging by the sound, it must have been TNT, but why did it explode without being ignited? Without the familiar hissing sound? Impenetrable, truly impenetrable. Indeed, the block that Qingzhen had placed before him was not TNT, but rather a TNT minecart. The instant it was set upon the tracks, a mere push forward triggered its detonation upon contact with Ludovico. In that crucial moment, Qingzhen had thrown an ender pearl backward. Yes, backward, toward his own rear, not toward the position of Ludovico's teammates. Good grief, did Qingzhen miscalculate? This is making me anxious. If he had thrown it forward, he could have obliterated Ludovico's stronghold. Wait, do you remember what Qingzhen had pulled out before encountering Ludovico and his companions? It seems to be that undying little zombie. Chapter 44, A Triple Triumph. Who placed this ender crystal here? It truly afflicts me. Indeed, at this critical juncture, Qingzhen hurled an ender pearl behind him. Ludovico, upon catching sight of the azure-green shadow in Qingzhen's hand, instinctively assumed that Qingzhen would toss it towards his teammates. Thus, he retreated several paces. Little did he realize that this was merely a feint. The sound of the ender pearl's teleportation echoed, and pinkish-purple petals converged at the base of the cliff. There lay the location of the fallen player who had exchanged places with Qingzhen. Countless dropped items swayed and fluttered above and below. However, Qingzhen's intention was not these items. Rather, it was the small zombie secured by the wooden boat further back. Earlier, Qingzhen had tethered the boat, attempting to drag it away like a cart. Upon discovering Ludovico and his companions, he had to stow the tether to wield weapons and shields. Now, it seemed he must rely once more on the strength of the undead little zombie. After reattaching the tether, Qingzhen produced a firework rocket and positioned it in his offhand. He then launched it into the sky. As long as he kept the speed to a mere 8 blocks per tick, the tether would remain unbroken. In other words, aerial transport had become feasible, just as Ludovico finally grasped that he had been deceived and sought to pursue Qingzhen. Qingzhen's figure gracefully soared past him. Ludovico had already taken a few steps in pursuit. At this moment, he could only watch in astonishment as Qingzhen, attempting to pilfer away, glided overhead. Under the erratic illumination of hastily placed torches, the broad shadow of the wooden boat perfectly enveloped Ludovico. Qingzhen's silhouette was similarly reflected in the wide-eyed astonishment of Ludovico. Thud! Thud in the instant of landing, Qingzhen swiftly placed 2 blocks to seal the entrance of the cave, where his 2 teammates were concealed. One was obsidian. On top of it rested the ender crystal. Not long prior, crafting upgrade, i.e., embedded workbench in the backpack. 7 glass, 1 gas tear, 1 ender crystal. The invisible archer had also failed to anticipate the unfolding scenario. In a flurry, he drew his bow aimed at Qingzhen's direction, a weakened arrow poised to be released. Naturally, Qingzhen had foreseen all of this, for his landing spot was meticulously calculated. After a few strides forward, he found himself perfectly concealed behind the ender crystal. Meanwhile, Ludovico hurriedly approached this direction. Whoosh! An arrow shot towards Qingzhen, but due to his unpredicted movement, it struck the ender crystal directly. The ender crystal, susceptible to any damaging or non-damaging attack, would explode. Its damage rivaled that of a charged creeper. It was 50 greater than that of ordinary TNT. At this moment, amidst unforeseen circumstances, an explosion erupted. Not only did Ludovico stagger from the explosion, but his health plummeted drastically, diminishing by more than half in an instant. This was the first time he had witnessed such a dramatic decline in vitality since acquiring the life-sharing eye spell. The quivering heart within him filled him with trepidation. Simultaneously, the stone wall where his 2 teammates had sought refuge was obliterated, inflicting significant damage upon them. What on earth just exploded? Why didn't he catch a glimpse of it? One exclaimed. Wait, I recall this item appearing in the end. How did Qingzhen manage to bring it here? The Ender Dragon. My home has been robbed? Can this even be synthesized? Where did Qingzhen learn the crafting recipe? Upon hearing the sound of arrows, Qingzhen swiftly entered a stealth mode, gripping his shield tightly. With a full set of level 20 protection enchantments, he hardly sustained any damage. However, the area of effect attack severely bombarded Ludovico and his 3 teammates, greatly depleting their health. Qingzhen is clever. Against an opponent utilizing linked vitality, Employing area damage is the only logical strategy. The return of annihilation inequality accelerated the demise. I see. This maneuver is unparalleled. It's incredibly high stakes. Any slight miscalculation, and Qingzhen would have been caught in the blast. Indeed, Qingzhen deserves the title of MC Yama. Even when faced with such a bug-level enchantment from the adversary, he managed to swiftly analyze the situation and implement a counter-strategy. Who could rival such audacity? But they have 4 members. Even if Ludovico covers for the other 2 to escape, the advantage still lies with the opposition. I can't shake the feeling that it's not so simple. Indeed, when Qingzhen approached, he was tethered by a lead rope, its end connected to a wooden boat, ensnaring a small zombie. His mastery over speed ensured that the lead rope did not snap during flight, allowing it to accompany him near the ender crystal. The proximity was astonishing. When the crystal detonated, the unprotected lead rope and wooden boat were instantly obliterated, transforming into floating debris. The undead zombie within was inevitably affected, suffering fatal damage. Yet, the totem of the undead in his grasp immediately came into play. After swirling around a few times, it resurrected the zombie back to full health. Freed from the wooden boat's constraints, it swiftly darted toward its nearest target. Those 2 teammates designated as the survivor positions. Was to your purpose here to eradicate this little creature? Now, I return it to you. In the terrified gazes of the 2 players, the undead zombie dashed forward with lightning speed. The next moment, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed them. No, stay away. They retreated while shrieking, their minds utterly consumed by terror, completely forgetting the tactical plan Ludovico had devised for the entire team. Before long, they distanced themselves from Ludovico. Damn it! Ludovico intended to advance and restrain the little zombie, determined not to let his teammates jeopardize themselves. However, unexpectedly, Qingzhen appeared before him in the next moment. After he raised his shield to withstand the explosion wave of the ender crystal, he had already drawn the string of the rift ender bow to its utmost tension. At this very moment, the tip of the arrow was aimed directly at Ludovico's eyes. Under the sacrificial effect of Overload V, countless particles of blood light enveloped him, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. In that fleeting instant, Qingzhen sensed the fear emanating from Ludovico, thus deepening the smile on his lips. Who are you distractedly looking at? Your opponent is me. Chapter 45. Qingzhen, it's decided, you are the one. The undying little zombie. With a resounding swish, under the effect of Impact 2, Ludovico felt an overwhelming force strike directly at his face. His previously determined stride towards Qingzhen instantly faltered. He sensed his balance wavering, stumbling backwards uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Qingzhen caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye as a multitude of items erupted from the position where a bow was suspended. Your teammate has perished, he mused, perhaps due to that ally's armor lacking the enchantment of transparency. In a desperate bid to avoid detection by the zombies and players, Ludovico was compelled to strip off all his armor except for his boots. This left him with a mere 2 points of armor. Without the 2 teammates fervently consuming healing potions, he soon succumbed to the shared damage inflicted by Qingzhen's arrow under the state of life-sharing eye. Ludovico felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. For reasons unknown, the confidence he had painstakingly built was shattered in an instant by Qingzhen. As he observed Qingzhen replacing his primary weapon with a wooden boat, he mistakenly assumed Qingzhen intended to ensnare the little zombie. Thus, he retreated several steps, attempting to create distance. However, he had not anticipated that this very action played directly into Qingzhen's hands. A faint smile blossomed at the corner of Qingzhen's mouth. Like a startled bird, Ludovico's heart suddenly raced. In a flash, he felt a sharp pang of discomfort in his back. Turning around, he discovered the little zombie, clutching the undying totem, spinning wildly and intermittently raising its arms to strike. Its aggro system seemed to target the nearest enemy. Therefore, after eliminating the 2 players, it charged straight at Ludovico. At that moment, Ludovico realized he was caught in a pincer maneuver. Fortunately, he acted swiftly, tossing an ender pearl in a specific direction and quickly distancing himself from both the zombie and the player. Upon concluding his teleportation, he landed 2 blocks high, just out of reach of the little zombie. After executing this maneuver, he gasped for breath. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for him. All 5 of his teammates, despite their advantageous position, had perished, and all of this was accomplished solely by the man before him. Qingzhen, holding the wooden boat, calmly watched the little zombie pursue Ludovico while elevating himself by 2 blocks. He inquired nonchalantly, "All your teammates have perished, but why do you still survive? Is it possible you lack the shared protection spell? The damage taken by each individual is not uniform, but rather mitigated by protection, armor value, and resilience." As Qingzhen spoke, he deliberately observed Ludovico's expression. Even in this blocky world, they were both mere block figures. Before me stands a fool, whose inner thoughts are laid bare upon his countenance. Yet he expresses himself with a rather diverse array of emotions. Or perhaps, have you discovered some means to enhance your vitality? Ludovico's gaze sharpened, and internally he mused, how infuriating. How did this fellow manage to decipher my thoughts once more? Endless life V. When enchanted on a single piece of armor, it grants the wearer an additional 10 points of vitality. Moreover, each level of enchantment increases vitality by 2 points. Level 1 grants 2 points, while Level V bestows 10 points. Qingzhen narrowed his eyes. Could it be that in this world, aside from more dark enchantments, there exist additional enchantment modules? A reset version of more enchantments? The Alliance has certainly acquired a wealth of enchantment tomes. As Qingzhen spoke, he drew back the string of his Void Ender bow, aiming it at Ludovico. "Tell me, what enchantments and weapons have you all obtained?" Ludovico clenched his fist tightly, defiantly aiming his bow back at Qingzhen. "Why should I divulge that to you?" At that moment, the two stood atop a pedestal of blocks. Below them, an anxious, undead zombie roamed, unable to reach them, its frustrated cries echoing in the air. Whoever released their bowstring first would undoubtedly send the other tumbling from the pedestal, directly into the embrace of the waiting undead. This, Ludovico believed, was the leverage he held against Qingzhen. Seemingly aware of the situation, Qingzhen merely smiled. "Your memory appears to be rather lacking. Though I only spent a brief moment reversing the tide of battle and subsequently eliminated your 4 companions, have you not learned any lessons? For instance, remember my attack patterns, recall my trump cards, and be mindful of my operational limits. You may attempt it. Test whether your arrows are swifter than mine. I can assure you that the moment you strike, I shall aim and pierce your skull. Yet, it seems you lack such capability." Upon hearing Qingzhen's words, cold sweat began to bead on Ludovico's brow. He suddenly recalled that the bow in Qingzhen's hand possessed the ability to swap positions with the struck target. Coupled with his repeated offensives, it seemed that the decision of whether to swap rested with Qingzhen. Therefore, regardless of whether Qingzhen brought him down or he managed to topple Qingzhen, the outcome remained singular. Ludovico would fall. Moreover, that sinister bow wielded substantial force and damage. It was possible that he would perish before Qingzhen even had the chance to swap positions. The situation was set, and with no cards left to alter the course, he could only become the fish on Qingzhen's chopping block, waiting helplessly for his inevitable demise. "I have been defeated once again by you," Qingzhen interjected, saying, "It is you all, not just you alone. The first time, you fell to me, a defenseless opponent. The second time, despite your finely equipped and fully enchanted prowess, you again succumbed to my vulnerability. Thus, you should be able to comprehend my point. From the outset, I stated that you are not so different from Nalida." Ludovico resembled a furious beast, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Qingzhen. That little princess of the Eagle Griffin Kingdom appeared to be nothing more than a spoiled giant infant. His pride would never allow him to be equated with such a being. Yet, the fury of man often stems from the turbulence of one's own inadequacies. At this very moment, Ludovico embodied that sentiment. Regardless of his desire to deny it, the bloody reality lay stark before him. Qingzhen. He was akin to an equalizer of all beings. No matter how formidable one might be, before him, all would be reduced to vanquished foes. "Tell me, What is the plan of your alliance? What sort of weapons and enchantments did you acquire in the transformative 100 Days instance? I may grant you a chance at survival, but your possessions must remain. Ludovico growled. As a warrior, my honor forbids me from acts of betrayal. His mind clouded. Ludovico suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. Was the kingdom of Panlong not the one heavily monopolized by the Alliance, forbidden from receiving any useful information, and thus gradually descending into decline? Why? Why had it suddenly risen? An epoch-defining figure had emerged. Qingzhen shrugged. Very well, it seems your fate shall be death, and then your belongings will be mine. No, impossible. Swish, you have died. Ludovico's steward was slain by Qingzhen. Revive, confirm, cancel. Remaining revival attempts. For special note, the deceased player will be revived by Notch near the respawn point, in a relatively safe area. Chapter 46. The King's Zombie. What is this? Pick it up. What is this? Pick it up. This is IP Panlong. Reflecting on the sordid deeds that the Alliance has perpetrated against the Panlong Kingdom over the years, I must admit I am utterly exhilarated. Haha, not a single one shall escape. It seems that Qingzhen has eliminated at least a dozen contestants, truly deserving of the title of MC Yama. Yama decrees your demise at the stroke of midnight, ensuring you see not the dawn. Qingzhen has vividly illustrated this principle through his actions. Record update. 1v5. The opponents fully enchanted and armed, yet they still fell beneath Qingzhen's prowess. Is this all the Alliance has to offer? Just this? Competitors from across the Blue Star strain their minds to join the Alliance, yearning to become its acolytes. Yet when faced with Qingzhen, regardless of their allegiance, they are met with the same ruthless defeat. Qingzhen, whether one belongs to the Alliance or possesses exceptional talent, they merely serve as a threshold to my prowess. Qingzhen leapt from the block he stood upon, as an eager little zombie approached with a lively gait, pat, pat, pat echoing as it ran forth. Without a glance, Qingzhen placed a wooden boat from his quick-access inventory onto the ground and, with a swift kick, trapped the little zombie securely within. It emitted a disheartened wail, helplessly watching as Qingzhen circumvented it to reach the spot where Ludovico had met his end. Curiously, why had the corpse not vanished? The same was true for the others. Qingzhen retrieved a flint and attempted to ignite the block beneath the body. However, even as the flames extinguished, the corpse remained. This method was inspired by his experience with the mutant monster dealing with giant zombies. He subsequently tried using lava, yet to no avail. It appeared grotesque. Better to bury it. Qingzhen employed dirt to completely conceal the location of the corpse. After completing this task, he crouched down to meticulously collect the dropped items from their bodies. Once he was certain nothing had been overlooked, he retrieved a tethered rope to secure the wooden boat housing the undead little zombie. Now, he could upgrade his equipment and shelter once more. Qingzhen glanced at the time. This golden clock was likely a trophy from a player, perhaps a serendipitous synthesis. Did it truly take only 5 minutes to dispatch these 5 individuals? The phrase second man involuntarily flashed in Qingzhen's mind, yet he felt it was amiss and hastily dismissed it. It was merely the exploration of the cave and the collection of loot that had consumed some time. Having lingered here too long, it was time to return. After wandering for a while, Qingzhen located the mineshaft he had initially traversed, producing stones that had long been smelted in the furnace to seal the entrance with at least 3 layers. Only then did he ascend the stairs, section by section, to depart from this place. Shortly after Qingzhen's exit, 2 other squads approached from the opposite side of the cave, coincidentally converging near the spot of Ludovico's demise. Due to the square ceiling of the Qingzhen being crafted from burnt stone, not a single passerby ever contemplated that it might conceal a hidden passage. Consequently, all personnel and remains dispatched by the Alliance to this mine fortuitously intersected. They split into 3 groups and ventured into the expansive cavern, scavenging the belongings of players who had met untimely ends. The distances between them were considerable. By the time they heard the commotion from Ludovico's direction and rushed over, it was already too late. When Tizawa-kun arrived with his contingent, he fortuitously encountered another team led by Park Hyun-suk. Where is Mr. Ludovico's steward? Park Hyun-suk shook his head, striking a pose reminiscent of an idol. This is indeed his designated area, but he has yet to appear at the designated assembly time, and his gaze shifted to the explosion pit, where he raised an eyebrow in a rather frivolous manner. It seems he may have encountered some unfortunate incident here. Near the explosion site, an abrupt mound of earth emerged, and upon excavation by Tzawa Kan's team members, Ludovico's lifeless body was revealed. For reasons unknown, the corpse had not vanished, but lay amidst a splatter of pixelated blood. Surveying the surroundings, they could also see the scattered graves of his teammates, strewn haphazardly about. However, they were soon unearthed. To have incapacitated Ludovico's team, one could only surmise that a formidable adversary was involved. Both men simultaneously thought of Qingzhen. Tzawa Kan displayed a look of regret, staring at the explosion pit with the disdain reserved for minor nuisances, and remarked with a smile, "A single-minded fool can indeed be quite the headache. If one cannot prevail, must one not flee? Must so many be sacrificed for one's obstinacy?" Although her tone was playful, the expression on Tzawa Kan's face was decidedly perilous, devoid of any mirth. There is no need for excessive doubt. The items we seek have already been preemptively seized by Qingzhen, whether from his domain or within our assigned territory, alas. It seems we are perpetually tasked with cleaning up after him. I truly hope that fellow can engage in some self-reflection. Park Hyun-suk donned a quintessential idle smile. I could persuade the company to enlist some online support to exert pressure on him through public opinion, or perhaps have fans engage with his rivals to escalate matters a bit, and in passing. Please be quiet, Tzawa Kan gently interrupted with a warm smile. Minecraft is not your typical celebrity game, Park-san. It would be wise to refrain from such trivial pursuits. Park Hyun-suk, feeling despondent, lamented. The reason we cannot compete with our rivals is precisely because our 9 members lack unity, isn't it? Mr. Miller, occupying the central position, never leaves the field. As the words lingered in the air, Momozawa Maki furrowed her brow and gestured for silence, whispering to everyone that it was time to enter stealth mode and find a hiding place. The sound of blocks being placed echoed softly as Momozawa Maki bent down, suppressing her smile, and gazed ahead. In the vast chasm before her, a uniquely skinned figure emerged. However, it bore no name above its head, even though it had not entered stealth mode. After observing for a moment, Momozawa Maki narrowed her eyes, her brows knitting together, for she realized that this was not a player at all, but a zombie. The initial assumption of it being a player stemmed from its movement patterns and behavior, which were strikingly human-like, in stark contrast to the mindless incompetence of typical zombies. Adorned with a golden crown, draped in a fiery red cloak, and wielding a scepter, the creature swiftly approached the corpse of a player. It raised its hands, seemingly shouting something. An aura of enchantment, typically surrounding an enchanting table, materialized around it, transformed into a vivid crimson hue. After swirling ominously near the corpse, an eerie scene unfolded. The lifeless body astonishingly stood up. Like a common zombie, it hung its head low, dazedly following in the wake of the king of zombies. The king, with purpose, moved toward the next corpse, and then another. I'm truly astounded. These zombies Haven-T evolved the ability to destroy blocks. Have they? Qingzhen buried them quite well. Why would they disturb the graves? And now, the king zombie seems to be up to something peculiar. Qingzhen is indeed cautious. Upon seeing a corpse, his first instinct is to burn it. If that fails, then to bury it. Qingzhen, I can't handle this. This is truly beyond my capability. It's over. A storm of blood and carnage is likely to ensue. This king zombie appeared to have just been spawned not long ago. In any case, it had but a few minions at its command. Even though it sensed the presence of players nearby, its slightly sentient nature deterred it from recklessly provoking them, compelling it to hastily scavenge the corpses instead. On another front, having conversed with Nalada, Momozawa Maki was acutely aware of the king zombie's dreadful nature. After signaling to her companions, the group stealthily departed from the area. Chapter 47. Qingzhen, watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once. This is what we call intercepting. Beneath the sanctuary, Qingzhen excavated numerous intricately woven escape tunnels, forming a labyrinth reminiscent of a spider's web. One such accidental passage extended into the mine, becoming a part of this intricate network. Hence, as he retraced his steps along the mine shaft, it was not long before Qingzhen found himself back within the sanctuary. At this moment, dusk was approaching. Surrounding the periphery of Qingzhen's sanctuary was a motley congregation of zombies, each varying in form. However, they were all thwarted by barriers, ceaselessly pacing in place. Even those few zombies that glitched through the barriers would plummet directly into the magma trench that Qingzhen had previously excavated, a depth of 5 blocks. Observing the zombies struggling and turning red amidst the fiery viscous liquid, Qingzhen furrowed his brow. Has it truly been over 50 days without any evolution of fire resistance among the zombies? Notches indeed set the difficulty to easy. The inner side of the magma trench was further fortified by a surrounding barrier. Even if a zombie managed to glitch over, it could not surpass the barricade. Qingzhen took a moment to admire the spectacle of the zombies outside before leisurely returning to the living quarters, hands clasped behind his back. Truly, Minecraft is splendid. Even glitches are seldom encountered. Reminiscing about his days playing VRMC in Javamk, when zombies would inadvertently invade his home, Qingzhen couldn't help but exclaim, "We certainly did not possess such advantages back then." Upon returning to the living quarters, Qingzhen opened his exquisite backpack to examine the spoils he had just acquired. Alas, there was no sign of Ludovico's diamond chestplate. Whether it had been shattered or cursed with Curse of Vanishing Eye remained a mystery. The principle of the Curse of Vanishing dictates that upon a player's demise, their items do not drop, but rather vanish entirely, preventing others from scavenging their loot. Did his chestplate bear the enchantments of Life Sharing Eye and Endless Vitality V? As he rummaged through his leggings, he was astonished to discover 2 newly inscribed curses, Swift Stealth 2 and Endless Vitality 3. The enchantment, Swift Stealth 2, enhances the player's speed while in a sneaking state, approximately 60 of their upright walking speed at level 2. This enchantment is typically found only in chests within ancient cities. Qingzhen speculated that perhaps a member of the Alliance had vanquished a monster, resulting in the drop of this enchantment book. Endless Vitality 3 presumably increases the maximum health by 236 points. In any case, both enchantments were precisely what Qingzhen required. His inventory revealed 23 diamonds, perfectly poised for crafting a forging template. At the workbench, one can forge 2 templates using 1 forging template, 7 diamonds, and 1 piece of netherrock. The enchanting table allows for the creation of enchanted netherite leggings by combining enchanted diamond leggings, a forging template, and netherite ingots. Utilizing an anvil, one can merge 2 pairs of enchanted netherite leggings, enhancing their enchantments to achieve protection 4, Unbreaking 3, Swift Sneak 2, and Life Mending 3. After a series of strikes at the anvil, the 2 pairs of leggings not only had their enchantment consolidated, but also reached maximum durability. Naturally, besides Ludovico, there were also the spoils left behind by his teammates. Players dispatched by the Alliance thoroughly scoured the resources within the mine, only to be subsequently obliterated by the undead minions. The dropped items were swiftly intercepted by Qingzhen before they could vanish, despite the fact that these items had initially been collected by a follow-up support team from the Alliance. All fell to Qingzhen's hand, only to re-emerge. Thus, Qingzhen acquired the entirety of the mine's resources along with the spoils from at least 10 players, 5 enchanted golden apples, 49 diamonds, a total of 140 lapis lazuli, 64 12, 197 redstone, 192 5, 275 iron ingots, 256 19, 75 gold ingots, 64 15, 60 emeralds, a considerable amount of copper ingots and coal. The sheer abundance of iron ingots can be surmised to be a result of the Alliance distributing materials to their followers. As for the redstone and emeralds, it is likely they were stored away in their warehouses, as the players lacked knowledge on their usage. What Qingzhen collected predominantly comprised clusters of, or found within the mine. The iron ingots, while useful, serve merely as a meager form of security within his sanctuary. In addition to these, he also discovered 2 books of enchantment, Experience Mending Eye, an enchanted diamond sword imbued with Tier V, 30 ender pearls, and an assortment of miscellaneous potions. The enchantment, known as Tier, functions similarly to the overload mechanism, both deriving from the More Dark Enchantments mod, requiring the sacrifice of a portion of 1's health to augment the sword's damage. The Black Gold Whip, as a type of extended weapon, evolved from the netherite sword. Thus, it is also capable of absorbing such enchantments. After successfully crafting 2 forging templates, Qingzhen upgraded the diamond sword to a netherite sword, and subsequently utilized the anvil to fuse it with the Black Gold Whip, transferring the Tier V enchantment onto the whip. With this enhancement, even when venturing out to slay zombies, he could dispatch them with a single lash. As for the other forging template, Qingzhen employed it to upgrade the exquisite backpack, transforming it into a netherite backpack. Its capacity increased from 108 to 120, a modest improvement at best. However, the real advantage lay in the expansion of upgrade slots, which grew from 5 to 7. The azure buckle of the backpack transformed to a deep black hue, exuding a more luxurious and mysterious aura. When manifested as an item, it not only offers fire resistance, but also explosive protection. Qingzhen continued his work at the bench, crafting 2 blank upgrades. Subsequently, he synthesized the advanced pickup upgrade and the advanced filtering upgrade. Both of these were derived from the pickup upgrade and the filtering upgrade, requiring a substantial expenditure of gold ingots, redstone, and a diamond. These enhancements would assist Qingzhen in better organizing and managing the items within his backpack. The cost was relatively modest, prompting Qingzhen to equip them immediately, with the intention of crafting further upgrades in the future as needed. After completing these tasks, Qingzhen glanced at the time. There was still a while until the zombies would evolve. He was uncertain what abilities the zombies on the 60th day would possess, so, for precaution, he deemed it wiser to encircle his sanctuary with a ring of nether portals. However, this decision meant he could not venture into the nether. The mass transit of zombie creatures to that realm would undoubtedly complicate his explorations. Reflecting on the battle earlier, where various beneficial potions were hurled at him, he realized that he ought to concoct more potions. Previously, he had transformed healing potions and damage potions into lingering potions, embedding them into arrows. And thus he had ceased further brewing, particularly since he possessed the Infinity Eye enchantment. The arrows imbued with potions would not be consumed upon release. The potions remaining in his inventory were merely spoils from other players. Many of the ingredients required for potion making were sourced from the Nether, such as nether wart. Qingzhen resolved to make one final expedition to the Nether for resource gathering, after which he would enhance the defenses of his sanctuary using the Nether portals. Before departing from the overworld, he tended to his farm, which was now abundant with carrots, potatoes, and wheat. The crops cultivated there were limited to pumpkins, watermelons, and sugarcane, the seeds of which he had acquired from the spoils of other players, likely from their journeys through tropical rainforests. After accomplishing all these tasks, Qingzhen constructed a nether portal in the open space. As he activated the portal with a flint and steel, his figure vanished into the swirling purple medium. Chapter 48. The little villager opened the door. I am here to rob. Oh no, to deliver warmth. Several days elapsed. Upon returning to the primary world, Qingzhen's backpack was already brimming with innumerable hellish warts, fluorite powder, fiery powder, tears of malevolent souls, and magma paste. Just at that moment, current survival days, 60 zombies evolve. 1. The soil will undergo further acidification. As a devoted farmer of the Panshan people, upon returning to the shelter and witnessing that only 60 of the watermelon vines and the pumpkin vines bore fruit in the large farm, Qingzhen felt an overwhelming sorrow. He hoped that Notch would eventually create a mechanized farming dungeon as compensation for his mental anguish. 2 zombies wielding tools have learned to destroy blocks like players. Note: eligible zombies can only destroy blocks corresponding to the tools they wield. Please refer to the attachment for the comparison chart. Eligible zombies take 10 times longer than players to destroy blocks, and this duration will decrease over time. Eligible zombies can only destroy blocks within a 1-block radius. Zombies have finally evolved the ability to destroy blocks, a development that Qingzhen found entirely unsurprising. This conditional requirement is quite comprehensible. Only zombies equipped with pickaxes can mine stone blocks. Only those wielding axes can dismantle wooden blocks. Only those holding hoes can excavate various war blocks, hay bales, fungi, sponges, and leaves, and only those with shovels can dig dirt, sand, and gravel blocks. Although the mining duration is 10 times that of players, should a zombie armed with an efficiency V golden pickaxe, axe, or shovel emerge, its speed and excavation would be formidable. Consequently, players who have established their shelters underground would find themselves in jeopardy. Qingzhen, however, harbored no concerns for himself. Only zombies wielding diamond pickaxes could breach his abode constructed of obsidian. Moreover, the time taken for a diamond pickaxe to mine obsidian is 9.8 seconds, extending to 98 seconds under the tenfold duration. Even if there were an efficiency enchantment on the opposing side to reduce this mining time, the sound produced while excavating obsidian blocks would be sufficient for Qingzhen to react. His only worry was that while he was away from the shelter, zombies might ransack his home. However, should he be absent, the zombies would not be drawn to this place, unless they possessed human-like intelligence. Oh no, the king zombie. Suddenly, a thought struck Qingzhen. Each instance of zombie evolution was accompanied by a line of small text indicating that the king zombie had grown increasingly astute, even capable of sharing memories. Was it possible that this sovereign, commanding legions of zombies, could seize the opportunity to pillage his home while Qingzhen was away? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Qingzhen promptly dismissed his naive assumptions from mere moments ago, realizing that he must take action as a precaution. Therefore, he gripped his efficiency 4 diamond pickaxe tightly and began to strike the obsidian block before him. The dull gray stone came into view, and Qingzhen continued his excavation. He nearly hollowed out the 4 sides of the obsidian matchbox, along with the base, creating a complete void, with the empty space extending a full 5 blocks deep, before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Thus, even if in the future, a horde of zombie groundhogs were to burrow through the lava moat, stealthily making their way to the vicinity of the obsidian matchbox, they would be unable to reach it. As previously noted, zombies can only destroy blocks that are 1 block away from themselves, while players, in survival mode, can reach approximately 5 to 6 blocks. In summary, as long as one avoids zombies getting too close to the blocks, they would be rendered helpless. It is no wonder that recently, there has been a noticeable decrease in zombie noise. They have learned to be stealthy. Some zombies have even adopted abilities of common monsters, such as spiders, ghasts, blaze, chickens, zombie pigmen, and slimes. The moment he recalled these creatures, Qingzhen contemplated their evolutionary directions, learning to climb vertical walls like spiders, flying and shooting fireballs like ghasts and blazes, becoming immune to fire and lava damage like zombie pigmen, endlessly splitting like slimes, and descending slowly like chickens to avoid fall damage, while also laying eggs. The threat they posed was not particularly significant. Even zombies that evolved to possess the abilities of ghasts and blazes would be incapable of damaging the obsidian matchbox. At worst, they could only blow up the ground around it. With these thoughts, Qingzhen felt a pang of regret as the gardening genes of the Panlong people awakened within him. In his mind, watermelons, pumpkins, carrots, beetroots, wheat, potatoes, and sugarcane seemed to be weeping, lamenting his inadequacy. Notch, what will you use to repay me for the leisure mod I am owed? Shaking off these distractions, Qingzhen refocused on the perimeter of the shelter. The immediate priority was to repair the shelter. Currently, Qingzhen had 2 ideas. One was to encircle the shelter with a nether portal, and the other was to create some free security for the shelter. The latter would undoubtedly involve iron golems. Although he had a considerable supply of iron ingots and pumpkins in his backpack, the iron golem's capabilities were clearly outdated, rendering them as fragile as paper in the face of zombies. Thus, Qingzhen had no choice but to adopt an iron farming strategy to confront the rare lost zombies that might breach the shelter's defenses. To put it plainly, he intended to construct an iron farm. The principle behind this was to abduct some villagers, placing them in beds within the apparatus, and to scare them with a few zombies, which would summon the righteous iron golems at the appropriate moment. In this mode, zombies could serve the role of the undead. After all, they share a common lineage. Unable to resist the allure of the delectable villagers from Big Nose Village is only natural. One of the drops from the iron golem is iron ingots, which can yield between 1 to 5 pieces. Many players, in dire need of a substantial quantity of iron ingots, construct iron farms, utilizing redirected water currents to wash the golems onto lava blocks. In this manner, The iron golems at the end of the water flow remain untouched, while the lava beneath inflicts a continuous stream of burning damage until their demise. The iron ingots that drop are subsequently carried away by another water flow, leading them into a funnel, from whence they are sorted into chests. The reason for constructing this seemingly intricate, yet deceptively straightforward contraption only towards the end of the dungeon is primarily due to the minimal demand for iron ingots by Qingzhen. At this juncture, the aim is merely to generate some security for the shelters without cost. All materials are at hand. The only missing element is the villagers. Qingzhen placed a firework rocket in his offhand, checked that his bow and wooden boat were in order, and then spread his wings, soaring towards the large village he had previously plundered. Chapter 49. Who dared to combine the iron farm with the mob tower? Before long, a cluster of small houses came into view. The atmosphere was tranquil and serene, evoking an irresistible urge for repose, for not a single lively villager was wandering outside. Instead, hordes of zombies besieged these houses, eagerly vying to bring warmth to the community. This was not due to the zombies' ignorance of how to pry open doors. Rather, it was because Qingzhen had taken measures early in the day to safeguard the villagers. Employing some rudimentary mechanisms, he had successfully kept the swarm of zombies at bay. The villagers, meanwhile, remained enclosed within, barricaded by fences and blocks, albeit still trembling and crying out in fright. Upon witnessing this, Qingzhen couldn't help but remark, "Isn't this a significant improvement over some players?" Villagers possessed but a single life and had survived for over 60 days, while players had 5 lives, many of whom appear to have already been eliminated. Unfortunately, Qingzhen's musings were overheard by the audience. Is this truly so ostentatious? Now that you mention it, it is indeed. Even the frail NPCs outlive certain competitors. If I had known, I would have requested Qingzhen at the outset to enclose our contestants for protection. Isn't such a simple contraption doable by oneself? Even idling could extend one's survival to 60 days. My nation's fortune. After clearing away the zombies congregating at the entrance, Qingzhen pushed open the door and accessed the trade menu of the villager, who was huddled within the fence. As expected, there were still no enchanted books available. Notch had once illustrated in the rules that certain precious enchanted books, originating from other mods, would appear in the trading lists of higher-level villagers, obtainable in exchange for emeralds. Without wasting a moment, Qingzhen dismantled a few nearby fences, creating a passageway just 1 block wide, prompting the timid villager to tremulously step outside. Coincidentally, the villager's foot landed on the wooden boat that Qingzhen had placed in the essential path. Time to transport it back. Qingzhen secured the boat with a rope and dragged it away from the small house, then elevated himself to glide down using his elytra. This method of departure was remarkably smooth, alleviating concerns about sudden acceleration that could cause a significant distance to open between him and the boat, potentially leading to the rope snapping. During the gliding process, it was also necessary to utilize firework rockets for acceleration, though one must be cautious not to do so too frequently, lest it result in excessive speed. In summary, one must maintain a velocity of approximately 8 blocks per tick. Too swift, and the rope would break. Too slow, and one would risk plummeting. Ultimately, this demanded considerable skill from the player. Through this method, Qingzhen repeatedly transported several high-level villagers, likely to yield rare, enchanted books. As for the rest, their fates were left to chance, their fortunes dictated by the heavens. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Qingzhen designated an area and promptly began constructing the iron farm. Each villager was assigned a bed, and their movement was restricted to a 1-block radius. In a rather sinister manner, the previously rare figurine, the undead little zombie, was summoned to intimidate these foolish villagers. Before long, an iron golem was spawned. Qingzhen deliberately positioned the undead little zombie to serve a dual purpose, not only to frighten the villagers, but also to draw the attention of the iron golems, guiding them toward the location of the little zombie. At the spot where the iron golem halted, Qingzhen constructed a channel and poured in a bucket of water, causing the iron golem that stepped into it to be swept away to another area. Given that the water could travel approximately 8 blocks, it was sufficient to dig a new trench at 6 to 7 blocks down to ensure a continuous flow, thus forming a staircase-like shape the water would flow incessantly. Qingzhen shaped the trench into a circular form, with the endpoint stationed in the hollow area outside the obsidian matchbox, as that was the place where zombies could most easily breach and conquer. The probability of this occurrence was roughly 0.01, a matter that Qingzhen deemed worthy of attention. After the iron golem was swept away to a considerable distance, the original area was freed up, effectively creating space for new iron golems to spawn. Soon enough, another iron golem emerged, only to be swept away again. This cycle continued indefinitely. Having completed all these tasks, Qingzhen exhaled in relief. Next, it was time to construct the walls made of nether portals. Qingzhen possessed 3 sets of obsidian, a quantity amassed not only from hollowing out all the obsidian pillars in the end, but also from exploring numerous nether chests. This abundance was further augmented by continuous exploration over time. Typically, whether underground or on the surface, whenever Qingzhen encountered a readily available lava lake, a bucket of water would be poured upon it, resulting in a hissing sound as obsidian formed. With a diamond pickaxe in hand, imbued with efficiency 4, the collection speed was swift. This accumulation had yielded a sufficient supply of resources, rendering further trips to the Nether unnecessary. It was time to transport the outside zombies. Qingzhen approached the perimeter of the shelter and surveyed the structure. An outer fence, followed by a lava moat, another fence, a farming area, a hollow zone, and finally the obsidian matchbox, which encompassed various functions such as living quarters, enchanting, and brewing. Grasping the obsidian, Qingzhen erected a doorframe between the fence and the farming area. Subsequently, he struck it with flint. With a resounding click, a purple jelly-like teleportation medium materialized, firmly embedded within the entire doorframe, imposing enough to evoke trepidation. Can a nether portal be constructed to such a massive scale? What is Qingzhen up to? Hasn't he already built one? Is constructing it on the perimeter of the shelter a defensive measure? Amidst the myriad discussions, the air was thick with curiosity and speculation. Qingzhen, in a manner reminiscent of his previous endeavors, constructed 3 colossal nether portals, entirely enveloping the perimeter of the farming area within his sanctuary. Moreover, as previously mentioned, he had excavated a hollow region 5 blocks wide around the perimeter and base of the obsidian box, specifically to prevent the encroaching zombies from reaching the obsidian. Now, Qingzhen has further fortified this hollow area by encircling it with an additional layer of nether portals. These obsidian blocks are suspended 2 blocks above the ground, with a 2-block gap from the sides. For zombies that can only dig 1 block deep, this completely eliminates any possibility of them damaging the nether portals. Although this endeavor consumed a considerable amount of obsidian, it significantly enhanced the defensive capabilities of his fortress. Qingzhen confidently asserted that as long as he remained within the obsidian box, he would face no fear, even on a night marked by a blood moon. As night fell, a sudden system notification resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. The blood moon has risen. Qingzhen, what? It's been over 60 days without a single blood moon. I thought Notch had removed this feature. Just as this thought crossed my mind, it happens. What sorcery is this? Chapter 50. Is the nether portal merely a gateway? Current survival days, 64. A blood moon has risen. All players are prohibited from sleeping during the blood moon night. A zombie tide is about to randomly erupt in any dark location on the map, and the likelihood of zombies going berserk will dramatically increase. Berserk, based on the original evolutionary stage of the zombies, for instance, possessing certain buffs, wielding special items, undergoing physical mutations or other evolutions, their movement speed, attack damage, and attack speed will double, while their health will quintuple. Note, upon going berserk, zombies will sprout crimson dahlias for distinction. Setting aside the awkwardness of his earlier words, Qingzhen was not the least bit surprised. After all, based on his previous experiences playing the 100 Days of Horror, Nights of the Blood Moon were certainly plausible. After generously granting all players nearly 60 days of developmental time, Notch was indeed ramping up the challenge. In stark contrast to Qingzhen's calm demeanor, the other competitors were in a state of panic. Some resorted to digging 3 blocks down and filling 1 in, while others fortified their humble stone shelters with 5 layers of walls, trembling within and too fearful to venture outside. The barrage of comments reflected their despair. Our contestant is doomed. He wouldn't even approach zombies during the day from a distance of 8 meters. Terrified, out of his wits. With so many zombies during the blood moon night, I'm afraid he might faint. My contestant lacks even a decent weapon or equipment. My shelter is just a 3-down, 1-up structure. Where are the members of the Alliance? They promise to assist our contestants. They can dig blocks, fly, and their evolutionary paths are bizarre. With the blood moon night enhanced, I can't see how we can possibly win. It's over. Qingzhen would rather bring villagers into his shelter to sleep than take in living contestants from other nations. How selfish. Wasn't he promised to build a community of block people? Exactly. Qingzhen's shelter is so large, it could easily accommodate 30 people. First, let's not engage in moral coercion. Secondly, it is the Alliance that is meant to build the community. Our Panlong nation applied to join, yet the Alliance rejected us, not because they targeted us. This is hilarious, instant karma. Once, you ignored Panlong. Now, you look up to us. However, the timing could not have been more unfortunate. Qingzhen had initially intended to brew potions, but the arrival of the blood moon disrupted his plans. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. There was no indication that killing the berserk zombies would yield any rewards. Yet by daytime, they should not vanish, he mused, standing at the edge of the lava moat. He scanned the surroundings and detected no threats. There was no need for him to squander time by the fence acting as a human battering ram. To mitigate the possibility of any unforeseen events with a probability of 0, Qingzhen decided to construct some iron golems within the obsidian matchbox, that is, the living quarters. Thus, Qingzhen drew forth a pair of scissors and began to meticulously carve the pumpkin before him, producing a series of snip-snaps. The pumpkin displayed a range of expressions, winky face, and subsequently, he synthesized several iron blocks from iron ingots, arranging them in a T-shape, upon which he placed the carved pumpkin head. Snip, snip, snip. Iron golems emerged in quick succession, standing momentarily in a daze before tilting their heads to regard Qingzhen, some occasionally ambling about, their joints emitting a rhythmic clack-clack sound. You may play at your leisure. I shall brew potions now. Qingzhen pushed aside one of the pondering iron golems and arranged the brewing station, chest, cauldron, and workbench in convenient positions. He then produced 2 buckets of water and constructed an infinite water source beside it using wood. The ingredients gradually transformed into potion components at the brewing station, requiring a measure of time. Qingzhen contemplated utilizing this idle period to venture outside. As the blood moon rose, the number of zombies increased significantly, accompanied by all manner of grotesque creatures. The first to approach Qingzhen's sanctuary was a zombie wielding an enchanted golden axe. After pausing momentarily before the fence, it attempted to swing its tool, inadvertently discovering cracks forming upon the barrier. It then began to strike it relentlessly. Tap, tap, tap. After an indeterminate period, the fence block shattered. With this breach, the zombies, consumed by their bloodthirsty desires, surged forward in a relentless onslaught. Yet, before them lay a lava moat, impeding their advance. However, pushed from behind by the eager horde, one stumbled and fell into the molten abyss. As one zombie plummeted, countless others followed in a continuous cascade, akin to dumplings being dropped, each making a splash as they fell. As of now, the zombies had not all evolved with fire resistance. Only those possessing the abilities of awakened zombie pigmen or similar beings remained unperturbed by the lava. Yet this was merely a minority. Even if they were unafraid, they could not escape the 5-block deep lava trench. They could only wallow within, pushing and shoving one another as they bathed. Thus, this lava moat effectively thwarted 99 of the zombies. Qingzhen need not even watch. It was entirely automated. Envying how a simple lava moat could deter so many zombies. Why couldn't my competitors conceive of such a thing? How amusing. You should consider that our Panlong history spans thousands of years. Our defensive structures embody the wisdom of our ancestors. You, lacking a past, have thrived through stealth and plunder, and thus, you shall never comprehend. Yet it was evident that on a night of such overwhelming undead presence under the blood moon, new foes would undoubtedly emerge. A creature, approximately 7 segments in length, traversed the molten lava moat with remarkable ease, directly reaching the inner barricade. This centipede-like monstrosity could glide across the lava with its serpentine form, and when reared, it could effortlessly scale the fence. Thus, in the face of the rudimentary defensive measures previously established by Qingzhen, it swiftly maneuvered through and made its way inside. Good news. Qingzhen's sanctuary is on the verge of being breached. Do not rejoice too soon. Have you not noticed the multiple defensive lines we have in place at Qingzhen's refuge? Gentlemen, you are merely spectators. Do not empathize with the zombies outside Crazy Dave's yard. Amidst the jubilant crowd, the cunning creature encountered the viscous purple medium of the Nether portal. And just as everyone assumed these zombies would pass through as players do, an astonishing scene unfolded. At the very moment the creature stepped into the portal, it vanished entirely. What in the world is happening? Where is the creature? The one we had such high hopes for? Could have been teleported away? Surely not. Do players not need to linger in the portal frame for a moment to trigger the teleportation? How is it that the zombies can simply touch it and be gone? Is it really that easy? Could it be that the live stream is incompatible, preventing us from seeing the creatures on the other side of the portal? Chapter 51, this formidable defense line, was akin to a royal flush, and Qingzhen possessed 4 or 5 such trump cards. After observing for a while, many highly regarded commentators and analysts delivered a chilling revelation. Those monstrous entities had indeed been transported away, without any visual glitches to account for. They could not traverse the Nether portal to reach the other side. While some individuals from various nations were gnashing their teeth in frustration, a handful of zombie miners, wielding enchanted pickaxes, drew everyone's attention as they busily worked in a nearby small cave. Their Y-coordinate was conspicuously below ground level, indeed, even beneath the molten lava moat's base. Drawn by the allure of the succulent villagers within Qingzhen's sanctuary, they divided into groups, striking rhythmically with their pickaxes. Although their digging speed was 10 times slower than that of the players, their patience, perseverance, and determination proved to be formidable traits. While these qualities were undoubtedly valuable, they did not yield significant results. Their rapid progress in excavating near Qingzhen's sanctuary was attributed to 2 factors: their prolonged digging efforts and the varying levels of efficiency enchantments on their pickaxes. Wonderful. I had anticipated this. Qingzhen's sole defensive measure is the lava moat. If the zombies tunnel through the riverbed, they will surely catch him off guard. Did you not pay attention to the live stream and the rules of zombie evolution? Qingzhen specifically dug a trench to accommodate those minor zombies. Moreover, it seems there are quite a few iron golems within. As expected, this time, the minor zombies did not fulfill the wishes of the envious spectators. They first tunneled through the riverbed of the lava moat, reaching beneath Qingzhen's sanctuary. However, Qingzhen appeared to have foreseen this eventuality, having preemptively excavated a hollow area to serve as a trench. The obsidian matchbox was embedded within a barrier formed by a circle of nether portals, with the box itself suspended above the heads of the zombies, visible yet unreachable. Even if they were to evolve the ability to construct blocks and manage to touch the nether portal wall, they would be instantaneously transported to the blazing nether. Forget it. At this moment, I cannot fathom how the zombies could evolve to breach Qingzhen's sanctuary. At most, it would be the ghastly zombies or blaze zombies flying in. But they could only damage Qingzhen's crops. Exactly. Qingzhen resides within obsidian, which is incredibly resilient. No mere fireballs could shatter it. Damn it. Every defense line he possesses is a royal flush. Yet Qingzhen holds 4 or 5 of them. How is it that Qingzhen can conceive ideas others cannot? How does he manage to envision so many strategies at once? What kind of mind does he possess? However, this was not the end. After a brief pause in the live stream from the Panlong Kingdom, the audience was left in awe as they finally realized the nether portal could transport a zombie to the nether the moment it made contact. A question inevitably arose. Why did Qingzhen choose to position the nether portal away from the wall, leaving a hollow area 5 blocks wide, instead of placing it directly against the obsidian box? Speculation ensued among the onlookers. Was it to conserve obsidian? To lure zombies inside for observation? Or perhaps to provide some tasks for the iron golems he had created? As this barrage of comments emerged, the attention of the spectators shifted towards the iron golems. Isn't it strange? Didn't Qingzhen construct the iron golems within the obsidian box? How could they traverse the obsidian floor without any apparent openings? Look closely. It seems as though the iron golems are being swept along by the water flow. Are you suggesting that the iron golems materialized out of thin air? They were struck by a profound disruption to their worldview. How could iron golems possibly be conjured into existence? However, due to the rudimentary design of Qingzhen's iron farm, the attendees failed to connect his actions of capturing villagers with the generation of the iron golems, instead assuming he had employed some sort of exploit. Perhaps only in the future, when a unique think tank of the Alliance meticulously analyzed the livestream frame by frame, would they uncover the truth. Yet, anyone who has played Minecraft understands that knowing the principles behind an iron farm and constructing a functional, cyclical one are two entirely different matters. The chasm between knowledge and execution is vast, filled with intricate details. Qingzhen built at such an astonishing pace that many of his actions appeared as mere phantoms, eluding clear capture by the livestream. Thus, if the Alliance aimed to emulate his iron farm by the time they succeeded, their national fortune would likely have already been seized by Qingzhen. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the continuously generating iron golems were washed into the hollow area, coincidentally encountering the invading zombies. As the guardians of the area, their fundamental programming would not permit them to coexist with these zombies. They staggered forward towards the agitated undead, extending their elongated mechanical arms to deliver repetitive, exaggerated motions that resembled the act of lifting them high. Although on this blood moon night, the zombies had evolved, boasting enhanced capabilities, and these mutated zombies possessed higher stats, the iron golems, as relics of the original game, were hardly a match for them. Yet, the sheer number of iron golems proved advantageous. As they continuously generated, they inflicted damage akin to scraping, systematically eliminating the swarm of minor zombies. Indeed, despite the blood moon night and the overwhelming number of zombies, they ultimately lacked the intelligence to strategize effectively, functioning like automatons that could only mechanically navigate the shortest paths towards Qingzhen and the villagers, essentially walking directly from the surface. Consequently, there were scarcely any followers charging in behind the minor zombies. This has resulted in the black obsidian matchbox of Qingzhen achieving an ecological equilibrium of puppet corpse. The iron golems perish, only to be replaced by new ones rushing forth. The zombies are vanquished, yet others emerge from the tunnels to commence their assault. It resembles a field of alchemical horrors, where no one remains eternally alive, yet life perpetually endures. Such a plethora of dropped items. To neglect them would indeed be a grave misfortune. Wait, is there some magnetic force at play on this ground? Why do items vanish the moment they fall? Do take a closer look. What kind of block is this ground made of? Indeed, from the very beginning, Qingzhen anticipated the emergence of such a brutal conflict. Thus, he had replaced all the blocks at the bottom with hoppers. When items are dropped, they slide directly into the chest below through the hoppers. This unexpected mechanism forms the final piece of the iron farm's puzzle. Yes, Qingzhen did not resort to crude methods to eliminate the iron golems. Rather, he compelled them to first pledge their loyalty before meeting their demise in a bloody battle, allowing the encroaching zombies to yield their spoils before collapsing lifelessly. From their inception, they were systematically dispatched to their workstations, laboring until their untimely death, after which their remains, the dropped items, were repurposed. One might say that Qingzhen, akin to a heartless capitalist, has utterly drained the iron golems of all their worth. At this very moment, Qingzhen, comfortably and utterly relaxed, lifts his head from a pile of alchemical cauldrons. He has an uncanny feeling that someone is murmuring about him. Is it my Palu? Ah no, my slaves? Ah no, the iron golems? Perhaps. Chapter 52. The Wheel of Fortune turns. Let turn relentlessly. Under the blood-red moon, the world is shrouded in a terrifying crimson hue. Alas, what an unfortunate turn of events. Why must the blood moon rise at this very moment? Revived, James Bow has lost all his weapons and equipment. At present, he possesses only a few rudimentary blocks and materials. With the zombies evolving into increasingly grotesque forms, he dares not venture into the mines recklessly. Instead, he can only huddle deep underground, confined within a cramped coffin room measuring merely 3 by 2 by 2. Fortunately, I have learned the art of mining and filling from the Alliance. Those so-called dragon contestants are truly despicable, abandoning me in my time of need, treating me like a mere pawn. The Alliance and Qingzhen should turn their attention to each other. They shouldn't continue to bully me in my own lair. In the streaming room of Bobo Nation, the viewership has seen a slight increase. Following the emergence of Qingzhen, a multitude of video creators, streamers, and bloggers from Dragon Nation have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, beginning to recount the misdeeds of various countries. This discourse extends beyond Minecraft, encompassing international political narratives as well. Moreover, it reflects on the past 5 rounds of the National Fortune Games, where contestants from other nations bullied and oppressed the Dragon contestants. After all, we finally have the courage to settle the score. James Bow is certainly among them. This guy is a penchant for picking on the weak. Wasn't he the ringleader who once looted our last contestant? Not only did he rob us, after the heist, he made us kneel and crawl to lick his shoes while stabbing us in the back. My goodness, I've heard that rotten meat tastes worse than excrement. How arrogant he was back then. Just look at him now. TSK. On this blood moon night, I came specifically to witness the spectacle. All this courage comes from Qingzhen. The once tyrant now finds himself ravenous, his eyes gleaming with hunger as the chicken leg icon on his panel quivers incessantly. Curse it, he has run out of meat. In this wretched world, not even a single animal can be found. The wheat refuses to grow. He trembles as he swallows, pulling out a piece of rotten meat from his backpack. Damn it, when he was still the most loyal sycophant of the Alliance, he had relied on his master's formidable background to bully many others. Among the most amusing of his antics was the delight he took in watching those wretched commoners consume rotten meat while he stabbed them in the back. The anguish and despair etched on their faces captivated James Bow immensely. This sense of superiority was something he had never experienced in Blue Star. Yet now, the wheel of fortune has turned. Could it be that he must? Damn it! Trembling, he brings the rotten meat to his lips. The overwhelming stench assaulting his senses, causing him to gag. The slimy texture feels as though it is alive in his hands, oozing forth foul, dark liquid. Upon contemplating the imminent presence of this object within his mouth, Jean C. Beau could not help but curse vehemently. Damn the Alliance. Damn the celebration of this misfortune. You all better remember this. Ugh, I can't. Ugh. The debilitating hunger debuff arrived just in time, causing tumultuous upheaval in his stomach. Ugh. The sensation of nausea, without release, tormented Jean C. Beau to the brink of despair. The viewers from Panlong were utterly delighted. Jean C. Beau finally faces his reckoning. Without the support of the Alliance, he is just a mere street dog. And with Qingzhen's casual strike, he is reduced to this pitiful state. TSK. If only our esteemed players could witness this. What a satisfying release of pent-up frustration. The hunger debuff accelerated the decline of his satiety, yet ultimately, as long as he consumed swiftly and abundantly, his hunger could be satiated, allowing his health to gradually recover. Thus, Jean C. Beau, with a visage marked by anguish, consumed over a dozen pieces of rotten flesh. As his health steadily replenished, the debuff suddenly dissipated, prompting a sigh of relief and a wicked smile that whispered of survival. However, before he could revel in this fleeting triumph, an eerie tap sound drew ever closer. What was that noise? Something was moving nearby. Were there caves in the vicinity? He distinctly remembered descending without encountering any hollow spaces. Thus, it was not the sound of stones being trodden upon. Rather, it was the sound of stones being excavated. Damn it, I'm underground. How can those creatures possibly find me? Jean C. Beau hastily grasped his pickaxe and began to dig in the opposite direction. Tap, huh? So what if you find me? You can't dig faster than I can. Though he consoled himself with such thoughts, an inexplicable sense of dread lingered in his heart. Lacking extensive knowledge of Minecraft, he could only rely on sheer bravado, numbly digging forward while attempting to numb his anxiety. If there were sounds ahead, he would simply change direction. Change, again and again. even as his sixth sense warned him of impending danger. Jean Bo dared not dwell on it, until tap the sound of the pickaxe striking blocks echoed from ahead. Immediately, sounds erupted from the left, right, behind, above, and below, drawing ever closer, ever nearer. No, this can't be happening. Cold sweat cascaded down Jean Bo's brow. At that moment, no amount of self-reassurance could mask the undeniable truth before him. Zombies wielding pickaxes were converging upon him from all directions. Tap the blocks before him visibly cracked, followed swiftly by the second and third. Holding a torch, Janos trembled as he surveyed his surroundings, astonished to discover that every stone block, before him, behind him, to his left, to his right, above, and below, exhibited signs of fissures deepening gradually. With a sudden thud, a stone shattered completely, revealing a mass of decaying zombie heads that emerged, stretching forth long, bony arms, greedily reaching for Janos. "Get away! Away!" he shouted, wildly swinging his weapon while retreating, only to be firmly bitten on the nape of his neck by a small zombie lurking behind. In his struggle, the surrounding blocks were shattered one by one, and zombies of various sizes eagerly burrowed in, seizing Janos's body and beginning their frenzied feast. Within the narrow confines of the cave, the chilling sounds of gnawing and anguished screams soon filled the air. Before long, Janos's form slumped to the ground, and the grim news of his demise flickered across the screen. The zombies, indifferent to the lifeless corpse, momentarily lost focus but quickly found a fresh target in a new player. They turned mechanically, aligning themselves in a single file, following the mining zombies' rhythmic thud-thud as they advanced slowly. "The feast has begun. I told you hiding underground wouldn't suffice. The horde is too dense. Sooner or later, you will be found." With the zombies evolving to this extent, remaining underground is merely a prelude to becoming their next meal. Look who has met their match. I wonder if Janos, having descended into hell, will find the courage to face the tormented souls that perished beneath his hand. Chapter 53. Since you have chosen to oppose me, you shall accept the fate of enmity that lies ahead. While fierce battles rage in other sanctuaries, Qingzhen finds solace in tranquility. After all, what difficulty could there be in brewing potions? Perhaps it is merely that those foreign fellows are unfamiliar with the methods of using the brewing stand. The members of the Alliance are fortunate indeed, having obtained a wealth of useful potions from treasure chests and the spoils of defeated zombies. After the conclusion of the Speedrun original dungeon, during his time in Blue Star, aside from physical training, meditation, and discussions on international matters, Qingzhen predominantly occupied his leisure hours by watching the live replays of various contestants' Minecraft streams. One could say he truly embodied the wisdom of knowing both himself and his adversaries, ensuring victory in every battle. Thus, it was evident to him that those individuals had never received any notch tips regarding potion brewing. Consequently, they could not fathom that such potions could indeed be synthesized by their own hands. With a sigh, the flames within the furnace extinguished, and the sand that had been placed inside transformed into glass. Qingzhen methodically retrieved each piece and then opened the crafting table. Crafting table, 8 gold nuggets, 1 carat golden carrot. Crafting table, 3 glass blocks, 3 glass bottles. Crafting table, sugar cane sugar. Crafting table, sugar brown mushroom spider, I fermented spider. Crafting table, 1 blaze rod, 2 blaze powder. Blaze powder serves as the fuel for potion brewing, akin to how coal fuels a furnace. Placing it in the leftmost slot initiates the entire brewing process. Qingzhen grasped the glass bottles and filled them with water from the cauldron, subsequently tossing them into the brewing stand. Brew stand. Left, 16 blaze powder. Top, nether wart. Bottom, 3 water bottles, 3 mundane potions during the waiting period. Qingzhen opened the 3 adjacent brewing stands and replicated the previous actions with precision. As for the origin of so many brewing stands, they were acquired either from the end ship or from villages. Having completed this task, the first brewing stand had finished its operation, consuming the nether wart. Qingzhen then placed the golden carrot into the vacant slot. Brew stand. Left, 15 blaze powder. Top, golden carrot. Bottom, 3 mundane potions, 3 minutes night vision potions after the golden carrot was consumed. He added redstone to extend the duration to 8 minutes. Having added redstone powder to the first 2 brewing stands, Qingzhen proceeded to the 3rd stand, placing the fermented spider eye in the upper position. Brew stand. Left, 14 blaze powder, top, fermented spider eye, bottom, 3 minutes, night vision potions, 3 minutes. Invisibility potions, naturally upon acquiring these potions. Qingzhen added redstone to prolong their effectiveness. Given his substantial need for these 2 types of potions, he brewed an ample supply. The night swiftly passed. Holding a golden clock, Qingzhen meticulously checked the time, and upon estimating that the moment was nearly upon him, pressed the button on the wall, activating the redstone mechanism. He then ascended in the water elevator, making his way out of the obsidian matchbox beneath the ground. The sound of cascading water was remarkably melodious. Before long, Qingzhen reached the surface. However, before he could press the button of the iron trapdoor, he sensed something amiss. Floating amidst the sign and the flowing water, he glanced down at the golden clock in his hand. Was it not daytime? Why had the sun not yet risen? The tranquil night was exceptionally dark with the moon, which radiated a faint scarlet hue and appeared several times larger than usual, failing to illuminate the surrounding clouds. It seemed frozen in place, suspended at the zenith of the sky, utterly motionless. On this first blood moon night, Notch's intentions were undoubtedly profound. Recognizing that it was not suitable to venture outside, Qingzhen resolved to remain indoors. Relaxing his body, he descended back into the obsidian matchbox with a splash. However, rather than returning directly to the potion-making area, he entered another secret passageway, guarded by obsidian, descending further down. During his descent, the lamentations of zombies and the clanking of iron golem joints resonated, mingling with the sound of flowing water from either side. Upon reaching the end, he peered through the iron gate and observed a bustling chamber, reminiscent of a battlefield shrouded in smoke. After watching for a moment, he turned left into an adjacent room, which was filled with chests primarily designated for collecting drops from hoppers. Aside from a substantial amount of rotten flesh and iron ingots, there were also some flowers, rare ores, and enchanted books among the loot, remnants of the slain skeletons, crawlers, and small zombies. However, perhaps due to the diminutive size of the small zombies, they were deemed by Notch not to pose a significant threat. The enchanted books they dropped were somewhat commonplace, and Qingzhen had little need for them. Nevertheless, for him, this effortless and unrestricted looting experience was sufficiently relaxing. From the outset, he had not held high hopes for obtaining enchanted books. Acquiring a wealth of iron ingots was more than adequate. Qingzhen conducted a thorough inspection of the area, discovering that no obsidian had been shattered. Indeed, this hollow structure's control mechanism effectively prevented the zombies from digging. While other players viewed the Blood Moon zombies with trepidation, Qingzhen treated them as if they were mere pets. Not only were they walked about, but they were also subjected to spiraling elbow strikes by the neighborhood security. The disparity between individuals was staggering, even greater than that between man and beast. At that moment, the live stream of the Panlong Kingdom was witnessing a surge in viewership. After all, during a Blood Moon night, numerous players had already met their demise. The complete death of a character signified that the player's nation would not receive any national fortune rewards. Simultaneously, Notch has closed the live streaming rooms of his nation, resulting in viewers being continuously diverted to the live streams of other countries. Qingzhen, having never met his demise from the beginning, has consistently held the top position in popularity. Many viewers, disheartened by the demise of their national players and the subsequent loss of fortune, found themselves in a rather despairing situation. Witnessing Qingzhen's relaxed demeanor truly pierced their hearts. Some resorted to venting their frustrations through scathing comments. Others, undeterred, continued to watch, cursing his inevitable downfall. Yet others took to the grand forum of the Blue Star to vociferously denounce the cruelty of fate, while secretly registering accounts to praise Panlong and desperately seeking methods to overcome He Duo Min, or even inciting terrifying violence in reality. There are also those staring blankly at the live stream, numbly awaiting their own demise. One wonders if, at this moment, they reflect upon their past mockery of Panlong, their ridicule and derision, and feel an overwhelming sense of regret. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for remorse. Panlong has never needed the fickle support of opportunists. Since a choice was made to oppose him, he will calmly accept the fate of enmity that lies ahead. Chapter 54. The Blood Moon Revelry. Is this the frenzy of zombies? Next time, I shall choose a simpler option. With this, the quantities of invisibility potions and night vision potions are sufficient. According to the stack upgrade T2 setting, the maximum stacking limit is 4, and Qingzhen has already amassed 10 sets of invisibility potions and night vision potions. Brew Station. Left, 20 blaze powder, top, blaze powder, bottom, 3 raw potions, 3 minutes, strength potions, brew station. Left, 19 blaze powder, top, redstone, bottom, 3 minutes, strength potions, 8 minutes, strength potions, brew station. Left, 20 blaze powder, top, glistering melon, bottom, 3 raw potions, 3 healing potions, brew station. Left, 20 blaze powder, top, glowstone dust, bottom, 3 healing potions, 2, by diligently repeating the aforementioned steps. Qingzhen successfully acquired 10 sets of strength potions and healing potions 2. This remarkable efficiency stemmed not only from Qingzhen's streamlined process, but also from the vast quantity of blaze rods in his inventory, allowing him to synthesize numerous brewing stations without hesitation. Thus, he devoted many undistracted days to this endeavor until he finally lifted his gaze from the cauldron. He felt that if he continued at this pace, he might transform into the old witch from a fairy tale. Regardless, it was time to venture outside and assess the situation. Qingzhen scoured the chests in the hollow area, gathering iron ingots and enchanted books. He then planned to climb out and observe the surroundings. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Current survival days, 67, detected excessive player deaths. The difficulty is deemed high. The notch system will evaluate player capabilities based on the sophistication of their shelter, the number of zombies slain during the Blood Moon night, and the number of deaths, subsequently rewarding players after the Blood Moon concludes. Upon hearing this alert, Qingzhen was momentarily taken aback. Was this plainly urging players to venture out and slay more zombies while ensuring their safety? Why did it always seem like this regulation was directed at him? After all, in Qingzhen's view, the majority of players were likely struggling to secure their own survival. Venturing out to combat zombies was the last thing on their minds. He wondered what reward awaited. With a mindset of abundance, Qingzhen cheerfully climbed out to cleanse the area of zombies. Along the way, he passed through a heavily bombarded region, taking a deep breath and turning his head away, striving to avoid gazing in that direction. However, his estate occupied a significant portion of the land, and after just a few steps, he encountered a massive pit filled with the remnants of agricultural produce. The little voice inside him wailed, "My land. How can I cultivate crops? What joy remains?" Looking up, Qingzhen beheld several zombies in the sky, their bodies grotesquely inflated with slime, resembling a macabre cosplay of evil spirits, as if they were branded with the words, "Main culprit," upon their foreheads. In a fit of frustration, Qingzhen drew the Rift Sky Shadow Bow, effortlessly dispatching them without triggering Overload V. Following a haunting wail, they burst forth, yielding an array of unique drops belonging solely to the malevolent souls and fiery beings, further augmenting Qingzhen's already abundant stock of flame rods. Traversing the scarred landscape, Qingzhen approached the magma moat, standing within the inner fence and gazing into the distance, where the absence of light enveloped everything in utter darkness. Despite the faint, blood-tinged glow lingering around, visibility was utterly compromised, with only the soulless white eyes searching the surroundings. Under the influence of the Blood Moon, the zombies succumbed to a frenzied revelry, their senses heightened, leading them to coalesce in groups, drawn towards specific directions. At that moment, Qingzhen had just concocted a power potion and, combined with the spoils gifted by Ludovico, the Tear V spell, his melee damage would be significantly enhanced. Today, he would practice against the zombies. In the pitch-black night, the Blood Moon cast a crimson sheen over the world, making the areas devoid of artificial light appear even darker. The stark contrast between light and shadow in and around Qingzhen's shelter created an illusion of impending blindness should one venture beyond. The tide of zombies, like a surging wave, stood at the boundary of light and shadow, extending their arms toward Qingzhen, creating a striking visual impact. Qingzhen proceeded to close 2 of the trapdoors above the magma moat, elevated himself by 3 blocks, and entered a stealth mode to prevent his subsequent attacks from striking the fence. Utilizing dirt blocks as support, he strategically placed obsidian blocks around his head, front, back, left, right, and above, forming a helmet-like structure that encased him securely. This precaution was primarily to thwart potential ambushes from distant phantoms or zombies evolved with the abilities of malevolent souls and fiery beings. Although the damage and debuffs posed little threat to Qingzhen, the repulsion effect was rather bothersome, significantly disrupting his rhythm. Encasing himself in obsidian would allow Qingzhen to maintain his position perfectly. Having completed his preparations, Qingzhen merely lowered his head, locking eyes with the eager, fervent gazes of the zombies below through the gap at his feet. This opening, akin to a footrest, enabled the black-gold long whip to lash out without any loss of range. As he gazed down at the surging tide of corpses resembling crashing waves, a fervor ignited within him, more exhilarating than the zombies themselves. This bewildered the undead. One lone figure against a staggering army of 100,000 zombies? The zombies, parasitized by the blood-red dahlia, felt belittled, unleashing furious shrieks, stretching their arms, calling upon allies, and surging toward Qingzhen. What would the damage numbers look like if they sacrificed a portion of their life force? Grasping the hilt of the ebony whip, Qingzhen emanated a crimson particle effect as he sacrificed 4 points of health, delivering a decisive strike. The sound of impact echoed, and the long whip sent the encroaching zombies reeling back several paces, creating a vast area of respite, only to be swiftly surrounded again by an unrelenting tide of the undead. Under the blood moon, the vitality of the zombies surged significantly. With a single lash, not a single one was vanquished. The ebony whip boasted a base damage of 10, with a critical hit inflicting 15. Upon acquiring the Sharpness V enchantment, this damage escalated to 13, 18, further augmented by the Flame enchantment spell, though this proved ineffective against those zombies fortified with fire resistance or evolved into zombie pigmen. Contemplating his situation, Qingzhen consumed a potion of Strength 3. This buff enhanced the melee attack damage of the drinker, augmenting it by an impressive 9 points due to the potion's grade. Without utilizing Rending V, his cumulative damage would amount to 22, 27. However, should he employ Rending V at the cost of 4 health points, the total would soar to 37, 43, as each sacrifice point of health, akin to Overload V, granted a 15 increase in damage. The reason for sacrificing 4 points lay in the fact that a healing potion could restore exactly that amount. If he were to place the healing potion within Feed Upgrade, he could enhance his damage output by 60 without suffering any harm. After some reflection, Qingzhen deemed that the zombies before him were remarkably dim-witted, akin to mere automatons, rendering the expenditure of numerous healing potions unnecessary. If one strike failed to obliterate a foe, he could simply unleash additional lashes. After all, his attack speed was such that time would not be squandered. Moreover, Qingzhen was confident that even with such leniency, the cumulative count of kills by other players would scarcely reach half of his own. Such is the confidence of a seasoned player. The sound of his strikes resonated, and with a ranged weapon in hand, the act of dispatching zombies became an exhilarating endeavor. With each swing, a vast expanse turned crimson. This immediate feedback brought him immense joy. Is Qingzhen reveling in sheer ecstasy? One whip strike topples a multitude, while for others, these zombies resemble a fourth calamity. They seem to have lost their wits against Qingzhen. Is this not a form of ASMR in itself? Is it not too easy for Qingzhen? He slaughters zombies with no challenge whatsoever. To stave off boredom, Qingzhen deliberately switched weapons. Sheathing the ebony whip, he retrieved the Riftbreaker Enderbow. Enchanted with piercing and multi-shot, he could strike a cluster of foes with a well-angled shot. Qingzhen drew the bowstring, aimed with precision, and released. Amidst the sounds of whoosh, countless zombies fell or staggered back as if strung together. Given that the remains of the zombies required time to dissolve into the earth, Qingzhen's rate of extermination swiftly outpaced their decomposition. Before long, A small mound of corpses began to accumulate outside the fence, forming a grotesque hill of death. The writhing creatures were in a frenzy of delight. Such are the musings of Qingzhen. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a piercing and chilling scream suddenly echoed in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. It seemed that a few arrows had struck something moments ago. Turning his head, Qingzhen discovered an exceptionally bizarre zombie amidst the sea of corpses. Its sides were undulating with vivid, black tendrils, appearing under the dim light like a blooming black mandrake. However, Qingzhen did not have the luxury to observe closely, as the instinctive motion of his muscles caused the arrow on his bowstring to be released. In the next moment, the frenzied zombie, along with its writhing tendrils, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Now, having encountered this rare, mutated zombie and yearning to examine it further, a pang of guilt suddenly surged within Qingzhen, and he murmured, "I truly did not intend for this. How could I have died? I hadn't even grasped its appearance." This muttering inadvertently caught the attention of the audience. "Seriously, mate, do you have to be so dramatic?" While other competitors didn't even get a glimpse of the creature before it perished, you, on the other hand, failed to see it die. Just a single word makes all the difference. Qingzhen, beneath the longbow, all beings are equal, regardless of whether one is frenzied or not. Qingzhen, so you were the one who went mad? Do you even know how to write the character for frenzy? Even though it was a blood moon night, the zombies had received a significant enhancement. Yet, Qingzhen felt little distinction compared to usual. The only difference lay in whether they succumbed to 2 lashes or 3. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Honestly, this is no challenge at all." At the very moment Qingzhen expressed such sentiments, competitors from the giant lizard nation, in a moment of desperation, elevated themselves but neglected to secure the top, only to be blasted into the zombie tide by a malevolent soul zombie. A contestant from the Black Banana Nation, overly confident in their running and parkour skills, was caught and bitten to death by a small zombie. Contestants from 10 obscure nations, huddled together for warmth to build a sanctuary, were directly overrun after a minor zombie breached their defenses. News of player deaths rapidly flashed across the screen. Even a highly favored Alliance sanctuary was invaded by swarms of zombies. It is worth noting that the Alliance had reinforced their sanctuary with stone to a staggering thickness of 10 layers, deeply buried underground. Upon learning that zombies could only dig 1 block, they had also constructed barriers to ensure that zombies would not reach the sanctuary walls. Just when the audience believed that the Alliance sanctuary could achieve effects akin to Qingzhen's, an astonishing scene unfolded. Numerous zombies wielding TNT made their way from afar. It must be noted that while TNT cannot destroy obsidian, it can obliterate stone. Zombies armed with enchanted pickaxes, after breaching the sanctuary's moat, began their assault. Leading an innumerable horde of zombies, they hovered ominously above the Alliance sanctuary. Then they unleashed activated TNT, igniting an explosive barrage. The thunderous sound echoed as waves of zombies surged forth, relentless and undeterred, suffering casualties in droves. Yet the sheer volume of the undead was overwhelming. With one wave repelled, another immediately surged to fill the gap. Before long, a colossal pit had formed above the Alliance sanctuary, gradually lowering the Y coordinate of the zombies, inching ever closer to the Alliance. At this rate, breaching the sanctuary was merely a matter of time. Is this all the Alliance has to offer? Laughter erupted, as they wondered how a coalition that absorbed so many members could scarcely mine a few blocks of obsidian. One could hardly fathom their purpose. In truth, the Alliance had indeed mined a fair amount of obsidian, yet the chamber was rather confined. Let us not forget that the tentacles of the enraged zombies could pass through blocks, leaving only a dozen individuals in the center safe. I ask you, how could they escape from such a cramped obsidian matchbox once the blood moon had passed? The defensive lines of the Qingzhen sanctuary were nearly impenetrable by zombies. Even if some managed to breach, they were swiftly eradicated by iron golems. The Alliance could only compare themselves to this reality. Should all members and their supporters huddle within the obsidian confines, they would inevitably face a bottleneck situation. Those who have frequently played with friends and found themselves trapped in a one-by-one narrow crevice can attest to this. In such scenarios, placing or mining blocks becomes exceedingly difficult, let alone engaging the zombies. Moreover, The Alliance possessed weaponry far inferior to that of Qingzhen. Even if a few remained within the obsidian matchbox to carve a hole to eliminate zombies, it would be quite troublesome if any zombies smaller than 1 block managed to slip inside, as numerous newly arrived spectators expressed their doubts. Those who had witnessed the entire operation of the Alliance couldn't help but laugh aloud. Foolishness. Did they truly believe that the Alliance had no contingency plan? Too naive. Lord Miller has established sanctuaries across the world and interconnected them with portals. Even if one sanctuary falls, they can simply retreat to another. Laughter erupted again. And you squander your obsidian on such trivial matters? However, astute netizens, upon reviewing the footage, discerned the process of the Alliance constructing portals and could not help but question, are you referring to that Nether portal? At this moment, the composed Alliance remained oblivious to the fact that a crafty individual from the Pamlong Kingdom had transported all the zombies from his nearby overworld to the Nether. Chapter 55. Which fool allowed the zombies to invade the lower realm? Within the Alliance, the ominous sound of TNT explosions drew nearer from above, causing many players to huddle together in trepidation, completely thrown into disarray. This was particularly true for those who had fled from the sanctuary of Nalita. Their displacement was directly due to the giant zombie wielding TNT that had obliterated their homes. The echoes of explosions had long since instilled a profound fear within them. Moreover, it was the night of the Blood Moon Festival. If this place were to be breached, there would likely be no chance to escape. As the contestant from Sakura Country, Matsuzawa Samayer, passed by the anxious crowd, she couldn't help but smile sweetly at their flustered expressions, remarking, "What a delightful group of fools." Ludovico, walking by at that moment, caught her words and suppressed a look of disdain, thinking to himself, it should be truly despicable and inferior. It seemed that no one heard him, and as he brushed past the trembling players, Sumayer's gentle voice continued to resonate from behind. Mr. Miller has prepared an escape route for everyone. Follow me. Ash, trembling, trailed last, winding through the serpentine underground corridors, inadvertently stumbling upon Ludovico and Park Hyunseok, who were diligently attempting to break an obsidian block with their diamond pickaxes. So they were not hiding after all, Ash mused. Initially, she had fantasized about joining them in that thoroughly secure shelter. Yet, she also feared that the Alliance members would retreat into safety, abandoning her outside. Now, however, it seemed there was no need for concern. As they passed the storage room, Ash noticed Green Miller alongside Nalita and others, opening chests to seemingly relocate supplies. It appeared they were indeed prepared to abandon this place. Is the Alliance truly retreating with us? How wonderful! Ash felt a surge of hope for survival fill her heart, and soon they halted before a portal to the lower realm. Samayer provided a brief introduction. For those who arrived later, you might not know that we have constructed various shelters across the world in advance. This time, the zombies have evolved in a direction favoring excavation. Therefore, the optimal strategy is to build our shelters in the sky. We will be using this portal to quickly transport to that location, unbeknownst to the members of the Alliance. Traversing 1 block in the lower realm equated to 8 blocks in the main world. They naively assumed that the number of zombies in the lower realm was nearly 0, making it relatively safer. So, arm yourselves and stay close, she instructed, grabbing several players to lead the way as they stepped into the purple teleportation medium. At this moment, Ludovico, Park Hyunseok, Green Miller, and Nalita closely followed behind. Just before Green stepped into the portal, he placed a TNT block at the edge of the doorframe and ignited it casually. As everyone successfully entered the Nether, TNT erupted, shattering the teleportation medium and utterly destroying the portal. Surely, Green does not believe that by obliterating this portal, the zombies will not follow them into the Nether? How amusing. After that maneuver by Qingzhen, the zombies in the Nether might well outnumber those in the overworld. The thought of what will transpire once the Alliance arrives in the Nether brings an uncontrollable chuckle. When the door swings open, the zombies will exclaim, "Ah, there are people." These expressions from the players make me laugh to the point of despair. I truly wish live streaming had a fast-forward button. I am anxious to the point of gnawing my nails. In the Nether, the portal had long since formed amidst a lush crimson forest. expelling the players of the Alliance from the overworld. In the midst of this vivid scenery, one could observe a series of oddly arranged stone blocks, each adorned with torches to illuminate the path. The distance between the two portals was considerable, necessitating caution as they traversed a sea of lava. One must not fall in. Qingzhen led the group with brisk strides. Most of the players following closely behind had never ventured into the Nether before, having invariably served as mere mining tools. They gazed upon the fiery soil, weeds, leaves, and rivers of lava with a burgeoning sense of unease. Roar-ea! A strange, eerie howl echoed through the air, instilling a sense of dread that screamed, "The zombies are still pursuing me." Would the Nether also spawn zombies? It felt so densely populated. How could it seem even more crowded than what they had heard back in the shelter? The zombies had gradually evolved the ability to approach stealthily. Generally, if one could hear their sounds, they were already perilously close. Ludovico, walking in the center, scoffed. What a cowardly bunch, such a burden. Upon hearing this, Park Hyeonseok couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. Indeed, Hyung, the trembling is hardly vibrant. The group exhibited a palpable sense of superiority, akin to seasoned veterans of the Nether looking down upon naive newcomers. Ash, walking nearby, caught the tail end of the conversation and, feeling slightly embarrassed, slowed her pace, inadvertently colliding with the following Nalita. Just as she was about to apologize, Nalita suddenly raised her diamond sword, and with a swift flourish, boom, a fiery projectile was shot straight up, striking the soaring gas zombie above. It emitted a sound akin to a sickly cat, its gaping maw split open, lurking within the crimson mist, preparing to unleash another fiery blast. Yet Nalita deftly dispatched it with a few well-aimed shots from her bow. "Thank you." Ash was somewhat taken aback. She hurried to catch up with the main group. Nalita did not engage her in conversation, instead slowing her pace to wait for Green Miller, who was lagging behind. Something felt amiss. Why were there so many zombies in the Nether? Green fell silent for a moment, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He then stepped forward to find Qingzhen, whispering a few words to him. Soon, the direction of the main force changed unexpectedly. Initially, they intended to proceed directly to the basalt delta on the other side, but suddenly veered towards a crimson forest island. Observing Nalita's cautious demeanor, Ludovico couldn't help but scoff. "Are you frightened? I told you women are incapable, timid, sensitive, and troublesome." Park Hyun-suk stifled a laugh. "Appa, you mustn't disrespect girls like that." Ludovico was tempted to silence this insufferable wimp. Before he could voice his irritation, the entire troop abruptly halted, players jostling against one another, causing Ludovico to be jolted backward. What on earth is happening? Clearing a path through the crowd, he discovered that the distant hillside had inexplicably turned black. Logically, the hellish rock should have been a deep crimson, yet the ground over there seemed to come alive, constantly shifting. As he drew closer, a chill crept into Ludovico's heart. What in the world is this? Countless zombies of varying sizes filled the mountaintop, their bodies sprouting tentacles from the parasitic scarlet dahlias, writhing within the fiery mist, their contorted forms advancing menacingly toward them, more unsettling than a tsunami. Hidden within the thick fog, they had long since detected the players' positions, encircling them from all sides. Ha ha ha! Surprised? Unexpected? This weather, coupled with the zombies evolving into stealth mode, is truly a stacked buff. Indeed, by the time we realize the zombies are here, it will be too late. Watch closely, you envious dogs. The anticipated Waterloo of Qingzhen will not unfold, but the curse has certainly rebounded onto your alliance. At this moment, everyone stood on the Crimson Forest Island, with 3 paths leading to the massive Hellish Rock Island, 1 short and 2 long, while the remaining areas were filled with unfathomable magma. Yet now, all had become shortcuts for the approaching horde of zombies. Roar, hiss, their rapid movement and dense numbers descended upon them like an all-consuming net. "Ah, help! Don't bite me. Don't push. It's too hot. Ah!" In the blink of an eye, at least 10 players at the front were dragged away by the crawling zombies or had their necks bitten through by the swift little undead. As they frantically retreated, they unexpectedly found the path they had come from blocked by zombies. In this world, there are more zombies than in the main world. Kazawa, Jean, and Green, who had been at the forefront and rear, had somehow appeared in the middle of the group, the safest position. Ludovico, swinging his shield to fend off a cluster of zombies, roared, "This is impossible. The lower realms should not spawn zombies. This is stated in Notch's rules. Where has the problem arisen? How amusing. The instigator is still brewing, oh no, concocting potions." Qingzhen, with an innocent expression, "What? You say I inadvertently annihilated the opposing team?" Qingzhen, "I truly did not intend to. Who would have thought that this bunch of geniuses would idly use the lower realm as a teleportation hub?" Qingzhen, "I hadn't even made a move, and yet." The world was devoid of adversaries. Many days later, when Qingzhen returned to Blue Star, opened a bag of chips, twisted the cap off a can of ice-cold cola, and reviewed the livestream playback, he could not help but spring up from the sofa, hunching forward like a shrimp, and exclaiming, "Seriously, my friends? Are you saying that the most devastating loss for the Alliance was inadvertently caused by me?" Qingzhen felt a sense of injustice akin to, "I merely sneezed, and the entire opposing side perished. It was not as if I had forced them at knife point. Who spread such slander? This truly has caused me great distress." Returning to the present, in a state of utter bewilderment, suddenly a teleportation sound echoed, and the ender particles erupted at the forefront of the Grand Army, revealing the body of Glenn Miller. After a brief pause, he coldly commanded, then retrieved TNT from his backpack, placing it at the junction of two massive islands. He then retreated while igniting it with a bow enchanted with flame, arrow, eye. Hiss! The ignition of a single TNT takes merely 5 fleeting seconds, yet to the bewildered onlookers, it felt interminable. Countless zombies surged over the stacked wall of TNT. Boom! The chain reaction proved remarkably effective, shattering the bridge, and viscous magma gushed into the pit, obstructing the zombies' advance. For the vast majority of zombies that had not evolved fire resistance, this was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Some failed to halt in time, plunging into the abyss. Others were propelled by the TNT into the sea of magma. Some hesitated, lingering in uncertainty, while a few opportunistically stepped onto the Crimson Forest Island, charging towards the survivors. Following this maneuver, the Alliance had already suffered considerable losses. Fortunately, the barrier was timely, and no new zombies emerged from the Crimson Forest Island. Upon Glenn Miller's command, everyone immediately distanced themselves from the oncoming zombies, standing back to back, raising blocks at least 7 units high beneath their feet, and then extending to fill the gaps until all stood upon the same platform. Gasping, the group, still shaken, gazed down. Zombies relentlessly tore apart those teammates who had been unable to elevate their blocks in time, subsequently trampling over their corpses as they advanced towards the platform where the others stood. They understood, under siege by such a vast horde of zombies. Had it not been for these unfortunate souls drawing the zombies' attention, it would have been themselves who were bitten to death. The despair of losing comrades and the elation of surviving intertwined, creating a complex emotional turmoil. "Damn it, you lot!" Ludovico stood at the edge of the platform, brandishing his diamond sword while cursing vehemently. "Don't you dare let me find out where you all emerged from. Otherwise, I swear I'll wreak havoc upon your entire family." Le. Anticipating Ludovico's expression upon discovering the truth about the aftermath. Upon reviewing the replay, it appears that 13 perished, with 4 completely dead. However, the remaining 9, upon returning to their spawn points, also faced dire circumstances. It seems the members of the Alliance lack a proper understanding of the game. Only when they are in dire straits do they consider solutions. Almost all potions have been depleted, numerous blocks wasted, ender pearls consumed in great quantities, and many tools and weapons have been lost. The losses incurred are quite substantial. Hey there, are you watching a live stream through a microscope? Frame staring guy. Amidst Ludovico's tirade, Nalita furrowed her brow and returned to Glenn Miller's side, whispering, "We barely stabilized. What do we do about the zombies below? Should we use lava or TNT?" Glenn Miller, however, remained fixated on the loot dropped by the fallen team members. Shaking his head slightly, Miss Momozawa knows the location of that portal. Place blocks and construct an air bridge to let her lead the remaining players across. Once we reach the lava sea, we can use TNT to deal with the pursuing zombies. Nalita followed his gaze and quickly comprehended his intention. Are they to be used as bait once again? The emphasis on again was palpable. The mention of bait elicited a rare glance from Glenn Miller. Should I commend your cleverness, little princess? Nalita tightened her grip on her weapon. Don't underestimate me. Glenn Miller, however, paid her words no mind and merely gestured. Take them away. Nalita hesitated, said something to the leading Mamo Zawajun, and then returned. A throng of players set off in a grand procession, constructing blocks in a single direction, while players wielding iron swords warded off the fireballs spat by the ghastly zombies. Soon, their figures vanished into the dense crimson mist. Meanwhile, the zombies congregated below the platform, drawn away by the allure of more players. Seeing this, Glenn leaped down onto a hay block, effortlessly dispatching a few stray zombies before methodically collecting the loot dropped by the deceased players. Nalita followed closely behind, activating a secure communication. Tell me, did you truly not know there were so many zombies in the Nether? Glenn shook his head. I do not know, but I can surmise who the mastermind behind all this is. At this moment, the true mastermind, Qingzhen, was indeed concocting potions. Oh no, brewing medicine. Tired of the zombies, these vibrant oral solutions seemed far more capable of mending Qingzhen's numbed heart. After sneezing for what felt like the umpteenth time that evening, Qingzhen couldn't help but grumble. Who on earth keeps mentioning my name? Chapter 56. Every sanctuary has its vulnerabilities, yet the Qingzhen sanctuary has entered an untouchable state. Our course, clearly aligned with the direction of the Basalt Delta. Why did Tazwa Jean suddenly veer towards the Crimson Forest Isle? It is due to the basin there. When we march in the low-lying area, the zombies' attack patterns become erratic. Green Miller did not lift his gaze, meticulously sorting through items. However, the Crimson Forest Isle is different, as the routes from which the zombies encircle are limited to the front and the back. As long as we position ourselves in the middle, our survival is assured. Moreover, the area is vast. One cannot guarantee where the team members will scatter, making the retrieval of fallen items quite troublesome. Nalita began to grasp the underlying implication. Did you plan everything the moment you detected zombies in the lower realm? Green smiled. Decisiveness has always been my forte. Nalita bit her lower lip, but countless lives hang in the balance. Do you comprehend the implications of their demise? Of course I do. Green shrugged indifferently. It means the resources previously allocated to them by the Alliance can be reclaimed. Nalita was momentarily taken aback. His first thought was to extract the remaining value from them, yet the Covenant promised to protect them. We cannot betray our word. How do you regard human life? Green paused in his actions, then chuckled softly as he advanced toward Nalita. Is it something of great worth? Their value peaks at the moment the zombies rush toward them, rather than you, and then it ceases. Such a simple truth. Green Miller pressed closer, causing Nalita to nearly retreat to the edge of the Crimson Forest Isle. Molten rocks splattered nearby, sending searing sparks flying, the heat radiating up from her ankles. Yet Nalita still felt a chill of sweat. He continued to smile, though the mirth had vanished from his eyes. Esteemed princess of the 4th house of the Eagle Griffin Kingdom. All these years, your inability to surpass the other royals is not solely a matter of bloodline. Her scars were laid bare, causing Nalita's pupils to widen in shock. He tucked a strand of Nalita's hair behind her ear, casually stating, Do not indulge in the superfluous emotions of the lowly rabble. There is far too much that ought not to be felt. Finally, I have managed to concoct the weakness potion. After adding gunpowder to the brewing station, all the 4-minute weakness potions transformed into a splattering type. It will inflict a debuff on the enemy, diminishing their attack power, effective against both monsters and players. Additionally, there is the slow potion. Qingzhen infused ample amounts of luminous stone, elevating it to the highest level. Thus, after several splashes, it can reduce the enemy's speed by 60. Similarly, he added gunpowder to create a splashing effect. Qingzhen placed both types of splash potions into the arrow slots of the Rift Void Bow. Healing arrows, damage arrows, firework rockets, slowness potions 4, and weakness potions. In addition to these, he brewed a considerable number of healing potions, night vision potions, and invisibility potions, all stored in his exquisite backpack. He did not produce many jump potions, as he lacked the primary ingredient, rabbit's feet. He had only managed to acquire a few by slaying some rabbits during a previous journey through the desert, with the remainder mostly obtained for player loot. These creatures, small in stature and swift in movement, are notoriously difficult for other players to hit. Furthermore, with the acidification of the soil leading to a drastic reduction in animal populations, he could only concoct 7 jump potions. However, he did manage to brew a substantial quantity of swiftness potions. How many days had passed? The blood moon should have receded by now. Qingzhen rode the water elevator and descended to the ground amid a cacophony of splashing sounds. What an amusing contraption Qingzhen has devised. It feels faster than a ladder, one remarked. Indeed, it is also safer than a ladder. How many players have constructed high platforms only to fall while climbing? The blood moon hung ominously in the sky, its duration now indeterminate. The frequency of player death notifications had slowed, as those lacking skill had perished on the first night. Even those who employed cunning tactics or relied solely on luck failed to survive until the second night. The remaining players were predominantly those who had built their shelters at elevated positions. Some had done so from the outset, while others hastily erected their refuges after learning the hard way the dangers posed by zombies. Those who constructed shelters in the depths of the ocean found themselves at a disadvantage, as zombies had not yet evolved the ability to drown, leaving them floating helplessly on the surface, eyeing the buffet below. Oh no, the players, anxiously. Nevertheless, the audience was well aware that every shelter had its vulnerabilities. The timing of any potential breach depended entirely on how Notch would choose to enhance the zombies' evolutionary paths. Ultimately, it was an inevitable outcome. Yet Qingzhen, regardless of whether it was the Alliance think tank, various online commentators, or even the ingenious netizens brainstorming tirelessly, no one could conceive of a method to infiltrate his defenses. If Notch truly possessed any divine insight, he would be at a loss at this moment. What measures could he implement to strengthen the zombies enough to breach Qingzhen's stronghold? It appeared the only solution was to significantly enhance their stats, maximizing attack power, defense, and attack speed. Yet, such an adjustment would lead to the demise of all other players. How would the game continue then? Ultimately, Qingzhen's existence seemed solely intended to disrupt the balance of the game, a bug surpassing even the most notorious of glitches. After gathering all the dropped items, Green Miller silently elevated himself back to the original platform and proceeded along the makeshift aerial bridge constructed by the others. Nalita could only follow suit in silence. The atmosphere was somewhat frigid, and she could surmise the reason. Despite Green Miller's decision to resort to such inhumane methods to recover his losses, the onslaught of zombies had indeed caught them off guard. It forced them to deplete a considerable amount of resources that were intended for the final days. Now, returning to the mine to seek enchanted golden apples, enchanted books, potions, and other items from the special scenario chests was infinitely more challenging than before. Moreover, many players had perished in the lava, rendering their dropped items irretrievable. In essence, the aftermath of this wave had caused much effort to be in vain. All of this turmoil was instigated by that individual, Qingzhen. Chapter 57. Words follow the law. As Green Miller reached the end of the sky bridge, he discovered Mamo Zhaojin leading the others and pouring buckets of lava downwards. Ludovico impatiently shouted, "How long must we wait to eliminate the zombies below? Why don't we just use TNT? I want to blow them to smithereens." With a smile, Mamo Zhaojin replied, "If Mr. Stewart wishes, he could leap down and deal with those rascals directly." Ludovico initially intended to retort, but upon seeing Green Miller's figure emerging slowly from the distant crimson haze, he swallowed his words. Mamo Zhaojin, surprisingly patient, gently explained, "One TNT is manageable, but if we use multiple, they tend to fly about. If some foolish individual accidentally detonates it on our platform, it would be quite disastrous." Ludovico felt subtly insulted, yet, in the presence of Green Miller, the usually hot-tempered man dared not utter a word. Even Park Hyun-suk, who had been complaining loudly, "It's so hot here that it's ruining my skin. You all deal with the lava," picked up his tools and joined in to lend a hand. Green Miller coldly observed the bustling crowd, casting an impatient glance at the golden clock. As the players caught sight of his actions, They were too frightened to slack off. The previously grumbling atmosphere quickly fell silent. Noticing that the zombies below had been largely cleared, Green Miller leaped down onto a hay block, subsequently laying down some more on the ground, while other players descended like dumplings. The Nether portal lay before them, and due to the terrain and the barriers set up by Mamozawa Jin, no zombies had yet joined the fray. He scanned the surroundings, and based on his observation from the Scarlet Forest Isle to this point, Green Miller had approximately determined the location from which the zombies respawned. It was quite fixed. What method had Qingzhen employed to make the zombies so obedient to his command? Although Green Miller's understanding of Minecraft far exceeded that of others, compared to Qingzhen, he still appeared somewhat naive, akin to a primitive man unable to fathom the day humanity would soar through the skies. Green Miller could hardly conceive the extent of Qingzhen's prowess. In any case, it was undoubtedly complex. Among the 4 villages, all block people jumped off the platform, lining up obediently beside Green Miller, awaiting his orders. Green Miller cast a glance at Mamozawa Jin, who immediately understood his intent and approached the block people, cheerfully stating, "You may enter first." The group could not observe the conditions of the overworld through the Nether portal, and naturally, it was impossible for members of the Alliance to charge in at the forefront. The lesson learned from the Nether zombies had been more than sufficient. They must exercise caution in the future. The few block people, well aware of their predicament, could only curse their misfortune before steeling themselves to venture inside. Fortunately, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. As the scene before them grew clearer, they beheld gossamer clouds drifting past. Beneath their feet lay a solid layer of round stones. The edges of the stone platform were enclosed by a fence, while at its center stood a massive obsidian chamber, surrounded by 5 or 6 layers of round stones. To the sides were fields and farms. Given the current soil acidity, it was likely the last harvest they would witness. The area for ascension and descension was situated behind the obsidian house, connected to the ground by a ladder, with additional stone columns on either side to prevent falls. Since no players had visited this locale, there were naturally no malevolent spirits or zombies to contend with. The considerable distance from the ground shielded them from any sight or sound of the undead, enveloping the place in an aura of tranquility, save for the blood moon hanging ominously overhead. One of the block people hurried back to relay the news. Before long, everyone had teleported back, feeling the refreshing temperature of the main world. The acrid sense of gunpowder and lava finally dissipated from their nostrils, bringing a sense of solace to all. Yet, no one cheered. The relief of having survived had drained everyone's strength, leaving a lingering dread in their hearts, with uncertainty about the future looming like dark clouds before their eyes. "Nalida, please tally everyone's supplies and come find me shortly. Jean, let us relocate some boxes together. Ludovico, Shinshua, you two come over as well." Green merely waved his hand, summoning the members of the Alliance, his voice growing fainter. "Haven't the other members been located yet?" Listening to the indistinct murmur of conversation, over a dozen players sat down on their beds, their expressions complex as they gazed through the glass at the blood moon. The sensation of entirely entrusting their fate to others was both despairing and helpless. Meanwhile, Qingzhen was living a carefree life, filled with eating and sleeping, occasionally stepping out to combat zombies for sport, and brewing potions when feeling discontented. "When will this blood moon pass? My biological rhythm is completely disrupted." At that moment, he stood atop the watchtower, dispatching zombies with arrows, his mind dulled and gaze vacant, akin to the emptiness that arises from excessive consumption of mindless videos. As if his intellect had been consumed by big data. As he pondered this, suddenly, the blood moon has passed. The world is glorious. Survivors, give thanks to the favor of Lady Luck. Qingzhen muttered, "Wait, surely the laws of verbal manifestation do not work in such a way." No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than, with a snap, the blood moon appeared. Once more, the thought emerged, and snap, the blood moon disappeared. Could it be that I am the protagonist of Minecraft? Qingzhen stowed away his ender bow, observing the eerie crimson moon finally traverse the sky, slowly vanishing beyond the horizon. He distinctly felt the darkness beyond the shelter transform into brightness and clarity before he turned to glance toward the rising sun. Phew! It's finally over. In the distant horizon, the inky black sky is punctuated by tiny mosaic fragments of orange and purple. Below, the earth is outlined by the increasingly radiant glow, revealing the silhouettes of trees, low hills, and the ominous forms of the undead. As all the surroundings become clearer, a resplendent golden sun emerges from the edge of the world, gradually ascending the violet-blue dome. The world gradually brightens, illuminating the sordid and sanguinary details for all to see. As the zombies continue to evolve, phenomena such as blood moons, fog, and cold waves will become increasingly frequent. Furthermore, the addition of the scarlet blood moon will introduce a night of chaotic transformation far more frenzied than a mere blood moon. Players are urged to gather resources diligently, fortify their shelters, don sturdier armor, and craft more powerful weapons, all while striving to survive until the end amidst the unique characteristics of Minecraft. The audience is in dismay. Notch, are you serious? During a regular blood moon night, we already perished 3 times. And you want to raise the difficulty? At this rate, we might as well not play. I doubt the Alliance will survive. It doesn't matter if you all perish. I'm just curious to see what other tricks Qingzhen has up his sleeve. Exactly. We of the Panlong are not afraid. Honestly, I envy audiences from other countries for their thrilling viewing experiences. I can only imagine the adrenaline rush. Unlike us, the Panlong people win without suspense, leaving us bored to tears over Qingzhen's plight. I can't believe this. Panlong, you absolute. Binding curse. I implore you to assist me in my cultivation. Calculating rewards based on each player's performance during the Blood Moon Night. Note, performance is evaluated based on the number of zombies slain, survival duration, death count, and the fortitude of the shelter. At the instant the notification chimed, Qingzhen suddenly perceived a fleeting blue shadow before him, as if someone had cast a dropped item from the heavens. Diamonds? Qingzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement. A total of 10 diamond blocks. Now, he possessed 63 diamonds, lamenting their lack of utility. Yet unexpectedly, Notch had bestowed upon him 90 more. This meant that the stack upgrade T2 could be elevated to stack upgrade T3. The current upgrade component would amplify the stacking limit of all items to 4 times its original capacity. Thus, post-upgrade, it could enhance it to an astonishing 16 times. While this may not hold significant importance for items like iron ingots and logs, which already have a stacking limit of 64, it would greatly enhance storage efficiency for potions, buckets, and milk, which are limited to a mere 1. After meticulously accounting for these spoils and items, Qingzhen proceeded to repair the hollow area beneath the obsidian matchbox, sealing off the labyrinthine tunnels excavated by the miner zombies, which resembled a tangle of spider webs. He then ventured to the villagers' living quarters. Although some were bound within the iron farm, serving as a source of power, he still extended favorable treatment to the remaining villagers with high trading levels. Naturally, this was not an act of charity, but rather a strategic move for their trading tables. Qingzhen examined each villager, first exchanging useless items from his backpack, such as rotten flesh and sticks, for emeralds, and then continuously refreshing the trades. Soon, a few enchanting books captured his attention. Splendid. At last, enchanting books had appeared. Fixating on the items, their names swiftly emerged. 6 copies of Binding Curse I, 2 copies of Reach 2, and 1 copy of Transparency I. What purpose does the Binding Curse serve? It is clearly intended for treachery. In truth, Qingzhen had always been a peace-loving citizen. He preferred to eliminate adversaries directly rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Thus, the sight of so many hard-earned enchanting books left him somewhat bewildered. Could Notch truly wish for him to employ these curses in a sinister manner? Who constructed this persona for me? Suppressing the swirling thoughts within, Qingzhen turned his attention back to the other 2 enchanting books, Reach 2. This enchantment could only be applied to tools and weapons, enhancing attack and digging distance to a certain degree. For instance, the attack range of the Black Gold Whip is 5 blocks, with Reach 2 enchanted. It could extend to 8 blocks. Each level increases the effective range by 1. 5 blocks. For someone like Qingzhen, who relished controlling distance, this was an extraordinary boon. Now, should a horde of zombies appear, It would allow for a greater distance to be maintained. Qingzhen promptly retrieved an anvil and affixed the Reach 2 enchantment book onto the black gold whip. As for the other Reach 2 book, he momentarily pondered which weapon or tool would be most suitable for its application. With a platinum boomerang in hand, he no longer needed to worry about the distance of blocks being too far for collection or destruction. Instead of using it immediately, he placed it back into his exquisite backpack. Subsequently, he inspected the spoils from this puppet zombie battle within the chest. Indeed, most of the enchantment books proved to be of little use, and he considered it merely a delivery of books. Upon processing the enchantments, stone cutter, stone 2 stone slabs, and crafting table, 2 sticks 1 stone slab, 2 planks grindstone, he discarded all the enchantment books, such as Power Eye, Sharpness 2, and Durability Eye, into the grindstone. All enchantments were cleansed, and a modest amount of experience orbs were returned to Qingzhen, flying into his savings upgrade. These books could still be utilized at the enchanting table for future enchantment endeavors. After a thorough selection, Qingzhen discovered several enchantment books he required, including 4 Curse of Binding Eye books, 2 Mending Eye books, and 3 Invisibility Eye books. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Having previously acquired 2 Invisibility Eye books, he transformed both pieces of his gear into transparent forms. Now, with 4 more in hand, did this not imply that his entire armor could be made invisible? Without hesitation, Qingzhen opened the anvil, removed his equipment, and fused it with the Invisibility Eye enchantment books. With the melodious sound of clinking metal, his armor, glimmering with a purple hue, completely vanished, revealing the natural color of his skin beneath. He appeared significantly lighter now. The Invisibility Eye enchantment could not only be applied to armor, but also to any item. For instance, the void bow in Qingzhen's grasp would render itself invisible to others upon acquiring the Invisibility enchantment, making it seem as though he held nothing at all. The only telltale sign would be the arrows, which remained unenchanted and visible in the eyes of others. However, a single arrow was inconsequential. As long as he positioned himself correctly and managed his line of sight, Qingzhen doubted that any other players would detect him. Consequently, Qingzhen also enchanted the black gold whip with Invisibility Eye. Thus, both of his most effective weapons and his entire set of armor became transparent. With a complete set of Invisibility Eye armor, even when cloaked, monsters would assume he was unarmored. The efficacy of the invisibility buff lay in its ability to significantly reduce the distance at which monsters could perceive a player's presence. If a particular monster could detect a player from a distance of 100 blocks and was continuously approaching, the dynamics had now shifted considerably. Without armor, and after consuming an invisibility potion, the player can reduce the detection range to a mere 7%, equating to 7 blocks. In contrast, a player clad entirely in armor can diminish this distance to 70% or 70 blocks. Contemplating the future, where the distant zombies would not pursue him relentlessly, Qingzhen felt a wave of delight at the anticipated tranquility. With this in mind, he retrieved a vial of invisibility potion and downed it. Glug, glug, glug. The sweet liquid coursed through him, rendering his form invisible. After replacing his weapon with his bare hands, he seamlessly blended into his surroundings. He ventured forth, ascending to the surface via a water elevator, crossing the lava moat, and positioning himself just inside the outer barriers, teasingly enticing the creatures beyond. It was evident that the number of famished zombies that had gathered today had significantly dwindled. If the earlier scene resembled a Superstars concert, with zombies piled upon one another in a chaotic throng, now, Qingzhen was noticeably past his prime. Only those zombies in close proximity were willing to approach him out of courtesy. The most advantageous of all were the ranged monsters, such as the spectral wights, and those zombies that had evolved into phantoms and flame-wielding entities. As ranged attackers, they could neither detect Qingzhen from afar nor survive his swift strikes when close. Finally, he was spared from the inexplicable agony of being struck by an arrow and afflicted by some bizarre debuff. Qingzhen felt elated. He organized his inventory, placing 16 buckets of milk, 16 vials of invisibility potion, 16 healing potions, and 100 roasted potatoes into the upgrade feeding system. as the notch system did not explicitly state the hatred range of the zombies. Qingzhen was unable to calculate it precisely based on the invisibility buff percentage. Thus, he resolved to immerse himself in the situation and ascertain the facts firsthand. During the day, only zombies within 7 blocks could detect him, indicating that their hatred range extended to 100 blocks. However, according to Qingzhen's recollections, even at night, zombies could pursue players from hundreds of blocks away. When the blood moon rose, that range expanded even further. It seemed that evading zombies with an invisibility potion was, for the most part, an impossibility at best. It might deceive a player. A new question soon arose in Qingzhen's mind. Was the fluctuation in the zombies' hatred range dependent on light levels or time? Initially, he had intended to explore a mine for answers, but recalled that his stockpile of diamonds, iron ingots, and gold ingots was already ample. A trip to the mine would yield only lapis lazuli and redstone, emeralds, merely for the sake of acquiring better enchantment books and developing more intricate redstone circuits. For Qingzhen, the potential for enhancement had diminished significantly. Moreover, the fog had rolled in, limiting visibility. As he pondered, a sudden flash of red darted before his eyes. In Minecraft, such vividly colored creatures were rare, instantly capturing his attention. Was it a king zombie? Previously, within the evolutionary rules of the undead, a king zombie had made its appearance. Observing its furtive demeanor, akin to a creature that had gained sentience, Qingzhen promptly brandished the Rift Void bow, aiming towards its direction. With a sharp pop, a vial of slow-acting potion was released, striking an unseen target and producing a crisp shattering sound. Qingzhen quickly followed up, only to discover that his aim had merely hit a few passing zombies. Due to the dense fog, the silhouette of the king zombie abruptly vanished from Qingzhen's sight, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of its crimson cloak. Could it be that it possessed some form of speed enhancement? This menace must be eradicated at once. With this thought, Qingzhen seized a firework rocket and hastened in pursuit. Before long, he arrived at a desolate, yellowed beach, where the sea breeze carried the briny scent of blood, and indistinct shadows of zombies lingered within the hazy mist. Peculiar, where had the king zombie gone? With a black gold long whip in hand and the spells Reach 2 and Repulse 3 protecting him, the ordinary zombies nearby dared not approach. Yet, upon keenly listening to the sound of footsteps, Qingzhen sensed something amiss. Typically, zombies would mindlessly converge upon him, their footfalls chaotic. However, today, they seemed to deliberately avoid him, all gravitating towards a particular direction. The last time he encountered such a peculiar situation was when those zombies had obeyed the king zombie, orchestrating an ambush. It appeared that the king zombie was indeed lurking nearby, even cloaked in an invisibility buff. While the viewers and players in the live stream could no longer perceive Qingzhen's presence, the zombies retained the ability to sense him. Notably, the evolved king zombie, possessing intelligence, was no exception. Qingzhen scanned his surroundings and discovered a sunken sandy pit, within which lay a deep mine faintly illuminated by the glow of torches. Had other players beaten him to it? Entering a state of stealth, he crouched at the edge to observe. However, he soon heard footsteps drawing ever closer, a low, suppressed growl resonating in the throat, struggling to conceal itself, producing an eerie, gurgling sound. Qingzhen, wielding the black gold long whip, initially intended to send it away. Yet, upon turning back, his pupils widened in surprise. This zombie, why was its skin so extravagant? During the Blood Moon Carnival, Qingzhen had encountered numerous zombies. At that time, he had mechanically and numbly swung his arms in battle, and while his brain was disengaged from thought, he had taken note of their appearances. Generally, the skin of the zombies exhibited a waxy brown hue, with blackish-red flesh protruding grotesquely, their tattered clothing appearing primitive, a coarse fabric that bore little resemblance to modern attire. Their eyes emanating an eerie white glow. At this moment, the zombie approaching Qingzhen walked directly towards him, clad in a trendy hoodie, with a black bubbling arrow protruding from its chest. Its eyes were pale and devoid of light, moving mechanically yet purposefully towards Qingzhen. Suddenly, it struck Qingzhen with a realization. This was a player, the very player he had slain earlier in the mine. Wasn't it a companion of Ludovico? But how could a player, transformed to a zombie. Recalling the earlier incident where the bodies of the opposing players he had killed did not vanish but lay there, impervious to his attempts with fire or magma. Qingzhen pondered if the groundwork for their transformation into zombies had been laid long before. But what distinguished a player zombie from an ordinary one? Was it merely a change of skin? A common zombie posed little threat. Nonetheless, the creature's peculiar behavior compelled Qingzhen to observe it further. As it drew nearer, he noticed that its head remained fixed in the direction of the mine behind him, never once turning towards him. Could it be that it cannot see him? With this thought, Qingzhen ceased his stealthy movements, watching as the zombie brushed past him and leaped directly into the shaft. It fell approximately 3 blocks without sustaining any damage. However, continuing to jump downward would surely result in injury. Just when Qingzhen assumed it would pause, he suddenly witnessed the object in its hand transform into soil. Piece by piece, it adhered to the wall, forming a spiral staircase. The zombie then proceeded to hop down the constructed steps. Remarkable. Had the zombie truly gained the ability to place blocks to prevent falls? It had not yet evolved to possess such a skill. Was this player zombie truly so exceptional? Qingzhen considered the possibility that this player zombie could not detect him from a distance like other zombies, leading him to speculate whether it had inherited the abilities of a player. Whatever a player could accomplish could also. Conversely, whatever a player could not achieve, could it also be incapable of. Contemplating this, Qingzhen leaped up to land on the block the zombie had placed, cautiously following its descent. Chapter 59. The zombies continuously learn, becoming intelligent, and conquering the world within the depths of the mine. The concepts of day and night became utterly confounded. Qingzhen scarcely noticed how long he had lingered below. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Current survival days, 70. Zombies undergoing evolution. 1 soil completely acidified, agriculture no longer viable. Animals likely to vanish. 2 king zombies' intelligence evolved. Special note: zombies controlled by the king zombie will adorn a small crown on their heads. Initially, Qingzhen expressed his regret over the inability to cultivate crops. Subsequently, his gaze was drawn to the second point. The king zombie was increasingly resembling a human. The only limitation was its inability to synthesize or enchant like a player could. Now, one might ponder if the player zombies under the king zombie's dominion could perform such operations. Qingzhen sensed that the challenge had escalated. I recall that Notch had previously mentioned he placed various crafting recipes and Minecraft characteristics on notes, which were then placed in chests across special scenarios. This is why players from Blue Star possess such an understanding of Minecraft today. But now, you tell me that zombies can learn as well? Qingzhen surmised Notch's cunning plan. He aimed to have zombies continuously learn, become intelligent, and ultimately dominate the world. The player zombie he had encountered earlier indeed sported a small crown. It appeared that the king zombie was nearby. Monsters with explosive stats and overwhelming mechanics were not particularly frightening. Qingzhen had dispatched countless foes utilizing bugs in the system. It was this intelligent breed of zombie that piqued his interest. Indeed, the true essence of Minecraft was captivating. Previously, even when Minecraft transformed into VR mode, the monsters behaved like mere automatons, lacking any real challenge. Now, Qingzhen felt a delightful thrill akin to engaging in a battle of wits and courage against others. 3. A minority of zombies acquire monster abilities, including wither skeletons, guardians, ancient guardians, evokers, pillagers, shulkers, drowned, and charge creepers. Such a diverse array of abilities was astonishing. Qingzhen couldn't help but envision zombies that could emit photonic waves from their eyes, rendering their targets immobile, or those that could explode, creating meteor craters. Or perhaps those that could hide within shells, immune to physical damage, while spitting projectiles that levitated enemies. Or even necromantic zombies capable of summoning spikes and vexes. If a remarkably intelligent king zombie could fully harness the potential of all mutated zombies, then the game would truly be. Qingzhen smiled faintly, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. Absolutely fascinating. A small faction of zombies has finally evolved to possess the ability to place blocks. But only those holding a specific type of block can do so. Has this capability truly emerged among the undead? Those players who constructed their shelters in the skies must indeed count themselves fortunate. The hand of Notch begins to descend. After a moment of contemplation, Qingzhen recognizes that he is not currently within a shelter, and the villagers exhibit a minimal attraction to zombies. Thus, for the time being, there is no immediate concern regarding zombies sneaking in by stealthily placing blocks. However, he wonders when the excavation speed of the zombies might be enhanced. By that time, would the other players have already perished? Qingzhen admits that his current thoughts veer towards the realm of vanity. Yet this is indeed the truth. Special attention. Player zombies have long since entered the world. They will possess all the abilities they had during their living days, including the use of crafting tables, enchantment tables, and other functional blocks, as well as the ability to open chests, read, and place or destroy blocks. The phrases special attention and long since catch Qingzhen's attention. Reflecting on earlier observations, he cannot help but scoff. Has Notch forgotten to mention this beforehand, thus necessitating this addition? This could indeed clarify the actions of the earlier player zombie. The immediate priority is to locate it. Perhaps this could lead him to the king zombie as well. Qingzhen ventures deeper into the mine. Thanks to the night vision potion he has consumed and its placement in the feeding upgrade, he finds no need for torches to illuminate his path. Yet, scattered torches still appear in his field of vision. Their orange glow stark against the dull gray of the rocks. These remnants are left by the player zombies. Qingzhen strives to grasp the limitations of the players in understanding the enemy. In the darkness, the player zombies cannot see what lies ahead, prompting them to place torches. Was this a lesson imparted by the king zombie? To what extent has its intelligence evolved? The mine is eerily silent, exuding an uncanny atmosphere, with only Qingzhen's footsteps reverberating through the desolate cavern. The last time he encountered such an atmosphere was when the king zombie lurked behind him. After the Blood Moon revelry, it seems implausible that not a single shadow of a zombie could be detected in such a pitch-black cave. Presumably, there is a master guiding them from the shadows once again. The sensation of being watched creeps over Qingzhen, instilling an unsettling feeling within him. Enemies concealed while he remains exposed. A thought darts through Qingzhen's mind, tightening his chest. He recalls that during his time in the shelter, he spent a considerable duration brewing potions within the obsidian matchbox, yet the zombies could pinpoint his location with uncanny accuracy. This implies that players, even when hidden within blocks, can still provoke the zombies' animosity. What if the reverse is true? Is it possible that those zombies are currently hiding within the layers of rock, patiently awaiting his arrival? Gazing at the meticulously arranged torches, a foreboding sensation deepened within Qingzhen's heart. It imparted an unmistakable impression that these flames were guiding him toward their snares. Although Qingzhen perceived the intelligence exhibited by the king zombie as negligible and found the current zombies to be relatively easy to vanquish, each of his assaults was executed under the condition of ample preparation. Observing the peculiar structure of the cave, where the path ahead grew increasingly constricted and resembled a narrow passage, it became apparent that the situation was decidedly unfavorable for Qingzhen's use of his winged sheath for flight. Moreover, the ender pearls hastily cast in a moment of chaos could easily collide with the walls. Should there indeed be zombies lying in ambush, even the act of retreat would prove challenging. Qingzhen was no fool. He would not place himself at a disadvantage. Thus, contemplating the situation, he promptly made his way back home. Following the king zombie had been rather reckless. Nevertheless, Qingzhen had no intention of letting the adversary off the hook. He merely intended to return, conserve his resources, and prepare adequately for what lay ahead. Why did Qingzhen leave? This mine holds a considerable amount of resources. Could he have been frightened? Our alliance players are truly valiant. For those above, if you knew anything about Qingzhen, you wouldn't utter such foolish remarks. You should consider this. If even Qingzhen sensed something amiss and chose to retreat, what you alliance members who wish to delve deeper into the mine? Let us pop the champagne. Many spectators, whose interests were unrelated to the alliance or the Panlong kingdom, expressed their regret at missing this imminent clash. Amidst the varied discussions, lurking within the depths of the sandy cave, lay thousands of zombies concealed behind seemingly smooth stone walls. This concealment was made possible by several zombies wielding stones and pickaxes, who, under the king zombie's command, had excavated countless cavities, allowing zombies of diverse sizes and armaments to hide within. They remained utterly silent, patiently awaiting the moment when an unsuspecting player traversed this narrow path to spring a grand ambush. As the tension mounted, poised for a fierce confrontation, the king zombie pondered Qingzhen's departure. Had he discovered something? How would he have realized it? Logically, players should have been oblivious to the zombies concealed within the walls. What had gone awry? It seemed all his meticulous efforts to lure that player into the trap had been in vain. Just as the king zombie was beginning to feel a sense of frustration, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, producing a rhythmic tap-tap. The king zombie's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Its keen senses detected the arrival of a fresh batch of players, and this time, their numbers were greater. Chapter 60. Let me see what mischief that king zombie is up to, with head held high. Upon returning to the sanctuary, the first task that Qingzhen undertook was to fortify his obsidian matchbox. During his journey back, he had envisioned a scenario. If I were the king zombie, I would instruct the cube zombie to construct a bridge across the nether portal wall, allowing access. Then, I would have the shovel zombie excavate the soil within my sanctuary. Finally, the pickaxe zombie would dig vertically downwards, first through stone and then through obsidian, thus penetrating into my obsidian matchbox. Indeed, if there were any vulnerabilities in Qingzhen's sanctuary, it would likely be its top. Such low-probability events would probably only manifest during a blood moon festival, although the adversary's digging speed was notably sluggish. Affording Qingzhen ample time to react and retaliate, he nonetheless resolved to take preemptive measures. Consequently, he acted swiftly, excavating the soil and stone from the top of the obsidian matchbox, exposing the underlying obsidian. Afterward, Qingzhen retrieved some obsidian from his backpack and reinforced the structure by adding 2 layers. He then produced a bucket of lava and traversed between the lava moat and the site, diligently pouring the molten substance down. With great patience, he meticulously layered the lava, block by block, until the upper portion of the obsidian matchbox formed a vast and profound lava pool, significantly wider than the matchbox itself. Now, no zombies could penetrate from above. Qingzhen had observed the zombies closely during the Blood Moon Festival. It appeared that 99 of zombies, including player zombies, lacked any fire resistance. Even those evolved zombies possessing fire resistance buffs might not wield a pickaxe. Moreover, even if one were to hold a pickaxe, it was uncertain whether they could penetrate the 3 layers of thick obsidian. Even if such an ideal zombie were to arise, at present, zombies had not evolved the ability to swim in lava. Therefore, they would sink and be unable to reach the obsidian for at least the next 70 to 80 days. He felt secure. Qingzhen was truly troubled by the nearly zero probability of such an event occurring. The repeated task of pouring lava consumed some time. After a thorough inspection and repairs of the sanctuaries underground, he returned to the surface just as evening was approaching. It was nearly time to construct the return device. In the sanctuary, Qingzhen sought a concealed yet illuminated spot where he encircled a water basin with cobblestones. The dimensions of the basin were 1 by 2 by 1. After replacing the block at the bottom of the basin with soul sand, Qingzhen poured in 2 buckets of water. Under the influence of the soul sand, the 2 blocks of water quickly produced a long string of bubbles. In the crafting table, 3 glass, 3 quartz, 3 half slabs sunlight detector, 4 honey bottles honey block, 6 oak planks, 2 wooden trapdoors. Subsequently, Qingzhen utilized 2 honey blocks, suspending them atop the water layer, and precisely tossed an ender pearl. With a resounding splash, the ender pearl floated up and down on the honey blocks, refusing to descend, thus avoiding the teleportation effect, exactly as Qingzhen had anticipated. Next, Qingzhen affixed a trapdoor above the rear of the honey blocks. As the sun sank low on the horizon, the sky was painted a deep ebony, and the light gradually waned. Qingzhen recognized that the moment had arrived. He placed the sunlight detector beside the trapdoor, connecting it with redstone. In Minecraft, one day and night cycle lasts 20 minutes, hence a night spans 10 minutes. He had 10 minutes to explore that subterranean mine. He thought to return before dawn. With this in mind, Qingzhen launched himself into the sky with a firework rocket, following his memory to the sandy beach. Before long, he stumbled upon the unfathomable chasm. Upon landing steadily, Qingzhen surveyed his surroundings and discerned something amiss. The explosion crater scattered loot, rugged sands, and stones. And the sand that had succumbed to gravity. Had a fierce battle transpired here? Not long ago, a group of players passed this spot, finding no bodies around. Portions of the exposed mine revealed clusters of iron ore nestled at the boundary of light and shadow. Greed compelled them to carefully descend and mine. However, they had not anticipated that mid-excavation, a multitude of cracks, resembling spider webs, would appear on the surrounding walls. In the next instant, the gray stone was shattered, and a torrent of zombies surged forth from the opening, charging straight at the unfortunate players. Oh my, these zombies have evolved. They synchronized their actions with the players mining for iron, making it nearly impossible for them to notice the impending danger. So, the passage concealed so many zombies? Had Qingzhen foreseen this, thus refraining from entering? How could Qingzhen have known? Did he use X-ray vision? Let us not focus on Qingzhen for now. We need to contemplate how these zombies suddenly became so formidable. This ambush technique is likely beyond the imagination of even the most novice blocky characters. The King of Zombies is truly extraordinary. After their reflections, the players met their demise, leaving behind a plethora of loot scattered across the ground. The consequences of their fate were all too evident. In the late game, they would likely end up as mere novices, empty-handed, facing grim prospects. At that moment, several player zombies staggered forth from the depths of darkness. They respectfully escorted a kingly zombie, adorned with a crown and draped in a cloak, emanating orange bubbles. Amidst a ritualistic chant, the corpses of the players slowly rose to their feet, gathering all the spoils before retreating with deliberate slowness. This is a grave predicament. The unique advantage of the players has been utterly lost. Notch offers no mercy to the lesser players. How can we continue? We might as well await our demise. What about Qingzhen? Can he return and vanquish this wretched horde? Oh, now you think of Qingzhen? You seemed quite pleased to criticize him before. As the crowd waited with bated breath, Qingzhen indeed lived up to expectations, fluttering over with his delicate wings, landing gracefully to the sound of enthusiastic cheers. To the onlookers, he appeared as a heroic savior, his stature imposing. Wonderful. Is Qingzhen, we are saved. Chapter 61. Qingzhen, calm down and wear this pumpkin head. Qingzhen meticulously arranged all the necessary tools within reach before cautiously stepping into the darkness, an eerie sensation of being watched enveloping him once again. He paused at the entrance of the narrow path, placing several TNT explosives, then retreated to a safe distance, igniting them with the enchanted bow of the ender, imbued with fire arrow eye. With a resounding explosion, the TNT obliterated the wall constructed of zombies clutching stones, exposing the hollow cavity behind. It was evident that numerous restless zombies were hastily fleeing in the opposite direction of Qingzhen. It was implausible that the zombies could see him yet remain indifferent. They must be under the command of a king zombie lurking nearby. Qingzhen detonated over 10 more TNT explosives, widening the cramped passage to create ample space for future flight, and swiftly pursued the direction in which the zombies had fled. Before long, several well-equipped player zombies, adorned with buff bubbles, emerged from behind cover, blocking Qingzhen's path. Meanwhile, he found himself encircled by countless zombies behind him, leaving no room for escape. Was this yet another obvious ambush tactic? After swiftly dispatching the present adversaries, Qingzhen caught a fleeting glimpse of a red cloak. It appeared that the king zombie could not share the vision of its minions, necessitating its role as an observer to maintain control of the battlefield. Furthermore, Qingzhen gradually discerned another concealed attribute of the king zombie. It was learning his movement techniques and compelling the player zombies to execute its commands. Akin to puppeteering game characters, Qingzhen marveled at the creature's capacity for learning, surpassing that of some players. Moreover, according to the rules established by Notch, king zombies could share memories with one another, evoking a sense of relentless resurgence, as if wildfires could never be entirely extinguished. It was imperative to eradicate these threats swiftly. As Qingzhen intended to delve deeper into the mine, he was suddenly startled by a creaking sound from behind, reminiscent of bones grinding as if someone were stretching. Turning around, he was astonished to observe the recently fallen player zombies exhibiting signs of standing once more. The king zombie had the ability to resurrect the corpses of players. Could a corpse stand again after dying, only to be revived? This was an infinite resurrection mechanism. Such a monstrous ability was unfathomable. If left unchecked, it could enable the king zombie to devise unimaginable schemes. Yet it could not be slain by lava. Trapped in obsidian, it would be unearthed. Confined within a boat, it would be dislodged by player zombies. It was nearly unsolvable. How then could it be countered? Gazing at the platinum boomerang in his hand, a bold thought emerged. Help me, great Void Lord. The adversary was remarkably swift. Could it be that it possessed both swiftness and fire resistance buffs simultaneously? Moreover, from time to time, zombies would leap forth, obstructing his line of sight. The blocky figure was unable to both run and draw his bow simultaneously. Thus, Qingzhen followed closely behind, curious to discern the whereabouts of his adversary's stronghold. During his pursuit of the king zombie, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the labyrinthine terrain. The landscape was serpentine and steep, rendering the use of ender pearls impractical for navigation. With insufficient items at his disposal, he relied on buffs to compensate. In order to catch up with the panicked king zombie, Qingzhen promptly consumed a bottle of swiftness potion. Once the swiftness buff took effect, he felt as though his eyes had sharpened to the acuity of a hawk, and with a swift motion, he dashed towards the fork in the path ahead. There, he encountered a sheer cliff. After all, machines are still machines. Their escape routes seemed remarkably consistent. He had already discerned a pattern. Qingzhen felt a tinge of disappointment, having expected the king zombie to possess a greater degree of cunning. While waiting, he surmised that the opponent's health bar must be formidable. To prevent the enemy from mirroring his own clever tactics, he retrieved a pumpkin, scissors, an anvil, and a crafting table. After skillfully trimming the pumpkin with the scissors, he transformed it into a carved masterpiece. Anvil, pumpkin head, curse of binding eye. Enchantment book, enchanted pumpkin head. Crafting table, 7 cobblestones, 1 bow, 1 redstone, dust dispenser. Crafting table, 2 wooden planks, wooden pressure plate. Having completed these preparations, Qingzhen positioned the dispenser before him, aiming its mouth at himself. He then inserted the curse of binding eye, pumpkin head into the dispenser and installed a pressure plate on one side. Gripping the rift bow tightly, he sacrificed a significant portion of his health, directing it toward the anticipated emergence of the king zombie. Shortly thereafter, the king zombie, enveloped in orange-red bubbles, appeared, flanked by a legion of zombie sentinels, emerging from the precipice opposite him. Arrow slot, light spirit arrow, with a swift whoosh, the sound of air being sliced echoed. A light spirit arrow flew with exquisite precision, bypassing the zombie sentinels and striking the encircled king zombie. It momentarily flushed crimson, faltering in its stride, and was pushed back several paces. Yet, it showed no signs of collapsing. Indeed, the health bar was substantial. Contemplating this, Qingzhen decisively leapt onto the nearby wooden pressure plate. Would you like to consume 1 ender pearl to swap positions with a struck target? Confirm cancel. Countdown 5 4. With a whoosh, the sound of teleportation resonated. Qingzhen and the king zombie exchanged positions. As Qingzhen landed on the wooden pressure plate, the king zombie, now corporeal, naturally trampled upon it. The wooden pressure plate was activated, transmitting a redstone signal to the dispenser. With a soft puff, the sole item within the dispenser, the curse of binding eye pumpkinhead, was propelled forth. It secured itself firmly upon the king zombie's head. Wait, what is Qingzhen up to? Is he adorning the zombie with a decorative piece? Can the pumpkin head even be worn? And how is it enchanted? What purpose does it serve? The actions of Qingzhen are evolving, yet our level of understanding remains stagnant. The king zombie, oblivious to the perilous situation, hastily fled from this place. However, endowed with intelligence, it soon sensed that something was amiss. Its vision was obstructed. Once able to perceive the entirety of the battlefield clearly, it could now only glimpse the outside world through the gaping holes carved in the pumpkin. Straining to discern its surroundings, it could be said that a staggering 80 of its field of vision was obscured. Furthermore, it found itself powerless to remove the obstruction. Although Qingzhen was aware that should a player hurl a helmet-like item at it, the creature could update its equipment. The enchantment of Bound Curse effectively extinguished this singular possibility. Everything was unclear. Nothing was discernible. The king's zombie stumbled and fell countless times, its thick health bar dwindling ever so slightly. As a commander, being oblivious to the conditions on the battlefield was tantamount to revealing its trump card. At present, the opposing side's special ability was reduced to merely bestowing buffs upon the zombie horde. With a flourish of its scepter, the king's zombie commanded all its minions to charge towards Qingzhen, mistakenly believing that this was the sole means to lift the binding curse of the pumpkin head. Chapter 62. The void. Am I truly ensnared within your machinations, Qingzhen? How cunning you are. On the other side, it became evident that after enduring a blow, the adversary had learned its lesson and altered its escape route. Qingzhen observed as the figure deftly navigated through layers of rocky terrain, ultimately coming to a halt in a particular location. This was the effect of the luminous arrow. Upon striking an enemy unit, it bestowed upon them a glowing outline, rendering them visible even when concealed behind rocks. The duration of this effect was a mere 10 seconds. Fortunately, he did not foolishly remain stationary after loosing an arrow, waiting for it to circle back. Otherwise, it would have slipped away unscathed. Qingzhen opted not to employ a positional swap to cast the foe into a pit or lava. With a fire resistance buff, alongside block zombies and pickaxe zombies serving as minions, such traps would have proven ineffective. With the exchange of positions, Qingzhen found himself directly amidst a horde of zombies. Thankfully, the enchanted black gold whip, imbued with knockback 3 and reach 2, proved sufficiently powerful to create distance between him and the undead. The healing potions from the feeding upgrade soon took effect, replenishing the life force he had just sacrificed. Under the immense area damage inflicted by the black gold whip, the horde of zombies quickly succumbed to the ground. Next, it was time to settle accounts with these player zombies. Qingzhen opened the F3 panel to assess his current Y coordinate, aware that he still had some distance to the subterranean depths. He lured the revived player zombies behind him while sprinting straight towards the location where the king zombie had paused. Before long, he detected a delightful aroma of earth and flora wafting into his nostrils. Upon rounding a corner, emerald vines and golden, glowing berries greeted his eyes. Spores scattered pink particles, and the nearby rhododendron bushes exuded an enchanting fragrance. A lush cavern? Qingzhen abruptly halted, standing before the expansive clearing, captivated by the dizzying beauty of the flora. Though endowed with night vision, allowing him to survey his surroundings, the serpentine vines obscured his view, making it difficult to detect the lurking zombies nearby. He had not anticipated such growth in the depths of the slate layers. Pushing aside the floral thicket, he stepped onto the damp, tangled soil, advancing further into the verdant cavern. What he had previously seen was merely a corner of the cavern's upper expanse. Following the melodious sound of flowing water, he discovered a hidden world below. How deep it was! Could that be the bedrock? The 10 seconds passed swiftly. The figure of the king zombie, outlined by the luminous arrow, was finally visible to Qingzhen. Had it misjudged the river's position and been swept away by the waterfall? Or was the enemy's lair situated just beneath? Hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, Qingzhen understood that he could no longer delay. Thus, he followed the cascading waters, gliding down amidst the sound of rushing water. During the process, one does not forget to extract a block of soil to obstruct the delicate stream of water. Thus, the spring would be severed, gradually disappearing. It was along this interrupted, descending water flow that Qingzhen landed steadily. The player zombies followed closely behind, lacking the support of the water flow and suffering tangible fall damage. Upon landing, they were unprepared for what awaited them: an abundance of TNT and an ender crystal placed upon obsidian. Qingzhen, who had already fled to a distance, blindly released an arrow that detonated it directly. Boom! Rumble! Several TNT exploded, instantly having the health of the player zombies, while also wreaking havoc on the terrain, creating even deeper pits. Grasping a efficiency 4 enchanted diamond pickaxe, Qingzhen swiftly began to dig vertically. Before long, he encountered the black and white striped bedrock below. At this moment, the group of player zombies began to encircle Qingzhen. After dispatching them with remarkable efficiency, their bodies fell directly into the pit. Qingzhen then retrieved a platinum boomerang. Current destructible block hardness, less than 2. The range of destructible hardness spans from negative infinity to 2. As bedrock possesses a hardness of -1, it naturally falls within this range and can be shattered by this imprecise, bug-level tool. This was something Qingzhen had previously experimented with himself. Top soon. Those few blocks, symbolizing the world's foundation, vanished into thin air, revealing an increasingly orange-hued, deep blue void below. Wait, what is happening? What is with the starry colors down there? How is it similar to the sky? Oh my, the implications are utterly terrifying. Moreover, what was that block that Qingzhen just broke? Do you not find it peculiar? In the viewing room of the Alliance think tank, each staff member wore a furrowed brow. According to the first-hand information at their disposal, the block Qingzhen had just destroyed was called bedrock. Previously, a member had dug all the way to the world's bottom, attempting to excavate this peculiar block, but all efforts ended in failure. Based on meticulous calculations, its hardness should be infinite. But why? Was it broken by Qingzhen? Furthermore, what lies beneath the bedrock? This was utterly unheard of. At this moment, as they endeavored to comprehend Qingzhen's actions, they felt akin to cavemen attempting to grasp quantum mechanics. It was incomprehensible. Damn Qingzhen. How much does he know that we do not? Due to the inherent collision box of the player corpses, Qingzhen pushed them into the void, watching them gradually fall into the world beyond, until they vanished completely from sight. Qingzhen then retrieved the deep slate he had just collected to seal the gap, intentionally placing it in a haphazard manner to create the illusion of natural generation. How astute of Qingzhen to kick these corpses out of the room, for they shall not resurrect. But what in the world is this? My CPU is overheating. What lies beneath? The earth is round. The earth is flat. After all this, Qingzhen felt a flickering in his vision, the night vision buff nearing its end, soon replenished by feeding upgrade. In this fleeting moment of light and shadow, Qingzhen had discerned the terrain below, devoid of hiding places. The king of zombies lurked here. As the footsteps grew increasingly dense from all directions, Qingzhen boldly ventured deeper. There, a striking orange-yellow hue awaited. Roar! The howls of the zombies echoed, seemingly unable to suppress their bloodthirsty impulses, leaping towards Qingzhen like dumplings. Could it be that the king of zombies has summoned all the undead spawned by the Blood Moon Night? Judging by their numbers, there must be tens of thousands. I wager Qingzhen will not die even once. Even if he does perish, he has a sanctuary to return to. It would merely be a pity to lose his possessions. Indeed, dying once would deduct a significant amount of points, allowing our nation's score to rise, thereby granting us more resources of national fortune. What is there to fear? Facing merely tens of thousands of zombies, while we have a single elite on our side, the advantage lies with us. Qingzhen merely cast a glance at the golden clock in his hand. The cycle of day and night was about to shift, heralding the sun's imminent descent upon the earth. Your time has come. Chapter 63. The Bubble Honey Return Device. You've truly mastered the solar panels. Go. Qingzhen has undoubtedly fallen into the den of thieves. A single misjudgment can cost one's life. Many competitors have met their end this way. And Qingzhen is not an omnipotent deity. Alas, what a pity. Smiling with a hand to the mouth. In this predicament, escape is impossible. He cannot soar. The Ender Pearl cannot teleport him far, and the zombies have blocked the path back. Sly grin. The strategy of the Sea of Corpses is eternally revered. Surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies, Qingzhen, despite being in a dire situation, exhibited no sign of panic. He merely elevated himself 3 blocks high, keeping most of the zombies at bay. The composure he displayed, imbued with a sense of assurance, left the audience bewildered. After donning the pumpkin headpiece, it seemed as though his intellect had diminished. Was it not only obstructing his vision, but also clouding his reasoning? Remarkably, he chose to remain motionless in this spot. I had thought locating him would require more time. Qingzhen feigned regret. not even needing to glance back to know that countless restless spirits were lurking in the undulating terrain, drawing their bows in anticipation. He cast a quick glance at the golden clock in his hand. Fortunately, the timing was impeccable. In the next moment, Qingzhen produced an ender pearl and hurled it towards the king zombie. As the leader of the undead, it was surrounded by a multitude of zombies. The spectators were left in a state of confusion at Qingzhen's audacious approach. Seeking a swift demise? As Qingzhen landed, he drew forth the black gold whip and swung it around him. First, he repelled the gathering zombies. Then, he ensnared the king's zombie-esque body. As an advanced fishing rod, it encompassed all its functionalities. Previously, Qingzhen had utilized the fishing rod to hook TNT, followed by teleportation via an ender pearl, delivering a momentous explosion. Now, he was engaging in an even more sophisticated maneuver, for the teleportation distance would be remarkably extensive. Having firmly restrained the creature, the moment was precise. As per Qingzhen's calculations, the sun rose punctually, illuminating the earth. Back in Qingzhen's sanctuary, the sunlight sensor activated in response to the change in brightness, generating a redstone signal. This signal surged along the redstone line towards the trapdoor. The trapdoor, initially in the open position, transformed to closed upon receiving the signal. This meant that the trapdoor, which had been vertically aligned against the block behind it, now covered the honey block. Upon that honey block lay an ender pearl that Qingzhen had previously cast. Bobbing up and down, as it reached its zenith, the trapdoor sealed shut. This signifies that at the moment the ender pearl descends, it will encounter a trapdoor. Upon contact with the solid block, the effect of the ender pearl is triggered, following a crisp sound of teleportation. Qingzhen's vision becomes enveloped by the converging particles of the ender pearl. As they dissipate, he abruptly feels the dazzling sunlight stabbing at his eyes. In the instant of landing, the soft and heavy texture of the soil resonates through his feet. Then, he hears the sound of rushing water. The water channel he had previously excavated, under the influence of soul sand, continues to suspend bubbles upwards. Qingzhen opens his eyes, and as he anticipated, he is teleported back to the sanctuary at the break of dawn. The black gold whip in his hand is taut, a tremendous pulling force emanating from his wrist. Yet, this force neither drags Qingzhen away nor inflicts any harm. It is merely a sensation that arises in his cerebral cortex. It feels incredibly real. Qingzhen gazes at the black gold whip, now elongated, almost reaching the heavens. Before long, the swiftly tautened whip hauls something from beyond his line of sight. It is the king zombie. After the player is teleported by the ender pearl, the object ensnared by the fishing rod will naturally be drawn back as well. Only the distance was too great, consuming a bit more time. The abruptly pulled king zombie, devoid of the protection of its surrounding zombie followers, poses no threat to Qingzhen whatsoever. At this moment, it is akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Death is its inevitable fate. How did Qingzhen return? Is this for real? Why can't I comprehend this? Can MC return to town too? How is this possible? I cannot fathom it. Notch, please, grant us an explanation. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with countless question marks. At this moment, they, including the Alliance think tank, could not possibly connect the simple device Qingzhen had previously constructed with his sudden return. After all, no one knew the crafting recipe, principles, or usage of the sunlight detector he created. They were even unaware of the significance of that honey block. They likely had no clue about the property of soul sand capable of emitting water bubbles. Thus, the scene everyone anticipated of Qingzhen being overwhelmed by a horde of zombies did not materialize. Instead, a direct reversal occurred. It was not Qingzhen who perished, but rather the king zombie, who appeared to be at a significant advantage and bore no flaws. IP Pannylong Nation, I told you the advantage is mine, though I have no idea what just happened. It was genuinely thrilling. I was quite anxious. Alas, Qingzhen has once again escaped death, and our Pannylong Nation shall monopolize the fate of the nation. ISNT that infuriating? Hee. While others reveled in their calculations, Qingzhen Fei took an unconventional approach, conjuring a third option in a seemingly binary scenario. Approaching the fallen king zombie, he retrieved the loot that lay scattered upon the ground. Congratulations on acquiring mod component, carpet. Upon seeing the name of the mod, even the typically composed Qingzhen could not suppress a subtle smile. Carpet, while its name may not immediately convey its functionality, its application can be succinctly described. It establishes a player avatar capable of replicating the mechanized actions of the player. Qingzhen pondered for a moment. Currently, he found himself in no shortage of zombie drops. Enchanted books and similar items had become less valuable with repeated farming. He remained uncertain how high notch might elevate the digging speed and distance for zombies in the future. Thus, for the time being, the most useful resource remained: obsidian. Chapter 64. Understanding the unfathomable game. Are you mass-producing stone machines to fill holes in real time? The miners, now resembling zombies, were numbed as they returned to the obsidian matchbox. A peculiar sense of oppressive energy emanated from the densely packed alchemical cauldrons. Not long ago, Qingzhen had placed stalactites beneath the ceiling of the obsidian matchbox and subsequently positioned magma atop them, sealing it with cobblestone. Consequently, the magma would drip steadily into the cauldrons below. Once filled, it could be collected using iron buckets. This method could indeed be regarded as an infinite source of magma. The purpose of the magma is, of course, to create obsidian, albeit with somewhat diminished efficiency at present. Alas, if only the shelter had been constructed near the end portal. Then, the production of obsidian would be effortless. A regrettable oversight. Nevertheless, Qingzhen, who had built this contraption early on, had already amassed an incalculable quantity of obsidian. Eventually, he could reinforce the shelter further. The sense of security provided by obsidian is truly unmatched by any other block. Qingzhen placed the doll aside and demonstrated the process. Collecting magma with a bucket, placing magma, drawing water from an infinite source. Combining still magma and flowing water to create obsidian. Using a pickaxe to harvest the obsidian and finally storing it in a chest. He then activated the carpet doll, set the interval time, and placed several iron buckets and a diamond pickaxe into the doll's inventory. Upon receiving the command, the doll mimicked Qingzhen's actions, moving as if it were the man himself executing these tasks. This effectively liberated his hands. Are there two Qingzhens? What kind of bug is this? Oh no, a feature? One Qingzhen is already extraordinary. Now there seems to be a split. Not only the audience, but also the members of the Alliance think tank found it incomprehensible whether Qingzhen's maneuvers were a bug or feature of Minecraft, or some peculiar mod plugin. Whatever, let us just observe. As the saying goes, experts see the subtleties, while amateurs enjoy the spectacle. In the case of Qingzhen's actions, aside from him, there are no experts, hence everyone else was merely spectating. As the king zombie perished, the horde of zombies blessed by it naturally fell one by one. Among them were numerous crawlers, spectral wraiths, small zombies, and giant zombies. Their drops were quite bountiful. Qingzhen, having effectively eliminated the opposing faction as commander, had dealt a significant blow to the enemy forces. Not wishing to miss this opportunity, Qingzhen returned to the sandpit mine, scavenging through the remnants. Discarding useless items, he acquired approximately 23 diamonds, a full stack of iron ingots, 30 gold ingots, 5 netherite ingots, as well as 1 transparency eye enchantment book, 3 unbreaking the enchantment books, 1 X-ray eye enchantment book, 1 magnification eye enchantment book, and 2 vector eye enchantment books. The enchantment of persistence V serves to prolong the efficacy of items. After careful consideration, Qingzhen decided to bestow this enchantment upon the light spirit arrow, thereby extending its original duration of 10 seconds to a remarkable 60 seconds, calculated as enchantment level 1 times. Given that the Void Enderbow is already enchanted with Infinite Eye, this enhancement will not deplete its resources, essentially ensuring that every subsequent light spirit arrow carries this enchantment. In this fog-laden atmosphere, should a king-level zombie emerge, Qingzhen would undoubtedly utilize a light spirit arrow to illuminate the situation. He had previously learned a lesson in the sandpit mine, where the small size and speed boost, coupled with the swiftness buff, allowed the creature to move with astounding rapidity. A mere moment of hesitation could result in it slipping past undetected. Were it not for a stroke of luck and the pumpkin helmet obscuring his head, Qingzhen might have lost track of it entirely. Additionally, another volume of Persistence V was applied to a splash potion of slowness. The Void Enderbow, born from the RE Expanded Weapons mod, features a unique ammunition chamber that accommodates not only arrows and firework rockets, but also splash potions, granting them the same range as arrows. However, aside from the potion's inherent buffs, it does not inflict additional damage. Qingzhen prioritized the slowness buff to thwart the escape of the king-level zombie, as it currently posed the only significant threat to him. The remaining two books, one of X-ray Eye and the other of Magnification 3, are clearly intended for telescopes. The former enables Qingzhen to discern the landscape even amidst the dense fog, while the latter amplifies the view, transforming it into an 8-fold magnification. The final tome, Vector Eye, is a spell that exists on bows and crossbows originating from the Tech, More Enchantments mod. It allows arrows to defy the pull of gravity, achieving true accuracy by hitting precisely where aimed. With a spirit of experimentation, Qingzhen opened the RE Expanded Weapons workbench. The Void Ender Bow possesses multiple upgrade slots. For instance, the previously mentioned critical hit slot can be enhanced with copper blocks to elevate the bow's critical hit rate, ensuring that every drawn arrow can potentially deal critical damage. At this moment, that slot was fully upgraded. Previously, Qingzhen had also utilized gold blocks to create a brand new slot, attempting to integrate Magnification 3 and X-ray Eye into the telescope. Success. During the bow drawing process, he could now choose between the telescope's perspective and his own. Qingzhen couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, this turns me into a sniper." Once again, he busied himself at the RE Expanded Weapons workbench and discovered the option for a boomerang. With an abundance of nether alloy ingots and diamonds at his disposal, he proceeded to upgrade it, transforming it into a Hellfire boomerang. Not only has the range of projectiles increased, but the hardness of the blocks that can be shattered has also significantly improved. Except for obsidian, nearly all can be destroyed. In an effort to enhance the precision of his returning boomerang, Qingzhen retrieved the previously acquired Reach 2 enchantment book along with a newly obtained Vector Eye enchantment book, applying them both to the infernal obsidian boomerang. Amidst the crisp sounds of the anvil strikes, Qingzhen's weapon underwent yet another substantial upgrade. Thus, with methodical calmness, Qingzhen navigated through several days without incident, while numerous contenders met their demise. His sanctuary only suffered minor wear, which was promptly noticed and repaired. Moreover, the carpet method for harvesting obsidian proved exceedingly effective. The rate of obsidian depletion could not keep pace with Qingzhen's efforts to expand and reinforce the outer walls. This game truly posed no challenge, Qingzhen mused. If there was a minor annoyance in Qingzhen's otherwise carefree existence, it was the relentless horde of enchanted pickaxe-wielding zombies. Like groundhogs, they burrowed incessantly, striving to approach Qingzhen's refuge. Ultimately, they invariably ended up in the void, akin to the prisoner who, after 30 years of digging, unwittingly excavated into the warden's office, landing precisely amid a throng of iron golems. Nonetheless, Qingzhen felt that his resting place was too close to these undead nuisances. In comparison to the previous Blood Moon night, the number of invading zombies had diminished considerably. Yet, he pondered whether the iron golems would withstand the onslaught during the impending Crimson Blood Moon night. Although there remained 4 walls of nether portals as a final bastion, Qingzhen sincerely wished to maintain a greater distance from zombies. During the last Blood Moon, Notch had rewarded players based on the sophistication of their shelters. If he could enhance his sanctuary with additional redstone defenses, the forthcoming rewards might be even more substantial. A bold idea began to take shape in Qingzhen's mind regarding how to fill the intricate, spiderweb-like tunnels dug by the zombies. The logic of the minor zombies dictated that they first lowered their Y-coordinate before inching closer to the refuge, resulting in a tunnel system radiating outwards from Qingzhen's sanctuary. Therefore, by establishing 4 continuous rows of blocks generated at fixed locations to serve as walls beneath the obsidian matchbox in the void, he could effectively contain the threat. When a detector sensed that a block had been breached nearby, it would immediately signal the piston through redstone, prompting the piston to push the block row outward, swiftly sealing the newly created gap. But where could these blocks be sourced? The answer was clear, from a stone generator. Chapter 65. Who would have thought? You constructed the walls of an underground shelter with fully automatic redstone circuits? The principle behind the single core stone generator is as follows. When flowing water collides with flowing lava, a cobblestone block is generated at the point of intersection. By placing a sticky piston adjacent to the cobblestone and activating it with a frequency-controlled redstone signal, the piston will methodically extend its piston head, pushing the cobblestone away from the collision site. Once the collision site is vacated, the piston retracts, allowing the lava and water to continue their flow and generate more cobblestone. This process repeats continuously. As the cobblestone is perpetually pushed outward, it forms a row of cobblestones. If a complete line of pistons is arranged behind this row of cobblestones and activated by a specific redstone signal, it can shift the entire cobblestone row laterally, thereby creating space for newly generated cobblestones. Over time, this will result in the formation of a flat cobblestone plane. However, it is important to note that the creation of this flat surface is not the original intent of Qingzhen. As previously mentioned, the collective lateral movement of the cobblestone row is contingent upon the activation of the specific redstone signal. This specific redstone signal refers to a detector positioned further away, which senses when the stone layer blocks are struck down by zombies, transmitting a signal in response. Naturally, zombies do not systematically strike down an entire row of stone blocks at once. Typically, they will only break a column 2 blocks high and 1 block wide before advancing toward Qingzhen's shelter. Thus, within an entire row of cobblestones, only 2 or 3 blocks, representing columns, will be persistently pushed forward to fill the gaps created by the zombies' excavation. Given the limitation of how many blocks a piston can push at one time, it suffices to place the detector that senses whether the stone blocks have been struck down by zombies at the maximum distance. With this concept in mind, Qingzhen estimated the circumference of his obsidian matchbox and then expanded outward by 1 block, calculating the required number of pistons. The demand was indeed substantial. The materials needed to craft pistons include wooden planks, cobblestone, iron ingots, and redstone. Fortunately, Qingzhen had an abundance of these four materials. He had stored a considerable quantity of wooden planks and cobblestone during the early stages. With an iron generator in place, there was no need for concern regarding iron ingots. Redstone, being a common mineral found underground, had been collected in ample quantities from numerous mining expeditions, supplemented by the spoils of other players. Thus, he promptly crafted a set of pistons. Following this, he set about creating detectors, redstone torches, redstone blocks, and redstone repeaters. After a lengthy period of diligent work, he finally assembled the devices envisioned in his design. Phew, the task was accomplished. Qingzhen gazed upon this intricately designed mechanism akin to a hidden dragon underground, and a surge of accomplishment welled up within him. Observers, puzzled, began to flood the screen with comments. What peculiar contraption is Qingzhen tinkering with this time? I truly do not comprehend. To be honest, I doubt the strategists of the Alliance have any idea how those glowing red blocks in Qingzhen's possession came to be. Qingzhen had undoubtedly mastered a more advanced synthesis table. The manufacturing and debugging of this large apparatus took some time. As Qingzhen completed the task, a prompt sounded. Current survival days, 79. The blood moon has risen. Just after the blood moon had passed, another one appeared. Qingzhen was not surprised in the slightest. In fact, he felt a sense of anticipation. Today, he had just repaired the stone replenishing wall machine and was eager to gauge its efficiency in wall repairs during the blood moon night, hoping it would surpass the zombies' digging speed. Thus, Qingzhen refrained from consuming the invisibility potion. Instead, he sought a suitable vantage point, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation of the zombies' arrival. Before long, night fell. As with the previous blood moon night, areas devoid of light were engulfed in utter darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. However, the horde of zombies, thick as locusts, compensated for this darkness. Their luminous eyes blanketed the ground, converging toward the areas inhabited by players like a parasitic mold. They were coming. The grand spectacle was about to unfold. Standing atop the watchtower, Qingzhen observed everything through his telescope, feeling an immense thrill. This horde is even larger than the last blood moon. What do you think? Will Qingzhen's shelter withstand this assault? No, my curiosity lies with the device Qingzhen had been tinkering with. What is its purpose? As the crowd awaited eagerly, dozens of enchanted pickaxe-wielding miner zombies emerged, charging towards Qingzhen's shelter from all directions. Just as the onlookers were engrossed in speculation about how Qingzhen's shelter would be breached, an astonishing scene unfolded. As one of the miner zombies entered Qingzhen's observation zone, unknowingly struck a stone block. The next moment, a detector concealed in a completely suspended state immediately sensed the alteration in the block, activating the adjacent redstone circuit, with a redstone repeater continuously amplifying the signal. It was relayed directly to the piston array. As the stone replenishing machine diligently operated, the side pistons relentlessly pushed out cobblestones, forming rows of them. The pistons in the array were activated, propelling a line of cobblestones forward. By sheer coincidence, they blocked the very gap just created. The miner zombie slowly produced a question mark. Why has the stone I painstakingly chiseled been filled in again? Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to break it? Behind it, the zombies waiting to attack also expressed their confusion with question marks. Dude, why have you stopped? We're all waiting back here. The leading miner zombie, lacking the cognitive capacity to comprehend the situation, continued to strike away. Time passed, and finally, with a thud, the stone was once again broken, bringing a sense of relief to the miner zombie. Just as I was about to continue striking the block before me, that familiar sound of the piston, kala, echoed once more. The gap before me was once again filled. The miner zombie exclaimed, "Excuse me?" My hard-earned labor was completely undone, and not just once but twice. It felt as though fate had dealt it a cruel hand. Accompanying it in this predicament were the zombies encircling from all directions, wielding pickaxes. Their efficiency was dismally low, compounded by the fact that their digging time was tenfold that of the players. The time taken to shatter the blocks far exceeded the activation time of the redstone circuits. The entire contraption operated smoothly, to the extent that even with the miner zombies continuously respawning and gradually surrounding the area, none possessed the capability to break the stones within the 8-block radius of the sanctuary's perimeter. What on earth? My goodness, this is unbelievable. How did one conceive such a mechanism? MC has been taken to new heights by this ingenuity. What's happening? Has Qingzhen's contraption, after days of tinkering, yielded such results? The Alliance is still in the Stone Age, while Qingzhen has ventured into automation. I refuse to believe it. Goodness, such a rudimentary device will surely be smashed once the zombies evolve. Fun fact, this contraption is merely a toy for Qingzhen. The truly effective Nether portal and iron golems have yet to unleash their potential. This device merely serves as an embellishment. Unlike other sanctuaries that lack even a basic line of defense in times of need. Chapter 66. An upgrade for the Redstone spaceship? What on earth is infinite TNT? Standing atop the lookout tower, Qingzhen, with a telescope in hand, observed that numerous pickaxe-wielding zombies in the distance had begun to excavate. Although the main forces were on the surface, as they approached the Nether portal wall surrounding the sanctuary, they were instantly transported to the Nether, posing no threat whatsoever. Qingzhen felt quite satisfied, resembling a foreman as he ventured underground to inspect the state of the stone generator. All the redstone machinery was operating in perfect harmony. His sanctuary could be described as seamless and impenetrable. It was utterly devoid of difficulty. Thus, he passed the day in tranquility. Current survival days. 80 zombie evolution occurs. 1. The area of influence of the king zombie's powers will expand. After converting a player's corpse into a player zombie, it can access all of the player's memories related to Minecraft and command all non-player entities. Have the player's memories been fed to an AI? Qingzhen recalled a certain top-tier Go AI that had defeated humanity's finest. After all, besides himself, virtually all other players would inevitably meet their demise several times at this rate. It was only a matter of time. This was akin to the king zombie gathering the collective wisdom of all players to confront him. A sense of amusement washed over Qingzhen. Moreover, while the king could command the zombies, players were powerless to do so, rendering the opponent's strength greater than that of all players combined. Qingzhen felt a sense of fate, as if a worthy adversary had finally arrived. 2. A small number of zombies have acquired the abilities of advanced monsters. Illusion Wings, Whirlwind Man, Irritating Ghost, woodworm, creek, spider knight, skeleton knight, snow golem. 3. The excavation speed and distance have been doubled. Some zombies had evolved to possess climbing, flying, and ranged attack capabilities. However, based on those zombies that had previously evolved into wraiths and blazemen, it appeared that only a select few could evolve. Almost immediately after the announcement of the zombie evolution entries, another message flashed before the eyes of all remaining participants in the audience, causing a collective stir. Special notice. In light of the current survival difficulty, effective immediately when a player's death count exceeds 5, they will be directly sent back to Blue Star, rather than facing physical death. Of course, death will result in the deduction of points from the leaderboard of the player's respective country, which will directly impact subsequent national fortune rewards. As the days increase, the points deducted from players after exhausting their death count will decrease exponentially. Oh, players need not die. Qingzhen felt a twinge of surprise, yet it seemed reasonable. After all, the current level of zombie evolution could only be described as monstrous. Coupled with the Blood Moon Night buff, it was uncertain how many players had already perished, dying on the first day and enduring until the 80th day before succumbing are two entirely different concepts. If a single blow could extinguish a life, imposing the same penalty on players who have squandered their death count would be exceedingly unjust. Thus, the later a player meets their demise, the lesser the points deducted. Moreover, once all death counts are exhausted, players are sent back to Blue Star, rather than facing true death. Notch has graciously afforded those with prior experience in Minecraft the opportunity to venture into other realms. How splendid! This magnificent Alliance Center need not expend effort nurturing new contenders. The elite shall be preserved. Yet, national fortune will still be deducted. Damn it! We do not wish to see the return of useless vermin. Esteemed Mr. Notch, might you allow the players to perish and grant us a modicum of national fortune? Are the individuals above even human? The poet holds, our Panlong kingdom harbors no such concerns, for Qingzhen has not wasted a single death count. Standing atop the lookout tower, Qingzhen has lost count of how many times he has mused, this is too easy. According to his previous experiences with the extreme version, survive for 100 days mod, by the 80th day, all zombies become immune to lava, capable of constructing blocks and launching TNT. At this moment, even on a Blood Moon Night, Qingzhen perceives that Notch has significantly diminished the spawn rate of these chosen zombies. Occasionally, a few zombies attempt to bridge over, but their construction speed is so languid that they are intercepted midway by Qingzhen's Hellfire Boomerang. This ranged weapon can shatter blocks with a hardness less than 2. Thus, the bridges formed by zombies using dirt and leaves pose no challenge. If the middle of the bridge is severed, the entire horde of block zombies charging behind will come to a halt, or, lacking time of break, will be pushed off the edge by the collision of those behind them. A lone zombie poses no threat to Qingzhen, who effortlessly dispatches them with his rift interbow. The blood moon rises and sets. Days pass by. Current survival days, 84. At long last, the breakthrough seems imminent. Qingzhen leisurely savors steak, drinks potions, and smiles as he admires the pixelated sunset sliding down the cliffs. Indeed, persistence yields results. There will eventually come a day of recognition. The orange-purple hues of the setting sun render the distant mountains and horizon breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, distance breeds beauty. The grotesque and bothersome zombies are quite irksome. Block zombies are truly a nuisance. Returning to the lookout tower, Qingzhen observes a few zombies constructing a sky bridge, attempting to breach the nether portal wall to build within the sanctuary, and cannot help but feel that this detracts from the aesthetic of the surroundings. Ugly, exceedingly ugly. Blocks of soil, round stones, and leaves abruptly appeared in the sky, significantly detracting from the aesthetic appeal. Coupled with the relentless onslaught of zombies trailing behind, Qingzhen felt exceedingly vexed. Although these zombies would be thwarted by the magma at the pinnacle of the obsidian matchbox, Qingzhen, disinterested in venturing out to eliminate the undead, found his mind wandering to bolder ideas. The blocks they wielded possessed remarkably low hardness. What if I were to excavate the bridge before the horde of zombies advances along it? While manual labor would certainly be feasible, with a pickaxe enchanted with efficiency 4 and a gold shovel also bearing the same enchantment, dismantling the blocks will be a mere blink of an eye. Yet, Qingzhen preferred a more effortless approach. Although removing 2 or 3 blocks to sever the bridge could render the charging zombies powerless, it felt rather too labor-intensive. Lost in thought, Qingzhen couldn't help but reminisce about his days as an MCVR streamer, responding to the barrage of comments. Chapter 67, Astonishing. Can your infinitely armed redstone bomber still patrol? Streamer. Is there a redstone contraption that is sophisticated and intricate, so complex that others cannot replicate it, yet can completely liberate one's hands? Indeed, my friend, there are. A total of 9 such devices exist. The reminiscence concludes. Qingzhen seeks to resolve the current dilemma with the simplest of equipment, the improved redstone spacecraft. Previously, Qingzhen demonstrated the method of utilizing redstone, slime blocks, and pistons to create an infinitely powered vessel. By incorporating a dispenser into the body of the spacecraft and activating it with a pulse redstone signal, one can achieve a continuous barrage of TNT. As it traverses onward, it releases the activated TNT. The spectacle is beyond anyone's imagination. However, astute players will undoubtedly recognize its flaw at once. Streamer. Does this not require the prior loading of considerable TNT? Although the materials for TNT are quite simple, in the apocalypse of 100 days mode, Qingzhen effortlessly gathered ample sand and gunpowder. Yet, the manual loading remains cumbersome. Streamer. Is there an entirely automatic device that requires no human intervention? Yes, my friend, there is. This operation fundamentally stems from a characteristic of Minecraft's bugs, strike-through, features touching upon the core code, which is seldom altered. It pertains to the issue of block updates. The TNT block, being an entity block, transforms into activated TNT upon update, representing an entirely different concept. For instance, when TNT is activated using a complex redstone contraption, if there are no block updates nearby, the TNT remains oblivious to its activation. It necessitates either placing or removing a block in proximity to alert it. Should the alert mechanism involve a sticky piston, a delay bug will occur during the process of the entity TNT being pushed out and becoming activated TNT. This bug allows the entity TNT pushed by the sticky piston and the activated TNT to coexist simultaneously. If a pulse signal is given to the sticky piston, causing it to continuously push, retract, then viewed horizontally, the sticky piston incessantly pushes the entity TNT. Vertically, an activated TNT is perpetually pushed downward by gravity. Thus, the redstone spacecraft capable of infinite TNT magazines is established, simultaneously accommodating propulsion, turning, and launching functions. The entire vessel is significantly larger than the previous rudimentary redstone spacecraft. Understanding and constructing it is also considerably more complex. As long as the redstone spacecraft consistently patrols in a counterclockwise path, it can obliterate those block bridges constructed by zombies wielding blocks. Upon reaching this point, considerable time has undoubtedly been expended. Current survival days, 85, zombies undergoing evolution. What on earth? From day 85 onward, every single day, the zombies will evolve, primarily enhancing their attributes such as health, block building speed, attack power, movement speed, attack speed, and block mining speed. 666, how absurd. Qingzhen could not help but voice his disdain. After all, the calculation of national fortune points is based on player performance and death count. Most other players have perished. Furthermore, as the conclusion of the 100 days of catastrophe dungeon approaches, the longer players survive, the less national fortune points they lose upon accidental death. Moreover, this reduction follows an exponential curve. Therefore, dying on the 80th day bears nearly the same significance as perishing close to the 100th day, assuming one has not constructed a more advanced defensive shelter. At this moment, Qingzhen stood atop an exceedingly tall stone pillar. The pure, cool clouds were tantalizingly close, some even passing through his form, bringing with them a damp, fragrant breeze. He was making the final preparations for an infinite ammo redstone bombing machine to prevent the zombies from building blocks higher than the redstone vessel. Qingzhen had deliberately constructed it high in the sky, beyond the reach of simple gaze. Of course, it was not excessively elevated. There would be no risk of TNT exploding before it reached the ground. The reason it was out of sight was the persistent heavy fog that obstructed visibility. As the days of survival progressed, the frequency of inclement weather, dense fog, cold waves, and blood moons, has indeed increased significantly. The industrious master, Qing, tirelessly worked on the redstone vessel, moving with a delightful sense of soaring through the clouds. This intricate and seemingly sophisticated high-precision redstone apparatus, despite its small size, was fraught with complications. A moment's inattention could lead to misaligned launchers, incorrect redstone connections, or improperly oriented detectors. Furthermore, Qingzhen had to operate at extreme altitudes, necessitating the construction of no fewer than 4 vessels. Naturally, this consumed considerable mental energy, yet it did not require excessive time. Current survival days: 86, zombies undergoing evolution. Health, block building speed, attack power, block mining distance, movement speed, attack speed, block mining speed increased. Merely numerical enhancements. Once the infinite TNT redstone vessel was completed, Qingzhen constructed a massive framework for the shelter, featuring 4 stone pillars standing resolutely at each corner. He placed detectors at both the front and rear of the redstone vessel. Should the vessel collide with these 4 obsidian pillars, the detectors of the front and rear would sense the presence of blocks, detecting the transition from empty to occupied, thereby generating a fresh redstone signal. The redstone signal will cause the forward-moving piston to cease its operation, subsequently activating the piston that propels in the opposite direction. This mechanism allows the redstone ship to execute a turn, transforming its entire journey into a return trip rather than a mere forward advance. One might envision a redstone ship traversing back and forth along one edge of a square framework. In this context, Qingzhen has constructed 4 such redstone ships, perfectly positioned to patrol the 4 edges of the square framework. The aforementioned square framework is, in fact, the outermost perimeter of Qingzhen Sanctuary. These 4 redstone ships circulate at the periphery of the sanctuary, deploying TNT. Essentially, any zombie attempting to construct a block bridge in proximity to Qingzhen Sanctuary is destined to be obliterated by the TNT raining down from above. This method of utilizing cannon fire to deal with minor nuisances has left many bewildered. Isn't it a tremendous waste of resources? One might ponder, what if the TNT runs out? Another queries, I wonder how many sets of TNT the launching device can store? At this rate, how will it continue to fire? The disbelief is palpable. What is the underlying principle of this? Someone exclaims, forget about the principle. Another retorts, we don't even know the names of those blocks or how to craft them. Yet we wish to comprehend the underlying mechanics? Spare me the nonsense. Chapter 68. Qingzhen. Only the strong can serve as the power source for my iron machine boom. Boom, boom. Countless TNT explosives cascaded vertically from the horizontally moving redstone airship. This spectacular scene was even captured by several whimsical physics teachers, who utilized it as an assignment on projectile motion. After executing this feat, Qingzhen deliberately demolished the lower section of the pillars, allowing 4 short stone columns to hover in the sky. Thus, when one looks up from below, those 4 columns become virtually invisible. For those with limited understanding, or for the zombies, this appeared as a mysterious rain of TNT descending from the heavens, strikingly orderly. Given the flight path of the infinite ammo redstone airship and its considerable distance from Qingzhen's shelter, there was no concern of self-detonation. However, soon enough, the once even ground was transformed into a deep chasm, resembling a scar upon the earth, with neatly formed square edges. Qingzhen's shelter stood boldly at the center, akin to a mountain peak. This development provided Qingzhen with a brand new defensive line. Zombie, how am I supposed to attack? The opposition is entirely fortified. Indeed, spectators from outside the Piandrag kingdom flocked to Qingzhen's livestream, immersing themselves in the perspective of the zombies. Many began to place bets, speculating on what abilities the zombies would need to evolve in order to breach Qingzhen's sanctuary. Some even created videos from the viewpoint of a king zombie, envisioning how they could command legions of zombies to vanquish Qingzhen. Discussions surged to astronomical levels, overwhelming various forums, short video platforms, and note-taking websites. Initially, When Qingzhen constructed the infinite ammo bombing machine, numerous fans and million-view content creators expressed skepticism. Zombies had already evolved the ability to place and mine blocks. If a zombie could construct a staircase leading to the vicinity of the bombing machine, those charging behind, it could directly smash the device that incessantly deployed TNT. It seemed that Qingzhen's efforts would be in vain. Yet, as of now, such zombies had yet to materialize. In a live-stream footage, ordinary zombies attempting to approach Qingzhen's shelter had to traverse these formidable abysses. Observing their frantic movements, Qingzhen couldn't help but wish to dedicate a song to them. I have crossed mountains and seas. Unarmed, the ordinary zombies first leaped from the cliff to the abyss below, then attempted, time and again, to scale the towering shelter. Naturally, the bottom of the abyss was a result of TNT explosions. Those unfortunate zombies standing within, lacking sufficient luck, had long been obliterated by the concentrated TNT blasts. Likewise, many zombies chose to follow those wielding blocks, forming bridges to charge forward. However, the redstone bombing machine, orbiting above, was specifically designed to counter such zombies. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed content creator was perplexed, unable to fathom why such zombies had yet to appear. His millions of loyal fans inundated the internet with posts seeking attention, with some even tagging Notch. Yet, Notch remained resolutely silent. Were this video to catch the eye of Qingzhen, it would undoubtedly provide clarity to his perplexities. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The zombies' aggro is not directed towards the heavens, but rather at Qingzhen and the villagers within the sanctuary. Thus, they are initially oblivious to any impending dangers overhead, nor do they perceive the blocks above as objects to be excavated. Furthermore, given the minuscule size of a zombie's brain, they can only deduce the shortest path between 2 points. It is inconceivable for them to realize that the true culprit obstructing their advance lies directly above them, in an unreachable height. The source code of a zombie lacks the concepts of deterrent cooperation. If an obstacle does not stand directly between it and Qingzhen, even with tools in hand, it would refrain from destruction. The foolishly charging zombies, upon plunging into a deep abyss, first sustained considerable fall damage, only to be subsequently injured by TNT raining down from above. In that moment, very few zombies could approach Qingzhen's obsidian matchbox. Only a handful of formidable beings wielding pickaxes could tunnel upwards from below to reach the obsidian matchbox, yet they all inevitably arrived at the hollow area, confronted by numerous hulking 2.7-meter iron golems eager for combat, only to perish ignominiously after several futile attempts. With the adversaries weak and Qingzhen's strength overwhelming, the disparity was glaringly apparent. These leisurely iron golems found themselves without rivals, living more comfortably than other contenders. Alas, this has caused a decline in the efficiency of my iron farm. It seems that only the strong can access the central control area. Becoming one of the power sources for my iron farm, Qingzhen suddenly felt that the defenses he had constructed bore a striking resemblance to a cerebral duel. The stone generators for wall reinforcement, the nether portal walls, and the iron golem defenses all temporarily lost their efficacy, relegated to a corner, languishing in boredom. He never anticipated that they would soon become relics of a bygone era. Qingzhen couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! You mean to say that with merely the TNT defenses outside, the sanctuary has remained unscathed for nearly 90 days? The Alliance has been forced to relocate their positions several times. Qingzhen single-handedly fortified the sanctuary to resemble a one-man army. Qingzhen, oh foolish zombies, should you fail to evolve. You will see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon, but should you evolve, you will see me as a mere ant gazing at the vast sky. Goodness, the one above is quite dashing indeed." Those formidable hordes of zombies that instilled dread in the Alliance turned into harmless creatures upon reaching Qingzhen. After all, their thoughts were exceedingly simplistic. They merely knew to approach the sanctuary by any means necessary to devour the delectable Qingzhen within, wholly lacking in understanding of coordination and cooperation, failing to achieve a sum greater than the parts. In due time, as the zombies' block excavation efficiency improves, Qingzhen will upgrade his TNT bombardment machine once more, transform it into a formidable wall of TNT from all 4 sides. After all, exploiting the glitch for infinite TNT is far more challenging than constructing a strategic bomber. The primary reason for Qingzhen to initially build these 4 vessels was to swiftly address the pressing issues at hand. Days pass, and the remaining players have mostly perished. Currently, it appears that only Qingzhen remains steadfast. In stark contrast, the rather rudimentary sanctuary of the Alliance, where its inhabitants reside, can only be described as a struggle for survival. I find myself unable to endure any longer. The days filled with trepidation are truly unbearable. In any case, dying now would not significantly diminish our national fortune points. So, my friend, please deliver a swift strike to my head. I implore you. As a representative player of the small nation that supports the Alliance, I have suffered death at least 3 or 4 times. The excruciating sensation of having my neck bitten off by a zombie or my chest pierced by a claw is vividly etched in my memory. Faced with countless grotesque and repulsive zombies in front, and the Alliance members behind who regard them as less than human, the stark reality of death, coupled with the overwhelming expectations of the nation, has driven many of them, once ordinary individuals, to madness. What seems to Qingzhen as an exceedingly tedious game is, in their eyes, a tangible hell. And just as the audience hopes for their players to survive a little longer, a diminutive king zombie, leading millions of its undead legion, is the first to discover their sanctuary. Chapter 69, not long ago, in a vast and boundless expanse of ocean, deep within the lightless depths, stood a magnificent temple dedicated to the sea gods. Intriguingly, at the very base of this temple lay a concealed underwater mining tunnel, wide enough to span a strait. Although some seawater had infiltrated, the majority of the tunnel remained breathable. On the damp, shadowy rocks devoid of any light, a minuscule king zombie emerged, tilting its head as it accessed the memories of long-deceased royal zombies. It muttered indistinct syllables, celebration, Zhen. The memories ignited a wave of hatred within it, swelling like an unstoppable tide. Perhaps even it was unaware that, despite its family's continual evolution in lifespan, memory, wisdom, and ability, the man who could consistently bring about their demise remained as enduring as the most tenacious of substances, impervious to the passage of time. Infuriating. Kill. After grinding its teeth in frustration, the little king zombie shifted its gaze to the corpses of several players before it. These members of the pirate squad had recently been dragged from their vessel by a mutated zombie, drowning them mercilessly. They had always constructed rudimentary shelters atop the ocean's surface, relying on boats to traverse between islands. With meager equipment and a scant knowledge of Minecraft, their survival thus far had been a stroke of luck. After all, zombies did not spawn on the ocean surface, and the swimming speed of ordinary zombies was lamentable. The evolution of drowned zombies, endowed with guardian abilities, would not occur until much later. The little king zombie brandished its scepter, resurrecting the fallen players and commanding them to proceed towards an underground spawning chamber. At the center of the moss-covered gray brick room stood a zombie spawning cage, emitting flickering flames. Gray smoke occasionally wafted through the air, giving rise to a multitude of zombies, varying in height and form. Some wore enchanted armor, others wielded rare weapons, and some were enveloped in bubbling potions. Their shared characteristic was the small crown symbol atop their heads, signifying their allegiance to the little king zombie. In the corner of the spawning room rested several golden-hued chests. The player zombies limped into the chamber, pried open the chests, and meticulously retrieved the contents within. Among the items, the one that surprised the little king zombie the most was an ancient parchment note. This, indeed, was the hint secretly bestowed upon players by Notch. Some would reveal the crafting recipes and uses of certain items, while others would disclose lesser-known features of Minecraft. At this moment, the note discovered by the player zombies detailed the techniques for summoning boss-level monsters. Once the player zombies finished reading, the king zombie, having shared in their memories, fell into deep contemplation. Leading a multitude of zombies, they drifted toward a coastal ruin composed of crimson hellstone, coming to a halt before the dilapidated Nether portal. One player-controlled zombie opened a chest concealed in the shadows, while another, wielding obsidian, repaired the portal. After the player zombie ignited and activated it, The king zombie immediately sensed the countless undead legions within. Commanding them, it directed their assault towards the Nether fortress. Before long, they eradicated the withered skeletons inside without leaving a trace. Given their overwhelming numbers, the 2-drop rate for Nether skulls seemed unremarkable, and soon, a considerable collection had amassed. Under the king's guidance, the player zombies arranged soul sand into a T-shape, placing 3 obsidian skulls upon it in succession. The moment they completed this task, the entire sculpture abruptly turned white, outlining the silhouette of a withering figure, flickering ominously. Terrifying arcs of high-voltage electricity swirled around, spinning rapidly like a top. An eerie roar reverberated through the air. Should any player pass by this location, a purple health bar belonging to the Wither would abruptly manifest on their retinas, indicating its vitality rising from 0 to full. Boom! At the instant when its health reached maximum, a powerful shockwave erupted. The piercing sound effects echoed in the ears of everyone within the survival of the fittest instance. Far within the sanctuary, Qingzhen suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring, "Is it the Wither? How could a Wither possibly appear? Such a boss-level creature does not spawn spontaneously like the Ender Dragon. It must be summoned by players." Before entering the survival of the fittest, Qingzhen had casually reviewed all players' livestream replays, confident that no one knew the method to summon a Wither. It was perplexing. At this moment, with survival already a challenge, summoning a hostile boss would only complicate matters further. The thought seemed implausible. Qingzhen recalled that the king zombie had previously evolved to command various monsters, and with its player zombie minions, it could achieve feats typically possible only for players. Thus, he had reason to suspect that this Wither was the king zombie's doing. However, this raised a critical question. How did the king zombie acquire this knowledge? Qingzhen pondered the existence of bugs, notches hints, and hidden players. Currently, the Wither's health bar had not manifested in his vision. It seemed quite distant. Initially intending to relax and take a breather, Qingzhen could no longer afford to be complacent. The Wither, being a long-range, flying creature capable of demolishing obsidian, posed a threat to Qingzhen's redstone defenses. Furthermore, after evolving, the king zombie could not only command all hostile entities, but also share memories among them. One could only speculate how grotesquely intelligent its evolution might have become. Merely a Wither, there is no need for concern. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a distinctive sound echoed once more, the sound of a Wither being summoned. Just 2 trivial Withers. A second sound followed. As long as they do not come forth simultaneously, a third sound resonated. Even if they do unite, I shall bind them into threefold. A fourth sound rang out. What on earth? A fifth sound emerged. Has the Wither been endowed with the enchantment of extraordinary procreation? A sixth sound echoed. Heavens above, a seventh sound resounded. The king of the undead gazed skyward. Though he appeared calm, he was far from unperturbed. Rather, he felt a sense of helplessness regarding the occasionally effective word is law debuff. Given the extensive dominion of the king of the undead, and the fact that withered skeletons fall under his command, it is established that for every 3 withered skeleton skulls acquired, he would summon a Wither, thereby continually augmenting his ranks. Leading all the zombies generated in the strait, they ventured towards the mainland. In his recollections, there always lurked a figure that provoked immense ire. Time and again, the demise of the king of the undead was attributable to him. He had committed countless inexplicable acts. This time, he was resolute in finding his sanctuary, intent on thoroughly devouring it. Seated upon the wooden vessel, the king of the undead bore a determined expression, contemplating thus. Meanwhile, the player zombie at the helm, grasping the tether and propelling the vessel, felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. It seemed that in life, he was but a beast of burden, and in death, he was reduced to a seahorse. As he lamented his plight, the outline of an island emerged before him. As they drew nearer, the horde of zombies discerned the vastness before them. This should indeed be the mainland. At the coastal edge, a heavily fortified sanctuary stood erect upon towering mountains, with countless enticing, flesh-laden block entities poised and vigilant. In the fog-laden atmosphere, neither side could perceive the other. However, The zombies, driven by their hatred, sensed their presence. The king of the undead silently gestured, rallying the zombies of varying evolutionary stages to encircle the sanctuary in secrecy. A fleeting hint of regret flickered in his eyes. It is not him. Where is he? Chapter 70. When your world encounters the spectral dance troupe of maximum level agility within the sanctuary of the Alliance, a patrolling block figure, lost in a trance while gazing skyward, suddenly perceived peculiar shadows amidst the distant clouds, gradually expanding in size. With a sense of trepidation, he raised his binoculars to investigate. What met his eyes was a creature with 3 heads, its ribcage protruding in a manner reminiscent of a ghostly, decaying skeleton, swiftly vanishing from his line of sight like a specter. Lowering the binoculars, he found the horizon enveloped in an eerie silence, as though the previous sighting had been naught but an illusion. A tightening sensation gripped his heart, prompting him to report the occurrence to Green Miller. As several Alliance members rushed forth to assess the situation, the mist began to dissipate slightly. Upon lowering their gazes, they were met with the sight of an immense legion of zombies closing in, creating a turbulent sea of gray-brown. FCK, what on earth is happening? They stood frozen, speechless, their gazes locked onto the approaching horde. It was as if the kingly little zombie, lurking among them, deemed it beneath its dignity to command the throng. That fleeting glimpse sent shivers down the spines of the players present, as well as the viewers beyond the screen, eliciting a cascade of cold sweat. Before the Alliance members could react, a sudden cacophony erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Several ominous black skeletal heads shot forth from the horizon, inciting cataclysmic explosions that shattered the stone ground into fragments. A few unfortunate block figures met their untimely demise amidst the relentless blasts. Even their cherished companion, Chicken Bro, whom they regarded as a beacon of hope, was transformed into a resplendent, decaying rose amidst the explosions, emanating dark, eerie particle effects. The very blocks that nurtured its growth were obliterated in the blink of an eye, as they frantically fled toward what they believed to be their impregnable obsidian matchbox. A wave of blue skeletal heads followed swiftly. Though slower in movement compared to their black counterparts, they exuded a far more formidable aura. The intensity of the explosions, while not drastically heightened, rendered any blocks within their vicinity as if they possessed an explosion resistance of merely 0. Thus, even the obsidian barrier would be reduced to rubble. In that instant, their last semblance of hope transformed into a dilapidated structure riddled with holes, leaving them in a state of shock and despair. Before they could utter a wail of anguish, they were assailed by an overwhelming sense of suffering, a debilitating debuff. With their health bars diminishing, life felt worse than death itself. By the gods, this creature is fierce. Is its power comparable to that of the Ender Dragon? I've never encountered anything like this before. The evolution rules did not mention anything about this. Where did it come from? How is the health bar visible now? Is it a boss? Your boss has arrived with a whole entourage. Suddenly, the Wither unleashed a torrent of devastating heads. The only thing capable of withstanding the explosion's force would be bedrock. Before long, the coastal high-altitude sanctuary built by the Alliance was reduced to mere rubble. Had it not been for the scattered loot on the ground that players and zombies hurried to collect, no one would have imagined that a thriving, peaceful, and bustling player stronghold once stood here. In a critical moment, only 4 members of the Alliance accurately located the coordinates of the Nether portal. Utilizing Ender Pearls, they swiftly approached, teleported, and departed from the main world. Meanwhile, some spectators with no vested interest in the Alliance or the Dragon Nation began to comment. How impressive this monster is. It can fly, directly bypassing the TNT bombing zone of Qingzhen, and can obliterate Qingzhen's obsidian matchbox. Look at its posture. Its health is substantial, with the king zombie commanding from behind. Its movements are quite agile, twisting in the air, making it difficult for Qingzhen to land a hit. Surely, Qingzhen cannot withstand this onslaught now. IP Dragon Nation, you underestimate our Qingzhen too much. IP Dragon Nation, fun fact, Qingzhen defeated the Ender Dragon in just 20 seconds, even while unarmed. IP Dragon Nation, hot tip, I believe the dragon is weaker than the Wither. IP Dragon Nation, burning knowledge. Although Qingzhen was unarmed against the dragon, now he is fully equipped with 5 to 6 layers of defense. In an instant, these flying withers were imbued with unparalleled expectations by the crowd. With the king zombie strategizing from behind, it was as if they had gained wings. In the collective imagination, this formidable group of withers would effortlessly soar over Qingzhen's defenses, shattering the seemingly impenetrable obsidian matchbox and the technologically advanced redstone barriers with their terrifying blue high-pressure heads. Subsequently, the king zombie would lead an overwhelming army, making Qingzhen truly experience what it means to be truly unable to escape, what it means to face skill rendered insignificant in the face of maximum damage. Yet, just as the crowd was caught up in this fervent anticipation, suddenly, an arrow pierced the heavens. Crack, followed by a flurry of arrows. Swish, 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 swish. Swish. One mischievous wither that had wandered off suddenly fell. The wither trailing behind, it was taken aback. Just as it was about to turn back, it too met its demise. Hey, wait, what is going on with this sweet sound? No, who the hell is cheating? How did my enormous charcoal-burnt, 3-headed rib suddenly go down like that? I must admit, it brings me great amusement to witness this spectacle. How is it that Qingzhen, from such a considerable distance, could strike that target, while the inept members of the Alliance, so close at hand, fail to achieve their aim? It seems there is little one can do if accuracy eludes you. The audience, having exited Qingzhen's live stream, is already stifling their laughter, particularly upon observing the subtle expressions on the face of the king zombie. From an initial state of ambitious confidence, he now bears a visage riddled with confusion and doubt regarding his undead existence. Who could it possibly be? The king zombie, unable to share the vision and senses of his minions, is further hindered by the pervasive fog that obscures his view, leaving him oblivious to the direction from whence the arrow originated. At the moment he looked up, he could only see his formidable minion fall, leaving no trace of loot behind. The legions of zombies surrounding him are equally perplexed. Arrows do not incite their wrath. Meanwhile, the informed zombies lurking near Qingzhen's sanctuary remain beyond the reach of the king zombie's abilities, thus rendering communication impossible. Fuming with rage, the king zombie grips his scepter tightly, his eyes wide with fury. After dismissing numerous possibilities, a name slowly materializes in his mind: Qingzhen. The current players have largely perished. Those who remain are either desperate survivors or that detestable individual. But where is he? How did he manage such feats moments ago? It was he who commanded an army of countless zombies. It was he who evolved to possess extraordinary leadership. He could effortlessly manipulate all the blocky beings at his whim. So why has he managed to outmaneuver him so thoroughly? Infuriating. This sense of defeat, feeling subordinate to another, gnaws at him, compelling him to resolve. Qingzhen must be captured and consumed. Chapter 71. The Legend of the Blind Corpse Master. Not long ago, Qingzhen, who adhered to the philosophy of an endless distance and countless people, all of whom are irrelevant to me, found himself unable to retire despite the expectation. With the increasing number of zombies and their grotesque evolution, the speed of block construction had significantly improved. The previously infinite ammunition revolving redstone airship had evidently fallen behind in efficiency. Therefore, Qingzhen returned to his lofty perch in the sky, utilizing the principle of infinite TNT to establish 4 rows of dispensers, sticky piston mechanisms, arranged in a perfect square frame, systematically activating and dropping rows of TNT, thereby creating an awe-inspiring wall of TNT. Moreover, Qingzhen intentionally adjusted the pulse frequency, which refers to the speed at which the redstone signal cycles between on and off. Once the speed was optimized, the frequency with which the sticky pistons pulled the TNT also increased considerably, resulting in a dramatic acceleration of the TNT activation process. Perhaps as one activated TNT began to descend, another would be refreshed, leading to instances where the explosive aftermath propelled some TNT to distant locations. This rendered Qingzhen's sanctuary seemingly built atop a mountain, akin to a floating island. He purposefully chose to conduct this upgrade during the day, as the illumination reduced the zombies' aggro range. Adorned in a full set of invisibility eye enchantments. Qingzhen consumed an invisibility potion, further diminishing the zombie's detection radius. Given the considerable height at which he was constructing, only a handful of zombies were aware of his presence, attempting to thwart his endeavors, but they were swiftly dispatched by Qingzhen. Fortunately, before the zombies could evolve and expand their aggro range, his construction was completed. After accomplishing this feat, Qingzhen intended to take a moment's respite and return to his watchtower. Ever the cautious one, he retrieved his telescope to survey the surroundings. With the enchantments of X-ray Eye and Magnification 3, his field of vision became extraordinarily broad, with the dense fog no longer obstructing his view. Everything within sight, unobstructed by scenery or architecture, was crystal clear to him. Thus, it was not long before he spotted, beyond the distant clouds, a peculiar triangular figure with 3 heads. Qingzhen's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had glimpsed a handsome beacon beckoning him. Finally, he had awaited this moment, relieved he had not given up. He had already envisioned the placement and style of the beacon. Everything was in readiness, save for the demise of the spirit. Qingzhen could not allow this creature to discover his sanctuary. With this thought in mind, he drew forth his rift-end bow, gradually tightening the string. As he pulled it to its maximum tension, he did not cease. Instead, he allowed the excruciating sensation to permeate his being. Blood particle effects splattered around him. Overload V activated. Qingzhen seemingly sacrificed half of his life force to unleash the radiant arrow. The sound of slicing through the air pierced the silence. After a brief pause, the elusive wither, tracing an erratic flight path, glowed crimson. Subsequently, it was enveloped in a golden aura, its outline vividly defined. The wither's health stood at 300 points. Upon vanquishing a creature afflicted by the wither debuff using its signature move, it would regain a fraction of its vitality, rendering it quite formidable. However, Qingzhen's recent shot inflicted over 100 points of damage. The life force he sacrificed was swiftly detected by the feed upgrade mechanism, which immediately replenished Qingzhen's health with a healing potion. In no time, his vitality was restored to full. Without hesitation, Qingzhen seized the moment to draw his bow once more, sacrificing again. After all, the rate of recovery exceeded the speed of sacrifice. With another 2 arrows fired, the nearly catastrophic wither met its demise in the skies. Thanks to the enchantments of penetration and multi-shot on his rift bow, coupled with the distance, the spread of the 3 arrows was extensive. If Qingzhen was not mistaken, while targeting one wither, he may have also eliminated an unfortunate one nearby, achieving a double kill. Upon the demise of the second wither, its loot cascaded downward. Qingzhen seemed to have anticipated the landing spot of the Nether Star, as he had already dispatched his Hellfire Boomerang. With remarkable precision, it caught the falling treasure. After tracing a graceful arc across the sky, the Hellfire Boomerang secured the 2 precious Nether Stars, returning them safely to Qingzhen's grasp. This was made possible due to Qingzhen's foresight in upgrading the boomerang, enhancing its trajectory with the rare spells Reach and Vector, rendering its flight path more controllable. Fortunately, Notch had not integrated the bug from the Bedrock Edition. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more troublesome. In a recent update of Bedrock, the Wither, upon its health dropping below half, would unleash a violent explosion and subsequently charge at high speed towards its enemies. This was deemed a bug, as its Wither charge could even shatter Bedrock, creating a chasm leading into the void. This fundamentally conflicted with its underlying code. Qingzhen was uncertain whether Notch might one day decide to implement it. After all, based on his practical experience, the various dungeons in the National Fortune game seemed to be a hodgepodge of different types, versions, and bugs. Well-versed in all hidden features, Qingzhen could only experiment as he pondered. With this thought, he gazed at the Nether Star retrieved by his boomerang. With the Nether Star in hand, he could craft a beacon. The beacon would provide various enhancements for allied targets within his sanctuary, including himself and the Iron Golem. A considerable amount of, or blocks, is required for stacking. However, for the efficient iron farm operated by Qingzhen, this is hardly a concern. It is a matter of minor inconvenience. The true measure of reward lies in how much Notch will bestow upon me, contingent upon the sophistication of my sanctuary. Crafting table, 5 glass, 1 nether star, 3 obsidian beacon. Visually, it appears to be a diamond set within glass. Once placed upon the ground and activated, it projects a radiant beam of light into the sky. Additionally, it can be tinted using stained glass blocks at its apex, illuminating the vicinity with a brightness of approximately 15. The method of activation is remarkably straightforward. One must stack ore blocks beneath it in a pyramid-like structure. There are only 4 types of effective ore blocks: iron blocks, diamond blocks, emerald blocks, and gold blocks, including netherite blocks. A rough calculation reveals that to reach the utmost level of 4, approximately 164 blocks are necessary, totaling around 1476 ore units. Naturally, Qingzhen currently possesses 2 beacons, rendering the construction of 2 distinct pyramid bases unnecessary, as they can partially overlap. This significantly conserves ore expenditure. With an iron farm at hand, iron blocks are abundant. Moreover, Qingzhen had previously gathered a substantial number of villagers to his sanctuary, providing them with ample sustenance, which elevated their trading levels considerably, resulting in a healthy stock of emeralds. Furthermore, he had acquired countless gold pieces from both player loot and the Nether. Altogether, the ore blocks amount to nearly 200 units. The ore blocks that constitute the beacon base need not be of a singular type. Any combination of the aforementioned 5 can suffice as long as the required quantity is met. After completing the synthesis, Qingzhen returned to the obsidian matchbox and descended via a water elevator to the hollow area below. In the nearby iron farm, numerous iron golems generated by the water flow were swept away, occasionally falling prey to lurking zombies, transforming into iron ingots, which were then funneled into a chest. Upon opening the chest, Qingzhen was greeted by a full stack of 64, which somewhat alleviated his fear of crowded spaces. He meticulously retrieved them and placed them into his backpack, then proceeded to the crafting table to transform them all into iron blocks. The delightful sound of clang 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 resonated in the air. Subsequently, Qingzhen sought a spacious area to construct the bases for the 2 beacons. After positioning the beacons atop their bases, he elevated them to level 5. He then sacrificed 2 iron ingots to activate the primary enhancement effects, resistance, iron speed, I. Moreover, as the beacons surpassed level 4, he could also select supplementary enhancement effects, increase effect level to level 2. The task was accomplished. Having heard several calls from the Wither earlier, Qingzhen took care to clear the area meticulously, removing dead branches and withered crops to prepare a space for the upcoming beacon base. After marking a cross over his beloved vegetable garden and silently uttering R.I.P., he felt a sense of closure. Qingzhen continued to ascend the lookout tower, adopting the mindset of Jiang Taigong fishing, patiently awaiting the arrival of the remaining lingering spirits. Days passed by, yet the anticipated catch remained elusive. Instead, the horde of approaching zombies grew ever larger. After dismissing all improbable explanations, one answer emerged with clarity. The majority of the zombies' animosity was directed towards me. Could it be that all the other players have perished? Chapter 72 Villager. Damn it. They've tied me, the little one, to the bomber as a hostage. The annihilation of the Alliance players ignited a fervor among the viewers of the live stream. Some were defenseless, others were merely spectators, while some reveled in the misfortune of others. Alliance official. At first, they coerced and seduced our nation, claiming that as long as we became their supporters, we would live without worry. Damn it, our players have been exploited by your people in MC, and in the end, even you cannot secure your own safety. The players of the Alliance, I fail to see their strength. They only know how to escape through the lower realm's teleportation portal. Moreover, this escape drew the king's little zombies aggro away. Otherwise, it would have found Qingzhen long ago. Truly, they are more a hindrance than a help. The Alliance had a total of 9 members, yet you divided them into 2 groups, failing to regroup, and despite having so many players as subordinates, they are still not as effective as Qingzhen, a mere leech. In an instant, the non-Panlong people were filled with such rage that they could almost transcend to the heavens. After all, the fortune of a nation is calculated based on the weight of points. Qingzhen, without wasting a single death, undoubtedly would occupy over 95 of the weight. At that time, it might be just like the last time in Speedrun Original, where all the national fortunes bestowed by Notch were divided among them. What then would they do? Thus, at this moment, they rarely united. Their only hope was singular. That is Qingzhen, die quickly. Notch, evolve a stronger zombie sooner. In the world of Minecraft, during these days, Qingzhen had left the shelter, soaring over the chasm created by the TNT sky, reaching the outside, and began placing torches and buttons. This ensured that the area surrounding the shelter would not spawn monsters, although zombies generated from afar would still target Qingzhen based on their aggro. His actions were not to defend against those ordinary zombies. Instead, it was to prevent mutated zombies with stronger abilities from spawning too close, leaving him no time to react. After converting thousands of wooden planks in his backpack into buttons and completing the layout, Qingzhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at the distant sunset sliding down the peaks, the world was gradually succumbing to night. The eyes of the zombies replaced the stars, becoming a source of light that would not illuminate the earth. From afar, it appeared as if the galaxy surged, and heaven and earth were reversed. Current survival days. 96 zombie evolution occurring. 1. A small number of zombies will learn new monster abilities. Enderman, based on the recent days. Given the probability of mutated zombies appearing, Qingzhen could surmise that a few zombies might teleport to his shelter. Notch was still too merciful, not evolving them all. Qingzhen clicked, turn page. With Ender Dragon, Qingzhen, the slap to the face echoes resoundingly. No, my friend, if you wish to end my life, please do so directly. What is the meaning of bringing the Ender Dragon into the overworld? Does Notch realize that all the other players have perished? Is this merely a cruel torment for Qingzhen? Contemplating the abilities of the Ender Dragon, its breath, flight, and the healing properties of Ender crystals, it is evident that the overworld lacks the latter. Therefore, does it not simply appear as a winged lizard? In the speedrun of the original game, the Ender Dragon did not survive more than 20 seconds under Qingzhen's command. Armed with such exquisite weaponry in the current overworld, Qingzhen, undoubtedly, harbors no fear. The attributes of zombies will see further enhancement. As far as the eye can see, a monstrous spawning ground has emerged, teeming with grotesque creatures birthed from the shadows. Their numbers are so vast that even the audience beyond the screen feels a shiver down their spine. It is time to activate Plan B. Qingzhen is not the type who wallows in lethargy, becoming a mere waste of space. On the contrary, he has been meticulously plotting and preparing for these final days from the very start. Scaling the watchtower in just a few strides, he found a bewildered villager seated in a boat, sensing that something was amiss. Qingzhen secured the wooden vessel with a rope, then took flight, soaring to the edge of the city walls. Shortly after landing, the rope tightened perfectly, gently lowering the villager's boat. There, anchored, was a modified redstone airship. "Do me a favor once more, dear villager," Qingzhen said, feigning sorrow as he waved at the large-nosed villager bound to the minecart. Since the creation of the TNT canopy earlier, those endlessly circling TNT bombers had become obsolete. Qingzhen would not allow such resources to go to waste. Thus, he dismantled them, enhancing the apparatus to transform it back into a passenger-carrying vehicle, no longer limited to short circuits, but rather progressing in a straight line toward the specific destination. In the central control area of the redstone airship, Qingzhen utilized tracks and a minecart to place the villager inside. After positioning a block in the control area and removing it, the infinite bomber officially commenced its operations. The pistons clacked rhythmically, propelling it forward while spawning countless activated TNT that plummeted vertically downwards. Since Qingzhen executed all of this while standing on the city walls, there was no risk of the freshly spawned TNT bombarding the interior of the shelter. Standing atop the walls, Qingzhen observed the bombing airship gradually recede from view, becoming smaller in the distance. The allure of the villager to the zombies was astonishingly potent. Before long, the swarming horde of zombies, akin to a crashing wave, were drawn towards him, their eyes fixated on the increasingly tantalizing villager. The large-nosed villager was utterly terrified. He desperately wished to spin in circles, clutching his arms. Yet, he was immobilized, only able to emit that infuriating sound, leading the zombies to misconstrue it as a provocation. Roar! The skeletal archer drew back its bowstring. swiftly firing a debuffed arrow towards the villager. Yet the creator of the infinite bomber, Qingzhen, seemed to have anticipated all of this long ago. During the shipbuilding process, he meticulously surrounded the cockpit from every direction, rendering it impervious to long-range arrows, no matter the angle of attack. The villagers remained unharmed. The zombies, gripping blocks with fervor, swiftly constructed a high bridge, their severed limbs emitting wisps of smoke. Countless zombies followed zealously behind, but due to the limited width of a single block, many were pushed off the edge. Qingzhen had configured the pulse frequency of the infinite bomber to be remarkably swift, just slightly slower than the zombies' block-laying speed. Yet, with bombing in its name, the TNT refresh rate was undoubtedly exceptional. To ensure efficiency, Qingzhen specifically equipped the bomber with a 4-core-driven infinite TNT apparatus. TNT was rapidly activated from the left front, left rear, and right rear, cascading down onto the zombies' block bridge, triggering a violent explosion that sent them tumbling down. Furthermore, the types of blocks in the zombies' possession were primarily dirt and leaves, materials of exceedingly low hardness. It could be said that the bridge, barely constructed, was instantly obliterated by the TNT. The only adversary capable of contending with this calamity appeared to be the zombies that had evolved into ghasts. However, as a charmingly rotund balloon, the ghast floated at a leisurely pace, and its fireballs lacked the ability to curve. In Qingzhen's eyes, they were merely mewling balloon creatures, with the functionality of shuttlecock launcher, posing no real threat. As the ghast zombies congregated, faced with such a rapidly moving target, their inability to predict or aim rendered their hit rate effectively zero. The villagers, ensnared in the wireless bomber, emitted cries of hum-ha, even though none comprehended their language. The fluctuations in their tone were palpable. Help, 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 help. Initially intent on shouting, "Save me," they realized they had traveled 2 miles without a single zombie managing to keep pace with them. Thus, their cries diminished. Help, 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 help. Upon glancing back and confirming that no one was tailing their jubilant stride, their tone became increasingly brazen. Just this? Just this? Is this it? Chapter 73. A Global Lamentation Notch. Come and reclaim this wretched being's divine powers. A horde of zombies was drawn away, granting Qingzhen a significant reprieve. What on earth? How has Qingzhen uncovered another flaw? Zombies lack intellect. They were so easily lured away by the villagers? Why on earth are the zombies moving so sluggishly? They cannot keep pace with that flying vessel. Honestly, I cannot fathom how that ship was constructed. It seems to operate on a collection of nonsensical bugs, yet manages to function coherently. Regardless of whether it is a bug or not, just acknowledge its brilliance. A few blocks have rendered the zombies below to appear utterly foolish. Yet, as the villagers drifted further away, the zombies that lagged behind gradually redirected their ire towards the closer Qingzhen. Thus, Qingzhen released a second infinite bomber in another direction. The foolish zombies, predictably, followed suit. And so the cycle continued. As a somewhat conscientious, yet not overly so capitalist, Qingzhen generously ensured that the villagers were well fed. As the saying goes, when one's basic needs are met, desires emerge. Once satiated, these villagers would seek to pursue romantic endeavors with lovely maidens. Consequently, the descendants of the villagers under Qingzhen's care seemed endless. Reclining in his watchtower, Qingzhen observed the tumultuous scene with amusement, shaking the potion cup in his hand. My friends, this game truly presents no challenge whatsoever. Damn it, everyone is perishing. Can't Notch personally come into this game and eliminate that wretched creature? Weren't we just informed that zombies evolved to possess Ender Dragon abilities? Where's my Ender Dragon? It seemed that the fervent cries of the crowd were too overwhelming. Before long, Qingzhen spotted through his telescope several pairs of enormous bat wings sweeping across the horizon. With their crocodile-like mouths agape, they unleashed a plume of lavender dragon breath directly towards the infinite bomber. However, before the dragon breath could leisurely reach the villagers, a sudden sting pierced the back, as if struck by something sharp. Turning to discover the source of such an unusual sensation, he realized that he had met his demise. In the distance, Qingzhen maintained his archery stance, for the telescope was affixed to his bow, it would be unreasonable not to shoot upon spotting a target. Swish, swish, swish. In the instant of impact, the zombies, upon whom so many hopes rested, fell in a line of death. After all, Qingzhen's arrow inflicted a staggering 100 damage. Yet these zombies, endowed with Ender Dragon capabilities, had not evolved to possess the dragon's vitality. Before they could showcase their talents, they met an untimely end, perhaps cursing their fate as vengeful spirits before Notch. Thus days passed. Amidst the eager anticipation of millions of viewers, the king of the small zombies finally pinpointed Qingzhen's location. Leading his legion, they surged forth towards him, gazing into the distance at the ever-thickening and increasingly synchronized horde of zombies. Qingzhen surmised that it was undoubtedly a multitude of king's zombies, leading their countless minions, all charging towards his fortified sanctuary. How splendid! It is the king's zombie. We are saved. How splendid! It is the king's zombie. Qingzhen is doomed. The little king's zombie brimmed with confidence, greatly exhilarated. The audience, too, was filled with anticipation and excitement. Qingzhen, equally buoyed, reveled in the moment. Marvelous! It is the courier delivering the star from the lower realm. At long last, I can fully install the beacons atop my mineral pyramid. Through the telescope, he discerned numerous withering spirits concealed within the distant clouds. Perhaps they were terrified by Qingzhen's earlier arrow that pierced the heavens. Under the command of the king zombie, the withering spirits began to slither about, occasionally forming serpentine patterns, sometimes contorting into the shape of AB. Like Qingzhen AB, they were quite the spectacle. Having indulged in numerous VR shooting games, Qingzhen asserted that, with the aid of an 8x scope, their formidable forms were simply unable to evade his aim. Swish, swish, swish. The tactics were eerily consistent. Before the king zombie could reach the walls, 5 of its subordinates inexplicably perished. This left it feeling quite insecure. As a somewhat dim-witted yet resolute materialist zombie, it dismissed any supernatural explanations and directed its ire solely at Qingzhen. Hundreds of thousands of zombies surged forward, only to be utterly bewildered by the explosive curtain of TNT. The king zombie, realizing the situation was spiraling beyond its expectations, commanded everyone to halt. At that moment, it was at a loss, unable to fathom why TNT was plummeting from the heavens, much like how ancient people struggled to comprehend the principles of magnetic levitation. Faced with this extraordinary, illogical spectacle, the king zombie ultimately resorted to a rather violent strategy, the tactic of a sea of corpses. If they could not withstand the TNT, could they not endure? As Qingzhen utilized the hellish boomerang to retrieve the fallen star from the lower realm, tens of thousands of zombies boldly traversed the TNT barrier. Although many were obliterated by the explosive shockwaves, they carved a bloody path with their flesh, allowing their comrades to step over the remains and enter the sanctum shielded by the TNT curtain. Qingzhen remained unfazed, tossing all the lower realm stars into the synthesis upgrade, resulting in the acquisition of beacons. With a gentle flutter of its tiny wings, he meticulously installed them upon the prearranged bases. The 6 beacons emitted multiple beams, shooting skyward. The 5 primary effects and their corresponding secondary effects activated simultaneously, adding a series of beneficial buffs to Qingzhen's status bar. Upon his return, he found numerous zombies stationed directly beneath his sanctuary. As previously mentioned, due to the infinite TNT defense line, many activated TNTs had detonated, causing a chaotic explosion that rendered the lower section of Qingzhen's sanctuary hollow, transforming it into a floating island of sorts. Although the zombies below occasionally felt the reverberations of explosions, their sheer numbers, coupled with a continuous influx of reinforcements, rendered the area densely packed, leaving no room for escape. They were so tightly clustered that they began to overlap one another. Observing from a distance, the king zombie opted to remain in the rear, acting as a conductor of sorts, and thus did not traverse the TNT-laden canopy. Unbeknownst to him were the trials faced by these vanguard troops. He simply instructed them to place blocks and approach the floating island, directing them to excavate upwards. With blocks in hand, the zombies divided into 4 groups and began constructing a spiraling block bridge. Though they were intermittently obliterated by splashes of TNT, their overwhelming numbers prevailed. Before long, they reached the floating island. The pickaxe-wielding zombies surged to the forefront, exerting their strength as the sound of their tools echoed through the air. In no time, they began to devour the island, as if it were mere woodworm gnawing through timber. As the light from their torches streamed in, the first sight that greeted the zombies was a neatly arranged array of chests, accompanied by the soothing sound of flowing water. The chests, however, did not incite any animosity within them. With their keen sense of smell, they soon detected the presence of plump, delectable villagers trapped somewhere nearby, emitting curious grunts and cries. Thus, they bypassed the chests and continued their ascent. Upon breaching another floor, the charming visage of the villagers they had imagined did not materialize. Instead, they encountered towering figures that bore a striking resemblance to the villagers, yet were undeniably more imposing, with pallid faces that even reflected light. Iron golems? Standing on the newly excavated staircase, the enchanted pickaxe zombie slowly formed a question mark above its head. Realizing something was amiss, it found itself unable to retreat. As the pioneer, it was swiftly lifted high by the leading iron golem. Countless zombies soon surged forward, engaging in an epic clash against the iron golems in this open expanse. How can there be more iron golems than zombies in this minuscule space? I can't even discern who is who. They are overlapping. With the king zombie directing, why does this horde still seem so feeble? Meanwhile, other groups of pickaxe zombies led their comrades into an entirely new and bizarre realm. Here, excavating a block resulted in an immediate refilling of that very block. Digging one block only to see it replaced in an almost perfectly balanced rhythm rendered any advancement impossible. This digging speed is abysmal. Notch, give me a boost. Crank it up. Amidst the lamentations of the crowd, the system's notification finally chimed. Current survival days, 97. Zombies are evolving. Zombies will no longer be affected by light or surface devices. All parameters will be doubled. The blood moon rises. You are about to enter the crimson blood moon night. Revel in the festivities of the mutated beings. Chapter 74. A catastrophic device triggered solely by a snare hook? Have you uncovered another bug in the zombie mechanism? As the prompt echoed, a multitude of luminous eyes illuminated the darkness. If earlier it seemed as though bioluminescent fungi had infested the earth, now the sheer number of zombies with their glowing, white eyes rendered the ground beneath them invisible from any vantage point. From afar, the sky appeared shrouded in darkness, tinged with a sanguine glow, while the ground was a stark, pulsating white, radiating light. Under the blood moon, the various attributes of the zombies would undergo a qualitative enhancement. Moreover, this was no ordinary blood moon. It was a crimson spectacle. Not to mention, the zombies had just received a boost from Notch. Before long, the pickaxe-wielding zombies led by the king zombie began to excavate at an astonishing pace. Several zombies, wielding enchanted efficiency gold pickaxes, exhibited mutations, blooming into grotesque blood-colored dahlias. They emitted excited murmurs as they surged forward to commence their digging. Thus, they advanced swiftly, consolidating towards the heart of the sanctuary. Naturally, the horde behind them occasionally found themselves suffocated by the boulders pushed forth by the living pistons. The weak perished under the weight, while the strong wielded their pickaxes to carve a bloody path. Indeed, this horde of zombies is formidable. Finally, we've managed to break through the moving labyrinth. Violent brute force truly is the key. Zombies were those flamboyant contraptions across the way. The swiftest martial prowess is invincible. In no time, they cleared a pathway and beheld the meticulously arranged redstone devices operating methodically within a hollow, square chamber. However, these contraptions posed no obstruction, nor did the zombies harbor any animosity towards them. Thus, the zombies, upon whom great hopes were pinned, leaped over pistons and detectors, making their way into the void. Roar! The low growls of the zombies resonated with triumph, as if they were truly inspired by distant echoes from the blue planet. As they pressed forward in unison, an enigmatic, purple substance appeared before them. In the world of zombies, there existed only objects of hatred and non-hatred objects, a stark dichotomy of black and white. Therefore, they were oblivious to any distinction regarding the mysterious purple medium treating it as mere air and stepping into it. Suddenly, waves of heat enveloped them, igniting their undead existence to its zenith. Goodness, I forgot about the Nether portal. After finally breaking through the encirclement, the horde of zombies is transported to the Nether? Damn it, where's the king zombie? Shouldn't he be directing the charge? IP Pannylong has stated that all these redstone contraptions are merely embellishments to the defenses of the sanctuary. They do not play a decisive role. IP Pannylong cautioned against harboring excessive expectations for the zombies. In the eyes of the sanctuary, they are all mere novices. The myriad of zombies are incapable of traversing the Nether portals, unable to perceive the targets of animosity emanating from the overworld. Thus, within this newly forged dimension, they find themselves utterly disoriented, severed from their connection to the Zombie King, the emblematic crown upon their heads vanishing, leaving them in a state of bewildered wandering. Far removed in a secure zone, the Zombie King, sensing the disconnection, becomes acutely aware that something is amiss. What initially appeared to be a straightforward venture to feast upon the villagers has now seemingly turned into a situation where the sanctuary of Qingzhen appears to be consuming the zombies instead. Lacking the ability to share vision with their subordinates, the distant zombie kings are at a loss as to what course of action to take. After exchanging memories, they resolve to dispatch 5 of their number, clad in exquisite armor, to infiltrate and gather intelligence. As the supreme commander endowed with wisdom, they collectively comprehend that they are not singular entities. Their physical forms merely serve as vessels for dispersed consciousness, mere pawns in a game they control. Without hesitation, they summon countless crawlers and zombie sentinels to accompany them, resolutely stepping into the realm beneath the TNT-laden sky. Utilizing simple evasive maneuvers, the zombie kings effortlessly reach the base of the Qingzhen sanctuary, where they behold the iron golems stationed at the steps. These golems, washed ashore by the floods, do not impede the spawning of others in the original block, resulting in an ever-increasing number, thereby becoming a troublesome obstacle. As the crawlers engage in a fierce struggle with the iron golems, the zombie kings, in their shared consciousness, begin to contemplate. Ultimately, they arrive at a singular conclusion: dismantle. All of it dismantle. Though they possess little understanding of the protective principles governing the Qingzhen sanctuary, the tactics of the undead horde have already yielded sweet rewards. Having traversed treacherous chasms to arrive at the closest proximity to the Qingzhen sanctuary, they rely on their innate advantage: numbers. Amidst such overwhelming quantities, there are, of course, many zombies armed with tools and TNT. Upon receiving their orders, thousands of TNT-wielding siege zombies spring into action. They traverse the block bridge, entering the hollowed-out tunnel of the floating island, and then directly hurl ignited TNT. The deafening explosions shatter the very foundation of the floating island. Before long, the shockwaves reach the fortified wall apparatus, optimized by the stone generator. Pistons, redstone torches, and detectors scatter everywhere, drifting upon the ground, signaling the conclusion of their mission. Splendid. This wretched device is finally no more. Zombie horde, charge in and annihilate it. Upon the detonation of the TNT, the blast radius does not solely encompass the defenses of Qingzhen. It also affects their kindred and the very blocks that support them. For these automatons, who exist solely to execute commands, the concept of moderation is lost on them. They know only the frantic mantra of explode, explode, explode. By the time the zombie kings regain their senses, the ground beneath them has already been obliterated, gravity ensnaring them as they plummet downward. Accompanying this descent are numerous freshly spawned iron golems. However, in terms of numbers, they ultimately lacked superiority, and before long, they were all clawed to death by the zombies, leaving a pile of iron ingots scattered about. Meanwhile, the TNT zombies, precariously wedged in the mid-air region, had already obliterated all the Nether portals. The purple transport medium had vanished entirely, exposing the obsidian matchbox beneath. Soon, more zombies constructed blocks to reach the apex of the obsidian matchbox. There, Qingzhen had arranged an extensive array of lava pools. Under the command of the king zombie, they methodically placed blocks to completely seal off the lava, and then excavated the blocks, ultimately standing atop the ceiling of the obsidian matchbox. It could be said that only a few layers of obsidian separated them from Qingzhen below. Finally, we have breached those damn defenses. Quick, seize Qingzhen. Qingzhen will no longer monopolize the fate of the nation, will he? That is a certainty. As long as he dies once, upon resurrecting empty-handed, he will perish countless times. Although Qingzhen still holds the majority of points, it certainly will no longer be 99. However, just as they were filling in the lava with the intention of excavating further, suddenly, Click-only Qingzhen was aware that the delightful sound originated from a series of devices known as tripwire hooks. As the zombies surged forward, a single step triggered the mechanism. The signal coursed through the redstone, connecting to each piston. With a melodious click, the blocks were drawn, and water cascaded down from above. Crash. Although the redstone mechanisms beneath the obsidian matchbox had largely been obliterated by TNT, Qingzhen had still set up defenses above. The king zombie, lacking a broader perspective, had no understanding of the necessity to prepare for unforeseen events before being taught a lesson. The water surged forth with incredible force. Zombies cannot swim, and had even adopted some of the traits of the undead. As the torrent rushed in, one by one, they lost their footing and tumbled from the edge. Chapter 75. Indeed, my aim is lethal. Truth lies only within range. Although the damage from falling is hardly to be feared, as the mechanism opens and closes, the zombies must once again ascend the tower. Unbelievable contraption. What, can this BYD be washed away by water? Are you jesting? Such a simple device. How could the Alliance not produce it? Is this even possible? Upon realizing the function of the blocks above, the king zombie directed the others to circumvent the area of effect, constructing blocks to dismantle it. Though the process was remarkably smooth, it inadvertently saved Qingzhen a considerable amount of time. At this juncture, nearing 100 days, the time conserved is immensely precious. If even a few seconds are squandered in one segment, the collective efforts across multiple segments might allow Qingzhen to bypass his ultimate trump card. The great change of 100 days. A throng of zombies wielding diamond pickaxes commenced their relentless assault on the obsidian layer. The rhythmic tap-tap resonated like celestial music to the audience's ears. Before long, they shattered the meticulously arranged final defense set by Qingzhen, revealing the layout of his living quarters and potion crafting area. If the spectators were not mistaken, a figure clad in skin and armor, strikingly reminiscent of Qingzhen, was busily engaged with an iron bucket. Hooray! Descend and eliminate Qingzhen. Surrounded on all 6 fronts, trapped in a dire predicament, surely Qingzhen cannot escape now? As the audience reveled in their champagne, all the zombies slowly produced a question mark. What on earth? Something seemed amiss. While the villagers stationed in the iron farming zone set by Qingzhen were quite delectable, it appeared their arduous journey to this point was meant for the purpose of slaying him. Where is Qingzhen? Having scoured the sanctuary inside and out, they found no trace of him. Surely you cannot suggest that the carpet doll, busy managing lava at the center of the obsidian sanctuary, is Qingzhen? Though the zombies had never tasted Qingzhen's flesh, they had seen him flee. With their grudge intact, this carpet doll might deceive the audience. But it could not fool the starving zombies. IP long. Haha, this must be the doppelganger doll Qingzhen found earlier. Laughing to death. Look at how anxious those foreigners are. I said long ago, do not pop champagne in the middle of the match. As the zombies continued their search, Qingzhen was stealthily perched atop the clouds, standing upon merely a single obsidian block. The device generating infinite TNT was now so distant that even Qingzhen could not see it. He stands too high, high enough to blend into the mist, nearly merging with the dark void. If one were unaware of Qingzhen's previous maneuvers, they might assume he was calmly standing in the void above. Indeed, as the architect of several redstone defenses, Qingzhen could not be oblivious to his own vulnerabilities. Once the zombies' attributes are comprehensively enhanced, it is only a matter of time before this place falls to them. However, what took Qingzhen by surprise was that since the other contestants had perished, Notch had ceased his theatrics altogether. He had forthrightly amplified the zombies' capabilities, seemingly intent on his demise. When a ruler desires the death of his subject, The subject has no choice but to comply. Is this truly all you possess? I regret that you have not allowed me to revel in this. Lore Notch. Qingzhen had long constructed a towering structure of blocks, reaching the maximum height limit of Minecraft. At its pinnacle, he placed an obsidian block as a foothold. Subsequently, he cleared away all the blocks he had erected. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, he prudently utilized a firework rocket to ascend to this vantage point. Clad in a full set of enchanted armor with invisibility, Qingzhen consumed a potion of invisibility and entered a state of stealth, achieving the realm of no human can detect me. As for the zombies, given that Notch had not specified their precise aggro value, Qingzhen bent down to observe for a while and felt that the zombies had indeed not noticed him. Moments later, current survival days, 98, zombies evolving. King zombies can synthesize non-zombie monsters of the same type. The synthesized creature's health, attack power, and attack speed will stack, with an aggro value of infinite magnitude. Note, only one type can be synthesized per Minecraft day. As the notification chimed, both Qingzhen and the king zombie simultaneously thought of the Wither. In the midst of the advancing daybreak cataclysm, aside from the zombies, other monsters were gradually vanishing. Within the domain of the king zombie, the only formidable creature available seemed to be the Wither, as a creature capable of flight and ranged attacks with high health. What chaos would ensue after synthesis? Based on the previously heard roar of the Wither, the king zombie appeared to have summoned several Withers anew. In these final days, the supercharged Wither seemed to be the trump card of the zombie legion. Drawing from their experience of disguised reconnaissance, the zombie horde realized that the tactic of overwhelming numbers would not be effective against Qingzhen. Thus, it was imperative to summon the elite. The king zombies immediately conceived of this notion, gathering the scarce Withers to commence the super synthesis. The bodies of 10 Withers began to glow and turn white, forming luminous silhouettes of themselves. They then slowly melted and coalesced, merging into a chaotic mass of bright, viscous white. Ultimately, they reshaped into the form of a Wither, albeit larger and more imposing than before. Surrounding them, high-voltage lightning crackled ominously. As the brilliance faded, within the blue phantasm, their forms flickered in and out of view. Qingzhen observed the Wither's health bar vanish, only to reappear again. Amidst the resounding hum, in the black frame, the purple health bar surged from 0 to full capacity. Its unique, low hum resonated from a distant place, gradually approaching with an undeniable trend. It seemed that, upon a moment of completing its evolution, it became aware of Qingzhen's existence. After a brief moment of recognition, it slowly ascended towards the heavens. The king zombie, possessing a modicum of intelligence, realized that one of his generals was soaring towards the firmament, and thus grasped the situation. He commanded the zombies by his side to construct a bridge of blocks, following closely behind. With such immense health and formidable attacks, surely Qingzhen is at a loss now? It takes Qingzhen numerous strikes to vanquish it, yet a mere touch from it would spell death for him. How can Qingzhen possibly retaliate? It seems hopeless. Perhaps he should surrender. Indeed, having survived thus far, it would be no disgrace to perish now. I peep Panlong, yet I can't shake the feeling that Qingzhen has yet to reveal some hidden talent. Indeed, Qingzhen, who had long been cognizant of everything, remained utterly unperturbed. With calm composure, he was undistracted. This was not due to underestimating his adversary, but rather because he possessed a method to strike decisively and eliminate the foe in an instant. This brings us to a certain feature, or rather a glitch, that Qingzhen was aware of. It is well known that the damage inflicted by arrows is influenced by numerous factors, such as whether a critical hit occurs, the draw strength of the bowstring, the enchantments applied, and the modules incorporated. However, the simplest and most fundamental way to enhance damage is through arrow velocity. When the speed of an arrow reaches infinity, so too can its damage. In reality, the speed of an arrow correlates positively with the elasticity of the bowstring. Yet within the realm of Minecraft, there are various methods to augment the initial velocity of arrows. Thanks to the enchantment, Vector I, the arrows would not deviate due to gravity, allowing for a direct trajectory toward the chosen target. From the inception of establishing his sanctuary, Qingzhen had constructed this device. Utilizing a series of iron golems for testing, he discovered that this glitch feature existed. Subsequently, he not only created several devices within the sanctuary, but also, at the maximum height limit, constructed a few more closely against the obsidian blocks beneath him. Originally, Qingzhen believed that, given the superior quality of his weaponry, this device would not be necessary. Little did he expect that, in the end, Notch would introduce the audacious concept of synthesizing the Great Wither. 10 withers combined into one, their health multiplying to tenfold, totaling a staggering 3,000 health points. The damage from its withering heads reached a formidable 120 points. Furthermore, both attack frequency and movement speed were significantly enhanced. Even its perception had improved compared to before. Logically, with a full suite of invisibility, eye, and stealth potions, it should have been impossible for the Wither to detect him. However, the newly synthesized Wither now harbors an immeasurable grudge. It could be said that beneath the heavens, all is but Wither's domain. Or perhaps, in the land where the Wither was born, no player shall escape retribution. Aside from Qingzhen, who could withstand such a force? Gazing at the acceleration device beside him, Qingzhen was acutely aware that he had but 2 opportunities. Contemplating this, he climbed into the minecart. This contraption was composed of redstone torches, powered rails, cobwebs, and several blocks. The step blocks provided support for the powered rails, causing the direction of advance to angle steeply downward. At the moment of entry, he would be obscured by blocks and then adhere to the cobwebs. This ingenious setup would allow the minecart to enter a state of rapid shaking bug. This bug would default the speed of the minecart to infinity. Thus, seated within, Qingzhen's velocity became limitless. Consequently, the arrows he loosed would possess an initial speed that was also infinite. With the presence of Vector Eye, no elements within Minecraft would interfere with the magnitude or direction of their speed. Therefore, the arrows would consistently maintain an infinite velocity along their trajectory. It is well known that the power of an arrow is directly proportional to its speed. While everyone believed that the only means of increasing an arrow's initial speed was through prolonged drawing of the bow, Qingzhen had long understood the wisdom of to draw oneself is superior to drawing the bowstring. If I move faster, then the arrow shall fly swifter, yes? Indeed, this interplay of left and right brain dynamics exists solely due to the peculiarities of this world, which neither adheres to physics nor reason. However, it is crucial to note that the timing of entering the bug-selected state is of paramount importance, coupled with the time required to draw the bow. One could say that the moment even half a foot steps into the minecart, there would be no turning back. Qingzhen must, within that fleeting moment, complete his aim and take the shot. As he raised the bow, he lowered his gaze towards the clouds beneath him. Following the perspective provided by the telescope, he quickly spotted the significantly larger and more agile Wither. Unlike the players imbued with swiftness potions during the War of Awakening, whose movements were erratic, Qingzhen would at least need to engage in a psychological battle with them to predict their landing points. But the Great Wither? It moved as if plugged into an advanced AI data model, seemingly endowed with a modicum of intelligence, yet truly lacking in depth. After a brief observation, Qingzhen discerned its patterns. It was merely a live target traversing a specific path. When the Great Wither reappeared in his telescope's view, Qingzhen took a deep breath and promptly seated himself within the minecart. With a gentle push, the silver cart began to glide smoothly along the track. The moment it contacted the powered rail activated by the redstone torches, an immense force surged forth, delivering a powerful thrust. He plummeted at astonishing speed into the awaiting cobwebs. A violent tremor engulfed his entire being. Qingzhen found his vision blurred, struggling to discern the exact position of the Great Wither. Yet, he exhibited not the slightest hint of panic, for he understood that this tremor would soon cease, and he was on the verge of entering a state of glitch. After silently counting down 3, 2, 1, Qingzhen aimed at a particular direction and released the bowstring. The string vibrated audibly and almost instantaneously at the moment Qingzhen let go. The colossal withering spirit, far away, flickered red. The deep purple health bar, visible to all spectators, suddenly plummeted to zero. With a thunderous crash, the massive withering spirit disintegrated, erupting with magnificent white luminescence from its fissures, accompanied by a deafening roar that resonated endlessly. What? How did it die? What on earth? A mutated, withering spirit was taken out in one shot. Is this for real? The opposing side had at least 1,000 health points. How did Qingzhen accomplish this? Seriously, can someone explain what enchantment Qingzhen has? Is he really not Notch's favorite child? I want to report this. There is foul play involved. Billions were left utterly shaken. To them, the ultimate boss monster, which seemed devoid of any weaknesses and could annihilate anyone within Qingzhen's sight, had been effortlessly vanquished. They refused to accept it. Conduct a thorough investigation. I demand a comprehensive inquiry. Even Notch should come forth to clarify. If Qingzhen can defeat the great withering spirit with a single arrow, then why did it take 3 arrows to kill an ordinary withering spirit beforehand? As millions of comments flooded in every second, one could only imagine how frantic Notch would be if he were to witness this. How did this young man acquire such extensive knowledge of glitches? It was utterly unprecedented. Within the Alliance think tank, the atmosphere was oppressively tense. They had originally calculated the potential points that various nations could acquire based on Notch's patterns. But this was predicated on the assumption that Qingzhen would perish at the hands of the great withering spirit. According to their constructed functional model, every second Qingzhen survived would significantly diminish the national fortune rewards for other countries around the globe, resulting in an exponential decline when averaged across nations. Moreover, if Qingzhen truly completed the days of transformation, the graph of their function would reach an unprecedented low, approaching 0 at x100. At that moment, even without the precise calculations of the Alliance think tank, all global spectators, recalling the previous instance, would grasp the implications of Qingzhen successfully clearing the level. Their blood ran cold with despair, a profound sense of powerlessness overwhelming them, as if they were shattering from within. Only a handful found solace in the comments. Fear not. The king of zombies has already taken us to the heavens. Indeed, there's so many zombies. Moreover, there remains one night before the conclusion. The king of zombies may yet evolve into another monstrous entity. Yet, as these words were uttered, uncertainty lingered in the hearts of the onlookers. Time and again, regardless of the formidable trump cards wielded by the zombies, Qingzhen consistently managed to resolve them with astonishing ease, much like a deity ensconced in a state of unselectable divinity. Chapter 76, Impeccable Evolution. Is Qingzhen now truly doomed? The entire populace of the Panlong Kingdom harbors unwavering confidence in Qingzhen. Just a short while ago, Qingzhen was ensnared at the extreme heights, crafting a multitude of astonishing devices. Ultimately, it has been demonstrated that most of them proved to be of great utility. As for those that did not serve their purpose, are they on the verge of making their impact? Qingzhen sat in the minecart, trembling increasingly with intensity. With a flicker of thought, he chose to disembark, steadily positioning himself on the nearby stepping block. Utilizing a telescope, he gazed downward, and indeed, he beheld a throng of zombies constructing a block bridge, advancing towards him. The sheer density of their numbers could only be described as terrifying. The blocks of various hues continuously materialized beneath the zombies' feet, resembling colossal dragons being forged, surging forth towards Qingzhen with overwhelming momentum. As they approached, even the onlookers were thrown into a state of panic. Moreover, within the king's zombies' sphere of influence, those zombies that had evolved the ability to fly obeyed the king's command and drifted towards Qingzhen, soon encountering a powerful surge of animosity. Apart from the zombies that unfurled their ender dragon wings, the rest flew at a relatively slow pace. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. As the king's zombies' power intensified, its dominion expanded to a terrifying extent. Bat-like wings swarmed like locusts. Dragon wings were so immense they could be likened to obscuring the sun. Among them were swollen zombies, grotesquely fused with their severed limbs, drifting like jellyfish tentacles. In the current texture pack, such a scene was utterly revolting and nauseating. Yet, were there anyone capable of standing in Qingzhen's shoes, they would likely tremble in fear, rendered speechless and paralyzed. However, Qingzhen furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, revealing an expression that indicated he had long anticipated this scenario. According to the previous survival of the fittest game, zombies typically reached this stage around the 80 to 90-day mark. Why then was the evolution of zombies here so sluggish? Previously, it was suggested that it was to accommodate other players, which seemed reasonable. But what about now? Could it be that Notch's imagination had reached its limits? Setting aside such thoughts, Qingzhen unfurled the elytra behind him and launched himself toward a specific direction using firework rockets. No matter how rapidly the zombies constructed blocks or flew, they could not outpace Qingzhen. Furthermore, his mastery over the elytra and firework rockets had reached an extraordinary level, seamlessly merging man and wings. Here he was, transforming this challenging game into an aerial parkour adventure. Long ago, Qingzhen had crafted a plethora of firework rockets, for he had foreseen this day would come. Yet, soaring through the skies was not a sustainable strategy, especially with the survival of the fittest nearing its conclusion. It seems that remaining suspended in the heavens without descending is, in itself, a choice. However, Qingzhen would never entrust his life to the mere whims of presumptive imagination. He has never engaged in reckless gambles. What others perceive as a high-stakes maneuver is, in reality, a certain victory with maximized odds. Upon summoning the F3 panel, Qingzhen meticulously examined his coordinates. He had placed numerous landing blocks in the sky, clearing the columns of blocks beneath them, transforming them into solitary blocks fixed against the firmament. He committed their coordinates to memory. During his flight, Qingzhen deliberately avoided a particular direction where a pre-constructed teleportation device and a portal to the lower realms were situated. This could be considered one of his last hidden trump cards. Although he had previously utilized this device during his strategic confrontation with the King Zombie, he was confident that the inexplicably summoned King Zombie had met its demise in the northwest without ever comprehending the true nature of the device. Thus, even if it were to pass by the device again, it would remain oblivious to its purpose. His continuous avoidance of that direction stemmed from his concern that the two devices might be dismantled by the pickaxe zombies as makeshift obstacles or obliterated by fireballs from flying zombies. If he did not venture there himself, the bloodthirsty zombies following him would naturally be uninterested in such inconsequential objects. At this moment, Qingzhen was not flitting about aimlessly like a headless fly, evading zombies wherever they were not. Rather, he was waiting for the evolution of the zombies on the 99th day. Under the blood-red, moonlit night, the sun no longer rose from the valley. Daylight vanished, leaving only the crimson glow of the brilliant moon, making it difficult to perceive the passage of time. Yet, Qingzhen remained steadfastly patient, for waiting was his forte. Before long, current survival days. 99. Zombies are undergoing evolution. 1. The zombies' hatred will encompass the entire map. 2. Health and attack power will exhibit exponential growth. Digging speed, block building speed, and movement speed will receive further upgrades. 3. All zombies will learn to destroy blocks, build blocks, and throw TNT. 4. The King Zombie can command all zombies within the same dimension. At the moment the announcement concluded, Qingzhen understood that this 100 days of cataclysm would soon draw to a close, with only a day and a night remaining. If the sun were still present, it would rise, set, and rise again, marking the conclusion of everything. Qingzhen could finally depart from this world, rife with zombies and devoid of any trace of green. Reflecting upon this, Qingzhen cast a cursory glance at the zombies' evolutionary path. Had those particularly troublesome zombies all acquired their core equipment? The ability to construct and destroy blocks had always been a distinguishing advantage for players over zombies. Now, facing an adversary that outnumbered him, with superior building speed and destruction efficiency, even equipped with better gear and more formidable items, how was he to engage them? Would he charge and head first? What a magnificent enhancement. It seems that Notch has revealed all of his trump cards. Is it possible that Qingzhen cannot escape this calamity? The zombie's prowess appears utterly impeccable. Almost at the instant the prompt sounded, the zombies accelerated at an astonishing rate. Whether in construction speed or mobility, they nearly matched Qingzhen's flight velocity. Fortunately, All devices had been prepared prior to their evolution. Otherwise, such speed would indeed pose a considerable challenge. As Qingzhen soared, his gaze rapidly scanned the information before him. A look of understanding and relief washing over his face, intermingled with a hint of crafty delight in his eyes. I can see that your numerical superiority is indeed flawless. However, in the end, can the King Zombie truly command all zombies within the same dimension? A smirk graced Qingzhen's lips, exuding an air of assured victory. It appears that the coordinates he had deliberately avoided hold the key to his ultimate trump card. At last, it has proven to be of use. Chapter 77. Since the choice is to seek stimulation, why not pursue it to the end? Qingzhen glanced back, witnessing the horde of zombies surging forth like a relentless tide, united in their intent to form an overwhelming wave that seemed poised to engulf him whole. However, this was not the end of it. On the 98th day, the King Zombie acquired the ability to synthesize its kind. At that time, only 10 withered ones transformed into great withered beings, charging towards Qingzhen with a vigor that seemed to rival the longevity of heaven and earth. Had it not been for Qingzhen's clever evasion, one can only imagine the tumultuous calamity that would have befallen this already unstable world. In this very moment, the count shifted from 98 to 99, signifying that the King Zombie could now synthesize a creature that was not a zombie. Who could that possibly be? All non-zombie creatures had perished. A second glance revealed a silver-blue skeleton of 3 blocks in height, swiftly approaching like a dragon in flight. A flowing phantasm? Such speed could only result from a fusion of multiple entities, implying that the flowing phantasm is not classified as a zombie. 666. The flowing phantasm, once known as the Wanderer, was the archaic designation for the snow-covered skeletons. In the great change of 100 days, it was evident that this new creation was based on that foundation, with its capabilities significantly enhanced across the board. Now, synthesized and evolved. Both its movement speed and bow-drawing speed reached terrifying levels. In the mere moment of glancing back, dozens of arrows, imbued with a potent aura of curses, soared skyward with a fierce swiftness. Fortunately, Qingzhen reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding them. At this moment, he could only be grateful that the enemy's accuracy had not seen much improvement. Qingzhen quickly pinpointed the coordinates of a particular block. With over 10 blocks still to go, he retracted his wings and replaced the fireworks rocket in his hand with a Rift Sky Enderbow. The force of inertia and gravity rendered his descent a parabolic trajectory, ultimately landing him securely atop the block. What was astonishing was that throughout the entire process, Qingzhen did not lower his gaze to observe where he would land. Instead, he fixed his eyes straight ahead. Upon landing swiftly, he drew the Rift Sky Enderbow to its full tension. Beside him, countless arrows, shrouded in dark particles, zipped past his feet and struck the block beneath him. Yet not a single one found its mark. Qingzhen made a concerted effort to align the crosshair of his intent parallel to the horizon before releasing his grip. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows launched forward. Still feeling a sense of insecurity, he drew the bow and released several more shots. With vector in play, the arrows flew horizontally even without being fully drawn, defying the pull of gravity. Their only drawback was a slight decrease in damage. Thanks to multi-shot eye, over a dozen arrows split into nearly 40. With such a vast quantity, 1 or 2 arrows fortuitously struck a button on the side of a block located far from Qingzhen. These blocks supported a return device and a portal to the lower realm. The side button supplanted the previous function of the sunlight detector. Upon activation, it emits a redstone signal that alternates the opening and closing of the trapdoor. In the tumultuous waters below, the ender pearls surged and, at the moment of their descent, struck the trapdoor with a shattering force. In an instant, it facilitated Qingzhen's teleportation. The entire process was remarkably seamless. Almost as soon as he touched down, he had accomplished it all. Before the blocks beneath his feet could even warm, Qingzhen's form had instantaneously shifted hundreds of blocks away. Barely had he vanished when 3 or 4 arrows, imbued with a cursed aura, lodged themselves where he had just stood. The arrows whizzed through the air. The skeletal, steed-riding wraith, galloping across the block bridge, gazed on in bewilderment. Why had the duck that was just at his lips suddenly taken flight? A faint whiff of Qingzhen's animosity lingered. The undead soon realized he had appeared hundreds of blocks away. For them to traverse that distance, it would take at least 10 seconds. Once Qingzhen arrived with steady teleportation, he hesitated not for a moment. He ignited a TNT before him. Then, with a step, he plunged into the Nether portal behind him. As he completely departed from the overworld, the TNT detonated, obliterating the purple medium of the Nether portal. In the midst of this, he exhaled a sigh of relief. That previous maneuver could be deemed perilously thrilling. Perhaps some may wonder why Qingzhen was insistent on utilizing the Pearl return mechanism. Wouldn't the living exchange with the Rift Ender bow suffice? His choice was not a display of prowess, but rather the result of careful deliberation. Firstly, in this world, all animals and monsters had been eradicated. What remained were only his captive villagers and zombies. Villagers inherently bore the animosity of zombies. Should he leave them there, it would be tantamount to presenting the zombies with a live target, exposing his apparatus directly to their gaze. He refrained from using zombies, as he was initially unaware if the king zombie could share the zombie's line of sight. Now, he could only feel fortunate that he had not placed a zombie there. Otherwise, having evolved the capabilities of explosive TNT and block construction, with the king zombie's complete dominion and universal animosity, who knows what mischief might have ensued? It could very well have constructed a block bridge to approach Qingzhen. At that moment, should the block bridge connect with others, given the extraordinary speed of the opposing entities, it was likely that as soon as Qingzhen arrived, they would too. This time, it was Qingzhen's prudence that kept him invulnerable. Using obsidian, he sealed the purple medium of the Nether portal with 12 blocks, then turned to flee towards the location he had previously excavated. This spot had been meticulously surveyed by Qingzhen prior to establishing the Nether portal as his sanctuary's defense line, ultimately leading him to his destination. Within a chamber enveloped by a crimson hellish rock, thick layers of stone shielded against the external onslaught of the undead. Qingzhen understood that such a relatively soft block could not endure for long. The moment his form materialized in this lower realm, all the wandering zombies sensed his presence and began to converge towards him. Ascending through the pre-dug staircase of hellish rock, he swiftly made his way upward. Before long, he reached the maximum height, where he beheld the intermingling black and white of the bedrock. Is the bedrock located at the apex of the lower realm? Shouldn't it be at the world's foundation? Do you not comprehend why this realm is deemed lower? What new scheme does Qingzhen have in mind? Goodness, I've gained knowledge. I never realized the lower realm had a ceiling. Indeed, Qingzhen's subsequent plan was to traverse this layer of bedrock to reach the upper expanse. Although the evolutionary path of the zombies was rather perverse, Qingzhen, having meticulously studied the Notch rules, identified two easily overlooked points. First, zombies do not spawn in the lower realm. They originate solely in the main world, but follow players through the portals into the lower realm. Second, zombies possess no items capable of destroying bedrock. This means that as long as Qingzhen could find a particular method to ascend beyond the bedrock layer, the zombies beneath him would be rendered powerless, thwarted by the indestructible blocks. What method to employ? The first thought would naturally be the hellish boomerang, but that is out of the question, as its function is to destroy bedrock. After Qingzhen breached the bedrock layer, he could indeed access the area above the ceiling of the lower realm. However, the zombies could also enter. With their overwhelming numbers, they would flood in far faster than Qingzhen could barricade the entrance and eliminate them. It could be said that once this breach was made, the sanctuary he had meticulously discovered would soon be overrun by millions of zombies. It was merely a matter of time. Qingzhen had no intention of taking such a risk. If a fleeting moment of thrill could be exchanged for a relatively prolonged peace, then Qingzhen chose to pursue his exhilarating endeavor to the fullest. Chapter 78. Comfort on bedrock. If it weren't for the monopoly on points, I would have logged off long ago. Qingzhen retrieved a bed from his backpack and placed it at the top position. Then, with a mere thought, he activated the sleep button. In an instant, an explosive shockwave shattered the surrounding hellish rock. Only the unyielding bedrock remained steadfast amid the destruction. He repeated the process, placing, exploding, and placing again. Although Qingzhen stood close enough to be affected by the blast's residual force, his level 20 protection spell combined with the Nether alloy armor ensured his health remained largely intact. Furthermore, he had equipped numerous healing potions during the feeding upgrade. Before long, his health was swiftly replenished. Following this series of actions, the top position revealed the uneven, cold-emitting bedrock. Finding a protrusion of bedrock, Qingzhen first placed a trapdoor against the wall block directly in front of him and ensured it was in the open position. Then, he crouched down and slid his lower half into the bedrock. Once he crawled out, he found himself in a small, barely spacious cave. He successively placed sticky pistons, tracks, and a minecart, then shattered the tracks to allow the minecart to fall entirely onto the sticky piston. After activating the sticky piston with a button, its pressure plate pushed the minecart upward by less than a block. The maximum height limit was triggered. The sticky piston was destroyed. In this critical moment of glitching time, Qingzhen quickly placed a cobblestone block in front of him, catching the minecart securely. From his current perspective, the enter button on the minecart perfectly aligned with his retina. Without hesitation, Qingzhen focused his mind and pressed it. In the next moment, his body instantaneously materialized atop the minecart. Moreover, since the minecart landed on the cobblestone he had just placed, it became wedged within the bedrock layer. Yet, seated within the minecart, Qingzhen felt no suffocating damage whatsoever. He remained unscathed, even as the bedrock passed through him. His upper body had already penetrated the bedrock, lodged in the region above. Before him lay a vast expanse. In this area, aside from the boundless bedrock layer, there was naught but emptiness. The distant entity known as the sky appeared tainted by an intense red hue, perhaps influenced by some peculiar light and shadow, presenting a purplish color reminiscent of a gradient nebula. The scorching sensation in the air gradually dissipated, freeing him from the gritty ash of volcanic fumes, leaving a slightly refreshing ambience. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Qingzhen dared not relax. With his upper body already protruding from the bedrock, his hands could naturally operate and move above it. Thus, he swiftly retrieved a boat from his quick-access inventory and placed it on the bedrock before him. The board button materialized in his sight. Qingzhen focused his mind once more. In the next moment, I found myself standing upon a wooden vessel. With a mere thought, I clicked disembark. Instantly, I stood firmly on the bedrock. This entire sequence, orchestrated by Qingzhen, unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Thanks to meticulous preparations, Qingzhen traversed the bedrock in less than 10 seconds. What on earth is happening? Isn't that bedrock? That thick layer of bedrock, and Qingzhen passed right through it? How can a blocky figure walk through walls? The crucial point is, why hasn't he even suffered any suffocation damage? Oh no, brothers. I think I understand Qingzhen's intentions. If he hides here, the zombies won't be able to reach him. Indeed, it seems that the Nether doesn't spawn zombies. Wait, will a Nether portal generate here? Is there any way for zombies to come through directly? It seems there's no way. The non-Pomlong audience appeared as dejected as wilted eggplants, their heads hanging low, faces ashen, enveloped in profound despair. Notch had repeatedly strengthened the zombies. Time and again, they believed this wave would guarantee a victory. Even if it were uncertain, it should at least result in a balanced confrontation, ideally inflicting significant damage upon Qingzhen. Yet, to their dismay, Qingzhen remained steadfast, receiving not even a scratch. Each fleeting glimmer of hope they nurtured was shattered by Qingzhen, rendering their dreams mere unreachable phantoms. The struggle between Qingzhen and the zombies was a tumultuous saga, gripping everyone's fragile hearts, dismantling their psychological defenses until they crumbled. At this moment, although there remained a brief interval before the game's conclusion, the outcome was evidently decided. The future they dreaded most was inevitably approaching. After disembarking from the wooden vessel, Qingzhen did not stray far from his original position. Through the layers of bedrock, he could distinctly hear the imminent, dense footsteps and the continuous low murmurs from below. Almost at the very instant the legion of zombies arrived beneath him, the sound of pickaxes striking echoed in succession. Yet, the bedrock beneath Qingzhen's feet showed not a single crack, its solidity providing a reassuring sense of security. The relentless footsteps, striking sounds, and low growls, intermingled with eerie sound effects, created a chilling symphony of death. For Qingzhen, it was akin to listening to celestial music, briefly enlightening the ears. Although he couldn't see the expressions on the zombies or the majority of the audience, he could easily imagine their frenzied state. The delectable Qingzhen was tantalizingly close. It's separated by mere layers of blocks. Bound by the laws of the game, they could do nothing but claw and scream in futility. Taking a deep breath, Qingzhen gazed at the golden clock in his hand. In this forsaken, fervent realm, time had long lost its significance. As the blue and black representing day and night on the clock flickered incessantly. Though time could not be immediately perceived, Qingzhen silently marked the passage of moments in his heart, contemplating. This time, he was not merely the last surviving contestant. The extent of the shelter's repairs and the number of foes vanquished should indeed be unparalleled. With a myriad of redstone contraptions, Qingzhen had mechanized the entire refuge, starkly contrasting with the primitive obsidian matchboxes wielded by others. A comparison that could aptly be described as one residing in the heavens while the other languished in the depths below. IP Panlong, may I inquire? Why did Qingzhen choose to hide from the outset? To monopolize the points. Damn it, you selfish contestants are unwilling to spare even a modicum of the national fortune resources for us. IP Panlong. Resource allocation is determined by a comprehensive calculation, factoring in kill counts, monster slaying, survival duration, and the degree of shelter repairs, each carrying a specific weight. Why the hell not leave us some resources? What give you the right to consume everything? Damn. Foo. WH. This is precisely the desired effect. A thorough monopolization is essential for the progress of Panlong Nation's lagging resources to catch up swiftly. Having pondered this, Qingzhen's thoughts of counting were abruptly halted. It was time. Soon he heard that familiar notification sound echoing in his ears. Current survival days, 100. At last it has come to an end. Following the announcement, the entire blue star erupted in jubilation, yet the bedrock remained eerily quiet. It seemed as if those frenzied, ravenous creatures had been instantaneously silenced. Notch's notifications rang out in succession. Fearless survivor, congratulations on successfully navigating this grueling 100-day ordeal, emerging as the sole survivor. In this realm plagued by zombies, ceaselessly evolving and mutating, you, through your courage and intellect, have soared ahead, claiming the top spot. This boundless expanse bears witness to this miracle. You are, without a doubt, the rightful champion. Volume 2. The 100 Days of Turmoil, Chapter 79. If you dislike me, yet cannot eliminate me. There is nothing to be done. Sighs. As Qingzhen's consciousness returned, the gentle sound of flowing water drew near to his ears. Awareness surged from his brow, awakening his entire being, with his senses gradually coming to life. The first sensations he registered were the soft babbling of water and the cheerful chirping of birds. Soon after, a refreshing aroma of grass mingled with the fragrance of flowers flooded his nostrils. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the light slightly blinding, yet Qingzhen quickly acclimated, the modest furnishings of his home coming into view. I am back. The stench of decay and blood no longer surged within his nostrils. The ominous murmurs of zombies and various monsters had dissipated from his ears. The white fog that had once obscured his vision had lifted, revealing a world that was bright, clear, and vibrant, uplifting Qingzhen's spirits considerably. Suddenly, strange sounds emerged from outside the room, resembling hurried footsteps. Qingzhen recalled the MC Special Project Group from the Panlong Nation, fearing an unforeseen mishap during his transition, had insisted on dispatching the finest medical team to wait outside his room. Unable to refuse their insistence, he had acquiesced. At this moment, the large screen before them proclaimed the conclusion of the National Fortune game. They were undoubtedly eager for his return. Reflecting on this, Qingzhen rose and opened the door to his room. Beyond lay a reception area bustling with a multitude of bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses, alongside numerous medical personnel carrying medical kits. If one were to peer through the windows of the reception area, they would observe that even the most advanced medical equipment had been transported, intended for installation in Qingzhen's basement, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing movement from within, the leader of the MC Special Project Group, an elderly gentleman named Dong Fangyu, promptly approached. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he greeted Qingzhen with a beaming smile, grasping his hand with excitement, exclaiming, "Hero, you have endured much." In the Chinese courtyard outside, a number of upright soldiers stood, their ranks adorned with high military insignia and gleaming medals on their chests. At the sound of commotion, they saluted in unison under the command of the elder. Their voices resounding, "Salute to the hero." Their movements were brisk and gallant. Beyond the courtyard, it seemed even more people had gathered. "Salute to the hero! Salute to the hero!" Their voices crescendoed, creating an overwhelming atmosphere, the scale of the occasion remarkably grand. Qingzhen smiled, saying, "There is no need for such formalities." Dong Fangyu replied, "Qingzhen, once again you have achieved a monumental feat. The revival of our Panlong nation relies entirely on you." After exchanging pleasantries, those high-ranking officials who Qingzhen had previously only seen on television came forth, each extending their hand to him in gratitude. Following their farewells, Qingzhen underwent a series of comprehensive physical examinations conducted by the elite medical team, which naturally included psychological assessments. Once their tasks were completed, they refrained from disturbing Qingzhen any further, departing from the residential area to allow him to rest. Qingzhen has embraced a delightful life of abundance, where he enjoys meals to satiation and sleeps soundly thereafter. In an era marked by scarcity of resources, each of his meals can be described as a culinary masterpiece, worthy of a national banquet. As the days unfold, the accounting of the national fortune game has reached its conclusive end. A virtual leaderboard materializes before the eyes of all participants. Based on a player's death tolls, days survived, variety and quantity of resources gathered, the sophistication of their shelters constructed, and the number of zombies and other monsters vanquished, a comprehensive scoring weight has been calculated. Given the game's considerable difficulty, the score pool amounts to 200,000, with the leaderboard displayed as follows. 1. Panlong Nation, Qingzhen 198, 357 2. Lighthouse Nation, Green Miller 665 3. Pastoral Nation, Atlanta 316 4. Sakura Nation, Tazawajin 202 5. Stick Nation, Park Sukhyun 113 6. Eagle Vulture Nation, Nalata Siko 90 7. IP Panlong, unbelievable. Qingzhen's score surpasses even my balance. I was pondering who leaked my payment password, only to realize it pertains to our Panlong's earn points. With 200,000 points, Qingzhen has garnered 198,000. How can the combined scores of the Alliance players not even match a fraction of that? Hee. National fortune, so much national fortune, hee. The previous speedrun original score pool merely held 10,000 points, while this time it boasts an impressive 200,000. The 9,700 points have granted Panlong Nation a wealth of resources, allowing this vast, yet increasingly desolate land, teetering on the brink of annihilation, to experience a turnaround, providing respite for countless souls on the verge of succumbing to thirst, hunger, cold, and illness. Now, what can this 198,000 points yield in terms of resources? Everyone awaits with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. According to the proportion of points earned by each nation's participants, the following national fortune resources are returned. Congratulations on acquiring mineral resources: 50 tons of gold ingots, 5 million tons of copper ore, 500 million tons of iron ore, and 200,000 tons of other new energy minerals. The significance of gold ore is well acknowledged. It serves not only as a foundational reserve asset for the national currency system, but also holds considerable value in sectors such as electronics. Copper ore, known for its excellent thermal and electrical conductivity, finds extensive applications in the machinery and electronics manufacturing industries. Iron ingots are essential for steel production, forming the cornerstone of national infrastructure. Presently, Panlong Nation grapples with resource scarcity, appearing rather primitive. Countless modern mechanical facilities lie abandoned, accelerating their oxidation and corrosion under a peculiar radiation, harmless to humans, rendering them irreparable. These mineral resources could sustain large-scale industrialization in an urban setting for approximately 6 months. The immediate priority for Panlong Nation is to restore the operation of its vital machinery. This endeavor not only aims to enhance the production efficiency of essential survival materials, thereby providing the Panlong people with ample material support, but also seeks to restore convenience to daily life, striving to return to the standards that existed prior to the mysterious radiation's arrival. Congratulations on acquiring fuel resources: 1 billion barrels of oil, 100 billion cubic meters of natural gas. Oil serves as a vital source of fuel for transportation. It is also a fundamental raw material in the production of plastics, bananas, and various chemical products, playing a significant role in the pharmaceutical industry. The applications of natural gas are equally extensive, being utilized for power generation, fertilizer production, and as a household energy source. Given the population base of the Panlong Nation, these fuel resources are expected to sustain usage for approximately 3 months. Congratulations on acquiring natural ecological resources: improvement in the water quality of rivers and lakes, a 4 increase in forest coverage, a 5 rise in vegetation coverage, an increase in diverse flora and fauna, enhanced soil fertility, with organic matter content rising by 3, yielding a 20 increase per acre. From an elevated perspective, one can visibly witness the transformation of the Panlong Nation's landscape, evolving from a mere hint of green to thriving expanses of forests, wetlands, and grasslands. Rivers meander, their waters crystal clear. Even the previously polluted seas have seen a substantial reduction in the repugnant, slimy organisms that once floated upon their surfaces. Nature, however, exists solely along the coastline of the Panlong Nation, extending outward approximately 50 meters. As the accrued national fortune resources increase, this range will inevitably expand. The adjacent maritime regions of other nations remain unaffected by this purification. Furthermore, aided by extraordinary forces, the pollutants in the ocean that have not been purified will not drift towards the Panlong Nation. Chapter 80. As long as I am morally untethered, you cannot ensnare me. Within the personal spaces of all the Panlong people, provisions have been augmented. 200 kilograms of rice and flour, 30 kilograms of pork, 15 kilograms of chicken, 10 kilograms of fish, 400 eggs, 200 liters of enriched milk, 150 kilograms of vegetables, 100 kilograms of fruit, 10 kilograms of cooking oil, 20 kilograms of soy products, and 60 servings of luxury food custom packages. These provisions represent merely a baseline standard, subject to fluctuation based on individual physiological needs. In essence, they ensure that a Panlong individual can enjoy a nutritionally balanced diet for over 3 months. The final luxury food custom package can be likened to a wish machine, from which one can obtain any desired feast or indulgent junk food, be it snail noodles, spicy crayfish, cheese-filled chicken steaks, barbecues, beer, hot pot, steak, or hairy crabs. Everything is available. Medical supplies, entertainment resources, and other life necessities are being personalized and returned based on each Panlong individual's living conditions. Hooray! We can finally indulge ourselves. There are even cigarettes among the entertainment resources. This is a must support. I think I just pulled a holy grail out of this. Notch, can you please stop? It's rather embarrassing. I found sanitary pads among the living supplies. How considerate. Is this spirit of restraint for Real? As the Panlong citizens began to discuss cigarettes, beer, holy grails, electronic devices, and cosmetics in the comments, individuals from other nations watched with envy, their eyes turning green with jealousy. They had scarcely received enough water for survival. Have the Panlong people begun to revel in abundance? Damn it. FUCK. We only got 1 barrel of 10 liters of purified water per person. You're better off. We only received a bit of oil, which we can't even get our hands on. At least that's better than the pineapple-flavored pizza and broken spaghetti we got. We have nothing. Sigh. Who told the contestants to perish so early? Please, Notch, impose some sanctions on Qingzhen. If this continues, we will truly perish. Sanction what? When the Alliance monopolized resources, I won't even mention how much you received. Now, with this meager territory, you can survive for quite some time. While this statement might hold some truth, the The vast return of resources to the Panlong nation created a stark contrast. The disparity was so immense that they could no longer remain composed, transforming into keyboard warriors, venting their frustrations on the Notch forum. Meanwhile, the well-fed Panlong people, feeling bored and content, could connect to Notch's local network and enjoy watching these desperate clowns in their frenzy. Almost as soon as Qingzhen finished inspecting the provisions he had acquired, a phone call came through. "Mr. Qingzhen, it is I." The voice of Dongfang Yu resonated. He succinctly conveyed the contents of a recent email. The Lighthouse Nation intends to convene global representatives for an urgent meeting aimed at establishing a community of shared destiny among the block people. Had similar meetings been held before? Yes, but they were limited to the Nine Nations Alliance and those willing to join the Alliance's reserve forces. The reserve forces are essentially the subservient entities of the Nine Nations Alliance, unconditionally serving as sycophants, suicide squads, and tools for the 9 member states in Minecraft, devoid of any semblance of human rights. Such unwavering loyalty is rewarded with meager resources upon their return, barely sufficient to sustain their nations. Otherwise, if these smaller nations were left to fend for themselves, it is likely that the rewards they would ultimately receive would be less than what was generously bestowed upon them. Weighing the pros and cons, the leaders of these smaller nations signed contracts of servitude. From that moment on, they ceased to be individuals and became mere hounds of the Alliance. Given the nature of those in the Alliance, should any good fortune arise, it would undoubtedly exclude the Panlong nation. Qingzhen mused. If he were to attend, he could only imagine the moral coercion he might face from those individuals. He even anticipated their arguments. "Qingzhen, the resources your Panlong nation has received are already ample. There is no need to exert yourselves so fiercely in the dungeon. Or perhaps, Qingzhen, your understanding of Minecraft surpasses that of the average person. Why not share your insights with us? As fellow humans, you wouldn't wish to see others suffer, would you? Or even, Qingzhen, together we are invincible. You should look after the other participants in the dungeon. We should not be isolated islands, but rather hand in hand, advancing together." The very thought of having to play the caretaker for them in the dungeon vexed Qingzhen. Moreover, prior to his participation in the National Fortune game, he had not perceived any goodwill from those individuals towards the Panlong nation. In fact, they had often added insult to injury on numerous occasions. For Qingzhen, they were far from friends. They were clearly a pack of sycophantic dogs, firmly positioned on the side of enemies. With such thoughts, Qingzhen shook his head. Realizing that the other party could not see his gesture, he cleared his throat and stated, "No, such a matter, which could influence the fate of the entire Panlong nation and even that of the Blue Star, was dismissed by Qingzhen with mere 2 words. Dongfang Yu did not inquire further, perhaps having anticipated Qingzhen's response. He replied, "Very well. In the coming days, take care to rest. Leave the matters of international public opinion and governance to us. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to let us know." With that, he hung up the phone. In the days to come, Qingzhen reclined in a luxurious, custom-designed, sunken private cinema, observing the live broadcast from the perspectives of other competitors. As expected, their skills were rather subpar. Qingzhen mentally noted their current levels and formed certain expectations. Meanwhile, while he indulged in his leisure, the dynamics of the world were subtly shifting. The Alliance busied itself with consolidating support and wielding public opinion as a tool of coercion. Simultaneously, they allocated a considerable sum of funding to their think tank, urging them to meticulously analyze Qingzhen's past live broadcasts in order to understand the lesser-known intricacies of Minecraft. However, since everyone knew that the only way to grasp Minecraft was through personal experience and the cryptic notes from Notch within the chests, the information gleaned was profoundly limited. Moreover, lacking a godlike perspective, many details captured on camera flashed by too quickly to be scrutinized. The personnel within the think tank were even oblivious to the names and crafting paths of most blocks that Qingzhen utilized, rendering any attempts to learn or replicate futile. Consequently, the progress of research remained stagnant. Under the pressure from the Alliance and the weight of public scrutiny, the staff of the think tank were driven to the brink of madness, their mental states teetering on the edge of collapse. Months passed. Notch's announcement was released once more. Qingzhen eagerly clicked to view it. Instance name, Sky Island War O? A game with maximum PvP content. Quite intriguing. A faint smile crept upon Qingzhen's lips. Given his understanding of the competitors from other nations, even if they collaborated, they would hardly be worthy of carrying his shoes. Instance description, 1. A total of 144 players from around the globe will be randomly divided into 12 groups, each consisting of 12 players. 2. Players within the same group will enter a common Sky Island War map to engage in PvP combat, with the objective of eliminating all other players in their group. Each player has no opportunity for resurrection upon death. 3. Among the players in each group, the first 6 to be eliminated will be directly transported to Blue Star, while the remaining 6 players, even upon death, may still participate in the subsequent rounds of the Sky Island War. The round structure is as follows. Round 1, 144 participants, 12 groups, 12 players each. Round 2, 72 participants, 6 groups, 12 players each. Round 3, 36 participants, 3 groups, 12 players each. Round 4, 18 participants, 1 group, 18 players, 4. There is a 6-hour time interval between each round. Rules introduction. Each player will randomly spawn on a Sky Island, where chests containing random supplies will be available. Weapons, armor, and tools may possess enchantments that exceed the limitations of the original version, with a slight chance of special items appearing. Players are encouraged to eliminate as many opponents in their group as possible. Special items? It seems that, at crucial moments, luck will indeed play a significant role. Such is the nature of the game. However, the use of certain artifacts is indeed subject to limitations. They do not render one invincible upon acquisition. Periodically, a toxic zone will be delineated, within which players will suffer continuous damage until their demise. This toxic zone will progressively shrink over time, compelling players into an ever-diminishing safe area, thereby forcing encounters and skirmishes. Thus, it is clear that lurking in concealment is ill-advised. One must embrace combat. All players will don distinct monochromatic skins, with colors starkly contrasting the surrounding environment. Player IDs will transition from their chosen names to random numerical identifiers, though spectators will still discern the original names. Notch has essentially granted all competitors anonymity. This makes sense, as some players may unearth fortunate items. Perhaps Notch fears that the sight of prominent names might intimidate them into inaction. Live replays will be generated only after the entirety of the match concludes. The health points and weapon icons of opposing players will be displayed beneath their respective identifiers. Scoring will be predicated upon the number of kills each player achieves, aligning with Notch's aspiration for a PvP-centric experience. Even if one survives until the end, insufficient kills will yield meager points. Days have passed, and the game has officially commenced. Upon opening his eyes once more, he finds himself in the blocky realm. Each player is anchored within a glass cross block atop their respective islands, immobile. Countdown, 10-9. Observing his surroundings, he notes that the distance between each island is relatively minimal, approximately 10 to 20 blocks apart. Having gained a general understanding of the enemy's position, he retracts his gaze. Countdown, 2-1-0. The moment the countdown concludes, the glass block imprisoning him shatters, and a sensation of weightlessness envelopes him as he lands firmly on the ground. He swiftly races towards a nearby supply crate. Acquired: 1 stone axe, 1 iron chestplate, 1 pair of gold boots, 1 leather helmet, 1 knockback 2, iron sword, 10 snowballs, 48 wooden planks. He chuckles in resignation. 6. This is absurd. For the moment, he refrains from fantasizing about the divine artifacts. Why? Even functional items like TNT, ender pearls, spider webs, and fire charges are conspicuously absent. Moreover, the equipment is excessively rudimentary. The axe he wields most adeptly is scarcely of stone quality. Despite his grievances, his hands remain unwavering. In mere 4 seconds, he stows all items into his backpack and dons 3 pieces of equipment. Subsequently, he leaps to the edge of the island and begins to construct swiftly. He employs a diagonal crouch jump technique, crafting a bridge of blocks that extends straight and long, compared to the slow crawl along the edge. This method allows for significantly quicker traversal. In a remarkably brief span, he reaches the adjacent island. However, gazing at the opposing Sky Island, The player stood languidly by the chest, slowly rummaging through its contents. Qingzhen pondered that perhaps there was no need for such elaborate efforts. Nevertheless, it was a habit. With a graceful leap, Qingzhen ascended onto the protruding structure of the rival island. Subsequently, he leaned down, placing blocks at the edge, and landed securely. Swiftly approaching the blocky figure, he raised his axe and executed a downward strike. Feeling a sharp wave of pain, player hastily shut the chest, his eyes widening in alarm as he glimpsed the advancing Qingzhen. He mused, hasn't the match just commenced for barely 10 seconds? How'd he leap over so quickly? Instinctively, he swung his iron sword to counterattack. This enchanted sword, imbued with knockback 3, could create a significant distance between them upon impact. In his overwhelming panic, Player A's sole thought was to flee to a safe position. With a fierce swing of his sword, he felt no tangible resistance. The adversary had evaded. A tremor coursed through Player A's heart. In his view, Qingzhen was bounding about, back and forth, rendering it impossible to predict where he would land after each jump. As the painful reality struck him from above, he swung his sword in frantic desperation, only to find himself retreating several steps due to the brief knockback effect of Qingzhen's assault. Meanwhile, Qingzhen had also retreated to the side. In this exchange, the distance between them widened, effectively placing Qingzhen beyond the reach of Player A's attacks. Before long, crack, current kill count, 1 at this moment on the third Sky Island. The remaining player count on everyone's retinas flashed in bold red, accompanied by a chilling sound effect. It signified to all contestants, a player on your island has been eliminated. What the hell? Has it not even been 1 minute since the start? Using the most rudimentary equipment to achieve the fastest first blood in the world. This is hilarious. It's not even a question of whether the opponent can win. The real question is whether they can even land a hit. A grand documentary, MC version of death comes. After eliminating the opposing player, Qingzhen collected the scattered loot left behind. Yet, useful items were scarce. Acquired, water bucket, 10 spider webs, 10 eggs, 1 diamond helmet, 40 wooden planks. Discarding all the useless items back into the chest, Qingzhen donned the diamond helmet. Suddenly, a resonating sound of an arrow's fletching vibrating through the air pierced Qingzhen's ears. As he glanced at the chest, he noticed a spark-emitting arrow embedded in the block beside him. Buzz! A flurry of arrows followed. However, it was evident that the opponent's aim was rather poor. 2 or 3 arrows flew by, failing to strike Qingzhen. Estimating the opponent's position based on the arrow's landing spots, Qingzhen promptly dashed diagonally forward. The smile at the corner of her lips was nearly impossible to conceal. Just in time. A bow is precisely what is missing. Chapter 81. Help. Has T-Zero's master package come to fish again? As Qingzhen charged diagonally towards the edge of the Sky Island, Player B, armed with a bow, perceived his movement as a horizontal deviation. Those familiar with shooting games understand that aiming at such an angle is considerably more challenging than facing an opponent running directly toward you. Not only must one possess an intuitive grasp of the gravitational impact on the arrows, but one must also anticipate the opponent's diagonal speed and angle. Consequently, this archery enthusiast repeatedly found himself missing his shots, leading him to question the very essence of his existence. Initially, he had been elated to discover enchanted bows and arrows in the chest at the start. But how could the first target he aimed at douse his enthusiasm with such a cold reality? Who exactly was this formidable opponent on the adjacent Sky Island? Could it be a member of the Alliance? However, with only 9 players in the Alliance, encountering one at the outset felt rather unfortunate. What this unfortunate Player B did not realize was that the competitor on the neighboring island had already been slain by Qingzhen with a few death strikes. Now, he faced Qingzhen, who had usurped the territory. After taking a deep breath to bolster his resolve, he cautiously peered around the cover only to find Qingzhen, who had previously vanished behind an obstruction, beginning to construct a trapezoidal bridge in an attempt to approach him. Player B's heart raced, and he instinctively drew his bow once more. After all, at that moment, Qingzhen had his back turned to him while building the bridge. Although his movements were a rapid and peculiar blend of retreating, jumping, and constructing, Player B refused to believe that he could miss under such circumstances. However, With each arrow he released, they all unerringly struck the blocks beneath Qingzhen's feet. Indeed, the bridge Qingzhen was building rose in steps, ascending 2 or 3 levels before advancing towards the opposite sky island, compared to constructing it on level ground. This method effectively prevented him from being ambushed by long-range attacks during the bridge-building process. The increasing height created a significant elevation differential between him and his opponent. The steps beneath him served as both a bridge and a shield. Incredible! This bridge is absolutely astounding. How did Qingzhen conceive such a bridging technique in such a brief span of time? Not only is the bridge remarkable, but so is his audacity and skill. Building a bridge in the air while daring to jump backward, he shows no fear of falling. Just moments ago, I thought Qingzhen would surely be pierced by arrows while constructing the bridge, but every shot was deflected. The issue is, how could he build such a complex bridge so swiftly? It seems like I blinked, and he was already across. Upon witnessing this scene, Player B involuntarily trembled. He lowered his bow, instinctively yearning to flee. Yet, as this thought barely flickered through his mind, a searing pain suddenly struck from above. Crack, crack! Indeed, in the brief moment he had retreated behind the cover, Qingzhen had already leaped from the bridge, landing solidly on the block of the obstruction. Almost at the very instant the pain struck, a refreshing surge emerged from the side, nudging his form slightly aside. Damn it! The wound inflicted by Qingzhen arrived faster than the flow of water cascading to the ground. Water, physics, has ceased to exist. In the midst of this back and forth, Player B was rendered completely bewildered. His mind was a blank slate. Echoes of Qingzhen's low voice resonated in his ears. Your bow and arrow are quite impressive. Therefore, I shall accept them. As a bowman, Player B could not fathom switching to a melee weapon at this moment. Instead, he could only panic and flail his bow aimlessly while blindly rummaging through his inventory. He intermittently drew arrows and blocks. While desperately resisting, he clumsily scattered numerous items around Qingzhen. In the blink of an eye, his health points dwindled significantly under Qingzhen's relentless assault, while his opponent remained nearly at full health. Witnessing the fluidity of his adversary's movements, who would not feel a sense of panic? Hence, at this moment, Player B's sole thought was to flee. It seemed that Qingzhen had already anticipated his opponent's reaction. When one is in a state of panic, thoughts of counterattacking are far from their mind. Thus, he did not control the distance as he had when he eliminated Player A. Instead, he charged directly forward. Leap and strike. Leap and strike. Leap and strike. To save time, Qingzhen disregarded the trivial damage caused by the opponent's counterattack. Crack. Crack. Current kill count 2, damn. Another one bites the dust. 2 kills, and I still return with a stone axe. There are no weak axes, only weak trainers. I hereby declare that Island 03 has officially entered the era of the Dark Forest. The players fell silent, wary of being discovered by the advanced civilization. The opposing side possessed little of value. After a brief selection, he obtained 5 TNT, 20 arrows, including those previously collected, 1 protection iron leggings, 1 strength 2 fire arrow bow, 5 loaves of bread. Almost at the moment he stashed the TNT away, a notification that everyone could hear chimed. Special item name, TNT. Description: in this dungeon, TNT can be thrown as a projectile. Thrown TNT will automatically detonate after 5 seconds, with explosive effects akin to TNT in other dungeons. Durability: 1. Each TNT can only be used once. It appears that descriptions of items with slight variation from the original version are being announced. Qingzhen was not unfamiliar with the concept of using TNT as a thrown explosive. He had practiced swiftly hitting moving targets with thrown items in Minecraft. Thus, he held great confidence in his accuracy. After donning the protection iron leggings, Qingzhen finally assembled a complete set of gear. After consuming some bread to restore his hunger, his health gradually returned to full capacity. With a bow and TNT at his disposal, the next steps would be considerably easier. Qingzhen continued his journey towards the distant island. During the course of traversing the path, 2 block figures caught my eye, ensnared in a stalemate. In a bid to transform them from adversaries to allies, Qingzhen, unable to contain his eagerness, hurled a stick of TNT halfway. Whoosh! At such a distance, the TNT was thoroughly ignited in midair. Consequently, upon nearly landing at the feet of the two, it exploded with utmost intensity. Boom! The two, startled, staggered back a few paces, yet they were still caught in the blast wave, which decimated a significant portion of their health. Had they not reacted swiftly, they would undoubtedly have met their demise. Seizing the moment while they were momentarily dazed, Qingzhen tossed another TNT towards them. He then swiftly switched to his enchanted bow, preparing to take aim. The initial TNT had frightened the duo into a panic-stricken retreat. Thus, the second TNT obliterated one contestant at close range. The other, having already fled, fell victim to a series of arrows from Qingzhen. Current kill count, 3. Current kill count, 4. With each successive act of plunder, nearly all the valuable resources that had spawned on the Third Sky Island fell into Qingzhen's possession. No longer were his weapons, tools, and armor rudimentary. Was this not a massacre? Before long, the outcome is clear. The Third Sky Island game has concluded. Total number of eliminated contestants, 9, regrettably. A few had slipped through the cracks. Congratulations to the Panlong Kingdom contestant Qingzhen for being awarded the MVP of the Third Sky Island. You have qualified for advancement to the second round and will soon be teleported to the waiting area for rest. Please await the conclusion of the remaining battles on the first round Sky Islands. Goodness, while the other Sky Islands seem to be playing house. Has number 3 already concluded? Poor other contestants, they barely landed before turning into boxes. As expected of Qingzhen, the title of MC Yama is not bestowed lightly. Quite well, having watched the live broadcast of the Third Sky Island, one can seamlessly transition to others, as it appears some islands have yet to commence. Amusing, the one above possesses a knack for irony. Chapter 82. The glorious king missteps into the golden arena. Why is excellence so abundant in glory? As the notification sound concluded, Qingzhen found himself transported to a tranquil island realm, where soft, fragrant grass cushioned his feet and a few chairs were thoughtfully provided for his comfort. Has furniture mod been installed? Settling into a lazy sofa beneath a sunshade, Qingzhen mused. Notch has indeed incorporated some retirement modules. This preparation area appeared to be isolated, as Qingzhen later heard the notification sounds signaling the conclusion of other island games. Yet he did not witness anyone else being transported here. After a brief respite, which grew slightly tedious, the familiar notification echoed once again. The second round of the Island War game is about to commence. All qualified participants, please prepare. Countdown 100. 99. In due course, the familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and Qingzhen was transported to the second island map, surrounded by transparent glass blocks that confined his form, yet allowed him to survey the surroundings. Countdown 3, 2, 1, 0. Snap. Crack. Acquired. Leather chestplate, diamond boots. Protection 2. Turtle shell hat. Fishing rod. Stone sword. 10 spider webs. 1 lava bucket. 50 wooden planks, Qingzhen pondered. Isn't this blatantly suggesting I construct traps? After swiftly stowing his possessions, he set forth towards the nearest island. With the fishing rod, a wondrous tool of distance control, even with only a stone sword in hand, he swiftly dispatched his opponent. Acquired. Blast protection 2, iron chestplate, fire protection 3, chain leggings 2 golden apples, 30 wooden planks, sharpness eye, iron sword scissors, 10 spider webs, special item name, sword, description. In this dungeon, sword-type weapons will retain the ability to block. This armor, certainly better than none. After donning it, Qingzhen discarded all unnecessary items back into the chest. His health had diminished slightly, yet with the aid of sustenance, it soon recovered. Thus he refrained from consuming the golden apples. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed player rapidly approaching. Clad in a complete set of enchanted iron armor, player D had traversed here while keeping his head down, oblivious to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. He was quite pleased with his bridge-building speed. Silently stepping onto the island, he spotted Qingzhen, who remained focused on the open chest. Immediately, he entered stealth mode, cautiously making his way closer. Noticing Qingzhen's inactivity, a surge of delight filled him. Another timid newcomer. Meanwhile, Qingzhen, peeking through the item panel of the chest, observed player D's movements. Also feeling a thrill, another benevolent courier, Player D, seemed to have tasted the sweetness of the island wars. Having eliminated numerous contestants in the previous round thanks to the lucky artifacts he had acquired. As he beheld Qingzhen's rudimentary equipment, a fervent desire for PvP surged within him once more. Just as he leapt onto the structure behind Qingzhen, intending to exploit the opportunity for a stealthy ambush, his iron axe met with nothing but air. In that instant, he witnessed Qingzhen pivot and escape through his legs. Infuriating. How could his line of sight be so precise? Player D had not anticipated that Qingzhen was merely feigning idleness beside the open chest, setting a trap for him. As he hastily pursued, he suddenly felt an overwhelming, viscous sensation beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw a white mosaic of thread-like strands unfurling at his ankles. Was this a spider web? He had encountered such webs numerous times in the underground minecart station of the dungeon, but he never imagined they could be wielded so creatively in the Sky Island War. As he struggled to free himself, Qingzhen had already leapt behind him in a swift motion, positioned slightly above him. Almost instantaneously, a searing heat enveloped his head, a hellish sensation that made him gasp. Looking up in astonishment, he beheld molten lava cascading downwards. Due to the sticky web's grip, he was granted a fleeting second to contemplate his fate. No, please. Qingzhen gazed down upon the lava, estimating its flow to be around 2 to 3 blocks before promptly retracting it, opting instead to let the burning damage over time eliminate his adversary. After all, if the opponent perished and their drops were incinerated by the lava, it would be most unfortunate. Current kill count, 2. Goodness, I never knew such spiderwebs existed. Use the spiderweb to flee. Yet Qingzhen employed it to execute an inescapable combination move. Lava spiderweb, a fiery combo that ignites the blood. Opponent, what is the most torturous way to die? Acquired. Sharpness I, efficiency 3, iron axe 3, golden apples, protection I, iron leggings 40 wooden planks. The enchantments on the opponent's iron chestplate were inferior to his own. The helmet appeared to have shattered, and the iron boots, being overly abstract in their enchantments, were not as effective as diamond boots. Consequently, Qingzhen chose not to switch, simply donning the leggings. He had anticipated higher levels of protection and sharpness, only to find the enchantments disappointingly vague. Qingzhen mused that perhaps he had been overly cautious, yet it was this very sense of steady intuition that granted him comfort. As he prepared to leap down from the block to collect the drops, his perspective shifted, revealing someone in a crouched state, stealthily approaching. A stray fish? Back when Qingzhen was a VR streamer, he relished the act of spinning his viewpoint while running, embodying a dynamic blend of speed and agility. It may appear amusing, yet it possesses the remarkable ability to encompass all scenes within its gaze. Even a fleeting glimpse, no matter how brief, can effortlessly unveil the dynamic occurrences behind. Thus, in Qingzhen's perspective, the individual who fancied himself well concealed, the so-called block man, was in fact already exposed. Presumably, he believed that amidst the fierce skirmish, both sides would suffer mutual destruction, allowing him to opportunistically claim the spoils. As Qingzhen's identification number diminished in his view, Player E assumed that Qingzhen had taken his leave, and hastily pursued. Upon reaching the edge of the floating island, however, Qingzhen was nowhere to be found. Just as confusion set in, a sudden sensation of stickiness enveloped him from above. Simultaneously, a similar resistance gripped his feet. What followed was an excruciating burn. Did you think you were the only one capable of ambush? A little-known fact. When you see Qingzhen's name vanish, it does not necessarily mean he has left your sight. He could very well be lurking nearby, waiting to strike. It is even possible he is slowly approaching you. I understand now. Qingzhen embodies a form of Chinese horror. Indeed, witnessing his opponent attempt to leap over the block that obstructed him, Qingzhen ensnared a spot directly above with his spider web. Consequently, his adversary found himself ensnared in midair. However, the opponent reacted with remarkable swiftness. Grasping an iron sword, he initiated a counterattack. Swish, swish, swish. After landing 2 blows, Player E inadvertently shattered the spider web amidst his frantic sword swings. Indeed, bladed weapons possess a remarkable capacity to dismantle spiderwebs. Thus, the opponent swiftly extricated himself from the entanglement. Upon leaping away from the lava zone, he promptly extinguished the flames, consuming him with a bucket of water. Qingzhen surmised that the armor worn by his adversary must possess a notably high level of flame protection. Otherwise, after such a sequence of events, how could his health have diminished so little? Qingzhen silently retracted the lava. Provoked, the opponent charged at Qingzhen with a fierce swing. Crack! Crack! It could almost be said that he utilized every useful item at his disposal. An iron axe, TNT, snowballs, eggs, a crossbow preloaded with arrows and fireballs. The moment Qingzhen laid eyes on the fireball, his interest was piqued. However, it seemed that the opponent had barely grasped the usage of the fireball. At that instant, standing at the floating island's edge, he was thrown off balance and stumbled into the void. Boom! Qingzhen could not merely stand by and watch the fireball vanish into oblivion. Thus, he wielded his fishing rod and reeled him back in. Goodness, is Qingzhen really playing the role of a savior? He must have his sights set on the opponent's items. This is hilarious. Anyone who catches Qingzhen's attention stands no chance of escape. Void. I thought I was finally going to receive a little snack from above. Instead, I was intercepted by Qingzhen. You gluttonous little cat. After pulling the opponent back from the edge, Qingzhen found himself nearly parallel in position to him. Based on previous combat experience, Qingzhen had deduced that the iron sword wielded by his opponent was enchanted with a slight repulsion effect. This meant that any slight movement from the adversary could potentially send Qingzhen plummeting from behind. Positioned slightly lower, Qingzhen swiftly cut through the wooden plank, causing his initial strike to miss entirely. Following this, he executed a feint and leaped from the right side of player E. It was evident that player E had fallen for this ruse, attempting to strike Qingzhen from the left side, only to again miss the target. With a rhythmic tap, Qingzhen continuously constructed blocks, obstructing the opponent's line of sight while maneuvering around to the back. Each time, he adeptly countered the attacks from his opponent. The sight of Qingzhen's diminished health bar ignited a sense of urgency in player E. Yet there lingered an unsettling feeling of being lured into a trap. As rational thought finally returned, a sudden force surged forth. The fishing rod's line was swiftly extended, yanking player E back towards Qingzhen once more. Far from the edge, Qingzhen felt no need to hold back. He expertly controlled the distance with the fishing rod, combining it with the axe's downward strike. Player E was utterly bewildered, mysteriously thrust down, only to be inexplicably reeled back in. Just moments ago, it seemed Qingzhen's health was even lower than his own. How had the tide turned so swiftly? Was the opponent baiting him like a fish on a line? A myriad of complex emotions converged into a profound sense of helpless despair. The pride from having secured the MVP title in a previous round on a certain sky island had vanished completely. All that remained was to gaze upward in resignation as Qingzhen's enchanted axe descended. Crack. Chapter 83. When you encounter the broken block bridge and the abrupt block tower, run. Current kill count, 3 acquired. 15 fireballs, 10 snowballs, sharpness 3, knockback 2, iron sword, protection 2 diamond helmet, 3 golden apples, piercing eye, crossbow, 6 arrows, 2 TNT. Such an abundance of resources? Qingzhen certainly understood that Notch could not have distributed the supplies so unevenly. Thus, it was evident that the opposing team must have eliminated at least 1 or 2 players to amass such a bounty. However, was the opposing team truly formidable? To be honest, Qingzhen did not sense it. As fellow MVPs, yet their strengths were worlds apart. Qingzhen, remember, MVP is merely the ceiling of rounds, not my limit. Qingzhen, your ability to obtain MVP reflects your own strength, while my MVP is a result of my inability to cross into your game zone and defeat you. Do you understand? After stowing the fireballs back into his backpack, the system's special notification sound chimed in. Special item name, Fireball. Description, upon throwing. It triggers an explosive effect that repels players like TNT, yet does not destroy blocks nor inflict damage upon players. Durability, 1. Each fireball may only be used once. Qingzhen donned the protection 2 diamond helmet and consumed a golden apple. Crunch, crunch, his hunger and health gradually replenished. Seizing the moment, Qingzhen stood upon the sky island and surveyed his surroundings once more. In the distance, he noticed two block figures engaged in an intense duel. Perched at the edge of the sky island, they seemed determined to push each other off. Moving target? Qingzhen promptly knocked an arrow onto his crossbow, drawing it back slowly, aligning the reticle with the void. After a fierce clash reminiscent of dragons and tigers, one block figure finally arced through the air, plummeting into the abyss. The other block figure, employing a strategy of sneak stand, continuously humiliated and taunted his opponent from above. Satisfied, he stepped away from the edge of the sky island, eagerly awaiting the update to his kill count. Yet, there was no sign of movement. Laughable. Stop looking. That kill was snatched by Qingzhen long ago. In Qingzhen's view, not a blade of grass grew. The head refers to a player's head. Indeed, long before the player's body vanished from Qingzhen's sight, the bolt from his crossbow had already soared forth, striking true. The notch system determined that the final blow, inflicted just before the opponent fell into the void, came from Qingzhen. Thus, this kill count naturally belonged to him. 666. Damn bandit. Snatching a bit here, a bit there, leaving nothing unclaimed. Greedy demon. Don't be bitter. Securing kills requires a certain level of skill. To hit from such a distance? Qingzhen, the king of point shooting, found himself burdened with a full backpack of supplies, evoking a sentiment akin to standing on the shoulders of giants. Having ascended upon the fallen, he could not squander their hopes, compelled to carry their unfulfilled aspirations as he pressed on. Soon enough, the notifications flashed. Current kill count 5, detecting continuous game progress refresh. The save zone and poison circle on Island 2 are about to respawn. Remaining contestants are advised to move towards the safe zone as indicated by the cursor before the countdown expires, lest their health diminish over time. Countdown 60, 59, a mere minute left? How pressing. Qingzhen glanced up and realized the safe zone was not enveloping him, but lay at a considerable distance ahead. Indeed, compared to the first round, the second round's competitors displayed a modicum of skill. After all, in the previous round, Qingzhen had not even awaited the warning of the poison circle's resurgence before the game concluded. This time, the adversaries provided a modicum of enjoyment. The safe zone was separated by 2 islands, implying that Qingzhen needed to construct 3 block bridges to reach it. He swiftly completed a bridge to the neighboring island. Just as he was about to traverse to the next island, he noticed a crooked block bridge standing quietly behind some cover, awaiting his arrival. Approaching cautiously, Qingzhen observed the nearby block towers were haphazardly arranged, suggesting that several players had clashed here in a fierce battle, while others might have bounded across without hesitation. Perhaps grateful to the one who laid the path, Qingzhen quickly discerned the truth. He mused, "Player, he must have eliminated 1 or 2 contestants, and I have dispatched 5. Yet, the remaining count suggests no one else has perished. Would anyone go to such lengths just to cross?" The answer dawned upon him. Someone was hiding beneath the mound. Feigning ignorance, he strolled around the bridge's entrance, soon discovering an ideal vantage point. The bridge was only 1 block wide, a narrow path flanked by a chaotic block wall. Advancing a few steps further, the bridge ended abruptly, with some wooden boards suspended above, leaving no other route. An unsuspecting novice, hurried by the urgent countdown, might foolishly tread forward, attempting to leap over the void, only to find themselves surrounded by emptiness with no footholds to either side. Should a crafty player be lurking nearby, they would be swiftly sent plummeting into the abyss. Thankfully, numerous delivery personnel had previously bestowed upon him heartfelt TNT. Qingzhen leaped onto the suspended wooden block, gradually approaching the designated direction. Countdown 40, 39. Goodness, do you think Qingzhen anticipated that player F was hiding there? From Qingzhen's perspective, it was utterly impossible to discern. Unless Qingzhen elevated himself and constructed a bridge, he would undoubtedly plummet. I wonder if Qingzhen possesses an ender pearl. Otherwise, he will be left without recourse. The elimination count has reached halfway. Even if Qingzhen were to fall, he would still qualify, and having eliminated so many players, he is likely in the lead. If he stumbles, then so be it. Once Qingzhen jumped onto a block tower, he estimated the distance was sufficient and promptly hurled a piece of TNT, the white, Expanding TNT traced an elegant arc through the air before detonating upon impact. Boom! The block creature concealed within the wooden planks was instantly exposed. It appeared that Qingzhen had foreseen the presence of someone inside. He swiftly threw another TNT, almost concurrently with the explosion of the first block. The second TNT detonated right in their face. Not only did it inflict massive damage, but also obliterated all nearby block walls. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of snowballs followed in rapid succession. With the lateral block walls no longer providing cover, player F, destabilized by the force of the projectiles, tumbled into the void. Current kill count. 6 what? Huh? Is he truly not using X-ray vision? How did he know? That shouldn't be possible. I reviewed the replay. Before this, Qingzhen's line of sight hadn't even reached there. He couldn't possibly have known in advance. Qingzhen is astute. He understood to explode rather than excavate blocks and reveal himself. It's truly ingenious. He exudes an air of a master orchestrating from the sidelines. Just thinking about player F crouching there for so long, believing he could ambush a toxic gas escape, only to end up with nothing and fall, makes me want to laugh. Countdown, 25, 24. Not a moment of silence for this unfortunate player. For the next challenge is extreme parkour. Qingzhen dashed and leaped across the uneven block bridge, occasionally placing blocks to elevate his position. Before long, he surpassed the second floating island. Only a bridge separated him from the safe zone. Perhaps other players had previously traversed this route. It was clear to see that a narrow block bridge connected the two islands. Unlike the previous chaotic bridges, this one was a singular, narrow path, precisely 1 block wide. Thus, Qingzhen immediately spotted another block creature, also fleeing from the gas, desperately sprinting toward the opposite side. Qingzhen's eyes sparkled, and he quickened his pace. As the saying goes, when narrow paths converge, the brave shall prevail. Just as he stepped onto the narrow bridge, suddenly, boom, boom, a series of TNT explosives rained down from the safe zone, utterly obliterating the central section of the block bridge. The block figure before me stood frozen in shock, yet Qingzhen remained unfazed. Chapter 84, Applause for Tigger. A tribute to the legendary Soul Snatcher at last. A clever individual has emerged. Recognizing that players would inevitably head towards this safe zone, they opted to use TNT to obliterate the pathway. Qingzhen was eager to meet the last remaining player. However, it must be said that the timid player ahead was indeed obstructing progress. Thus, Qingzhen switched to the fishing